Yishio was originally a wandering cultivator from the star origin continent, who unexpectedly found himself reborn in the city as the discarded scion of the Yi family. Although he possesses great strength, what can he use to compete with me? Chapter 1. Rebirth in the City. In the capital city, at a hospital, Yishio suddenly sat up in bed, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a look of horror. He was once a wandering cultivator on the star origin continent, having painstakingly reached the golden core stage. However, he inadvertently acquired the supreme treasure, the reincarnation pearl, leading to a disastrous fate. Faced with the siege of several formidable nascent soul experts, he ultimately chose to self-detonate his dantian, perishing alongside the reincarnation pearl. Am I not dead? How could I possibly be here? A severe headache struck, and chaotic memories inexplicably flooded his mind. Yishio, 20 years old, is the eldest son of the Yi family in the capital, a freshman at Yenjing University. He is notorious for his arrogance and malevolence, the apex of the princely faction in the capital, a veritable scoundrel. As the saying goes, a tempest follows hubris. Calamity befalls the arrogant. 3 days prior, it was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the engagement between the Yi and Chu families. Yet, just before the engagement, the protagonist Yishio forcefully bedded another woman, and photos of the incident were leaked online. Such occurrences had become commonplace for the Yi family. Although somewhat disgraceful, they were not particularly damaging and could be easily managed with a little effort. However, the woman in question happened to be the daughter of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital, albeit not as powerful as the Yi family. Consequently, the following day, with the instigation of malicious individuals, Yishio's sordid history flooded the internet, exposing many of the Yi family's own dark secrets. In an instant, Yishio became a pariah, and the Yi family found themselves under siege. Subsequently, the Chu family unilaterally annulled their engagement with the Yi family, leading to extensive damage to the Yi family's enterprises. It was only at this moment that the Yi family recognized the gravity of the situation. The elder Yi ordered Yishio's parents to take him to the Wang family to apologize, hoping to resolve the crisis through a marriage alliance. However, before they could reach the Wang family, they were involved in a car accident en route. Yishio's parents perished on the spot, while he was left severely injured and unconscious, admitted to the hospital. Oh, Yishio gasped in shock as he sat up in bed. What a ruthless method. After organizing the fragmented memories in his mind and observing this body that did not belong to him, which had been drained by indulgence, Yishio began to realize a significant truth. He had been reborn into the body of a debauched young man who also bore the name Yishio. Rebirth should have been a joyous occasion, yet Yishio felt no happiness whatsoever. Opening his pale and frail palm, he sensed no trace of true energy within. His cultivation had been completely obliterated. This was more unbearable than death itself. Moreover, this cursed place seemed devoid of any spiritual energy, entirely unsuitable for cultivation. Was he truly destined to lead a mundane existence on this planet called Earth, waiting for death to claim him? What significance does rebirth hold then? Yishio closed his eyes, lamenting, "Heaven, are you toying with me?" Suddenly, a glimmer caught his attention. A pearl in his mind began to radiate golden light. Yishio was taken aback, and then his expression transformed into one of elation. The reincarnation pearl. This is the reincarnation pearl. To his astonishment, the reincarnation pearl had merged with this body, suggesting that his rebirth was entirely due to the pearl's influence. Although he was unclear about the pearl's abilities for the moment, it was undeniably a treasure from the star origin continent, brimming with infinite mysteries. Yishio's spirits lifted, dispelling the despondency that had clouded him earlier. He refused to believe that in such a vast world, he could not find a suitable place for cultivation. Furthermore, with no cultivators around, if he merely practiced a little, wouldn't he become invincible? With this thought, Yishio couldn't help but emit a joyful grunt, akin to a jubilant pig. Perhaps the sound was too jarring, for it startled those waiting outside. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a small head peeking in. Instantly, the nurse exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, you're awake." Before Yishio could respond, the little nurse dashed away. Moments later, a cacophony of footsteps approached his room. From the sound, it seemed they were headed straight for him. Yishio tensed up, instinctively bracing himself. The door burst open, and a throng of white coats flooded in. "Oh, young Master Yi, you're awake? I am a doctor assigned to your treatment. We need to conduct a physical examination, and I kindly ask for your cooperation." Yishio frowned. He was well aware of his own physical condition. Perhaps due to the reincarnation pearl, aside from feeling somewhat weak, he had no significant issues. If they examined him, they would surely regard him as a specimen. After all, he had survived a car accident, and merely waking up was a miracle, let alone recovering so swiftly. He had no desire to be carted off to a laboratory as a guinea pig, nor did he want anyone to uncover the secret of the reincarnation pearl. Thus, with a cold demeanor, he declared, "There is no need. Please prepare my discharge paperwork. I have a private doctor, and I would feel more at ease being examined by them. Private doctor? Haha. What? Are you doubting the Yi family's ability to hire a private physician? No, no. Young Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. I absolutely believe the Yi family is capable. It's just that as for you, what do you mean? Oh, I forgot to mention. You have been expelled from the Yi family and are no longer a young master. Yi Xiao was taken aback, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He was not coveting the wealth of the Yi family. It was merely that without their protection, his situation had become perilous. After all, this individual had offended too many people, and there were countless who wished to see him dead. Now stripped of his cultivation and in a weakened state, even a petty thug could take his life. He could no longer remain in the capital. With this thought, Yi Xiao asserted, "In that case, you ought to discharge me. I cannot afford the medical expenses." A group of doctors stood in astonishment, unable to fathom that the once arrogant and extravagant young Master Yi would utter such words. However, Yi Xiao's statement seemed to possess a semblance of logic. He was no longer a member of the Yi family. The medical expenses would undoubtedly not be reimbursed by them. What would they do? Would they truly proceed with his discharge? Let us heed his request and proceed with the discharge formalities. A deep voice resonated at the doorway as the doctors found themselves in a quandary. As they turned to the entrance, they beheld a middle-aged man who had appeared there unbeknownst to them. Upon seeing this man, Yi Xiao involuntarily tensed up. This man had taken lives. Although Yi Xiao had lost his abilities, the instincts honed in the star origin continent remained intact and undeniable. Observing the doctor's immobility, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. Is my message not sufficiently clear? But the patient has only just regained consciousness, and he is gravely injured. His death is of no concern to you. I will state this once. Go and arrange for his discharge now. I will cover all expenses. Should you wish to continue treatment, you may seek payment from him. The group of doctors exchanged glances, ultimately retreating in defeat. Uncle Li, Yi Xiao recognized this middle-aged man, who had a cordial relationship with his father. Upon hearing Yi Xiao address him as uncle, Li Zhong appeared taken aback. He regarded Yi Xiao with a complex expression and finally sighed. Such a tragedy. The ones who deserve to die have not, while the undeserving have perished. Yi Xiao found himself momentarily speechless. He too struggled to comprehend why the reincarnation pearl had chosen such a troublesome fate. Was it truly the case that good people do not live long, while calamities befall the innocent? I have come to inform you that if you wish to survive, you must leave the capital before sunset today. Where shall I go? Tian City. I have arranged a school for you. But I already have a school. You have been expelled. Yi Xiao felt somewhat speechless. Was it truly necessary to be so ruthless? They might as well cast him off the planet. There are 100,000 in this card. If you budget wisely, it should suffice for your university education. Yi Xiao gazed at the bank card Li Zhong offered, incredulous. He had never anticipated that someone would be willing to assist him in such a dire situation. Accepting the card, Yi Xiao sincerely expressed, "Thank you. You need not thank me. Were it not for Yi Tong's plea, I would not have bothered with you." Yi Xiao was taken aback. He had not expected it to be his sister, who had never gotten along with him since childhood. These are your relevant documents. Upon your arrival in Yun City, tread carefully. Should trouble arise, no one will come to your aid. This is all I have to say. Take care of yourself. After placing the document bag down, Li Zhong turned and departed. Watching Li Zhong's receding figure, Yi Xiao could not restrain his curiosity. Why must I leave before sunset? Li Zhong paused, remaining silent as though reluctant to answer. After a long moment, he sighed. Today is your parents' funeral. After tonight, your second uncle will become the head of the Yi family. Chapter 2, Spirit Herb. On the train bound for Cloud City, Yi Xiao occupied a window seat, gazing vacantly at the fleeting scenery outside. The complexity of this world far exceeded his previous imagination. On the surface, it appeared peaceful, yet beneath lay turbulent undercurrents and lurking dangers. If memory served correctly, on the eve of his engagement, he had succumbed to the drunken revelry instigated by a few so-called friends, leaving him unconscious. Under such circumstances, how could one be coerced? Moreover, as the foremost family among the 4 illustrious clans of the capital, how could the Yi family be so easily dismantled? To assert there was no conspiracy within would be utterly implausible. The accident was no mere coincidence. He would eventually return to the capital to unearth the puppet master behind it, not for any other reason, but to seek justice for the 3 members of the Yi family. After all, he owed them that much. However, before embarking on that quest, his primary task remained to cultivate diligently and bolster his strength. His survival depended on it. Initially, Yi Xiao had contemplated retreating into the deep mountains, seeking a hidden paradise to focus on his cultivation. Yet, he soon abandoned this notion. Not only was his current physique ill-suited for traversing rugged terrains, but even if he made it to the mountains, his lack of strength rendered survival a significant challenge. Furthermore, desolate wilderness was an ideal setting for foul play, presenting opportunities for others to take advantage of him. Additionally, in this era of advanced technology, should he be discovered, it would be rather embarrassing to be captured as a wild man for research. Weighing these considerations, Yishio decided to first visit the school arranged for him by Li Zhong. Education was secondary. The primary concern was familiarizing himself with his surroundings. At the very least, the school would provide a means to meet basic needs while allowing him to learn some novel concept from Earth. Besides, with so many people around, it seemed unlikely anyone would dare to act against him in broad daylight. After all, this was a society governed by law. Hey, bro, look a beauty. As Ishio was lost in thought, his arm was nudged. The speaker was a plump young man sitting beside him, named Wang Hao, a freshman at Cloud City Business College, who had returned from summer trip just in time for the new semester. He was quite talkative, engaging in lively conversation throughout the journey, and Yishio quietly listened, gaining considerable insight in the process. Following Wang Hao's gaze, he noticed a striking young woman passing by. She appeared to be in her early 20s, slender and strikingly beautiful, exuding an exceptional aura. A faint, elusive fragrance wafted from her. Had Wang Hao not nudged him, he would have failed to notice. Instinctively, Yishiu inhaled deeply. Spiritual energy. To his astonishment, the girl possessed a subtle, ethereal aura. Hee. I noticed you've been quiet and serious the whole journey. Who would have thought we share a common affinity? What do you think? Quite the catch, right? Wang Hao's expression turned lewd, clearly misunderstanding Yishio's intentions. Yishio offered no explanation, rising with a smile. Excuse me, brother. I'm going to ask the beauty for her WeChat. Wang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then gave an approving thumbs up. Bro, impressive. As Wang Hao watched Yishio pursue the beauty, he couldn't help but marvel at the perks of good looks. However, something felt amiss. Hadn't this guy just claimed he didn't have a phone? Damn, what a traitor to friendship. The girl soon returned to her seat, accompanied by an elderly man in traditional attire and a man in a suit. As she settled into her window seat, the suited man complained, Jingxiu, I told you not to take the train. It's slow, noisy, and the air quality is terrible. After sitting for so long, my back is about to break. The girl, named Jingxiu, frowned, her eyes reflecting disdain. Ding Xiaopeng, no one forced you to follow me. You insisted on tagging along. If you can't sit still, feel free to jump out the window. As the two appeared on the verge of an argument, the elderly man sitting between them quickly intervened. Ahem, Jingxiu dear, remember to speak gently. Xiao Ding has been running around taking care of your grandfather's illness. It has been quite taxing for him. Xiao Ding, it was my decision to take the train, so don't blame Jingxiu. Just hold on a little longer. We'll arrive in 3 hours. The suited man, sensing the mood, wisely fell silent, while the girl picked up a book from the table to read. Amidst this, a small pot of green plants caught Yishio's attention. Spirit herb. How extraordinary. It dawned on him why the girl emitted that faint ethereal aura. It must be the spirit herb emanating its energy. The spirit herb was a precious item, capable of aiding ordinary individuals in channeling energy into their bodies and opening the gateway to cultivation. Even on the star origin continent, it would be categorized as a mid-tier spiritual herb. On Earth, where spiritual energy was scarce, his previous attempts at cultivation had consistently failed. This spirit herb was of paramount importance to him, and Yishio resolved, by any means necessary, to acquire it. As he pondered his strategy, the elderly man's cough interrupted his thoughts. This old man seems gravely ill. Although Yishio's powers had waned, he still retained a rudimentary understanding of medicine. Observing the elderly man's sunken eyes, bulging veins, darkened brow, and bluish-purple lips, it was evident he exhibited typical signs of poisoning. Heaven has aided me. Yishio rejoiced internally. It was a fortuitous encounter indeed. If he could cure the old man's ailment, the spirit herb would surely be within his grasp. Excuse me, but get lost. Don't bother us. Yishio's words were abruptly cut off by the brusque interruption of the suited man. A glint of anger flashed in Yishio's eyes. Had the spirit herb not been so crucial, and considering his current frail state, he would have ensured the suited man learned the consequences of his rudeness. Xiao Ding, mind your tone. The elderly man, clearly cultured, admonished the suited man before turning to Yishio with a gentle demeanor. Haha, young man. What is it you wish to say? Yishio's heart swelled with satisfaction as he disregarded the venomous glare from the suited man. Old sir, I'm a medical student, and it seems your health is quite poor. If not treated promptly, I fear. Upon hearing Yishio's claim of medical knowledge, the elderly man appeared taken aback, while the young woman cast a curious glance in Yishio's direction. The suited man, however, wore a look of disdain, evidently skeptical of Yishio's assertions. Oh, a medical student, you say? Pray tell, what afflicts me? The elderly man observed Yishio with keen interest, his years of wisdom sharpening his skepticism. He knew well that the young man's insight into his condition likely stemmed from overhearing their conversation. Yi Xiao, fully aware of the elderly man's skepticism, responded candidly. Your heart is besieged by dark fire, and poison assails your body. If I am not mistaken, there are certain contaminants within you. As he spoke, he gestured toward his own head. The moment Yi Xiao's words fell, the three individuals froze in astonishment, even the suited man revealing an expression of disbelief. Chapter 3. Xiao Weigua. The elderly man was named Xiao Weigua. In his youth, he had suffered a head injury on the battlefield. Though he had survived, the ordeal left him with numerous lingering ailments. As he aged, these repercussions became increasingly pronounced: headaches, nausea, vomiting, blurred vision, memory decline, and in severe instances, spasms and seizures. The diagnosis from the hospital had indicated a brain tumor, yet over the years, he had undergone numerous surgeries and extensive radiation and chemotherapy. All to no avail, merely treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. This affliction recurred intermittently, tormenting the elderly man mercilessly. Recently, upon hearing of the renowned Qin Shini returning from his travels, the Xia family had brought the elderly man to the capital to seek his expertise. Indeed, the esteemed Dr. Qin lives up to his reputation, pinpointing the root of the elder's ailment with remarkable precision. It turns out that many years ago, the elder suffered a head injury from shrapnel during an explosion. Although the fragments were removed, it was unforeseen that they harbored toxins. These toxins, while not highly potent, lay dormant within the neural pathways of the brain. As the elder aged and his bodily defenses waned, the toxins gradually began to erode his health. Although the source of the illness has been identified, the toxins have remained in hiding within the brain for years. Dr. Qin could only sigh in resignation. The heart is besieged by dark fire, and the body is assailed by poison. Alas, it may be too late. Such words, spoken by Yi Xiao, left the trio in utter astonishment. Xiao Weigua, dismissing his earlier skepticism, stood up to re-evaluate the young man in the corridor. A faint smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with intelligence. The composure and confidence exuded by this youth made it improbable for him to be a charlatan. Though Xiao Weigua had retreated from the limelight for many years, his ability to read people remained sharp. I am surnamed Xia. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Ye. Xiao Ding. Please offer Mr. Yi your seat. Huh? Sure. Mr. Yi, please take a seat. I have a few questions I would like to discuss with you. Old master, feel free to speak your mind. As the man in the suit reluctantly vacated his seat, Yi Xiao unceremoniously took it. It was not out of any intention to slight the suited man, but rather because his own body felt so frail that standing for even a short while left him weary and aching. Since you can discern my condition, may I boldly inquire if it's treatable? It is, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, startling the three with his response. You're just boasting. If Dr. Qin cannot cure it, what makes you think you can? Do you believe yourself to be the reincarnation of Bianke or Hua Ta? Ding Xiaopeng, if you keep silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. The one unwell is not your grandfather, so refrain from meddling. Jing Xiao, that was not my intention. Enough. Both of you. Allow me to converse with Mr. Yi. Xiao Weigua felt a headache coming on. The Xia and Ding families have been close allies for generations, both esteemed figures in Yunqing. The two families had hoped to foster union between Xia Jingxiu and Ding Xiaopeng, believing them to be a match made in heaven. However, the journey to Beijing for treatment had turned into a bickering session between the two, leading Xiao Weigua to question the wisdom of their family's matchmaking endeavors. Seeing that the two had finally ceased their quarrel, Xiao Weigua expressed his apologies. I regret that Mr. Yi had to witness this. Earlier, you mentioned the possibility of a cure. I wonder how genuine that is. That is indeed true, but whether it can be cured depends on the elder's sincerity. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction between Xia Jingxiu and Ding Xiaopeng, Yi Xiao discreetly examined the potted plant on the table, confirming it to be the elusive Lingxin herb. Lingxin herb. Yi Xiao was resolute in his pursuit. His words were direct, though they elicited some discontent. Ding Xiaopeng scoffed, as if he had already seen through Yi Xiao's intentions. Even Xia Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, a hint of caution flickering in her eyes. Yet Xiao Weigua, after observing Yi Xiao for a moment, chuckled. Mr. Yi is quite forthright. In that case, please name your price. Isa no monate compensation. I desire merely the herb before us. You must be dreaming. You claim you are not a fraud, yet you are clearly after this Lingxin herb. Young man, I advise you to leave. Some people are not to be trifled with. Before Xiao Weigua could interject, Ding Xiaopeng erupted with indignation. He had invested $1 million and navigated through numerous connections to acquire this herb, solely to please Xia Jingxiu. The audacity of this young man to demand it was absurd. Xia Jingxiu, unusually silent, quickly grasped the Lingxin herb and concealed it behind her back. This herb was her grandfather's life-saving remedy, and she would not allow it to be taken from her. Meanwhile, four imposing figures rose from their seats across the aisle, unmistakably Xiao Weiguo's bodyguards. Maintaining his composure, Yishio turned and smiled gently. What is the matter? Does the elder think I am a fraud as well? Xiao Weiguo hesitated. Indeed, when Yishio mentioned sincerity, he had begun to suspect him of being a swindler. For what kind of doctor demands payment before even treating a patient? When Yishio then requested the Lingxin herb, his suspicions solidified. Dr. Qin had stated that the herb was rare and valuable, capable of alleviating his condition, if not curing it entirely. However, observing Yishio's seemingly harmless demeanor and unwavering confidence made Xiao Weiguo uncertain. Could it be that he truly possessed miraculous skills? As the hulking bodyguards encroached, Yishio realized that without revealing some genuine ability, he might soon find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Therefore, he spoke plainly. The elder has at most 30 days to live. With this Lingxin herb, he could survive an additional 3 months. But if I'm allowed to treat him, I can guarantee he will live for at least 3 more years. Xiao Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. Yishio's assertion echoed Dr. Qin's words, but while Dr. Qin had stated that the toxins were deeply embedded and beyond salvation, Xiao Weiguo feared not death. Having returned from the battlefield was a victory in itself. What he could not relinquish was the future of the Xiao family. Given 2 more years, he was certain he could elevate the family to new heights. Yet, he understood his own health better than anyone. His visit to Beijing to consult Dr. Qin had been little more than a gamble. Dr. Qin's words had led him to abandon all hope, yet unexpectedly, a young man appeared, claiming he could heal him and extend his life by at least 3 years. It was disingenuous to say he did not yearn for life. 3 years was an eternity, comprising over 1,000 days and nights. Waving his hand, Xiao Weiguo signaled for his bodyguards to retreat silently. Mr. Yi, can I take your word for it? Yishio offered a slight smile. Of course, you may. But what? I must first take the Lingxin herb to prepare some medicine. Only once I have the ingredients ready can I commence treatment for the elder. Yishio felt a twinge of frustration. While he knew how to treat Xiao Weiguo, he was presently at an impasse. After all, he had yet to cultivate his energy and could not mobilize his true qi. To entirely expel the toxins from the elder's body, he needed to forcibly channel his true qi. Thus, he required the Lingxin herb to reach at least the first level of energy cultivation before he could proceed with the treatment. Unfortunately, he could not disclose this information. As the bodyguards closed in once more, Yishio wore a wry smile. In his heart, he silently recited, "Trust me, and you shall attain eternal life." Chapter 4. The first level of energy cultivation. Yunqing, a place truly deserving of its title as the most beautiful locale in China. This land is rich in resources and boasts of extraordinary talent. Its picturesque landscapes and captivating scenery are enchanting. Upon setting foot in this land, Yishio was instantly smitten. Spiritual energy. This place possesses spiritual energy. Though scarce, it was enough to astonish Yishio. As he exited the station, night had already fallen. It was evident that Xiao Weiguo held a distinguished position. Several luxury vehicles awaited his arrival. Yishio was not surprised by such grandeur. Xiao Weiguo's willingness to let him take the Lingxin herb spoke volumes about his character and vision, qualities not often found in ordinary individuals. After politely declining the elder's offer of a luxurious ride, Yishio hailed a taxi straight to the school that Li Zhong had arranged for him. Watching Yishio depart in the vehicle, Ding Xiaopeng could no longer contain himself. "Are we just going to let this brat walk away?" Xia Jingxiu coldly remarked. "What's wrong? Do you wish to keep him for the night?" Xiao Weiguo let out a bitter laugh. "Little Ding has worked hard these past few days. It's getting late. I'll have someone drive you home." Ding Xiaopeng wanted to say something more, but upon seeing Xia Jingxiu's frosty expression, he could only leave in dismay. As they got into the car, Xiao Weiguo reproached slightly. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still old Ding's grandson. "Can't you at least manage to get along with him?" Xia Jingxiu curled her lips. "Grandpa, don't be deceived by his appearance. I've been in the same class with him since childhood. I know his character all too well. Ding Xiaopeng is exceedingly cunning and has committed countless unscrupulous acts behind the scenes. There is no way I could get along with him." Sighing, Xiao Weiguo reflected on his growing understanding of Ding Xiaopeng's temperament over the past few days. He was well aware that, as a potential grandson-in-law, Ding Xiaopeng was hardly the ideal choice. However, he was also privy to the resources that the Ding family possessed. If he could endure for another 2 or 3 years, it wouldn't be imperative to forge a union with the Ding family. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was whether Yishio could truly heal him. Contemplating Yishio, Xiao Weiguo casually inquired, "How credible do you find that young man's words?" Xia Jingxiu was taken aback. She and T expected Xiao Weiguo to refrain from mentioning Ding Xiaopeng again. After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. I saw his identification in the car. He is far too young, only 20, and a student from a forestry school no less. Moreover, he claimed to have no mobile phone. What era is this? How is that even conceivable? Xiao Weigua's expression remained impassive, betraying no emotion. Logically, she was correct, but some matters in this world defy logic. He had one unspoken thought lingering in his mind. This is Yun's city. If Yishio dared to deceive him, he would undoubtedly make him disappear. Yunlin University is by no means a prestigious institution in Yun City. At best, it could be classified as a third-rate university. Consequently, combined with its status as a forestry school, it is situated somewhat distant from the city center, almost on the outskirts among the mountains. Yishio was uncertain why Li Zhong had arranged for him to attend such a school, but he found it quite to his liking. Far removed from the clamor of the city, it provided an ideal environment for tranquil cultivation. After casually enjoying a serving of fried rice from a stall at the entrance, Yishio swaggered through the school gates. The old man at the security post was dozing off. Surprisingly, Yishio appreciated the lax security measures of this third-rate institution. Perhaps due to the fact that the vacation was still 2 days away, or perhaps because it was quite late, the campus was nearly devoid of people. Yishio did not hasten to find his dormitory. Instead, he began to stroll leisurely around the campus, attuning himself to the fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy. True to its reputation as a forestry school, Yunlin University boasted impressive greenery. Towering ancient trees abounded, and walking through the campus felt akin to wandering within a forest. After wandering for a while, Yishio finally came to a halt in a secluded area. It was a hillside behind the campus, surrounded by a grove of purple bamboo, with a small pond at its center where clear spring water gently bubbled forth. With mountains behind, water in front, and bamboo all around, it was indeed a prime location for gathering wind and energy. Taking a deep breath, Yishio discerned that the spiritual energy here was indeed more abundant than in other areas. Scanning his surroundings, he did not spot any surveillance cameras. Finally, he cautiously retrieved the Lingxin grass from his backpack, squatting at the pond's edge to wash off the soil from its roots. Ordinarily, this Lingxin grass would need to be combined with several medicinal herbs to form a pill for maximum efficacy. However, Yishio was currently eager to draw energy into his body and couldn't afford to be so meticulous. After cleansing the Lingxin grass, Yishio found a flat stone slab and sat cross-legged upon it, confirming once more that no one was around. He opened his mouth and directly shoved the entire plant into his mouth, chewing it. The bitter taste was accompanied by a hint of sweetness and was not as difficult to swallow as he had imagined. As he swallowed the last of the Lingxin grass, the potent medicinal energy erupted within his dantian. Now it was the moment. Yishio hurriedly circulated his true energy, guiding it through his meridians throughout his body. The path of cultivation is divided into 9 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body fusion, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Qi refinement, as the name suggests, involves drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, condensing it within the dantian's spiritual sea. Upon entering Qi refinement, one has effectively taken the first step into the realm of cultivation, setting oneself apart from the ordinary. Qi refinement is further divided into 9 levels. Upon reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement, one can manipulate magical artifacts and perform simple spells. After achieving perfection in the 9th level of Qi refinement, one can break through into foundation establishment. Only upon reaching this stage does one truly embark on the path of cultivation. The journey of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate. Each step forward presents increasing difficulty. Breakthroughs rely not only on effort and talent, but also on resources and opportunities. As the saying goes, the path of humanity is minuscule, while the path of immortality is vast. After circulating his true energy for 3 small cycles, Yishio finally opened the door to cultivation. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, and the world around him became extraordinarily vivid. Yishio distinctly felt the thin spiritual energy surging towards him from all directions. He promptly focused on his dantian, controlling the influx of spiritual energy to merge it into the dantian's spiritual sea. 2 hours later, with a sound that was almost imperceptible, the true energy within him burst forth as if breaking through shackles. An invisible wave of energy shot out from Yishio, sending ripples across the surface of the water. Qi refinement level 1. Success. Yishio breathed a sigh of relief. He finally possessed a modicum of self-defense. But wait, was there still spiritual energy? In truth, achieving Qi refinement level 1 with just a single Lingxin grass exceeded Yishio's expectations. Yet, to his astonishment, the spiritual energy continued to flow into him. Could it be that the medicinal effects of the Lingxin grass were too potent? There was only one Lingxin grass, and he couldn't afford to waste it. With no time to ponder, Yi Xiao steeled himself, preparing to push for Qi refinement level 2. An hour later, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes completely soaked. Large beads of sweat streamed down his face, and it felt as though his skin was on fire. Yi Xiao was frantic. He suddenly realized that this body was far too weak. He had momentarily forgotten that this was not the star origin continent, and that this body was too frail. He overlooked a critical issue. His Dantian spiritual sea was minuscule and could hardly contain such an influx of spiritual energy. At this moment, Yi Xiao found himself in a perilous predicament, caught in a situation he could neither escape from nor advance further. If he ceased the circulation of his true energy, it would rampage throughout his body, wreaking havoc on his meridians. The consequences could range from being disabled, rendering him incapable of cultivating for life, to potentially severing his meridians and leading to death. Conversely, if he continued the circulation, the energy would accumulate within his dantian, ultimately overwhelming it and resulting in his demise. Yi Xiao felt tears welling up. Had he known, he would not have been so greedy. The only thing he could do now was pray for the effects of the Lingxin grass to dissipate quickly. He certainly did not wish to experience another self-detonation of his dantian so soon after being reborn. Chapter 5. Reincarnation Pearl. It's gonna explode. A desperate howl echoed through the mountains behind the school, startling students from their slumber. What was that sound? I don't know. It sounded terrifying. This school is no longer safe. There are evil spirits. I'm scared. Fatty, hold me while I sleep. Get lost. In the purple bamboo grove behind the school, Yi Xiao's belly was swollen round like a balloon on the verge of bursting. The spiritual energy continued to flood into his body, showing no signs of abating. Yi Xiao had surrendered to despair. After all, if he had exploded once, what was the harm in doing so again? However, before the impending explosion, he needed to discern precisely where the problem lay. Otherwise, he would not rest in peace. Initially, he suspected that the spirit heart herb's effects were too potent. But given the passage of time, the influx of spiritual energy continued unabated, leading Yi Xiao to realize that the issue was not with the herb. If it wasn't the spirit heart herb, then where had he gone astray? Yi Xiao cast aside all thoughts of life and death, forcing himself to calm his mind as images of potential missteps flickered through his consciousness. Suddenly, Yi Xiao's expression shifted. Could it be because of that? Indeed. How could he have forgotten it? It had to be that. He hastily dismissed distracting thoughts, and in his mind, a golden glowing orb slowly illuminated. The moment the orb shone forth, Yi Xiao was taken aback. For reasons unknown, he could distinctly feel the true energy surging continuously towards the orb. The orb began to spin ever faster, absorbing more and more true energy, while Yi Xiao's abdomen gradually flattened. In no time, the excess true energy within him was entirely absorbed by the orb, restoring his belly to its original state. Yi Xiao promptly ceased the circulation of true energy, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn, he had almost been reborn again. Wait, why was there still spiritual energy entering his body? The relief he had just felt surged back into his throat, but he quickly calmed down. As soon as this spiritual energy entered his body, it was immediately absorbed by the orb. Yi Xiao was utterly stunned. This orb actually possessed the ability to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. No wonder the energy had been relentless earlier. It was indeed the reincarnation orb that was to blame. While Yi Xiao felt a twinge of fear, curiosity about the reincarnation orb also began to blossom within him. So, does that mean that wherever he goes and whatever he does, the reincarnation orb can automatically absorb spiritual energy? But why couldn't he sense it on the train? Could it be that only by drawing energy into his body and commencing cultivation could he awaken the reincarnation orb? And could the absorbed spiritual energy be utilized for himself? Contemplating these matters, Yi Xiao, undeterred by danger, resumed the circulation of true energy. To his delight, the reincarnation orb appeared to function as a reservoir for spiritual energy. When Yi Xiao practiced cultivation, it would continuously supply him with energy. Conversely, when he ceased his cultivation, it acted as a massive spiritual energy magnet, drawing in the energy of heaven and earth from all directions. What a fortune! Truly, it was a treasure of the star element continent. With the reincarnation orb in his possession, he need not fear the thin spiritual energy on earth. Taking advantage of the early morning hours, Yi Xiao delved deeper into understanding the reincarnation orb. To his surprise, this exploration led him to discover something remarkable. Perhaps due to breaking through to the first layer of Qi refinement, Or maybe because the reincarnation orb absorbed the spiritual energy of the universe, a new cultivation method. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique materialized in his mind, although Yishio had never heard of this technique during his time in the Star Element continent. It appeared to be extraordinarily powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique comprised 6 volumes, namely, cultivation arts, medical arts, divination arts, alchemy, talismans, and artifact creation. These 6 volumes complemented each other, each containing numerous subdivisions. One could say it was infinitely useful and unparalleled in the world. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. During his time in the Star Element continent, Yishio had languished for decades without a complete cultivation method, learning only a hodgepodge of skills by chance, thus remaining merely a golden core cultivator. In the end, he had been effortlessly slain by a nascent soul expert. It was truly a dismal fate. Now, with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and the unparalleled skill of the reincarnation orb absorbing spiritual energy, Yishio believed that one day, he too could cultivate to the nascent soul realm on Earth, or even beyond. What a thrill! Just as Yishio was lost in his reverie, suddenly he sensed someone approaching. Realizing that dawn had broken, he hastily slung his bag over his shoulder and vanished into the bamboo forest with a swift movement. What a tedious morning. I knew there would be nothing here. Sigh, perhaps I should take a look around. That sound last night was rather unsettling. Oomph. What could possibly be happening? I've been at this school for years. I know these students well enough. Young and brimming with vigor. Yet with little money in their pockets, they treat this back mountain as a sacred battleground. No way. That commotion was quite significant. What is so surprising about that? In my youth, we were even more reckless. Get lost, you old lecher. Let's go back. Ha! Watching the 2 unseemly security guards gradually walk away, Yishio emerged from the bamboo forest with a complex expression. Could it be true what those 2 gentlemen said? This is a sacred battleground? How infuriating! How could such a sacred place be sullied by such lewd acts? No, I must devise a plan to scare these wild couples away. Otherwise, how can I cultivate in peace? If I were to lose control at a critical moment, it would invite the wrath of heaven and cost me my life. Having sweated profusely last night, Yishio had originally intended to wash off in the pond. But now he decisively abandoned that notion. Who knows what filth might be lurking in the water? Looking at his dirty and tattered clothes, Yishio resolved to first buy a few changes of clothing outside, grab a bite for breakfast, and then return to his dorm for a delightful sleep. With a few leaps, Yishio scaled the wall. Walking through campus in his current state would certainly lead the security guards to mistake him for a vagrant. Upon returning to campus, Yishio had changed into a new outfit. Although it was all second-hand clothing, it could not conceal his charm. On his way, he encountered a few girls who excitedly inquired about the direction to the male dormitory of the Landscape Architecture College. Yishio was momentarily speechless. Were the girls at this school so infatuated? Following their directions, he quickly found his dormitory. He was unsure what kind of connection Li Zhong had, but he had arranged for a transfer student procedure for him. When classes resumed, he would directly be a sophomore, thus saving a year's worth of living expenses. The door was closed, and the sounds of raucous chatter emanated from within. Airdrop, airdrop, stop the car, stop the car. Level 3 helmet, level 3 armor. And an AWM. Nice. Holy shit, there's a car. Hurry, hurry. Holy shit, my brother's down. I'm down too. Holy shit, monkey. What are you doing in the grass? Smoke, smoke. Get up, get up. You threw a grenade. Grenade, grenade. With a desperate roar, the dormitory instantly fell silent. Yishio knocked on the door, and an impatient voice responded. Who is it? Just as Yishio was about to introduce himself, the door swung open, revealing a lean young man with no shirt on. Yishio smiled slightly. Hello, I'm a new transfer student, Yishio. Oh, you are Yishio. The counselor mentioned you to us. Come in quickly. The dormitory was spacious, a standard 6-person room. However, it was in complete disarray, with trash nearly blocking the doorway. What shocked Yishio the most was that there was a mahjong table set up in the center of the dormitory. This was truly outrageous. The sudden arrival of Yishio left the others visibly embarrassed. A chubby boy hastily put down his phone and shot a glare at the other 3. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and clean up. Upon hearing the chubby boy's words, the others immediately scrambled to tidy the dormitory. Yishiyu, right. The dormitory is a bit messy. I apologize for that. No problem. It's a boys' dormitory. They're all the same. Let me introduce myself. My name is Panyu, but you can call me Fatty. Well, the one with the mop is Ma Ming, who can also be called Xiao Ma. The one with the broom is Lu Huaqiang. Everyone affectionately refers to him as Qiangzi. The one as thin as a monkey is Zhang Xiaowu, whom we simply call Hosey. There is another one outside. Let us introduce him when we meet. As the plump one introduced, the others warmly greeted Yishio. It was evident that, despite their somewhat disheveled appearance, they were amiable and easy to get along with. Originally, the dormitory housed 6 individuals, but one of them dropped out after just a month. With your arrival, our dormitory has finally become whole again. This is your bed. The sheets and blankets are freshly changed, so sleep soundly. Despite the plump one being loquacious, his words brought warmth to Yishio's heart. Thank you. After sitting on the train for an entire day, I'm indeed a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. All right, no problem. You sleep. We'll call you for lunch in the afternoon. Yishio's bunk was on the upper level. As he lay down fully clothed, the tension that had been coiled within him throughout the day finally began to unwind. Gradually, the sound of snoring filled the room, and the others became cautious. Shoo, keep it down. Don't disturb Lao Lu's sleep. Chapter 6, Ding Xiaopeng. Yishio had never experienced such a peaceful slumber before. During his time in the Star Yuan continent, he was either being pursued or on the run from those who sought to end his life. In a desperate bid to preserve the few spirit stones and low-grade spirit medicines in his possession, he would flee at every opportunity and survive by any means necessary, living in constant trepidation and vigilance. While Yishio slept soundly, there were others who found it impossible to rest. Many sought after Yishio, particularly after the Yi family solemnly declared that he was no longer connected to them. Following this announcement, the young masters of the capital began to emerge, some with whom Yishio had past grievances, others who had once considered him a brother, and even those entirely unrelated who claimed to be ridding society of menace, vowing to bring Yishio to justice. Even Ding Xiaopeng, who had only met Yishio once, was now diligently inquiring about his background. Heaven and Earth, the largest nightclub in Cloud City, was one of Ding High Group's enterprises. In a lavish suite, Ding Xiaopeng lounged against the headboard shirtless, listening to his subordinate's report, completely oblivious to the woman sleeping beside him. So, that kid is really a student at Yunlin University? Yes, Ding Xiao. Is he from the capital? Any notable background? Though he has a capital household registration, he hails from a rural area called Longtugu. He has no background, no parents. Just an orphan. Are you certain? That kid doesn't seem to be putting on an act. I feel like his name sounds somewhat familiar. Rest assured, Ding Xiao. It was personally checked by Director Zhang, so it can't be false. Damn it. So this kid really played us. Send a few people to keep an eye on him. When night falls, take action and retrieve the items. What if they're already gone? Gone? If they are lost, then we'll cripple him. How dare he deceive things belonging to Ding Xiaopeng? He must be tired of living. But what if he truly is a divine doctor? Then let him vanish completely. But the Xia family, if he manages to cure that old man, how could the Xia family possibly come to plead with the Ding family? How could that bitch Xia Jingxiu ever dare to kneel before me? Hee hee. Ding Xiao is truly wise. I'll take care of it right away. As soon as the door closed, the woman who had been sleeping nearby clung to him, her naked form pressing against him. Ding Xiao, you're so bad. With me here, how can you still be thinking about the eldest daughter of the Xia family? Ding Xiaopeng glanced at the woman in his arms. She was quite attractive, fair-skinned, and curvaceous, excelling in bed. However, compared to Xia Jingxiu, she ultimately fell short. The thought of Xia Jingxiu ignited a fire within Ding Xiaopeng. As the young master of Ding High Group, every woman he desired would typically beg him for favor. Yet, Xia Jingxiu had never once given him a pleasant countenance. With that thought, Ding Xiaopeng suddenly flipped over, roughly pinning the woman beneath him, releasing his pent-up frustration upon her. In the room, the sounds of indescribable intimacy erupted. Yishio slept until the afternoon, and when he finally got out of bed, he discovered the dormitory had transformed. Had it not been for the mahjong table still set up, he might have thought he was dreaming. Upon seeing Yishio awake, the plump one immediately displayed a joyful expression. Ah, Lao Lu, you've finally woken up. The brothers are all waiting for you to go out for a meal. Lao Lu. Yishio paused in surprise. Was this what his roommates had dubbed him? It sounded rather odd. Yes, you're the last to arrive, so of course. You're Lao Lu. If you don't like that name, we could call you Yezi, Xiao Yezi, or Xiao Xiu Xiu. Yixiu, feeling exasperated, replied, You could just call me Yishio. Before the plump one could respond, the slender Zhang Xiaowu put down the mirror in his hand and interjected, That one do. Calling him by his name feels too distant. Everyone calls him Hosey, and he has been worried that name doesn't sound nice. Now that we finally have Lao Lu. Haha, he won't let slip easily. Hosey's sentiment was echoed by Qiangzi and Xiaoma, who joined in the playful banter. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yishio could only offer a wry smile, reluctantly accepting the moniker of Lao Lu. Stop dawdling. Quickly wash up and get ready. The boss is already waiting for us at the hot pot restaurant. As the plump one spoke, he handed over a set of toiletries, saying, I saw that you didn't bring anything, so I just bought you a set downstairs. Yishio was touched and realized that the others were busy fussing over their appearances particularly Xiaoma, who had exaggeratedly styled his hair into a slicked-back look. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just for a meal? Yishio took the toiletries from the plump one. Thanks. I'll repay you tonight. But I only need to splash some cold water on my face. Just give me a moment. The plump one grinned. We're all brothers. Why say such things? Feel free. After all, you're handsome, and even without grooming, you can charm crowd. The sun shone brightly, and the breeze was gentle as a group of flamboyant youths strolled through the campus, attracting the covert glances of numerous young women. Along the way, through introductions, Yishio began to understand the leader the plump one referred to, named Yinhui, a person he had yet to meet in the dormitory. Yinlin University had a low admission score, yet its tuition fees were several times higher than those of other schools. Most students who entered Yinlin were those who didn't excel academically, but came from families with some means. However, those with substantial wealth would typically look down upon such a third-rate university. Yinhui's situation was somewhat different. He excelled academically, but came from a financially challenged family. With his grades, attending Yunsheng University would have been effortless, yet he had a younger sister and brother to care for. His father was paralyzed, his mother frequently ill, and he also had grandparents to support, leaving no funds for him to continue his education. After the college entrance examination, he initially planned to abandon his studies when he unexpectedly received a call from Yinlin. The school offered to waive his tuition for 4 years, inviting him to enroll. After much consideration, Yinhui readily accepted Yinlin's offer. Once in university, Yinhui not only excelled academically, but also leveraged the university's entrepreneurial platform to co-found a hot pot restaurant at the school's entrance. Thanks to its advantageous location and innovative management, combined with the special treatment from teachers and students, the restaurant flourished, poised for expansion. By all accounts, an individual as remarkable as Yinhui should not associate with a group of portly fellows who squander their days in a dormitory playing video games and indulging in mahjong. Yet, Yinhui is a man of considerable loyalty and sentiment. He cannot forget the kindness bestowed upon him by these chubby companions when he first arrived at the school. He recalls how, during the early days of his entrepreneurial venture, these friends selflessly promoted his business, assisted him with menial tasks, and even occasionally treated him to meals from their own pockets. Thus, despite his rising prominence within the school, where he is regarded as a figure of significance, he still finds time to return to that untidy dormitory to engage in games or partake in a round of mahjong with his friends. In the hearts of these chubby companions, the title of dormitory leader is unequivocally reserved for Yinhui. His establishment is a genuine Sichuan-style hot pot restaurant, celebrated for its delectable fare at reasonable prices, making it a favorite among the students and faculty of Yunlin University. As dinner time approaches, the restaurant is already bustling with patrons. Some latecomers, unable to secure a table, find themselves resigned to waiting in line outside, clutching their queue tickets. Upon the arrival of the chubby friends, the staff member at the entrance greets them enthusiastically. Pangu, you're here. Huigu has been waiting for you in the private room. Let me take you there. The rotund fellow beams at the attention, nodding in acknowledgement, and walks proudly towards the room with Yishio and the others, under the envious gazes of the waiting students. Chapter 7. Brothers in Adversity. Stepping into the private room, Yishio is momentarily taken aback. No wonder the chubby fellows have been so exuberant. It turns out there are beautiful women present. It is rather inconsiderate of them not to give a heads up about the lovely company. You've arrived, please sit down. Yinhui stands to welcome everyone. You must be Lao Lu. Let me introduce you. Yinhui's appearance exceeds Yishio's expectations. He had anticipated a refined, scholarly gentleman, but instead, he finds a man towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a sun-kissed complexion and a rugged physique, his speech laced with a thick accent. His countenance bears the marks of experience, betraying no hint that he is merely in his early 20s. Yet, upon reflection, Yishio comprehends that it is precisely the burdens Yinhui has shouldered that have sculpted him into the exceptional individual he is today. Observing this remarkably mature man before him, Yishio cannot help but feel a deep-seated admiration, finally grasping the true significance of the title boss as used by the chubby fellows. Through Yinhui's introductions, Yishio gains a general understanding of the 6 young women present. They are all students from Yinsheng University. One of them, Su Qian, is Yinhui's girlfriend, while the others are her roommates. Seizing the opportunity to welcome Yishio, Yinhui had persuaded Su Qian to bring along her friends, ostensibly to express gratitude for their care towards Su Qian, but in reality, it was more about considering the plight of his fellow dormmates. After all, aside from him, the others remained single. Having been unattached for 2 decades, it was time for them to channel their energies into something more meaningful than just games and mahjong. Yinhui's actions exemplify the spirit of a true elder brother, touching the hearts of the chubby friends, who silently give him a thumbs up. The girls, while somewhat aware of his intentions, choose not to express any discontent. Such matters are commonplace among the youth. If there's mutual attraction, so be it. If not, they can simply enjoy a meal as ordinary friends. However, these sentiments remain unspoken, and the girls find themselves resorting to their own discussions. The chubby fellows, clearly lacking in romantic experience, sit in a state of excited immobility, unable to contribute a word to the conversation. He and we, signaling fervently, nearly blinks his eyes out in desperation, yet they remain oblivious. In a fit of awkwardness, he wipes the sweat from his brow with a tissue, exclaiming, "It's quite hot in here." Even Ishio feels as though he might just excavate a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes from sheer discomfort. Sighing, he resolves to assist them, considering their kindness towards him. Though Ishio had not engaged in romantic endeavors during his time in the starry Yuan continent, he possesses an intrinsic aptitude for charming the fairer sex in this new body. What do you all do in your spare time? Yeshiu sudendi inwidis. Garnering the attention of the group, He Yunhui breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, someone has taken the initiative. The girls had merely been filling the silence with idle chatter to avoid awkwardness. Upon hearing Yishio's question, they promptly ceased their discussions. Observing He Yunhui's fervent signaling, Su Qian quickly replies, "Oh, not much really. We mostly read, binge-watch shows, scroll through videos, and occasionally play some games." "Oh, that is quite similar to us. We often play a few rounds of basketball." "Wow, you enjoy basketball? I find guys who play basketball incredibly attractive." One of the girls exclaims, her excitement evident as she responds to Yishio. Yishio nonchalantly remarks, "It's nothing special. Guys like us, with no girlfriends, have little else to entertain ourselves with aside from basketball." The girls giggle, their expressions conveying disbelief. "You must be joking. You all seem quite decent. How could you not have girlfriends?" With a wry smile, Yishio counters, "I assure you it's true. While others are out holding hands and dating, we're stuck in the dormitory playing games, nursing our wounded hearts." "Huh, that sounds so tragic. What games do you play?" Yishio smirks inwardly, at last. The bait has been taken. He gives the chubby fellow a gentle nudge, and at last the rotund man is struck with inspiration. We play everything. PUBG. Honor of Kings, you play PUBG too? That's impressive. Can you take me along?" Another girl interjects, revealing herself to be a fellow PUBG enthusiast. "Absolutely. I'll carry you through," the chubby fellow exclaims, casting a resentful glance at the other man. "Who are you kidding? You're the one who throws grenades as if they were smoke bombs." The other scoffs, and laughter erupts at the mention of gaming. With the topic of games igniting enthusiasm, they quickly form 2 teams and engage in a match while waiting for their food to arrive. He and Hui and Su Qian exchange approving glances towards Yishio, who respond with a subtle smile. It is at this moment that Yishio notices a solitary girl at the table, whom he believes to be Tang Shuer. She has a round face adorned with faint dimples, long eyelashes framing her large, glistening eyes. Petite and graceful, she bears a hint of shyness, her demeanor utterly charming. Seated together, He and Hui and Su Qian seem to be engrossed in a discussion of their own, leaving Yishio and Tang Shuer in an awkward silence. "Why aren't you joining them?" "Yeshi u inwides. I don't know how to play," she replies. "And you?" "I don't have a phone," he admits. To his surprise, Tang Shuer, momentarily taken aback, responds, "Oh, I see. I actually rarely use my phone as well." Their conversation meanders, revealing that while she is not particularly talkative, she is considerate of Yishio's feelings. Perhaps she misconstrues his lack of a phone as a sign of financial hardship, leading her to avoid topics related to money. What a kind-hearted girl. As the meal progresses, the atmosphere lightens, and everyone becomes more familiar with one another, leading to a lively exchange of banter. Even the chubby fellow and a girl of average appearance begin to exchange flirtatious glances. Stepping out of the restaurant, the night sky is illuminated by the glow of streetlights. The young ladies appear to be still yearning for more, proposing a visit to the KTV for some singing. The pudgy ones came from well-off families, and their restless spirits had yet to settle. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus. He Yuhui and Su Qian had matters to attend to at the store, and could not leave just yet, so they allowed the others to go ahead. Yishio initially had no intention of joining, as he planned to continue his training on the back mountain. However, unable to withstand the pleading looks from the pudgy group, he ultimately acquiesced and went along. At Lianggu KTV, the flickering lights, cacophonous music, and pungent scent of alcohol made Yishio quite uncomfortable. He settled into a corner, closing his eyes to meditate, pondering his training. After several failed attempts to coax him into drinking, the pudgy ones left him to his own devices. "Why aren't you singing?" Yishio opened his eyes to find a petite and charming girl, Tang Shuer, before him. I'm not very good at it." "Oh, me neither." Just as Tang Shuer was about to say something more, a girl exclaimed as if she had stumbled upon a new continent. "Oh, Shuer, so you're hiding here." Whispering sweet nothings to the handsome Yi. "Not at all. I just got here," Tang Shuer hurriedly explained, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. With that exclamation, all eyes turned toward Yi Xiao and Tang Shuer. It was well known that Tang Shuer was the quintessential good girl at school, never initiating conversations with other boys. Her sitting alone with Yi Xiao inevitably sparked wild imaginations. "Well, if you want us to believe it, you two must sing a song for us. We all came out to have fun. You can't just sit there doing nothing. Yes, yes, yes. Sing a song. Don't be shy, come on." The crowd urged them on, causing Tang Shuer's face to redden even further. Looking at her pleading gaze, Yi Xiao reluctantly nodded in agreement. Seeing Yi Xiao's consent, her face brightened, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "What song do you want to sing? I'm fine with anything. It's up to you." For a young master accustomed to indulgence, singing was a trivial matter. However, when the song title appeared on the screen, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This song is rather old, isn't it? Moreover, singing such a song together seems a bit inappropriate. Sure enough, as the intro played, boos erupted from the crowd. Even Yi Xiao couldn't help but wonder if this girl might secretly harbor feelings for him. Tang Shuer timidly said, "Sorry. I only know how to sing this song, Fairy Tale. Should we choose another?" "No need, let us stick with this one." Regardless of whether Tang Shuer was truthful or not, Yi Xiao decided to sing this song before heading back. It seemed prudent to avoid getting entangled in such matters in the future. Women only served to hinder his training speed. As Yi Xiao began to sing, the entire room fell silent. Even Yi Xiao was surprised by how melodious his voice was. One could imagine that even the original singer would be left in awe. With the microphone in hand, the debonair young master of the nightlife seemed to re-emerge. Tang Shuer's claim was indeed accurate. She was not particularly skilled at singing. Were it not for Yi Xiao's impressive presence guiding her, she would likely have gone off-key long ago. Her heart raced like a startled deer. This was her first time singing a duet with a boy. Yi Xiao's enchanting voice, complemented by his handsome visage, made him seem akin to a prince from fairy tale. "Let us write our own ending." As the final lyric concluded, Yi Xiao set the microphone down, and the room erupted in thunderous applause. "Wow, a singing god, an idol. Incredible. You've brought honor to our dorm." With such a performance, a celebratory drink was certainly in order. "Yes, yes, let us toast to you." Yi Xiao humbly declined, stating he did not drink. The crowd, clearly unconvinced, began pushing drinks toward him when suddenly the door burst open. Two scruffy youths stumbled in, their gaze lewdly fixed on the girls. The girls gasped, instinctively retreating behind the boys. "Hey, what do you want? This is our room. Who let you in?" Xiangzi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the group. "Bro, no need to be so hostile. We just took a wrong turn. We'll leave." The two scruffy boys exchanged glances and whispered something before exiting. Xiangzi, still uneasy, approached the door to check for any anomalies. After closing it, he saw that everyone was still rattled and offered reassurance. "It's fine. They probably just made a mistake." Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, the group began to relax. However, Yi Xiao interjected, "I think we should leave. We've drunk, and it's getting late." Others had not caught the scruffy boy's conversation, but as a cultivator, Yi Xiao had heard every word clearly. Those two had come seeking prey and were likely calling for backup. The atmosphere had been disrupted by the sudden intrusion, and coupled with Yi Xiao's sensible suggestion, the group began to gather their belongings, preparing to depart. Seeing everyone getting ready to leave, Xiangzi grew anxious. Wait, it's still not late. Leaving now would be a loss. A girl he liked had just grabbed his hand in a moment of panic. If they lingered a bit longer, perhaps they could solidify their relationship tonight. But if they left now, who knew if someone else might swoop in when school resumed? Upon hearing Xiangzi's plea, the pudgy ones paused as well, clearly sharing his sentiments. Yi Xiao frowned, about to say something when he suddenly noticed a group approaching the door. His expression changed, and he urgently called out, "Xiangzi, come here quickly." No sooner had he spoken than the door was kicked open. Xiangzi, too close to the entrance, was caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. A crowd surged in, led by the two scruffy youths. Upon seeing Xiangzi sprawled on the floor, they wasted no time in delivering punches and kicks. Feeling bold earlier, get up and continue being tough. Everything transpired too swiftly. The pudgy ones were left dumbfounded, while the girls were nearly brought to tears. "Stop." Yi Xiao stepped forward coldly, effortlessly grabbing 2 bottles of beer from the table. The doorway was filled with a dozen or so individuals, all adorned with tattoos or dyed hair, unmistakably the kind of ruffians that everyone despised. Upon noticing the beer in Yi Xiao's hands, the scruffy youths halted their assault on Xiangzi, sneering, "What is this? You want to be the hero? Help him up, apologize, and get lost. One of the scruffy boys was taken aback, then responded arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? You think I 1T beat him to a pulp in front of you and then have my way with those girls? Go ahead, try. You're just bluffing. I'll make you regret it." The other scruffy youth ceased talking and launched a flying kick at Yishio. Yishio sidestepped and retaliated with a swift swing of the beer bottle, smashing it against the scruffy boy's forehead. The bottle shattered, and the boy let out a cry as he collapsed to the ground. "You're asking for it." The second scruffy lad lunged at Yishio, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Using the same tactic, the same outcome ensued. The scruffy boy fell to the ground, cradling his head and howling in pain. A master often employs the simplest and most direct methods. Everything was refreshingly uncomplicated. "Bro, have you trained? Where do you come from?" Upon witnessing Yishio deftly dispatching two individuals with yellow hair, the leader, a man with a small mustache, found himself cautiously scrutinizing Yishio. The ruffians behind him, eager to join the fray, were momentarily quelled by a dismissive wave from their leader. Yishio paid no heed to the mustachioed man. Instead, he hurriedly bent down to assist Xiangzi. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "Hiss, I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my back." Relieved that Xiangzi had not sustained serious injuries, Yishio felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Monkey and Little Horse followed closely, positioning themselves protectively behind Xiangzi. The portly fellow turned slightly to discreetly extract his phone. Yishio cast a cold gaze at the mustachioed man and asked, "What is the matter? Not allowing us to leave. There's still two lying on the ground. It would be rather unreasonable for my brothers to depart like this, wouldn't it? What do you intend to do, given your skills? I presume you're also acquainted with this world. Just tell me where you're from. Let us not stir up trouble unnecessarily." Yinlin, the mustachioed man, paused, taken aback. "A student?" Yishiyu nodded. After a moment of serious contemplation, the mustachioed man suddenly smirked, though it was devoid of genuine amusement. "This is rather interesting. It seems you 1T be leaving today." Yishio smirked disdainfully. "Do you wish to play? I shall oblige. However, I am the one who dealt with them. It has nothing to do with the others. They may leave." The mustachioed man regarded Yishio for a moment, bewildered by the audacity of his words. "You have some guts. I'll grant you a favor today. As long as you stay, the others may leave right now." Qiangxi exclaimed arrogantly. "No, we all leave together." "Yes, together." The others echoed, their faces etched with concern. Although Yishio had exhibited some skill, facing a dozen individuals would surely lead to dire consequences. Feeling a swell of gratitude, Yishio wore a relaxed expression. "It's all right, trust me. You all take the girls and leave first. But no buts. If you don't leave now, none of you will escape." The mustachioed man sneered. "Indeed, he speaks the truth. While I have yet to change my mind, those wishing to leave should do so quickly." With a snap of his fingers, the ruffians reluctantly parted to create an exit. The girls, visibly terrified, quickly gathered their belongings, casting pitiful glances at the boys, hoping for their protection as they made their way out. "What are you waiting for? Go!" At Yishio's commanding shout, the boys hurriedly escorted the girls out of the private room. The portly fellow clapped Yishio on the shoulder with a complex expression, whispering, "Hold on. The boss has arrived. We'll be back soon." However, by the time you return, this will all be over, right? After the portly fellow departed, Yishio noticed another girl still present in the room. Her large, watery eyes radiated determination, and her figure, at this moment, appeared far less delicate. Dansu, the cute girl with a shy demeanor, known for her off-key singing. "Why haven't you left yet? If you don't leave, I 1T either. You need to listen. You must exit first. It's dangerous here. Even if I get beaten, I will stay with you." Yishio was at a loss for words, thinking this girl might have developed feelings for him. "Rest assured, I'm quite formidable. You go first, I'll follow shortly." "Really? Just how formidable?" "Well, taking on about 10 should be manageable. 1, 2, 3, for what are you doing? I'm counting the bad guys. There are 12 here. So it seems I could at least hold my own." Yishio felt a wave of embarrassment. "Someone, please take her away." "Hey kid, are you done yet?" The mustachioed man was growing impatient, eager to see what Yishio could do against 10. Yishio, with a woeful expression, urged, "Please, just leave. You're hindering my performance. I might get killed." Tang Shuer blushed and replied meekly, "All right, I'll wait for you outside." As he watched Tang Shuer leave, Yishio exhaled a sigh of relief. With a mischievous smile, he thought to himself that the real show was just beginning. Chapter 9. Taking Action. The corridor had been cleared, and the staff had wisely retreated to the front desk. Once the door to the private room was closed, no one could ascertain what transpired within. They only knew that the patrons had crossed paths with someone they ought not to have provoked. Given the current situation, those inside were unlikely to escape unscathed. Yishio weighed the beer bottle in his hand, smacking his lips. Though the bottle was convenient, it regrettably shattered easily. 12 individuals had wasted 12 bottles of beer. Such a shameful extravagance. It was evident that he needed to intensify his training. Once he reached the latter stages of chi refining, wielding a flying sword would prove far more advantageous. The mustachioed man, covering the gash on his head, lay on the ground, terrified as he watched Yishio play with the beer. In under a minute, all 12 had been toppled by 12 bottles of beer. Was Yishio even human? Noticing the mustachioed man's gaze upon him, Yishio lifted the bottle and sauntered menacingly toward him. The mustachioed man scrambled backward until his back hit the wall, trembling as he stammered, "Spare me, brother. I was wrong. I am Yishio. Should you have any grievances, feel free to seek me out in Yunlin. But I must warn you, if you dare to cause trouble for anyone else, the beer in my hand will be your fate." No sooner had he spoken than the beer bottle in Yishio's hand exploded. The mustachioed man involuntarily shuddered. Yet, even more terrifying was that as Yishio's fingers gestured, the shattered glass shards transformed into mere powder. The mustachioed man's eyes widened in horror. Had he truly provoked something beyond human this night? Yishio scoffed. "Didn't he catch that?" "And no, I heard you loud and clear." The mustachioed man bobbed his head like a chick pecking a grain, fearful of incurring Yishio's wrath again and suffering another blow from a beer bottle. Yishio was satisfied with this effect, confident that if the mustachioed man possessed any sense, he would not dare to trouble him again. After all, Yishio's display had transcended mere physical prowess. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed. More people are coming? Could it be their reinforcements? Yishio looked at the mustachioed man, who promptly lowered his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. Moments later, the door was kicked open. Upon seeing who had arrived, Yishio couldn't help but chuckle. He Huanhui wielded a pool cue. The portly fellow brandished a wooden stool. Little Horse held a brick. Xiangzi had a watermelon knife. And Monkey had somehow acquired a fire extinguisher from somewhere. The mustachioed man trembled uncontrollably at the sight. Good heavens, these students were even more ferocious. Anything they wielded had a destructive potential no less than that of a beer bottle. "Old Liu, did you really take them down?" At the entrance of the KTV, Yishio felt utterly exasperated. In this short distance, each person had asked him the same question repeatedly. "I've told you several times already. I've been training at Shaolin since I was young. It's perfectly normal to take down a few ruffians. Isn't it? Damn, you should have mentioned it earlier. We've been worried sick. All right, as long as old Liu is fine, the rest doesn't matter." Seeing Yishio's expression of overwhelming annoyance, He Huanhui promptly came to his aid. "By the way, old Liu, are we just letting them go? Should we call the police?" Since those individuals had not caused trouble for the girls, there was a semblance of principle. It was better to let them leave. No need to involve the police. We might end up in detention ourselves. All right, let us leave it at that for tonight. I'll see if I can find some friends to mediate the situation later. Provoking these people is ultimately not a wise course of action. Well, you all head back to the dormitory first. And you? Yishio let out a bitter laugh, gesturing behind him. The group was momentarily taken aback before enlightenment dawned upon them. "Haha, we understand. Good luck. We have faith in you." Yishio was aware of their misunderstanding, but chose not to elaborate. As he watched them depart, he turned away. The wind rustled the girl's hair as she flashed him a sweet smile, shyly lowering her head. Yishio was not as lascivious as they imagined. After exchanging a few words with Tang Shuer, he sent her off in a taxi. Women would only hinder his training speed. Upon returning to school, Yishio did not return to the dormitory, but headed directly to the back mountain. As he walked, he unexpectedly veered into a shadowy forest path. Was someone following him? Could it be that the retribution from a man with a small mustache came so swiftly? Where did they go? Did he lose them? Did they realize he was aware of their presence? "What are you looking for?" "I'm right behind you." Yishio emerged silently from behind a tree, startling the two individuals. Yishio was no ordinary person. In this darkness, while others struggled to see, he could see everything clearly. Both were wearing hats and masks, fearful of being recognized. Judging by their aura, they appeared to be stronger than the previous thugs. "Hand over the 100 spirit grass, and I'll spare your life." 100 spirit grass? Yishio furrowed his brow. "Did Ding Xiaoping send you?" "Cut the nonsense. Where is the 100 spirit grass?" "Where is it?" "In my stomach." "Oh, wait. I just used the restroom. Why don't you go look there?" Seeking death. As soon as the words left his mouth, a punch hurtled toward him. The fist was as swift as the wind, rendering escape impossible. Yishio, however, was unafraid and met the attack with a punch of his own. The assailant grinned, thinking he would witness Yishio's bone shatter. Sure enough, a dull thud followed by a cracking sound echoed. Yet, it was not Yishio's bones that broke, but his opponent's. The man let out a scream, clutching his wrist as he staggered back. Disbelief etched across his face. Observing his companion in pain, The other assailant wasted no time and launched a series of 3 kicks in midair. The wind from the kicks was fierce, even producing a whooshing sound. Yishio scoffed. Flowery fists and embroidered legs. Transforming his punch into a claw, he seized the man's ankle with ghostly precision. The man was momentarily stunned, unable to react before Yishio delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. He soared like a kite cut from its string, landing several meters away, crashing against a tree trunk with a resounding thud before collapsing to the ground. Seeing the two temporarily incapacitated, Yishio had no intention of pressing the attack further. Go back and tell Ding Xiaopeng that if he wishes to live, he should refrain from bothering me. Otherwise, I shall take his life. With that, Yishio turned and left without a glance back. He wished to send these two to meet the king of hell directly, but he ultimately did not want to leave any trace. His cultivation was still low. He did not wish to invite unnecessary trouble. If only he had reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, a fireball spell would have incinerated them completely. Training. I must train. With that thought, Yishio hastened toward the back mountain, perhaps due to the energy expended in the two scuffles. Yishio was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Dantian's spiritual sea had gained some space. He could continue his cultivation. This was truly splendid. It seemed these troubles were not all burdensome. Encounters with scoundrels were precisely what he needed to strengthen his physique and expand his spiritual sea. When Yishio opened his eyes again, the day had already broken, although there was still ample spiritual energy stored in the reincarnation pearl. Without the catalysis of the spear heartgrass, his training had slowed considerably. After an entire night of cultivation, Yishio had only made slight progress. The path to immortality is long and fraught with obstacles. Passing by the cafeteria, he nibbled on a few steam buns and took some dumplings back to the dormitory. After a brief wash-up, Yishio collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. What in the world happened to old Six? Do I even need to ask? Overworked, obviously. Incredible. Chapter 10. The Police. When Yishio awoke, it was already midday. The dormitory was empty, save for Qiangzi, who was engrossed in a video game. Hearing the commotion, Qiangzi didn't look up and said, "You're awake? I brought you food. It should still be warm, so hurry up and eat." Yishio felt warmth in his heart. "Thanks, I'll bring you something next time." What's the point of saying that? If you hadn't stepped in yesterday, I don't know what VE happened to me. Yishio got out of bed and couldn't help but ask, where are Fatty and Xiaoma? Where else could they be? Off to Yun University to chase after girls. Are they looking for those girls from last night? Why aren't you going? After what happened last night, I've come to realize that none of those girls can be trusted. Oh, except for your Tang Shuer. There is nothing between her and me. Yishio let out a bitter laugh, offering no further explanation, just as he had taken a few bites from his food box. A clamorous noise erupted in the hallway. Here, it's right here. Dean Yang, he lives here. Just as Yishio looked toward the door, he saw the dormitory supervisor leading a group of people inside. The bald man at the front appeared to be a school official, followed by 4 security guards and 2 policemen. The spacious dormitory suddenly felt cramped, and the solitary mahjong table was now conspicuously glaring. The bald man's face darkened. He discreetly shielded the table with his plump frame and coldly said, "Who is Yishio?" "I am." Upon recognizing the visitors, Yishio lowered his head and continued to eat from his box. Only by filling his stomach could he muster the strength to tackle the trouble ahead. The bald man's face turned a shade of liver red from anger. "This is outrageous. Stand up." Yishio frowned, turning to face him. "Is there something you need?" "You." Seeing the bald man rendered speechless by Yishio's words, one of the younger policemen could no longer bear it. "You are Yishio? We need you to come with us." "Come with you? What have I done?" "You'll find out once we arrive." Judging by the bald man's demeanor, it was clear these two were legitimate police officers. It remained uncertain, however, whether they were sent by Ding Xiaopeng or if the man with the small mustache had some connections with the police. "On what grounds are you apprehending someone?" "They initiated the fight last night." Initially taken aback by the police's presence, Qiangzi now protested upon hearing they intended to take Yishio away. In his view, the police were here solely due to the brawl last night. The older policeman raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you're also involved in a group brawl?" Upon hearing this, Yishio began to piece together that these individuals were indeed sent by Ding Xiaopeng. He did not wish for this matter to implicate others, so he promptly stated, "If you're looking for me, then I shall go with you." Qiangzi panicked. "Old Six, you can't go with them." The bald man growled, "Shut your mouth. P.S. in serious trouble. Why are you meddling? Do you want to go in too?" Qiangzi froze, his eyes filled with worry. Yishio offered him a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." The bald man sneered, "It's best if nothing happens. Our school does not accept students who break the law." Yishio ceased further conversation and followed the 2 policemen out of the dormitory. Seeing Yishio cooperating, The police did not delve deeper into the fighting incident mentioned by Xiangzi. Upon descending the stairs, he spotted the police car parked prominently in front of the dormitory building. The vehicle was conspicuously noticeable, attracting a throng of students from afar, all eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. As Yi Xiao was ushered into the car, a chorus of murmurs erupted around him. Dean Yang, thank you for your cooperation. We will follow up with you regarding the specifics of the situation, Officer Zhang remarked. Not at all, officer. It is indeed a source of shame that our school has produced such a student. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Dean Yang replied. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the older officer and the bald man started the engine and departed. Yi Xiao closed his eyes, contemplating his strategy. The car traversed a significant portion of the city, ascending onto an elevated road and continuing toward the outskirts. After over an hour of driving, they slowly entered a winding mountain road. Why are we heading into the mountains? Does Ding Xiaopeng intend to dispose of me here? Yi Xiao pondered. If that were the case, he would not mind eliminating Ding Xiaopeng, though it would pose some complications with his initial level of qi cultivation. Surviving in the mountains would not be an insurmountable challenge. After passing through numerous checkpoints, the car finally reached the mountaintop. It was a breathtaking locale, adorned with verdant mountains, clear waters, blue skies, and white clouds. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, realizing that the spiritual energy here was even denser than that at the school. Gazing at the several opulent villas before him, he could not help but marvel at the affluence. The car came to a halt in front of the most lavish villa, where a frail old man was already awaiting their arrival. Steward Mo, the person has been brought here as you requested, the bald man said. Thank you for your efforts. You may head back down the mountain, the steward replied. What about him? Rest assured, whether he lives or dies, we will provide you with an account, Steward Mo assured. Indeed, the bald man responded. Yi Xiao could not help but scoff inwardly. Discussing his life and death in front of him felt rather audacious. Though Steward Mo appeared diminutive and frail, his piercing eyes held an unsettling intensity, and the sound of his voice resonated like thunder, revealing him as a formidable inner strength practitioner. This man was no ordinary individual, but unfortunately, he was about to encounter a cultivator. Did you take the 100 spirit grass? Steward Mo glared at Yi Xiao coldly, as if regarding a corpse. And if I did? Yi Xiao met his gaze unflinchingly, undeterred by the murderous glint in the steward's eyes. Very well, follow me, Steward Mo commanded. After a brief hesitation, Yi Xiao trailed behind him into the living room. As soon as he stepped inside, a thunderous roar echoed. I tell you, if anything happens to your grandfather, you are to leave the Xia family. A wave of sobs followed, and then a woman's icy voice interjected. Xia Mingji, were you saying? We all know the old man's health. How can this be blamed on Jingxiu? If not her, then who? The deceased still has his coffin. She, a living person, couldn't even safeguard a single herb? The old man was harmed by her. Enough. Brother, our father is not dead yet. Xia Mingyuan, do you still have the face to speak? Look at the good wife you married, the good daughter you raised. Everyone quiet down. Dean Lu is coming down. Someone shouted, and the room fell silent in an instant. As the elderly man descended the stairs, the crowd hurried to gather around him. Dean Lu, how is the old master? Dean Lu shook his head and sighed. I'm afraid old Xia will not survive the night. As his words fell, a wave of mourning filled the room. You caused your grandfather's death. I'll kill you, you wretched girl. Suddenly, Xia Mingji erupted like a rabid dog, raising his hand to strike Xia Jingxiu. Everything transpired too quickly for anyone to react. Xia Mingji's hand was already poised to strike Xia Jingxiu's face. Heart heavy with despair, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks. Xia Mingji's desire to become the head of the family was well known, and this incident concerning the 100 spirit grass was merely a pretext to undermine her father, Xia Mingyuan. Typically, with Xia Weiguo around, he would not dare to act so boldly. However, with Xia Weiguo recently falling gravely ill, the situation had now shifted dramatically. Xia Jingxiu was filled with regret. She wished she had persuaded her grandfather otherwise and harbored a deep-seated resentment for the individual who had deceived her regarding the 100 spirit grass. It was truly a case of not knowing a person's true character. It pained her to realize how naive she had been to trust him, even a little. As she silently wept, the impending slap remained suspended in the air, never landing. Just as Xia Jingxiu began to feel confused, she heard Xia Mingji bellow, "Who the hell are you?" Startled, Xia Jingxiu opened her eyes to find an unknown figure standing before her. The person shielded her behind him, firmly grasping Xia Mingji's wrist. Turning slightly, he offered a gentle smile. Apologies for my tardiness. Chapter 11. 9 turns soul returning needle. Yi Xiao felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Xia Jingxiu. Had it not been for the faint spiritual energy he sensed from her on the train, he would never have acquired the Lingxin grass. Without the Lingxin grass, he would likely have faced failure in his qi cultivation. Originally, he had intended to cultivate to the mid-late stage of qi refining before attempting to heal Xiao Weigua. After all, that would increase his chances of success. And Xiao Weigua's condition was not so dire that it could not wait a little longer. However, he had not anticipated the sudden deterioration of Xiao Weigua's health. Even more shocking was Xia Mingji's decision to blame all of this on Xia Jingqiu. Observing the pitiful woman before him, Yi Xiu felt a twinge of guilt. If only he had arrived sooner. Releasing Xia Mingji's wrist, Yi Xiu spoke calmly. Who am I? Am I not the con man you speak of? Xia Mingji was momentarily taken aback, before finally processing the situation. You are the one who deceived us out of the 100 spirit grass? Believe what you will. Where is Elder Xia? I promise to treat him, and I will not go back on my word. Bold lad, you dare to come to our home and deceive us. Do you think we are fools? Believe it or not, I will say this only once. If you want me to treat him, take me to him. If not, I will leave immediately. Leave? Do you think the Xia family is some place you can come and go as you please? As soon as Xia Mingji finished speaking, 8 bodyguards surged in from outside, dressed in identical black suits. Each one was imposing, muscles straining against their clothing, exuding a formidable aura. Indeed, they appear stronger than the 2 from last night, Yi Xiu noted, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Xia Mingji. How could someone as admirable as Elder Xia have such a son like you? Even if you do not trust me with the old man in such a state, shouldn't you at least allow me a chance to try? Or are you afraid I might actually heal him and thwart your plans? Shut your mouth. Xia Mingji seethed with rage. Beat him to a pulp. I want him to accompany the old man to the grave. At Xia Mingji's command, the bodyguards lunged at Yi Xiu, launching a brutal assault before the onlookers. Lu Qingshan furrowed his brow, utterly taken aback. He never expected that even with Xiao Weigua still alive, the Xia family would descend into such chaos. As an old friend of Xiao Weigua, he found it unbearable to witness. Ahem, Mingji, that's enough. Whatever the matter, let the police handle it. This is a private affair for the Xia family. And perhaps it would be best for Dean Lu not to involve himself. Although you could not save the old man, we still appreciate your visit. I shall have the driver take you home shortly. Lu Qingshan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to fathom the audacity of Xia Mingji's words. As the esteemed director of the Yunqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital and the most renowned physician in the city, he had never before been subjected to such indignity. With a cold snort, Lu Qingshan ascended to the 2nd floor, intending to gather his belongings and depart from the Xia residence, never to return. However, before he could reach the staircase, he was astonished to find the living room enveloped in an abrupt silence. Turning back, he beheld a startling scene. The young man stood unscathed in his original position, while the bodyguards lay sprawled in disarray, fast asleep. Lu Qingshan was not alone in his astonishment. The entire Xia family was deeply shaken. Even Xia Jingqiu's eyes were filled with incredulity. Yi Xiu, wishing to leave the Xia household, felt that his promise to Xiao Weigua had, in a sense, been fulfilled. Heaven's mischief may still allow survival, but self-inflicted calamity is inescapable. Whether Xiao Weigua lived or died was no longer of concern to him. He had no desire to squander further time with these mortals. Just as Yi Xiu was about to step out the door, Xia Mingji shouted in anger, "Mo, Rahai, have you lost your wits? Seize him at once." No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive figure darted to the doorway, obstructing Yi Xiu's path. Regarding the small-statured butler Missouri, Yi Xiu coldly commanded, "Step aside. You are no match for me." A flicker of hesitation crossed Mo Rahai's eyes. He sensed no aura of a martial artist emanating from Yi Xiu. This could either mean the young man was attempting to deceive him, or that his prowess far surpassed Mo's own, despite Yi Xiu's earlier display of strength. Mo Rahai remained unconvinced that an ordinary student could outclass him. After all, he had few rivals in Yunqing over the years. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. "I concede, you are formidable. But today, I shall make you understand that there are always greater beings beyond your ken." With that, the 2 men exchanged unspoken agreements and struck simultaneously, each seeking to determine superiority and seal fate. A resounding crash echoed as Mo Rahai was sent hurtling backward. The glass door shattered into a myriad of fragments, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Paying no mind to the chaos, Yi Xiu stepped over the shards and continued toward the exit. Wait, Xia Jingqiu called out as she pursued him. "Is there something else? Can you save my grandfather?" Her gaze held a unique glimmer, a reflection of hope mingled with desperation. "Do you believe in me?" he inquired. Xia Jingqiu shook her head, then nodded. "Grandfather is fading fast. Regardless of the outcome, I plead, please try. If I cannot heal him, Will you hold me accountable? He asked. No, I will not. And what are the others? I do not know. Xia Jingxiu lowered her gaze, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek, dampening her blouse. Ye Shiu Sikit softly, recognizing his debt to her for a spiritual herb. Thus, he resolved to assist her. Do not weep any longer. Let's go, first show me. Elated, Xia Jingxiu raised her head, a sweet smile breaking through her previously anxious demeanor. She led Yi Xiu upstairs, and surprisingly, no one attempted to obstruct them, including Xia Mingji, who obediently fell silent. In his mind, few in Yunqing could contend with Mo Rahai, and those who could deliver such a blow were unheard of. Xia Mingji finally realized that confronting Yi Xiu could not be achieved through mere brute force. With that thought, he discreetly retrieved his phone. As Xia Jingxiu guided Yi Xiu to the elder's room, Lu Qingshan was just finishing packing his belongings to depart. Jingxiu, what is the meaning of this? Grandfather Lu. I wish for him to give it a try, she replied. Alas, do not torment him further. Your grandfather was always concerned with his dignity. Allow him to depart with some semblance of grace. But my grandfather trusts him, and I trust him too. You foolish girl, Sai. Very well, very well. Lu Qingshan exhaled in resignation, stepping aside. Though Yi Xiu was capable in combat, Lu Qingshan regarded him merely as a brash youth. As for the notion that Yi Xiu could cure Xia Weigu's ailment, he held no faith in it. He had witnessed many pretentious young men. This one was likely no different, merely seeking to win Xia Jingxiu's favor. Upon entering the room, Yi Xiu was immediately struck by a palpable aura of death. As he approached the bed and beheld Xia Weigu's condition, his brow furrowed deeply. The man resembled a corpse, devoid of any vitality, clinging to life by a mere thread. The elder's complexion was similar to before, yet the darkening area on his forehead appeared oddly sinister. Yi Xiu's pupils constricted sharply. What manner of ghastly entity was this? Observing Yi Xiu's stillness, Xia Jingxiu grew anxious. What is it? Regaining his composure, Yi Xiu replied calmly, do not worry. Your grandfather's life is not meant to end just yet. He has encountered me. Xia Jingxiu was taken aback. Are you saying you can save him? Before Yi Xiu could respond, Lu Qingshan interjected earnestly, young man, such jesting is inappropriate. Yi Xiu merely smiled faintly, refraining from further argument. After surveying the room, he turned to Lu Qingshan. Do you have silver needles? Might I borrow them? Lu Qingshan hesitated. He indeed possessed silver needles tucked away in his bag. However, would this young man know how to use them? Grandfather Lu, good deeds will be rewarded. Please lend them to him, Xia Jingxiu urged. Reluctantly, Lu Qingshan withdrew a wooden box from his bag, opening it to reveal a perfectly arranged set of 81 silver needles. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the sight. A remarkable collection indeed. It seems even the most inept student possesses ample tools. With a sudden surge of eagerness, Yi Xiu unleashed the silver needles like a rain of swords, accurately piercing Xia Weigu's vital points with each one, even through his clothing. With deft precision, all 81 needles found their marks, and as the last needle settled firmly into the elder's brow, Yi Xiu finally exhaled in relief. Xia Jingxiu gazed at Yi Xiu in awe, a complex emotion swirling within her. Lu Qingshan, his face alight with excitement, exclaimed, the 9 Transformations Soul Recovery Needle. It is indeed the 9 Transformations Soul Recovery Needle. Lu Qingshan's recognition of the technique garnered Yi Xiu's respect. After all, he had learned this method from the 6 Paths of Reincarnation technique. It appeared that this elder was not merely a figure of empty reputation, but possessed genuine skill. However, this needle technique would provide little more than temporary relief for Xia Weigu's condition, primarily aiding in the circulation of qi and blood. The true remedy lay in the infusion of vital energy. Yet, as that energy was quite extraordinary, Yi Xiu sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he channeled his vital energy into the silver needles and performed the ancient needle technique, the 9 Transformations Soul Recovery Needle. To Yi Xiu's surprise, this display left Xia Jingxiu and Lu Qingshan utterly astonished. The toxins within Xia Weigu's body had been forcefully expelled by the true qi, and gradually, a hint of color returned to his face as his breathing began to normalize. Yet, he remained shrouded in an aura of death, showing no signs of awakening. Observing the dark cloud at his glabella, Yi Xiu silently concluded that this malevolent force was indeed responsible for the predicament. Yi Xiu found himself in a quandary. To save him might invite trouble, yet to refrain would solidify the identity of a deceiver. As Xia Weigu's condition visibly improved, Lu Qingshan eagerly stepped forward to take his pulse. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The pulse was steady. Everything appeared normal. However, noticing Yi Xiu's lack of discontent, Lu Qingshan continued, yet, old Xia's vitality seems somewhat amiss. Hearing this, Xia Jingxiu's heart skipped a beat, and she anxiously inquired, Grandpa Lu, what is it? Lu Qingshan furrowed his brow. Old Xia's illness seems to have improved, yet also seems unresolved. It is indeed perplexing. It is not an illness. Yishio's abrupt statement prompted Xia Jingxiu and Lu Qingshan to exclaim in unison, what do you mean? Yishiu Sikit, Miss Xia. It would be prudent to summon your father. There are matters better discussed with him. Although Xia Jingxiu did not comprehend Yishio's words, she complied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, she entered with Xia Mingyuan. Upon entering, Xia Mingyuan eagerly asked, how is he? The old man? Yishio replied nonchalantly, you may come closer to see. As the group approached, Yishio gestured towards Xia Weigu's head. The toxins within have been eliminated, but here. He pointed to the dark mass at the glabella. Xia Mingyuan could not restrain his curiosity. What is that? Evil energy. Xia Jingxiu shuddered involuntarily in broad daylight. Xia Mingyuan clearly doubted Yishio's assertion and turned to Lu Qingshan for confirmation. Lu Qingshan, displaying a troubled expression, replied, I too find old Xia's condition difficult to ascertain. Yet the toxins within should be gone. Xia Mingyuan, growing increasingly perplexed, pondered aloud. There must be some clarity regarding whether he is alive or dead, right? However, observing Xia Weigu's complexion, it was evident that he was better than before. He patiently inquired, what do you mean by evil energy? Yishio's expression grew grave. To be direct, the old man's physical ailments have indeed been resolved. His inability to awaken is entirely due to being subjected to a form of black magic. Xia Mingyuan was taken aback, his gaze turning icy. Black magic? Are you implying that someone seeks to harm the Xia family? Black magic, originating from ancient Chinese sorcery, has proliferated widely in Southeast Asia. Given Yun City's border location adjacent to several Southeast Asian nations, Xia Mingyuan had not witnessed it firsthand, but had certainly heard of it to some extent. Yishi uno dit affirmatively, City, and it is highly likely that the perpetrator is within the Xia family. Such potent black magic is difficult to execute without being close to the target. Xia Mingyuan furrowed his brow in thought. Is there a method to dispel it? There is, Yishio replied, but what? Yeshiu chakit bitterly. If I were to break that person's dark spell, would I not be inviting unwarranted animosity? Xia Mingyuan contemplated for a moment, then resolutely declared, rest assured. If you can awaken the old man, the Xia family will owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Yishio felt a surge of joy. He had been awaiting this very affirmation. Though black magic was sinister, it was regarded as trifling by cultivators. He intended to assist fully, leveraging the Xia family's resources to eliminate any unnecessary troubles. Having already irreparably offended Xia Mingji, he wished to avoid constant police confrontations. Conspiracies are never truly terrifying. The real peril arises when they escalate to a national level, for with Yishio's current cultivation, that would be quite troublesome. As for offending the practitioner of black magic, Yishio was indifferent. If they did not seek him out, he might very well seek them. These practitioners, while nefarious, were not entirely devoid of connections to Taoism. They might possess what he required. Very well, I have a bond with the old man. I shall risk my life to save him this once. Upon hearing Yishio's words, Xia Mingyuan stood in solemn respect, saying, if there is anything you require, please command. Prepare 4 items: yellow paper, red cinnabar, a brush, and a rooster's blood. Additionally, station someone at the staircase. No one is to ascend until the old man awakens. Ye Jews instructions sondit somehat sinister. Leaving Xia Jingxiu and Lu Qingshan speechless in shock. Yet, Xia Mingyuan, though surprised, did not press for further inquiries. Nodding at Yishio, he exited to make the arrangements. You two should leave as well. Such matters are detrimental for ordinary individuals. Xia Jingxiu and Lu Qingshan exchanged glances before silently retreating outside. This affair had far exceeded their understanding. Regardless of its veracity, they could only await the outcome in silence. Downstairs, an intense argument erupted. The voices of Xia Mingji and Xia Mingyuan clashing. Yishio paid it no mind, settling onto the sofa to meditate. Xia Mingyuan demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Within half an hour, he had procured all the items Yishio requested. It was evident that he had put in considerable effort. The red cinnabar and yellow paper of superb quality. The rooster's blood was still warm, and the brush was a genuine wolf hair. Such fine materials seemed a waste for drawing inferior talismans. Yet, Yishio felt helpless. With his current cultivation, he could only inscribe simple, low-level talismans. Mixing the red cinnabar with the rooster's blood, Yishio skillfully began to inscribe the talisman. During his time in the Star Origin continent, he had drawn many talismans. Selling them was a primary means of acquiring spirit stones. As Yishio's brush danced gracefully, a somewhat eerie talisman began to take shape. In truth, a simple exorcism talisman did not require rooster's blood. However, Yishio was not inscribing an exorcism talisman, but rather a talisman for vanquishing evil. This talisman, once deployed, would not only restore the afflicted to their former state, but would also inflict severe backlash upon the practitioner of malevolence. Having already made enemies, Yishio had no qualms about eradicating the source of the affliction to prevent future troubles. Before long, the talisman for vanquishing evil was complete. Observing the talisman before him, Yishio could not help but shake his head, having not drawn and while had rendered him somewhat clumsy. This talisman was hardly of notable grade. Nevertheless, it would suffice to confront the malevolence plaguing Xia Weigua. Xia Mingyuan stood by, barely daring to breathe. Upon seeing Yishio set down his brush, he finally exhaled in relief. Is it done? Yishio nodded and glanced at Xia Mingyuan. What follows may be somewhat unbelievable. Would you prefer to step out for a moment? Xia Mingyuan paused, then resolutely stated, as long as I do not disturb you, I shall remain here. I wish to see what has befallen my Xia family. Yishio replied nonchalantly, very well, but do not be frightened. Please close the door now. Yishio deliberately kept Xia Mingyuan present to allow him to witness the reality. Under Xia Mingyuan's watchful gaze, Yishio held the talisman in one hand and formed a seal with the other. Chanting incantations, Xia Mingyuan strained to listen, yet could not comprehend a word. Suddenly, Yishio bellowed, "Go!" The talisman in his hand shot forth, igniting midair. Xia Mingyuan gasped, his mouth agape, as he witnessed the talisman hurtling towards Xia Weigua's face. In that moment, an unforgettable and terrifying scene unfolded before Xia Mingyuan's eyes. A wisp of black smoke suddenly erupted from Xia Weigua's forehead. This smoke transformed into a terrifying, ethereal shadow, which let out a furious roar directed at the talisman. The burning talisman resembled a fiery phoenix, spreading its wings and charging into the shadow. With a faint sound of something piercing the air, the black smoke was incinerated by the talisman, which subsequently turned to ashes. A breeze, seemingly from nowhere, scattered the ashes, which eventually drifted out of the window. Cough, 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 what has happened to me? A slightly weary voice broke the deathly silence of the room. Xia Mingyuan's astonished face quickly transformed into one of wild joy. Father, you have awakened. Chapter 13. The counselor. As night fell at the entrance of Yunlin University, Yishio emerged from a red Mercedes. While the car was not particularly luxurious, it nonetheless attracted envious glances from the students. Thank you, you may head back now. Senior, there's no need for formality. You saved my grandfather, making you our benefactor. Moreover, my grandfather specifically instructed me to escort you home. Yishio offered a wry smile. Miss Xia, I am no senior. You may simply call me Yishio. Xia Jingxiu exited the driver's seat, her brow furrowed. That won't do. Grandfather said you are an esteemed individual and insisted that I address you as senior. As she spoke, Xia Jingxiu handed him a beautifully packaged box. What is this? A mobile phone, the latest model. This is a small token of my gratitude. I hope you won't find it lacking. Yishio hesitated for a moment before accepting the box. Although he was not accustomed to using a mobile phone, it was indeed inconvenient to be without one in urban life. Moreover, it felt foolish to pass up a gift. I will accept the phone. In return, allow me to bestow upon you a protective talisman. Yishio rummaged through his pants pocket and produced a crumpled talisman. He had many such talismans in his pocket, all crafted from the leftover red cinnabar and yellow paper from his time at the Xia residence. Xia Jingxiu took it with a dazed expression, unaware of the talisman's true power, as she had not witnessed Yishio invoking it. By the time she regained her composure, Yishio had already walked away. I forgot to tell the senior that my number is stored in the phone. Xia Jingxiu lightly stomped her foot in frustration, but then thought, surely he would notice? She couldn't help but wonder if he might delete her number. With a mix of trepidation, Xia Jingxiu got into her car. Glancing at the yellow paper in her hand, she hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she opened the phone case and placed it inside. Starting the car, she took a final look at the entrance of Yunlin University. This was her first time truly observing this unremarkable institution. Classes would commence tomorrow, and the campus was noticeably busier. Yishio did not venture to the bamboo grove, but instead headed straight back to his dormitory. Earlier in the afternoon, he had already practiced on the mountains behind the Xia Villa, and further training that night would yield little benefit. Xia Weigua was no longer in grave danger. With proper care, he could easily live for another 3 to 5 years. However, Yishio was surprised to find that he sensed no trace of evil energy throughout the Xia residence. Those skilled in exorcism were evidently not present there. For now, Yishio could only set this matter aside. Nevertheless, he had instructed Xia Mingyuan to secretly investigate, believing that with the Xia family's capabilities, they would soon uncover some clues. When the dormitory manager spotted Yishio, His expression was a tapestry of emotions, and he stammered for quite a while without managing to articulate a complete sentence. Yishio ignored him and ascended the stairs. Before he reached his dormitory door, he heard a woman's voice from inside. Dean, but our student has yet to return. Dean? Hello? Upon reaching the entrance, Yishio beheld a stunning woman who had just set down her phone, her face etched with concern. Just then, Monkey exclaimed, "Old Six." At that, the others finally noticed Yishio at the door and rushed toward him, their expressions filled with genuine relief. "You are Yishio?" A stranger approached him. And Yishio paused. "Who are you?" The woman wore a frosty expression, remaining silent, her wide eyes making him uneasy. "I don't know her. Why does she look like she holds a grudge? Could she possibly know young Master Yi? That seems unlikely. I have no recollection of her." Noticing the awkwardness of the situation, the chubby guy quickly interjected, "Old Six, this is our counselor." Counselor? During his time at Yinjing University, Yishio had brushed off even the principal, so he had no idea what a counselor was supposed to do. Out of politeness, Yishio reluctantly said, "Hello, counselor." Li Qin replied coldly, "Since there was nothing wrong, why didn't you inform your teachers and classmates? You've caused everyone to worry all day long." I didn't have a phone." "No phone? What is that in your hand?" Yishio was taken aback. This is just something I bought recently." Seeing Li Qin's disbelieving expression, the chubby guy hastily added, "Counselor, what Yishio says is true. He didn't have a phone before." Li Qin fronut. "Even if you didn't have a phone, couldn't you borrow one?" Yishio felt somewhat embarrassed. This woman was rather intrusive, wasn't she? However, a gentleman does not engage in disputes with ladies, so he feigned submission. "Counselor, I was wrong. I will be more attentive." Seeing Yishio take the initiative to admit his fault, Li Qin's expression softened somewhat. She earnestly advised, "Once you enter university, do not think you can indulge yourself completely. On the contrary, you must work even harder and hold yourself to stricter standards. Only then will you not squander your youth, and, after graduation, you can secure a good job and a prosperous life." Her words left the crowd feeling somewhat overwhelmed, but they dared not refute her and could only echo, "Yes, yes, yes. The counselor speaks truly." It is getting late, so I won't say much more. Make sure to read more and don't spend all your time in the dormitory playing games. And that mahjong table, you need to dispose of it quickly. University should have the decorum befitting a university. Yes, yes, yes. We will definitely take care of it. Counselor, take care and rest early. As Li Qin finally prepared to leave, Yishio let out a sigh of relief. However, just as she reached the door, she turned back and said, "Oh, right. Yishio, remember to join the group chat later. It will be useful for notifications." All right. Yishio felt somewhat exasperated. The woman was indeed beautiful, but she was a bit too chatty. Once Li Qin departed, the dormitory erupted into lively chatter as everyone celebrated Yishio's safe return. Lying on his bed, Yishio took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while before finally registering for WeChat. Upon seeing the notification confirming his successful group entry, he felt a sense of relief, thinking that Li Qin would now have no reason to criticize him. Just as he set the phone down and prepared to sleep, it buzzed once more. Already receiving messages after just registering? Yishio picked up the phone and opened WeChat to find. Contact Xia Jingxiu has requested to add you as a friend. After a moment's hesitation, he clicked accept. One should not bite the hand that feeds. The phone and card were gifts from her. It would be rude to decline. After accepting, Yishio set the phone down and attempted to sleep again. However, just as he closed his eyes, the phone buzzed again. Could it be that someone is adding me again? How annoying. This time, I must click decline. Irritated, Yishio picked up the phone, opened WeChat, and was left speechless at the notification. Li Qin, a friend from the group and counselor, sent a request to add Yishio as a friend. With a sigh, Yishio reluctantly clicked accept. He then decisively turned off his phone, tossing it aside and burying himself under the covers to sleep. In an apartment not far from the school, Li Qin nestled on the sofa, clutching her phone and muttering incessantly, "You stubborn Yishio, here I am, taking the initiative to add you and greet you, yet you don't even bother to reply. If it weren't for my father's repeated reminders, I wouldn't care about you at all. You better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, you'll learn just how formidable I can be." As she spoke, her hands were not idle. She had already mercilessly assaulted a husky pillow, leaving it in a disheveled state. Meanwhile, in a dormitory at Yin University, Xia Jingxiu lay hidden beneath her blankets, her face flushed, her heart racing as if a fawn had dashed into it. Yiziiki. Why does the senior use such a username? Is it intentional or accidental? Surely it was unintentional. For Yishio had adopted the pseudonym Yiqiu to evade enemies on the Star Origin continent. However, Xia Jingxiu could not possibly know these details, so it was no wonder her imagination ran wild. Gazing at the blank dialogue box with Yishio, her hands trembled slightly as she revised a simple greeting over and over. Although her understanding of Yishio was limited, the respectful attitudes of Lu Qingshan, Xia Mingyuan, and Xia Weigua towards him indicated he was a person of great stature. She was uncertain how to initiate a conversation with such a distinguished figure. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, she finally gathered her resolve. After countless revisions, she nervously clicked send. With the message dispatched, her heart raced even faster. Eyes tightly shut, she tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, Xia Jingqiu jolted upright, sending a message so late. Won't he think I'm strange, will he? With that thought, she hurriedly grabbed her phone, opened WeChat, and frantically tapped to recall the message. But to her dismay, the message had already surpassed the time limit, making it impossible to retract. Oh no, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Xia Jingqiu was not the only one losing sleep over Yishio. In a dark and eerie, unfinished building, two figures sat facing each other. Senior brother, are you truly going to leave? If Yishio were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for the speaker was Mo Rahai, who had clashed with him earlier that day at the Xia family villa. The other individual, gaunt and emaciated, donned a blood-stained Taoist robe. He was Mo Rahai's senior brother, Han Yuanzi. We cannot stay. That person is far too terrifying, Han Yuanzi rasped, his voice like blades scraping against each other. Even if we join forces, we stand little chance. You underestimate him, junior brother. With just a single talisman, he easily dismantled my curse and severely injured me. His level of cultivation is beyond what we can contend with. Mo Rahai frowned. Then what shall we do now? Our only option is for you to remain and continue monitoring the Xia family's every move, while I return to the Xianin sect to report back to our master for his decision. Mo Rahai pondered for a moment. But what if we encounter that person again? If we do, we must avoid him at all costs. You are the steward of the Xia family. He shouldn't make things too difficult for you. Just refrain from acting recklessly until I return, less. Han Yuanzi's words were cut short by a violent fit of coughing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Mo Rahai expressed concern. Senior brother, you. Han Yuanzi waved him off, his expression twisted as he gritted his teeth. You wait, you little brat. Chapter 14. Chi Pan Mountain. In the following week, Yishio gradually acclimated to university life. He attended classes during the day, practiced in the evenings, and in his spare time, he perused books in a library. Of course, while seated in the classroom, his mind was preoccupied with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. His cultivation time was still short, and he would return to the dormitory to wash up and sleep before 11 p.m. each night. It was not that he didn't wish to cultivate further, but he had encountered a bottleneck. The spiritual energy stored in the reincarnation pearl was dwindling, and there was still some space in his spiritual sea. Yet, no matter how hard he practiced, his cultivation remained stagnant at the first level of chi refining. If only he had a chi recovery pill, perhaps he could break through to the second level of chi refining. With this thought in mind, Yishio resolved to venture into the mountains over the weekend, hoping to find some opportunities. Early Saturday morning, he received a message from Xia Jingqiu. Senior Yi, happy weekend. My grandfather is asking if you have time today to come over for a meal. Realizing he had yet to respond to Xia Jingqiu's previous message, Yishio replied apologetically. Sorry, I'm busy. As soon as he sent the message, Xia Jingqiu quickly replied, no problem. Then you focus on your business, senior. Just as Yishio was about to put his phone away, Xia Jingqiu sent another message. If you need to go out, I can be your driver. She even added a cute emoji. Initially inclined to ignore it, Yishio considered that he indeed needed a driver. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, do you know how to get to the back gate of Chi Pan Mountain? Yes, it's right by National Highway 320. All right. Then come pick me up at the school gate. Xia Jingqiu immediately responded, okay. See you soon, senior. The previous night, Yishio had searched for information about Chi Pan Mountain on his phone. He discovered that there was a Taoist temple called Chi Pan Palace, boasting over 1,000 years of history and recognized as a famous Taoist holy site in Yun City. Yishio had no intention of visiting for leisure. He sought to explore the back mountain in hopes of discovering precious medicinal herbs. Even if he couldn't refine a chi recovery pill, he could still concoct some fortifying elixirs. Chi Pan Mountain was not in the city. It took nearly an hour's drive to reach it after leaving the urban area. Given Yishio's current level of cultivation, walking was not a feasible option. Moreover, the taxi fare for such a distance would be considerable, although he still had some money in his account. Adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible, Yishio ultimately chose the free option, Xia Jingqiu, as his driver. Xia Jingqiu arrived quickly, picking up Yishio and heading towards their destination. Senior, do you know the origin of Chi Pan Mountain? She asked, breaking the silence in the car as she glanced at Yishio, who sat quietly in the passenger seat. I would love to hear more. Legend has it that in ancient times, a woodcutter ventured into the mountains to gather firewood. He happened upon two elders engaged in a game of chess and paused to watch. After one match concluded, the elders vanished. As the woodcutter turned to retrieve his rope and axe to continue his ascent, he found that both had rotted away like mud. With no choice, he returned to the village empty-handed, only to discover that everything had changed. Upon inquiring, he realized that in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed on Earth while he was in the fairy realm. It is said that the foundation of Chi Pan Palace is the very chessboard upon which the immortals played. Hence, the name Chi Pan Mountain. Having listened to Xia Jingxiu's account, Yi Xiu felt even more anticipation for Chi Pan Mountain. To ordinary people, this might merely be a legend. Yet, in Yi Xiu's eyes, such tales held a high probability of being true. He had perused a plethora of ancient texts in a library and meticulously studied numerous mythologies from Earth. The concepts of flying through the heavens, moving mountains, and filling seas, which sounded fantastical, were, to cultivators, as mundane as eating and sleeping. Thus, Yi Xiu speculated that it was highly likely that cultivators had once existed on Earth, although the reasons for their eventual disappearance remained a mystery. As Yi Xiu gazed thoughtfully out of the window, Xia Jingxiu couldn't help but chuckle. What? Do you really believe in this legend, senior? Yi Xiu did not respond directly to her inquiry. Instead, he looked out into the distance and mused. 10 years can witness the transition from spring to autumn. A century can attest to the cycle of life and death. A millennium can lament the rise and fall of dynasties. And 10,000 years may reveal the shifting of constellations. If mere mortals use but a day's vision to glimpse the vastness of 1,000,000 years, would it not be akin to a frog at the bottom of a well? Xia Jingxiu was momentarily taken aback. Had these words come from anyone else, she would have scoffed at them. Yet, articulated by Yi Xiu, they took on an air of profundity. The two lapsed into silence once more, and in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, Xia Jingxiu turned on some music. An hour later, Yi Xiu surveyed the mountains outside, glanced at his phone's map, and broke the tranquility of the car. Find a place to park ahead. I shall disembark here. Here. Xia Jingxiu was taken aback. They had yet to reach the rear entrance of Capanshan. Although they had entered the mountainous region, they were surrounded by cliffs and ravines, with no discernible path into the mountains. Indeed, this is the spot. I intend to venture into the mountains to gather some herbs. Oh. Though puzzled, Xia Jingxiu complied with Yi Xiu's request, slowing the vehicle to search for an appropriate parking spot. After driving for another 100 meters, they came across a temporary stopping point, and she smoothly navigated the car into it. Thank you. You may head back now. When I have the time, I will visit the old gentleman again. Once the vehicle had come to a halt, Yi Xiu picked up his backpack and exited the car. Before Xia Jingxiu could react, he had vaulted over the guardrail and climbed the steep rocky face, disappearing from sight in no time. Xia Jingxiu stared blankly in the direction where Yi Xiu had vanished, and after a long moment, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The path was indeed treacherous. However, for a practitioner, it was hardly an obstacle. Yi Xiu advanced deeper into Capanshan, following the valley floor. As he journeyed further, the flora and fauna became increasingly abundant, and the spiritual energy in the air grew more concentrated. The ethereal essence surged from all directions, ultimately being absorbed by the reincarnation pearl. By midday, Yi Xiu reached the end of the valley, which opened to a vast pool of water. The sheer rock walls on either side were as smooth as mirrors, and the cliffs plunged into the clouds. Before him lay an impasse. Yi Xiu felt a sense of discouragement. Thus far, he had not discovered any valuable spiritual herbs. Was he to return empty-handed? A grumbling sound erupted from his stomach. Sigh. If only I had reached the Golden Dance stage, I could fast and not worry about hunger. However, the Golden Dance stage? How easily one could wish for it. Perhaps it was best to first satisfy his hunger. With a wry smile, Yi Xiu settled onto a rock. He retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and began to chew on the dry rations. The biscuits were rather unpalatable. After only a couple of bites, he nearly choked. Yi Xiu took out a bottle of mineral water, just as he twisted off the cap. He reconsidered and put it back. He crouched by the pool, cupping his hands to scoop up a handful of the clear spring water. The cool liquid was refreshing, washing away some of his fatigue. A hint of sweetness accompanied it, along with an inexplicable faint fragrance. What is this? Spiritual energy. How could there be spiritual energy in this water? Could it possibly be a spring of spiritual essence? Realizing this, Yi Xiu quickly scooped more water and brought it to his nose for a sniff before gulping it down. Yet, something fell off. This was not a spring of spiritual essence. Yi Xiu furrowed his brow. If it wasn't a spring, could there be some spiritual herb hidden within the water? Ignoring the unfinished biscuits, he put them back in his bag and earnestly scrutinized the pool. The pool was expansive, and the clarity of the water revealed the stones beneath. Lush aquatic plants bordered the edges, yet he found no trace of any spiritual herbs. This doesn't make sense. Yishio, unwilling to give up, examined the area once more, but ultimately found no leads. Was his judgment flawed? Once more, Yishio cupped the clear spring water and took a sip. Indeed, there was a faint spiritual energy present. Growing increasingly frantic, he alternated between plunging into the water and peering around the edge of the pool, agitated like a monkey. As time passed unnoticed, evening descended, and Yishio found himself utterly exhausted, sprawled across the stones by the pool's edge. He had overturned countless rocks at the bottom and uprooted the aquatic plants. Yet despite his upheaval, the source of the spiritual energy remained elusive. Breathing heavily and battling hunger, he closed his eyes, repeatedly pondering the crux of the issue. The valley was enveloped in tranquility. The wind whispered, leaves rustled, and water flowed melodiously. Wait, what was that? The sound of flowing water? Yishio suddenly sat upright, observing the pool that he had muddied, but which was now gradually clarifying. Was this water alive? He had inspected this area countless times, and there were only stones and dirt. He had seen no other caves. Yishio lifted his gaze to the rock wall above the pool. Though somewhat damp, he noticed no signs of water seeping through. This was utterly confounding. Where could this flowing water be coming from? Yishio closed his eyes again, listening intently. Yes, it was indeed the sound of flowing water emanating from a cave. To hear it without seeing its source. What a perplexing situation. Suddenly, Yishio's eyes flew open, his body jolted, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be? Chapter 15. The Formation. Yishio quelled the immense shock within him, channeling his vital energy as both palms thrust outwards into the void. A gust of wind swept through, colliding with an invisible barrier, causing ripples to spread through the air and splashing water into the air. Yishio's expression was complex. Indeed, there was a concealed formation here. A formation. How could such a thing possibly exist in this place? Yishio trembled slightly. A formation, such a thing, was the domain of cultivators. A chill ran down his spine. This was far more terrifying than the mere notion of ghosts, though he had previously speculated that practitioners might exist in this world. Witnessing a formation left by one felt overwhelmingly daunting. The path of the Tao is ruthless. In a world of practitioners, the law of the jungle prevails. A fundamental survival principle. Yishio, a mere first-layer chi cultivator, would be no more than a lamb to the slaughter should he encounter another practitioner, akin to delivering oneself to the slaughterhouse. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yishio lost all desire to continue his search for spiritual herbs. All he wished now was to flee at once, even feeling an overwhelming urge to escape from Yunqing. However, just as he turned to grab his bag, he was taken aback to find a fist-sized hole abruptly appearing in the hard rock wall. Yishio froze. There had been nothing there moments ago. Could it be that the formation had shifted from his earlier strike? That seemed implausible. While this concealed formation was not particularly high level, it was not something easily breached by a first-layer chi practitioner. Was it perhaps in disrepair? Had the formation sustained damage? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could an intact formation allow him to hear the sound of water from within? With this realization, Yishio decided against leaving after all, given its long-neglected state. It is evident that the one who arranged this formation has long since departed from this place, whether through forgetfulness or unforeseen circumstances. It poses no threat to Yishio any longer. Furthermore, the presence of a hidden array indicates that there must be something within that is meant to remain unseen. Perhaps there are treasures inside. However, to gain entry, one must first dismantle the formation. There are two methods to achieve this. One is through cunning, the other through brute force. The former involves a deep understanding of various formations to discern the location of the array's core. Once the core is breached, the formation naturally collapses. The latter, however, is a more straightforward and forceful approach, an unrestrained assault. If one continuously attacks the formation until exceeding its threshold, it is often rendered ineffective. Yishio's knowledge of formations is merely superficial, making the search for the core akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, he resorted to mindlessly unleashing his attacks into the empty air. It soon became apparent that Yishio's suspicions were indeed correct. Despite being merely at the first layer of chi refinement, with each strike, a hole would gradually manifest upon the stone wall. As the last glimmers of the setting sun vanished into the valley, Yishio finally collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The sound of flowing spring water and the chirping of insects filled the air. This was the true soundscape of the valley. Gazing at the newly revealed entrance, towering above him, a victorious smile spread across Yishio's face. At last, he had breached the formation. He retrieved some uneaten rations from his bag and devoured them ravenously. After a day of hunger, the once unpalatable compressed biscuits suddenly tasted somewhat delightful. After satisfying his hunger and taking a brief respite, Yishio pulled out his phone to check the time. It was now 8 p.m., and darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. He wrapped his phone in a plastic bag and stowed it away, then took out his flashlight. With his vital energy depleted, his vision was now akin to that of an ordinary person. He shone the flashlight into the pitch-black entrance, picked up a stone, and hurled it inside. Apart from the echoes and the sound of water, he found nothing amiss within the cave. Surely, there were no formidable beings lurking here, with the ruckus he had caused. If there were any, they would have surely been alerted. He took a swig from his water bottle, steeled his resolve, and stepped into the water pool, advancing towards the cave entrance. The water inside was not deep, merely reaching his ankles. This cavern appeared to be in natural formation. It also bore signs of human excavation. In certain areas, it could accommodate 4 or 5 people walking side by side, while in others, one had to squeeze through narrow gaps. Yishio proceeded with caution, wary of triggering any traps or mechanisms. The stone tunnel extended into the darkness, seemingly endless. As the temperature within the cave dropped and the humidity thickened, Yishio was engulfed by an inexplicable sense of oppression. It felt as though he had entered an abyss with no bottom, and he had lost track of how long he had been walking. A sense of dizziness began to creep in, a sign of oxygen deprivation. With his heart racing, Yishio realized he might very well be in a bottomless pit. He had no option to retreat, for his current stamina would not allow him to backtrack. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his scalp, jolting him awake. He caught a whiff of a nauseating stench of decay. The space around him was exceedingly vast, and something in the darkness seemed to be watching him. Was it human? Or beast? Or perhaps something vile? Yishio dared not look closely, nor linger any longer. He sprinted forward, propelled by the dim light of his flashlight. His situation was dire, and whatever it was could claim his life. In his frantic escape, Yishio lost one of his shoes and did not dare to stop and retrieve it. Even as the rough stone walls scraped his skin, causing blood to flow, he pressed on, scarcely able to pause to assess his injuries. He ran, frantically tossing various talismans from his pockets, regardless of their purpose or efficacy. He continued until only one talisman remained in his hand, at which point he ceased this desperate action. Just as Yishio was still on his feet, the flashlight flickered out. Darkness enveloped him, and he couldn't help but curse the shopkeeper from his dormitory 100 times. Wasn't it supposed to last a whole day after just an hour of charging? With no other choice, Yishio groped his way forward in the pitch blackness. Though he worried about what he might touch, he pressed on with a determined heart. Time lost all meaning as Yishio stumbled through the endless darkness, numbly falling, rising, and continuing onward. If not for a flicker of will to survive, he would have long since collapsed and given in. With a sudden crash, Yishio fell again, landing in a heap. Lying there felt so good, so comfortable. He wished to remain there, utterly exhausted and unable to move. As his consciousness began to fade, he longed to lie down indefinitely. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in his mind. Immediately afterward, a roar resonated from the darkness behind him. Yishio jolted awake. The talisman had shattered. There was indeed something lurking behind him. With great effort, Yishio managed to rise, dragging his heavy body forward inch by inch. Just as he turned a corner, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. Yishio's body stiffened, and he was instantly revitalized. There was light ahead. He was nearing the cave's exit. Truly, amidst despair, hope emerged unexpectedly. Heaven had not forsaken him. Yishio rallied his spirit and dashed toward the light, stumbling forward. The tunnel widened, the warmth increased, and the light grew ever brighter. At last, he emerged into a realm of brightness. The cave's entrance led to a pool of water, alongside which lay a spacious platform. On the platform, there were a stone table, a stone stove, a stone bed, and a stone basin. Someone had once lived here, but judging by the weathering of the stones, it must have been centuries ago. The surrounding cliffs rose steeply, with droplets of water cascading down. A full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the cave as if it were broad daylight. Yishio felt despair wash over him. He had thought that beyond the cave would lie a new world. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself still within a cave, and one with no escape. The only way out would be to fly. While cultivators could fly, Yishio's current level of cultivation made even climbing 5 meters upward seem nearly impossible. To make matters worse, it seemed that the creature within the cave was pursuing him. It might appear at the entrance at any moment. Just as panic gripped Yishio's heart, a rich fragrance wafted into his nostrils. What abundant spiritual energy! As he stepped out of the cave, he quickly scanned his surroundings. The cave was remarkably clean, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Where could this spiritual energy have come from? Could it be that another hidden formation concealed elixirs or spiritual herbs? Following the scent, Yishio searched the cave thoroughly, but apart from a vine of purple wudong, he found no other plants. He stared at the vine clinging to the stone wall, perplexed. Wasn't this merely an exceedingly ordinary climbing plant? While it appeared lush and vibrant, it bore no extraordinary qualities. Moreover, in the eyes of cultivators, the purple wudong was hardly considered medicinal, let alone a spiritual herb. From top to bottom, and then from bottom to top, Yishio's gaze had nearly become double vision, yet he was unable to discern any clarity. Just as he was about to abandon his efforts, a sudden thought struck him. To a practitioner, the ordinary purple wudong was merely a weed. But what if it were 100 years, 200 years, or even 500 years old? Would it not be something extraordinary? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yishio's eyes began to blaze with fervor. Chapter 16. Yishio Wu. There exists a saying throughout the Star Yuan continent: 10 years of grass, 100 years of treasure, 1,000 years of longevity without aging. The purple wudong, also known as Yishio Wu, is insignificant to a practitioner if it is under 100 years old, akin to a mere weed. However, once it surpasses 100 years, Yishio Wu can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing the quintessence of the sun and moon. For practitioners, consuming it results in a significant enhancement of their cultivation. If it exceeds 500 years, such Yishio Wu can be classified as a premium spiritual herb. And if it surpasses 1,000 years, it is said that such Yishio Wu can transform into a human form. A mere bite could revive the dead, while consuming it whole could rejuvenate one's youth and grant immortality. However, this is merely a legend. After all, even in the Star Yuan continent, a 500-year-old Yishio Wu is exceedingly rare, let alone a 1,000-year-old one. The roots of this Yishio Wu appeared to be growing at the bottom of the pond, and Yishio could not discern its age with the naked eye. Nervously, he descended into the pond, his heart racing as if he were scratching a lottery ticket. Following the vine's roots, Yishio gently tugged. It did not budge. Clearly, he needed to remove the stones above. Yishio hoisted the stones pressing on the vine's roots, but the moment he lifted them from the water surface, he stood frozen in shock. What he held was a stone, yet he had pulled the vine out of the water as well. No, this weight was not that of stone. In an instant, Yishio realized and hurriedly rinsed off the stone in the water. As the mud washed away, he was left astonished and somewhat at a loss. What he held was no stone at all. It was unmistakably a fully naked, rosy infant, gazing at the lifelike humanoid Yishio Wu in his hands. Even if it were not 500 years old, it must surely be 300 or 400 years. This was a remarkable windfall. The resemblance of the Yishio Wu to an infant was so striking that at first Yishio hesitated to take a bite. But after a crisp sound echoed in his mind once more, he disregarded all reservations and began to gnaw at the Yishio Wu, perhaps due to insufficient cleaning. The taste was rather unpleasant, bitter and astringent, akin to eating dirt. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival, Yishio could no longer afford to care. After a whirlwind consumption, the enormous Yishio Wu was reduced to nothing but residue. Yishio, feeling satisfied, allowed a hearty belch. Such an opportunity he had never encountered during his time on the Star Yuan continent. Even if there had been, it would not have come his way. Yishio took out the last remaining mountain-moving talisman and pointed it towards the stone bed in the air. The stone bed levitated and thundered as it blocked the cave's entrance. That should hold off the beast for a while. Though he remained unaware of what lurked within the cave, upon seeing the Yishio Wu, Yishio was already convinced it was undoubtedly some ferocious beast. After all, wherever there were celestial materials and earthly treasures, there would always be fierce beasts guarding them. Yishio had already provoked it by intruding into its lair. Now that he had consumed the Yishio Wu completely, the beast would surely devour him whole. Time is of the essence. Yishio hastily began to cultivate, seeking to restore his internal true energy. This Yishio Wu was likely over 500 years old, and its effects far surpassed Yishio's expectations. After circulating his energy for just 3 small cycles, Yishio had completely restored his true energy. Of course, this was also due to the assistance of the reincarnation orb. What delighted Yishio even more was that the spiritual sea in his dantian had actually expanded by a significant margin. Just as he reveled in this joy, a sound of shattering talismans echoed in his mind, and the roars from within the cave grew increasingly vivid. It seemed the beast had begun to rage. He needed to hasten his progress to break through to the second layer of chi refinement. Yishio cast aside all distractions and focused intently on operating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The 6 paths of reincarnation technique truly deserved its reputation as an unparalleled method. The cultivation process was remarkably smooth. Even the cultivation challenges he had faced previously on the Star Yuan continent now appeared as if illuminated by a sudden insight, granting him clarity. What astonished Yishio the most was that while refining Qi with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, it also significantly enhanced his physical constitution. Refining Qi and refining the body are two distinct concepts, representing two major branches of the cultivation world. Qi refiners focus on absorbing external spiritual energy and transforming it into their own true energy to enhance their spells and cultivation level. In contrast, body refiners engage in specific physical training and the use of spiritual herbs to wash away impurities and push the limits of their physical form, thereby enhancing their strength and martial skills. To put it simply, one is akin to a mage, while the other resembles a warrior. In truth, whether refining Qi or refining the body, both possess their own merits and complement one another. However, pursuing both simultaneously is nearly impossible. Not only could there be conflicts in techniques, but considering the time cost of cultivation alone, few would choose to practice both. Furthermore, regardless of whether one is refining Qi or the body, the celestial materials consumed are innumerable, making it unaffordable for the average person. In comparison, more individuals opt for Qi refinement. On one hand, refining Qi is considerably easier than refining the body, with a quicker rate of growth in cultivation. On the other hand, the celestial materials expended for Qi refinement are significantly less than those required for body refinement. Naturally, if one hails from a prestigious lineage or belongs to a powerful sect, most would still choose to refine the body. After all, in one-on-one combat, body refiners possess a distinct advantage over Qi refiners of the same level. This is quite similar to the gaming world, where affluent players typically choose warriors, while those of lower status tend to play mages. The ability of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique to allow simultaneous cultivation of both paths filled Yishio with elation. If he were to encounter other practitioners of the same rank, would he not be able to easily dispatch them? How exhilarating! Just as Yishio was reveling in his newfound strength, a searing pain surged through his meridians, akin to flames scorching him. Yishio understood that this was a sign of an impending breakthrough. Almost simultaneously, the commotion within the cave intensified. Like a rampaging torrent, a terrifying unknown creature was wreaking havoc within. It had been quite some time since Yishio had heard the sound of talismans shattering, and he knew that within a minute, the beast would undoubtedly crash through the cave entrance. The mountain-moving talisman at the entrance was his last line of defense. He could only hope to break through before the beast arrived. Otherwise, Yishio steeled his resolve, gritting his teeth as he urged his true energy, forcefully striking at his meridians. With each surge of true energy, it felt as though someone was chiseling his meridians with a tool. Sweat poured from Yishio's brow, and the veins on his forehead bulged, pulsating with each heartbeat, causing his body to tremble. Bit by bit, he was so close, just a fraction more. And if he could clear the blockage in his meridians, he would achieve his breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, the beast finally arrived. Its power was immense, causing the entire cave to shake violently. Hiss, roar, whoosh. The sounds were eerily strange, making it impossible to discern what kind of creature it was. The air was thick with a foul stench, and an unseen wind sliced through the air like a blade. The beast bellowed with a ferocity that was primal, relentlessly ramming against the colossal boulder blocking the cave's entrance. Yishio furrowed his brow deeply, too preoccupied to pay heed as he continued to circulate the vital energy within his body. A crisp sound rang out, clang, as the mountain-moving talisman shattered in response. Yishio's expression darkened considerably. Regardless of the creature's nature, he vowed to rend it limb from limb. With a resounding thud, Yishio felt a tremendous explosion within him, his previously obstructed meridians suddenly clearing, and a fine layer of black filth oozed from his skin. A torrent of formidable energy surged into his dantian, causing a wave of vitality to swell within his spiritual sea. He had ascended to the second layer of Qi refinement. It was accomplished. The effects of the Hisho Wu had yet to dissipate, and the spiritual energy within the reincarnation pearl remained abundant. At this moment, his realm was not yet solidified. He should not have relaxed, but Yishio was acutely aware that time was of the essence. That beast was disturbing his focus, and it must be eradicated. Just as Yishio rose to his feet, a deafening crash reverberated through the air as the stone bed blocking the cave entrance was sent flying. The stone bed plummeted into the pool below, creating a tremendous splash. This was fortuitous. Without hesitation, Yishio hoisted the stone table, weighing about 100 pounds, above his head and hurled it fiercely at the immense shadow in the cave's mouth. Chapter 17. The Giant Python. Having reached the second layer of Qi refinement, Yishio had transcended the strength of an ordinary human. The wind howled as the stone table shot forth like an artillery shell, striking true against the massive form. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, and blood sprayed forth in a gruesome spectacle. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the gargantuan shadow tumbled into the pool, sending a geyser of water soaring. Though he had envisioned the creature's form, witnessing it in reality sent shivers down Yishio's spine. A snake grows to a python to a giant python, and eventually a dragon. This was a colossal python, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, its girth comparable to Yishio's own physique. Perhaps due to its prolonged existence in the cave, the creature's body was entirely ebony, grotesque in appearance. A bulbous growth adorned its head, reminiscent of a coxcomb, indicating that it was on the verge of mutation. The vast cavern had become considerably constricted since the giant python's intrusion. The once clear waters of the pool now resembled a bloodbath, emitting a potent stench. The giant python was battered and bruised, likely suffering greatly as it navigated the narrow confines. The most grievous injury was where the stone table had struck its midsection, now a gruesome mass of flesh and blood oozing forth. Alas, it had not been struck in its vital spot. Yishio clicked his tongue, seizing a stone basin with one hand, preparing to inflict more pain upon this beast. With a sudden splash, the giant python lifted its head from the water, eyeing Yishio with wary vigilance. Hiss, hiss. The creature flicked its crimson tongue wildly, its eyes darting as if in contemplation. Yishio was taken aback. This beast seemed to possess some semblance of intelligence. Yet, upon further reflection, he found it less surprising. A centennial, Yishio Wu had thrived in this water, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. This python had likely resided here for over 100 years, inevitably acquiring some spiritual energy. Had Yishio not ventured into this domain, it might soon have transformed from a python into a dragon. Yet, in the grand tapestry of fate, there existed a predestined order. Its discovery of this place was its fortune, while its encounter with Yishio was its calamity. The giant python had evidently gained some wisdom. Despite its continuous hissing and anger, it refrained from rash actions, seemingly recognizing Yishio's danger. Under Yishio's watchful gaze, the giant python lowered its proud head and nodded 3 times. Yishio was taken aback. This felt akin to a misbehaving student apologizing to a teacher. Amused by the absurdity of the scene, Yishio chuckled. What's this? You concede because you can't win? The giant python appeared to comprehend human speech, nodding in affirmation. Ah, you're quite clever. To be honest, I'm somewhat reluctant to slay a creature as spirited as you. The giant python swayed its neck, emitting a series of approving hisses. However, I was nearly devoured by you in that cave, almost becoming your midnight snack. With a sardonic smile, Yishio continued. Reflecting on it now, you must have intentionally lured me in, aiming to devour me afterward. The giant python slowly lifted its head, its emerald eyes coldly fixed on Yishio. Alas, you shall be disappointed. Not only did I escape with my life, but I also consumed the Yishio Wu that you had guarded for centuries. Ha ha ha. As Yishio's laughter echoed, the surface of the pool began to ripple, a chilling aura enveloping him. Whoa, a murderous intent. Yishio never anticipated that the first aura of malice he would encounter on Earth would emanate from a giant python. With a sudden whoosh, the lengthy tail of the python leapt from the water, seizing a massive stone and hurtling it toward Yishio with ferocity. Goodness, it has even learned to wield weapons. Yishio was not one to take this lightly. He swiftly darted aside. Just as he moved, the stone crashed down where he had just stood, its impact generating sparks and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Unwilling to be outdone, Yishio lifted the stone basin and hurled it back. The giant python swiftly dodged, but the next moment, the basin struck its already wounded midsection with a resounding thud. Yishio shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. A beast will always be a beast. The giant python roared in fury, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. It writhed its injured body, slowly emerging from the water, advancing toward Yishio with deliberate intent. It appeared ready for a direct confrontation. Yishio retrieved a dagger from his bag, gripping it firmly as he beckoned the giant python with a flick of his hand. Enraged, the giant python let out a deafening hiss, releasing a plume of dark mist. Its massive head swung downward, charging at Yishio with formidable speed. Ugh! This black mist was not toxic, but it was deadlier than poison. The overwhelming stench assaulted Yishio's senses. He leaped several times, quickly positioning himself behind the giant python. With a swift slash, he opened a gash along its tail. Come on, my friend. You're supposed to be a spiritual beast. Can't you maintain some hygiene and keep your mouth clean? The giant python howled in pain, retaliating with a sweeping tail strike. Yishio had anticipated this move. retreating a few steps to evade it effortlessly. As the tail swept by, it stirred up a tempest of dust and debris. He could only imagine the sensation of being struck by it. In the confined space, a fierce battle erupted between man and python. After several exchanges, the giant python bore several alarming wounds, while Yishio, deftly maneuvering, maintained a look of satisfaction. After a few rounds of probing, Yishio finally felt at ease. This giant python, though seemingly fearsome, was in fact quite clumsy. Aside from its size, strength, and foul breath, it was not particularly concerning. Had he faced it at the first layer of chi refinement, it might have posed a challenge. But now, subduing it was as easy as a child eating bean sprouts. Yishio now needed only to deplete its stamina, biding his time to deliver a decisive blow. In truth, the immense serpent was beginning to reveal its spiritual essence, and Yishio had no intention of slaying it. Yet, akin to the serpent's fated path, this too was Yishio's destiny. Discovering this place was a stroke of fortune for him. Encountering the serpent was his calamity. He had nearly met his end within its belly, and he could not afford to be indecisive or tenderhearted. The serpent lunged again, missing its target, in a fit of rage, swept its tail towards Yishio. This sweeping strike was indeed formidable, its overwhelming force crashing towards him. Yishio evaded at a distance, yet the gust still stung his face. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the colossal serpent charged headlong towards the cave entrance without a second glance. Attempting to escape? It wouldn't be so simple. Yishio swiftly pursued. Just as he raised his dagger, intending to strike its back, an unsettling sense washed over him. The foul stench assailed his senses once more. A massive shadow descended with a thunderous crash. Yishio was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that the serpent possessed such cunning, feigning retreat only to launch a surprise counterattack. It seemed everything was orchestrated within the serpent's cunning scheme. Before Yishio could react, the beast unleashed its lethal technique, the death roll. A deluge of shadows enveloped Yishio's diminutive figure. The serpent's immense body spun at high speed, coiling around him, intent on crushing the life from him. Yishio was startled. If ensnared, even if he were not suffocated, he would surely perish from the stench. The serpent's gaping maw lunged downward, and Yishio dared not underestimate it. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself upward. The serpent appeared taken aback, not anticipating Yishio's remarkable speed and height. Before it could regain its wits, Yishio descended, channeling his energy, and with his dagger, slicing through the air like a bullet from a chamber. He aimed for the serpent's nape. As he landed on solid ground, the dagger pierced through the serpent's body with a sickening squelch. It was as though he had severed an essential connection. The massive creature lost control and collapsed with a resounding thud. Dust billowed, and a haze of yellow-gray rose into the air. At the junction of its head and body, a gaping wound oozed blood in a grotesque manner. The serpent writhed in a futile struggle, but no matter how it thrashed, it could not lift its head again. Its spine was shattered, no longer posing a threat to Yishio. Seizing the opportunity, Yishio unleashed his energy upon the cliffside in a frenzy. Debris rained down, striking the serpent with unrelenting force. In mere moments, it lay bloodied and battered, utterly lifeless. In truth, Yishio need not have exerted himself so to vanquish this beast. With his second layer of chi refinement, he could have easily defeated it with bare hands. However, an innate sense of fear and revulsion towards such a soft-bodied creature lingered within him. He hesitated to engage directly, fearing the contamination of his hands. Chapter 18. Xia Jingxiu. Yishio exited the cave under the cover of night. Even a moment spent in the presence of that serpent left him feeling uneasy. With his second layer of chi refinement, he had developed a rudimentary sense of spiritual awareness, sufficient to navigate the cave's confines. Retracing his steps, his energy surged within him, allowing him to exit with much greater speed than his entrance. Along the way, he spotted a lost shoe. After a moment's hesitation, he scrubbed it with mud and sand several times before putting it on. Upon returning to the place where he had first encountered the serpent, despite the beast's demise, a chill rose on his skin. The area was littered with bones, emanating a foul odor. The remains were of various sizes and forms, including both animals and humans. It seemed that many souls had perished within the serpent's belly. By slaying it, Yishio had indeed rid the world of a menace, fulfilling a righteous duty. Exiting the cave, he inhaled deeply the fresh air of the valley. The full moon hung overhead, and a gentle breeze stirred, imparting a sensation akin to arriving in a new world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as rocks tumbled down, sealing the cave's entrance tightly. Yishio, satisfied, withdrew his energy, knowing that for the time being, no one would discover this place. On one hand, he wished to avoid the stigma of hunting wild creatures. On the other, he feared that should any cultivators find this location, they might seek trouble with him. Following the valley to a spot rich in spiritual energy, Yishio sat cross-legged. The effects of the Hisho Wu had yet to be fully refined. He could not let it go to waste. Moonlight bathed the valley, and the stars gazed down upon the earth. Yishio, the valley, the stream, the stones, and the flora exuded a dreamlike tranquility. As the moon waned and the stars faded, the rising sun welcomed a new day amidst the chorus of birdsong. Yishio slowly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance flashing within his deep gaze. The Hisho Wu proved exceptional. His cultivation had ascended to the mid-second layer of qi refinement. After washing himself in a pristine stream, he began to retrace his steps through the valley, following the slaying of the serpent. Yishio had found no treasures within the cave. Even after enduring the noxious stench to dissect the serpent's belly, he had uncovered none of the fabled beast cores. Perhaps it was not even a true demon beast. Though somewhat disheartened, he did not consider the journey a waste. Nevertheless, a singular question lingered in his mind. Did cultivators truly exist on this earth? If so, why they all vanished without a trace? If not, what was the nature of that concealed formation? Clearly, he needed to consult someone knowledgeable. The first individual who came to mind was the lean old man he had encountered at the Xia family estate, the steward Mo Rahai. Though he had proven no match for Yishio, in his eyes, he was significantly stronger than an ordinary person. His journey to procure medicine had been slow, but on his return, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, soon spotting National Highway 320. Yishio assessed his appearance and frowned, dressed in such tattered clothing. He wondered if he would even be able to catch a ride. Leaping down from a 3-meter-high stone embankment, he landed smoothly, with a graceful leap over the guardrail. Yishio was taken aback. The morning road was sparsely populated, and at the temporary parking area, a red Mercedes stood motionless. Yishio glanced at the license plate and approached slowly. The doors and windows were tightly shut, and a girl curled up asleep in the back seat, clutching a yellow paper tightly in her hands. Her body trembled slightly. It was unclear whether from the cold or the remnants of a nightmare. Yishio felt a weight in his heart. He could not fathom why Xia Jingqiu had chosen to do this. In this desolate wilderness, especially beside a national highway, how could a girl spend an entire day and night here? Yishio felt a wave of agitation. He disliked the sensation of being tethered by others' concerns. The world was merciless, and he wished to remain unencumbered by worldly ties. Just as he raised his hand to tap on the window to awaken her, trepidation about startling her held him back. Yishio resorted to pulling out his phone to call her. The phone rang inside the car, and only then did Xia Jingqiu groggily awaken. Upon seeing Yishio outside the car, she was momentarily taken aback. Then her face brightened. "Senior." "Achoo." Xia Jingqiu opened the car door, and as she stepped out, she sneezed. The mountain morning was quite chilly. Yishio frowned and gently brushed his palm across her forehead. "Ah, Senior." Xia Jingqiu was initially surprised, but soon felt warmth enveloping her entire being. Even the anxiety of the entire night dissipated considerably. "Let us go back. You look like you didn't sleep well." "I'll drive," Yishio said as he opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. "Huh, Senior can drive?" Although Xia Jingqiu was quite astonished, she nonetheless trustingly took her seat in the passenger side. Yishio occasionally found it peculiar. Logically speaking, with his cultivation, he should be able to effortlessly erase Yi Dasha's memories. Yet, as his cultivation deepened, Yi Dasha's recollections became increasingly vivid. Thus, he often pondered whether he was truly Yishio from the star Yuan continent or the one from Earth. While the two seemed to be merging gradually, he was acutely aware that he remained steadfastly the Yishio who wholeheartedly pursued the path of cultivation. To his surprise, not only could his senior drive, but he also did so remarkably well. Xia Jingqiu, seated in the passenger seat, wore a look of delight. It was her first time experiencing this since the car was purchased. But don't celebrate too soon. You should pray there are no traffic police around, otherwise. "Huh? Senior, you don't have a driver's license?" "I had one, but it was revoked." As he drove, the exhilarating feeling of speed returned to Yishio, and he found himself more talkative. "Revoked? For speeding? Let's not dwell on that. Now, tell me, why have you been here alone all day?" "Well, of course, I was waiting for you, Senior." A flicker of panic crossed Xia Jingqiu's eyes as she unconsciously turned her gaze toward the window. "I naturally know you were waiting for me. What I meant to ask was, why did you do this?" Xia Jingqiu hesitated, her head lowering in silence. Yishio sighed, recognizing the situation. "Your grandfather made you do this, didn't he?" "No, it's not like that. It's my own choice." Xia Jingqiu suddenly looked up, but when her gaze met Yishio's, she instinctively lowered her head again. By the end, she could hardly hear her own words. Perhaps even she could not believe such a declaration. Those around her envied her status as the daughter of the Xia family. Yet no one understood that within the Xia family, she was nothing at all. The family favored sons over daughters, and had it not been for her mother's influential background, she would likely have been cast aside long ago. The Xia family was quite small. The more people there were, the less each would receive. From childhood to adulthood, her life had been meticulously arranged. What friends to make, which school to attend, whom to love, none of these decisions were hers to make. Despite her grandfather's apparent affection, she understood better than anyone else that she was merely a finely crafted piece of art, one that could be sold at any moment should the right price arise. Previously, it was Ding Xiaopeng, and now it was Yishio. Thus far, while she did not harbor any dislike for Yishio, she could not claim to be fond of him either. Were it not for her grandfather compelling her to befriend Yishio and forcing her to win his favor, who would willingly spend an entire day and night by the roadside. It was cold and hungry, and in the mountains at night, the howling of wolves was terrifying. Lost in thought, Xia Jingqiu suddenly found herself crying in frustration. Perhaps it was due to overwhelming sadness, perhaps from last night's fright. Or maybe it was the feeling of being seen through by Yishio that made her feel so insignificant. She cried loudly, completely letting herself go. Yishio remained silent, unsure of what to say. After a while, perhaps having vented her emotions, Xia Jingqiu gradually calmed down. They made me be born, and I never wish to be born into the Xia family. Since childhood, they have meddled in everything I do. They say that if I make you happy, I can start my own company after graduation. Intermittently, Xia Jingqiu shared snippets of her story. Yishio listened quietly, like a devoted audience. He finally began to understand why Xia Jingqiu had chosen to act in such a manner. These matters were originally the Xia family's internal affairs, and Yishio had no desire to intervene. However, since it concerned him, he felt it necessary to have a word with Xia Weiguo. Once Xia Jingqiu's emotions had settled somewhat, Yishio spoke at an opportune moment. Do not be too sorrowful. I will discuss this with your grandfather. To his surprise, Xia Jingqiu reacted with alarm. No, please don't. They will kill me. Yishio felt a mix of emotions. What had this girl truly endured? Senior, I beg you not to tell grandfather. I'm not afraid of death, but I am my mother's only daughter. I do not want her to be troubled or saddened. Yishio replied coldly. Do not worry. He wouldn't dare. How about this? You call him now and tell him I will be dining at the Xia family soon. Xia Jingqiu stared blankly at Yishio, astonished that he would personally make the trip to the Xia family on her behalf. Moreover, in her recollection, aside from her mother, no one had ever been willing to confront her grandfather for her sake, not even her father, who always professed to love and cherish her. While she was skeptical that her grandfather would heed Yishio's words, by some strange twist of fate, she found herself taking out her phone to call Xia Weiguo. Chapter 19. Ancient martial arts levels. Yishio's visit to the Xia family was not solely for Xia Jingqiu. On one hand, it was a warning. He despised being monitored. Xia Weiguo undoubtedly knew about his entry into the mountains, which had already crossed his bottom line. On the other hand, he sought information regarding the martial artist levels in this world. Upon seeing the concealed formation, Yishio felt an unsettling lack of security. He feared that the next moment could bring a few Yuan-ing old monsters to obliterate him from the memories of his body. Yishio was aware that this world possessed ancient martial arts, yet when it came to the specifics of the levels, he was utterly bewildered. Mo Rahai must have practiced some ancient martial arts. Perhaps he could provide the answers Yishio sought. Once he reached the city, Yishio first changed his attire, not wishing to draw attention. Upon arriving at the Xia family, no one knew what Yishio and Xia Weiguo had discussed. They merely observed that after Yishio exited the study, Xia Weiguo's demeanor, while still respectful, seemed to carry a hint of apprehension. In the back mountains of the Xia family, the two strolled and conversed. Is there anything wrong with Butler Missouri's health? After resting for a few days, he is nearly recovered. Thanks to your mercy, Senior. Otherwise, this old body of mine would have surely fallen apart. Things happened unexpectedly, and it was beyond my control. I hope Butler Missouri will not hold it against me. Not at all. As a martial artist, I understand the different positions. I just did not know why you sought me out, Senior. Yishio had not anticipated that Mo Rahai would exhibit such understanding today. It was quite a departure from his usual demeanor. Initially intending to resolve matters through force, it now seemed that persuasion was the way to go. You see, I have practiced some martial arts, but having lived abroad since childhood, I am not well versed in the martial artist levels in the country. Hence, I sought someone to inquire. Mo Rahai appeared surprised that Yishio had come to him for this reason and scrutinized him with a hint of astonishment. Abroad? No wonder I find your martial arts somewhat unusual. After this remark, he continued, as for the ancient martial arts levels, they are divided into 4 stages from highest to lowest: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. Each stage can be further divided into early, mid, late, and peak phases. Listening to Mo Rahai's explanation, Yishio felt a sense of clarity. This classification of levels was quite akin to the cultivation realms, merely under a different nomenclature. And above the heaven level, Mo Rahai paused, then chuckled. We typically do not refer to it as heaven level, but rather as innate. Yishio found himself at a loss for words, unaware of which brilliant mind had come up with such terminology. Perhaps sensing Yishio's awkwardness, Mo Rahai added, above the innate level, one is no longer human, but divine. We also refer to them as earthly immortals. Earthly immortals? Are there many of them? Upon hearing Yishio's inquiry, Mo Rahai's expression became peculiar, and after a prolonged silence, he replied, deities only manifest in myths. In the realm of reality, let alone gods. Even earth-level masters are exceedingly rare. As for innate masters, they undoubtedly exist, yet those who reach such heights typically do not appear in the mundane world. In all my years, I have neither heard nor seen one. Yishio was momentarily taken aback. The mundane world? From your words, is there another realm? Upon hearing Yishio's comment, Mo Rahai abruptly fell silent, donning an air of deep secrecy. It was not that he wished to withhold information from his elder. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own limited knowledge. There are heavens beyond heavens and individuals beyond individuals. I am but a mere steward. I hope you can understand. Esteemed elder. Noticing Mo Rahai's resolute refusal to divulge further, Yishio realized that pressing on would yield no fruitful outcome. One last question, and then I shall take my leave. Mo Rahai cast a resigned glance at Yishio. Please speak. What stage are you currently at? Yishio inquired. After much deliberation, he had gleaned the martial artist rankings of this world, yet he remained oblivious to the strength corresponding to these levels. He understood that this question was somewhat abrupt, but given that Mo Rahai was the only ancient martial artist he knew, he felt compelled to ask. Mo Rahai's countenance shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. Had it not been for his awareness of Yishio's prowess, he would have delivered a punch long ago. Is it customary to pose such inquiries? It is akin to directly asking someone their salary, a matter not only private, but also a matter of etiquette. Moreover, he and Yishio were adversaries. His repeated address of Yishio as elder was a mere facade, and he felt a wave of revulsion within. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient to disclose? An intangible pressure descended upon him, as if a mountain were bearing down. Mo Rahai instantly felt as though he were pinned beneath a colossal weight. His body heavy and his breaths labored. His face paled in terror as he stammered. Chi emission? You are actually a profound level martial artist? Still not saying? Urgit, Yishiyu. Speak. I am at the mid-stage of the yellow level. Though it may seem but a single tier apart, the disparity in strength is tremendous. For the vast majority, transitioning from the early to mid-stage of the yellow level could take the better part of a lifetime. Encountering a young, profound level master like Yishio was a first for Mo Rahai. As the unseen pressure receded like a tide, Mo Rahai gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked. By the time he regained his composure, Yishio had already departed. He gazed at the empty mountain path, his expression shifting through myriad emotions. Returning to his dormitory, Yishio took a shower before retiring to bed. Lying there, he contemplated Mo Rahai's words. If Mo Rahai were at the mid-stage of the yellow level, then he could at most be considered at the late stage of the yellow level. He was keenly aware that during their previous encounter, he had only marginally surpassed Mo Rahai. As for Mo Rahai's assertion that he was a profound level martial artist, it stemmed from his ignorance of Yishio's actual practice, which was not ancient martial arts, but rather cultivation. What kind of masters might he encounter in the future? Yishio remained uncertain. However, from Mo Rahai's implication, it seemed that the world was divided into the mundane realm and another realm. What could this other realm be? The cultivation world? Ancient martial sects? Or perhaps some hidden families? Lost in thought, Yishio eventually drifted off to sleep. He experienced an extraordinarily long and absurd dream, wherein he transformed into a small snake. The serpent discovered a cave and stumbled upon a spiritual herb. By feeding on this herb, the snake grew larger, ultimately evolving into a python, then into a massive serpent. One fateful day, an evil spirit entered the cave and slew the giant serpent. To his horror, the malevolent figure morphed into Yishio's likeness. Yishio jolted awake, realizing it was merely a nightmare. He was drenched in sweat and glanced out the window. Noticing the sun had already set, just in time for dinner, he freshened up and joined his friends at the cafeteria. Observing Yishio's listless demeanor, his companions felt not only envy but also concern. Hey, old six, take it easy. There's plenty of time ahead. Indeed, we know your health is robust. but you shouldn't treat it like a feast. You're still young. Don't become a playboy with kidney deficiency. As the saying goes, youth is oblivious. All right, enough. Let me be frank. The reason I'm so exhausted is that I've been practicing martial arts outside. Yishio hastily interrupted them, fearful of any further inappropriate remarks that might escape their lips. I believe you. So do I, haha. Practicing martial arts? Are you seeking dual cultivation with a fairy? Or perhaps training the Jade Maidenheart Sutra with the little dragon girl? Yishio was at a loss for words. He truly wished to pry open their heads to see what nonsensical thoughts occupied their minds. Enough of this nonsense. Where's the boss? I haven't seen him for several days. Moreover, I noticed the shop was closed when I returned to school. Not sure. He might have gone out for something. Perhaps he went to find Su Qian. Upon mentioning He and Hui, his friends hesitated, clearly concealing something from him. Yishio frowned. What is this? Have you all decided to treat me like an outsider? Old Six, that's not what we meant. Then what do you mean? We. Sigh, Old Six. I'll be honest with you. Xiangzi, shut up. Yishio felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Fatty, you be quiet. Xiangzi, go ahead. Xiangzi glanced around at the others before saying, the boss got beaten up and his shop was vandalized. Yishio's expression shifted from surprise to fury. What? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Fatty sighed. Last Thursday. The boss forbade us from telling you. Yishio's face darkened. Why? He said it was those people from KTV, and he didn't want you to get involved again. KTV? Those little punks? It seemed the little mustached one had taken his warning lightly. Yishio was incensed. The consequences would be dire. Chapter 20. Fengxiao Bar. As night fell, the flickering neon lights infused the city with an electric energy. The Fengxiao Bar was abuzz with luxury cars and beautiful women. Yishio strolled past, his inexpensive sportswear rendering him somewhat out of place. Yet, he felt no disturbance within and boldly approached the entrance. Sir, do you have a reservation? As he reached the threshold, a security guard intercepted him. I do. Chung Feng invited me. You're a friend of Brother Feng? Let me escort you in. Chung Feng was the name of the little mustached one. The Fengxiao Bar was his territory, where he often lingered. This information was gleaned by Yishio through his persuasive charm with the manager of Liang Guke TV. It was not yet 9 p.m., and the bar was relatively empty. The atmosphere still subdued. Brother, would you prefer a booth or the bar? No rush. Let me find Chung Feng first. I have something to discuss with him. Very well. This way, please. Yishio was taken aback. Was the security at the bars in Yin City always this courteous? The guard led him directly to the third floor. The third floor was unusually quiet. Brother, the room at the far end is Brother Feng's lounge. I have matters to attend to downstairs, so I want to accompany you. A cold smile crept upon Yishio's lips. Go ahead, thank you. The entire floor was within the reach of Yishio's senses, laid bare before him. The innermost room is quite spacious, resembling a training hall. Chung Feng is indeed present, but he is not alone. There are more than 30 individuals, all wielding clubs, standing in a menacing formation. It appears that the KTV manager has orchestrated this trap. No wonder the security personnel are so formidable. It was evidently premeditated. Although the sensation of being outmaneuvered is unpleasant, Yishio remains undaunted. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are but paper tigers. Approaching the door, which is ajar, Yishio delivers a swift kick, resulting in a blood-curdling scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He swiftly enters, landing a punch that sends another assailant flying. Attempting a sneak attack, they might as well not have a door. The thugs stand in stunned silence, bewildered by how he knew someone was behind the door. To take two of them down instantly is simply astonishing. Chung Feng, furious, shouts, "Get him! What are you waiting for? Kill him!" There is no further ado. Chaos erupts. Yishio channels his entire energy, charging into the fray, unarmed. Where he passes, cries of despair and wails of anguish echo, as if he had entered a realm devoid of humanity. He inwardly marvels at the weakness of these thugs. Even compared to the bodyguards of the Xia family, they pale in comparison. Despite being surrounded by over 30 men, they are reduced to fleeing in panic before Yishio. Chung Feng watches in exasperation, cursing, "Did you all grow up eating shit? Useless fools. Can't you aim properly and hit hard? If you kill or maim him, I'll take responsibility." The beaten thugs lament inwardly, their frustration mounting. Their clubs were aimed at Yishio, yet they inexplicably struck their comrades instead. What a bizarre turn of events. Have they perhaps encountered a ghost? In less than 2 minutes, apart from Yishio and Chung Feng, everyone else lies incapacitated on the ground. Chung Feng, clutching an iron rod and trembling, stammers, "Why you? Don't come any closer. If you have the guts, just wait. I'll call for help." Yishio replies with a faint smile. "Call for help? Certainly. You might as well summon everyone. It will save me the trouble of seeking them out one by one. However, as someone who makes a living in this world, can you at least hold that stick steady and speak coherently? Dealing with such characters feels like a complete waste of time to Yishio. However, he knows that if he does not teach them a thorough lesson today, they may cause further trouble in the future. Although the group of plump individuals may not be entirely reliable, he is genuinely appreciative of their camaraderie. Anyone who harms them will undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Shortly after Chung Feng places the call, numerous vehicles rush towards the Feng Xiao bar. In less than 20 minutes, the bar is besieged, teeming with no fewer than 100 people. Looking around, it is a sea of dark figures. Before long, the corridor on the third floor is filled with people. A middle-aged man, accompanied by over 10 burly men, enters the room. Upon witnessing the scene inside, the middle-aged man furrows his brow. Though he had been informed of a disturbance over the phone, he did not anticipate such a situation. Clear the area and inform the guests that all charges for tonight will be waived. Yes, brother who? A martial artist? Yishio is somewhat taken aback. He detects a warrior's aura from this man, known as Brother Hu, reminiscent of Mo Rahai. The man is robust and imposing, with piercing eyes that far surpass Chang Feng's petty thug demeanor. As Yishio assesses his opponent, the man scrutinizes him in return. Dressed in athletic wear and white sneakers, he presents a standard student appearance. Aside from being somewhat handsome, there seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about him. Ouyang, who cannot fathom how this seemingly harmless young man has managed to instill such fear in Chung Feng to the point of incoherence over the phone. Chung Feng, upon seeing Ouyang, who resembles a son meeting his long-lost father, tearfully, he exclaims, "Brother Hu, you finally came? If you hadn't shown up, my brothers would have been done for." Ouyang, who bellows, "Silence, you disgraceful fool." Chung Feng trembles, too terrified to utter another word. Ouyang, who fixes his cold gaze on Yishio and inquires, "Brother, may I ask how my men have offended you to warrant such treatment?" Yishio glances at Chung Feng and replies indifferently, "You should ask him." Under Ouyang, whose ferocious glare, Chung Feng stutters. "Last week, at the KTV, he and his classmates attacked us. To regain face, I decided to teach his classmate a lesson, and he came here today to cause trouble." Clap, clap, clap. Yishio applauds mockingly. "You certainly excel at sidestepping the issue. You attacked first, and I merely educated you. I kindly let you off the hook. Yet you repay kindness with malice, smashing up my classmate's establishment and sending him to the hospital. Would you not say you brought this upon yourself? Have you forgotten what I said to you before I left?" Chung Feng, panic-stricken, interjects, Brother Hu, don't listen to him. This brat has repeatedly caused us trouble, completely disregarding your authority. If this word gets out, the underworld will have much to say about you." Yishio's expression turns icy. This scoundrel cannot be left alive. At that moment, a subordinate of Ouyang who leans in and whispers a few words to him. After hearing the subordinate's report, Ouyang, whose brow furrows deeply, "I hear you accepted the student's mediation fee, only to beat him up again a few days later?" Chung Feng, startled, opens his mouth to defend himself, but upon meeting Ouyang, whose predatory gaze, he immediately shrinks back. "Brother Hu, I." Slap. A resounding slap echoes through the room. "Are you even human?" He is still a student. "Am I not the one who has been teaching you how to conduct yourselves?" Chung Feng clutches his stinging face, staring incredulously at Ouyang, who, 5 years. I've followed you for 5 years. Haven't I contributed at all during this time? Is this how you repay me for one impoverished student?" Ouyang, whose expression grows complex, softening slightly as he replies, "Fengzi, we are in this line of work, and it's all about loyalty. When one errs, one must acknowledge it. When one knows they are wrong, they must amend it. Every family has its children. What is the point of picking fights with a few students? Moreover, since you accepted their money, this matter should be considered closed. If you go back on your word, how will the brothers manage in the future?" Chung Feng, eyes reddened, bellows, "Stop lecturing me. Your philosophy is outdated. Look at other gangs, who isn't living lavishly. Those who are thriving have even started their own businesses. And what about us? All we do is watch over the place and collect protection fees and parking fees. What else do we have?" Ouyang, whose face darkens, shocked that Chung Feng dares to openly challenge him in front of others, though the student before him appears harmless. He is not blind to the evidence of the 30-plus individuals lying on the ground, which suggests this student is anything but ordinary. He had intended to give Yishio a verbal reprimand to save face and then gradually address the situation, but Chung Feng's outburst has left him feeling humiliated. Ouyang, who, his face black as night, demands, "Say that again." Chung Feng, shedding his previous timidity, meets Ouyang, whose fiery gaze head-on. "To be frank, this was ordered by the young master of the Ding Hai group. Even if you find out, what can you do? Do you dare to go against the Ding Hai group?" Ding Hai group? Ouyang, who pauses in surprise. The Ding Hai group is ostensibly one of the largest enterprises in Yun City. However, Those in the underworld are well aware that Ding Hai, the founder, is the patriarch of Yun City's criminal underbelly. Yishio finally comprehends that it is indeed Ding Xiaopeng pulling the strings behind this entire affair. Despite the backing of the Ding Hai group, Cheng Feng was still soundly beaten by Ouyang Hu, and quite severely at that. As the elder brother, if one cannot even manage their own subordinates, they ought to reconsider their place in this world. Once Ouyang Hu had dealt with Cheng Feng, he turned to Yishio and assured him, "Rest easy, my brother. Since it was one of my men who erred, there is nothing more to discuss. Punishments will be meted out, and compensation will be provided. I guarantee your satisfaction, and that of your classmates." Ouyang, whose words and actions were impeccably precise, leaving Yishio momentarily at a loss. Initially, he had thought that dealing with these ruffians would simply require a good thrashing. However, now that Ouyang, who had spoken so firmly, and with the instigator being Ding Xiaopeng, there was no need for him to delve further. "You'd best remember your words, otherwise I will ensure you are expelled from this realm," Yishio coldly declared, preparing to leave. Wait, yet, he was intercepted by Ouyang Hu. Yishio furrowed his brow. "What? Are you backing out so soon?" Ouyang Hu chuckled heartily. "My brother, where are such thoughts coming from? A man is a man, once a word is spoken. It is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. There is no room for retreat. However, let's be clear, while the matter regarding your brother has been resolved, my own issues remain unresolved." Yishio's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" These brothers had followed him for many years. If he, as the elder brother, did nothing after they had been assaulted, it would surely be indefensible, wouldn't it? Yishio smirked coldly. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. "What do you wish to do? There are rules in every family and regulations in every profession. Let us settle this according to the customs of our world. You and I shall engage in a duel. If I win, then I'm done with this. If you win, you may leave immediately. But rest assured, regardless of the outcome, once you step through that door, today's matters will be forgiven." A sly smile crept upon Yishio's lips as he teased. "Are we truly going to fight? I wouldn't want you to lose face before your subordinates." Ouyang Hu laughed heartily. "I know you are formidable, but the name Jintian Hu the Thunder Tiger was not earned lightly. In my youth, I chased down 3 or 4 dozen men, cutting through the streets without a hint of fear." Yishio nearly burst into laughter. That title seemed rather juvenile. "Very well. Considering you seem a decent fellow, I shall allow you to lose gracefully." Though Ouyang, who was also a practitioner of ancient martial arts, his aura was significantly weaker than that of Mo Rahai. If Mo Rahai was not a match for Yishio, then how could Ouyang Hu hope to fare any better? However, this sentiment would undoubtedly ruffle some feathers among onlookers. Without further ado, Ouyang Hu launched a swift kick toward Yishio. Yishio made no attempt to evade. He merely raised his hand in a gentle block, and Ouyang Hu's foot seemed to strike nothing but air. The force behind the kick dissipated entirely, leaving Ouyang Hu utterly astonished. What kind of technique was this? Before he could ponder further, Ouyang Hu threw a punch. Yishio remained completely still, wearing a relaxed expression. Just as Ouyang Hu felt perplexed, he discovered that his fist had halted a mere centimeter from Yishio's body. No matter how much force he exerted, he found impossible to advance even slightly. It was an odd sensation, as if an invisible wall of air stood between his fist and Yishio's form. An air wall? Internal energy projecting outward. Ouyang Hu's eyes widened in shock as he finally comprehended that Yishio's words were not meant to insult him, but rather were an honest assessment of their disparity in strength. He could not possibly be Yishio's opponent, and so he promptly retracted his strength, attempting to pull back his fist. To his dismay, it felt as though his fist were glued to that invisible wall. No matter how he strained, he could not retrieve it. A master of the Xian level. He had to be a master of the Xian level. He knew Yishio was formidable, but he had never imagined it would be to such a terrifying extent. Having stagnated at the initial stage of the Huang level, Yishio could crush him as easily as one would a mere ant. Ouyang Hu's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Senior, forgive my ignorance and my offense. I implore you to show mercy. Have you conceded?" Ouyang Hu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. To the other ruffians, this scene was utterly bizarre. Yishio had done nothing, yet the infamous Thunder Tiger had admitted defeat. However, in Ouyang Hu's heart, he was utterly convinced. It was important to note that he had always considered his master to be quite powerful, yet even at the moment of his death, his master was merely at the mid-level of the Huang rank. The practice of ancient martial arts relies not only on effort, but also on talent and opportunity. Meeting a Xian-level master like Yishio was a first for him, leaving him with no room for pride. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Hu was thrust backward by an overwhelming force. He stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his footing with the assistance of his subordinates. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he acknowledged, indeed, a master of the Xian level. As his subordinates observed Ouyang, whose misfortune, they contemplated stepping forward to defend their elder brother's honor, only to be met with a fierce reprimand from Ouyang, who that sent them retreating. Thank you for your mercy. Senior, remember your earlier words. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I understand. As Yishio moved toward the door, Ouyang, who hastily followed. Senior, allow me to escort you. Observing his elder brother treating the young man who had disrupted their gathering with such courtesy left the subordinates bewildered. Watching Yishio walk away, one of them could not help but ask, Brother, we're just letting this kid go like that? Ouyang, who had just relaxed, felt his heart leap to his throat as he bellowed in fury. Keep your eyes peeled. From now on, if anyone dares to provoke him, I will be the first to make them pay. If you wish to court death, I will not stop you, but do not drag me into it. Though his subordinates were still somewhat confused, they ultimately grasped that this young man was not to be trifled with. 3 days later, he and Hui emerged from the hospital and invited Yishio to dinner at a hot pot restaurant. Upon seeing Ouyang Hu present, Yishio understood He Yunhui's intentions. Though he was unaware of what compensation Ouyang Hu had provided, He Yunhui's demeanor indicated his satisfaction. Old Liu, this brother who is my idol. It seems we have become acquainted in an unexpected manner. Let us consider this matter settled. Yishio recognized that engaging with individuals from the underworld was an inevitable aspect of business. Given that He Yunhui had made amends, he felt no need to dwell on it further. Upon receiving Yishio's nod, Ouyang, who felt a wave of relief wash over him. Haha, brother He, rest assured. In the Shishan district from now on, I will watch over you. No one will dare to trouble you again. Then I am grateful for brother who has protection. Here as to you. He Yunhui lowered his cup, as if suddenly recalling something. Old Liu, I need to step out for a moment. Please keep brother Hu company. Sure. Go ahead. Once He Yunhui exited the private room, Yishio quietly sipped his tea. Senior, am I to your satisfaction with my actions? Relax. I'm not unreasonable. Let this matter conclude here, but should there be a next time, do not blame me. Certainly. Ouyang, who carefully refilled Yishio's tea. Senior, there is something I feel it necessary to inform you of. What is it? It seems the young master of the Dinghai group is seeking someone to deal with you. How do you know this? Ouyang, who instinctively glanced around before lowering his voice. The largest gang in Yun City is the Dinghai group. Chapter 22, the Dinghai group. According to Ouyang, whose introduction, Yishio gained a preliminary understanding of the Dinghai group. In the 1970s and 1980s, Dinghai group's founder, Dinghai, started his career selling fish. Subsequently, in a bid to monopolize the market, he gradually became the leader of a criminal gang. Through violent means and coercion, he monopolized various fields including agriculture, catering, entertainment, construction, transportation, and mining. He established illegal venues, engaged in drug trafficking, and smuggled weapons. It can be said that the heinous crimes committed by Dinghai warrant execution several hundred times over. Yet, this very criminal mastermind, with the assistance of his protective umbrella, gradually ascended to the position of a political consultative committee member. He then consistently rebranded himself through public welfare and charity, transforming into the most outstanding private entrepreneur in Yun City. After years of whitewashing, Dinghai Group has seemingly become one of the most reputable enterprises in Yun City. In his astonishment, Yishio couldn't help but exclaim, even movies wouldn't dare to depict this. Taking action against Ding Xiaoping now would clearly not be a wise decision. Perhaps it would be best to let him continue his antics for a few more days. However, if he insists on courting death, then he has no one to blame but himself. As the weekend approached, Yishio received a WeChat message from Xia Jingxiu. Senior, thank you. Grandpa has agreed to let me intern at the company, and once I graduate, I can start my own business. Yishio was at a loss for words and simply sent a congratulatory emoji. Shortly after, Xia Jingxiu shared a link with a message. I will keep it a secret. Yishio, puzzled, clicked on the link, and the eye-catching headline left him utterly flabbergasted. A mysterious cave discovered at Kapanshan. Giant snake devours countless victims but mysteriously dies. Upon examining the accompanying image, he saw that the rubble blocking the cave entrance had been cleared away. The massive serpent was already beginning to decompose. Yet there were clear signs of gnawing. What the hell? Who could be so twisted as to do this? How could anyone stomach that? Yishio felt a wave of nausea and quickly replied to Xia Jingxiu, "It's none of my business." He then tossed his phone into his bag, knowing that looking at the image any longer would likely make him vomit. Who could have done such a thing? Ordinary people would hardly venture there. The only ones who might be aware of that place seemed to be the Xia family. The Xia family? Could be Mo Rahai? Although the flesh of that giant serpent might have some benefits for ordinary people, this was just too revolting. Yishio decided not to dwell on it. As long as no one sought him out for trouble, he was indifferent. Without the aid of miraculous herbs, his cultivation had slowed considerably. He intended to explore the nearby mountains again, hoping to encounter century-old Hisho Wu or millennium-old wild ginseng. After taking 2 buses, Yishio disembarked at the final stop. After a half-hour walk, he entered an unnamed mountain range. The mountains stretched endlessly, cloaked in dense forests. Unfortunately, until the sun dipped below the horizon, Yishio had not discovered a single decent medicinal herb. Feeling somewhat disappointed, he quickly reassured himself. If heavenly materials and earthly treasures were commonplace, wouldn't all manner of demons and spirits be rampant? By the time he returned to the bus station, night had fallen. It was only then that Yishio realized the area was quite remote and the last bus had already ceased operation. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with no passing vehicles in sight. Was he to employ his shadow step to make his way back? It seemed a bit taxing on his legs. Just as he was debating, his phone in his bag rang. The sudden ringing in the pitch-black night startled him. Few people knew his number. Aside from a few dorm mates, only Xia Jingxiu had it. Who could it be? Yishio retrieved his phone and saw it was a local unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, Dr. Yi, this is Lu Qingshan. Yishio was taken aback. Director Lu? Yes, that's me. Is there a moment you could come to the city hospital? We have a patient in critical condition, and I fear. What's wrong? Airway obstruction due to a foreign object. Airway obstruction? The city hospital cannot handle it? Sighing, Lu Qingshan replied, the patient was brought in too late. The brain has been deprived of oxygen for nearly 10 minutes. Yishio couldn't help but laugh in anger. Director Lu, have you been drinking, or are you joking? Generally, after 4 minutes of oxygen deprivation, irreversible brain damage occurs. After 8 minutes, it's essentially brain death. After 10 minutes, do you really think there's a point in trying to save them? A series of rhetorical questions left Lu Qingshan speechless. Director Lu, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Just as Yishio was about to end the call, Lu Qingshan urgently interjected, Wait, Dr. Yi, I understand all that, but the patient is only 3 years old, and the family's background is somewhat special. To be frank, all the renowned doctors in Yun City are here. If the patient were to pass away, it would likely cause a significant upheaval in the city's medical system tonight. Yishio coldly retorted, Why should I care? You can't treat a patient and expect me to take the blame? Lu Qingshan was taken aback, his face a picture of despair. Dr. Yi, you misunderstand. I wouldn't dare harbor such thoughts. How about this? Just come over, and if there's no solution, you can leave at any time. After a moment of hesitation, Yishio replied, I'll come, but I expect payment. Lu Qingshan's face registered surprise. As long as you can treat the patient, money will not be an issue. And what? Send a car to pick me up. This godforsaken place doesn't have a single taxi. I'm at the bus station in Li Family Village. In under 5 minutes, an alarming sound echoed in the air. The blaring siren of a police car, with its red and blue lights flashing, sped towards him. Yishio realized this matter was anything but simple. Without further ado, after confirming Yishio's identity, he was escorted into the vehicle. Dr. Yi, please don't be nervous. We are officers from the East City Police Station, responding to a directive from the department to escort you to the city hospital. Yishio managed a sheepish smile. Not nervous at all. Good heavens, with 3 officers in the car, escorting seemed a more fitting term. It would be unnatural not to feel nervous. The police car raced down the road, with traffic police clearing the way. A journey that typically took an hour was completed in 20 minutes. Lu Qingshan had been waiting there for some time, and as soon as he saw Yishio disembark, he rushed over. Dr. Yi, you finally arrived. Director Lu, is this really necessary? You're making it difficult for me. Come, let us talk as we walk. Rest assured, I guarantee with this old body of mine that no one will dare to trouble you. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, Yishio felt he had no choice but to comply, leaving everything to fate. At the entrance of the ICU, a crowd had gathered. Even from a distance, the sounds of furious shouts could be heard. You all claim to be directors, experts, and professors, yet you can't even treat a minor ailment? The state spends so much on your salaries, and this is how you repay the nation and serve the people? Nonsense. You're nothing but a bunch of quacks, loafers, and parasites. Transfer her. We're going to transfer her to the provincial capital, to the capital city. I refuse to believe you can't save my granddaughter. An elderly man, full of vigor, was berating a group of doctors, completely disregarding the signs in the corridor prohibiting loud noises. The doctors hung their heads, too intimidated to speak, resembling a group of school children who had committed a grave mistake. Old Chief, please don't be anxious. We are currently devising a plan. However, transferring her is absolutely out of the question. Tong Tong is currently reliant on oxygen to survive. I don't want to hear your nonsense. If your granddaughter were lying inside, would you not be anxious? The director of the municipal hospital, Zhao Yuchuan, found himself at a loss for words. Had it been anyone else, he would have instructed security to expel them immediately. Yet, before him stood an elderly gentleman, and even if he were granted tenfold courage, he would not dare to act against him. Just as he stood there, flustered, he happened to catch sight of Lu Qingshan approaching. Lao Lu, come here quickly. Where is that miraculous doctor you mentioned? At his call, all eyes in the room turned toward Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan simply pointed aside him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Him? Chapter 23. Lin Tongtong. Zhao Yuchuan scrutinized the young man beside Lu Qingshan and could not help but inquire, "Are you still a student?" Yishio replied calmly, "Yes." "Which medical school?" "Yinlin." Zhao Yuchuan was taken aback, then quickly realized, a student from Lin School? Upon seeing Yishio nod, Zhao Yuchuan's expression darkened. He hastily pulled Lu Qingshan back a few steps and whispered, "What on earth are you doing? Didn't you say there was a miraculous doctor?" Lu Qingshan replied helplessly, "Do not be deceived by his student status. His medical skills far surpass ours." Zhao Yuchuan's face hardened. "Do not place me in jeopardy. This is the municipal hospital, not your traditional Chinese medicine clinic. If something goes awry, I will be held accountable. Given the prolonged oxygen deprivation, we both know the gravity of the situation. The only course of action now is to buy time. Once the Lin family's children arrive, we can stabilize the old gentleman before revealing the truth." Yishio furrowed his brow, perplexed at how these two could still be deliberating over a delay while lives hung in the balance. Ignoring their conversation, he stepped forward and asked, "Who is the child's family?" A distraught woman, clearly the child's mother, was sobbing inconsolably, seemingly unresponsive to her surroundings. A few others stood nearby, each appearing equally lost. The elderly man who had been shouting moments earlier sighed and said, "I'm the child's grandfather." His hair was gray, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes, yet he stood tall and resolute, exuding an air of authority born from a lifetime of experience. Yishio addressed them. "You have all heard, I am merely a student, though I possess some medical knowledge. If you consent, I will proceed. If not, I shall take my leave. The law should not be taken lightly, nor should the way be demeaned. A teacher's path is not to be trifled with, nor should a healer knock uninvited. Life and death are fated. I shall not impose on the consequences of others." The old man, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Let him in. It is better than having this inept bunch do nothing." Yishio nodded and was about to push the door open when he heard Zhao Yuchuan shout, "Stop right there." Before Yishio could respond, the old man bellowed, "Zhao Yuchuan, what do you intend to do? Do you believe I will let you off easily?" Zhao Yuchuan was so taken aback that he froze in place, while Yishio disregarded him and boldly entered. Once inside the intensive care unit, Yishio locked the door and drew the curtains. He had already scanned the little girl's condition from outside. Although her prognosis was not optimistic, it was not beyond salvation. A chocolate bean had lodged in her airway. Under normal circumstances, after being obstructed for such an extended period, her brain would have suffered irreversible damage. However, the chocolate was slowly melting, gradually freeing up a sliver of her airway. Strictly speaking, the girl's brain had not died. Rather, she was in a state of suffocation-induced coma. Nevertheless, the irreversible damage from oxygen deprivation was undeniable. If he did not utilize his vital energy to repair her brain tissue, the girl would inevitably become a living corpse. A vegetative state. Yishio's internal energy was abundant, and he did not mind expending some of it. However, he hoped that upon restoring the girl to health, her family would reward him generously. Not that he had suddenly become greedy, but during his time in the mountains earlier, he had come to a realization. Money in this world was akin to spirit stones in the realm of cultivation. Both could procure precious medicinal materials. Rather than scouring the mountains for herbs, why not simply purchase them? As he pondered, Yishio enthusiastically began to treat the little girl. Shortly after Yishio had entered, the municipal hospital was surrounded by armed soldiers. This sight left Zhao Yuchuan utterly astonished, prompting him to hastily call the city leadership. He had reported several times prior, yet no proper leader had arrived thus far. As he watched the imposing figure of the lead soldier storm in with two others, Zhao Yuchuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Cursing the city officials in his mind, he steeled himself and approached Commander Lin. "You have arrived. Damn it. The Lin family has always been valiant. My fifth brother sacrificed himself for the country, yet you cannot even safeguard his child?" Zhao Yuchuan was at a loss for words, about to explain when a voice rang out at the entrance, laced with expletives. "Where's Song Gang? I demand to see him. This is unacceptable. A prestigious municipal hospital cannot even treat a minor ailment." Governor Lin." Zhao Yuchuan nearly stumbled, almost falling over. Yet before he could regain his balance, a man and woman burst in, both cursing. "Elder brother, second brother, what is the situation? What kind of wretched hospital is this? Let's just demolish it. Where's the director?" Zhao Yuchuan felt his vision blur, his legs weakened, and he ultimately succumbed to the shock, fainting. The Lin family was renowned for their bravery, with each member a hero. During the War of Resistance and the Liberation War, The men of the Lin family had fought valiantly for their country. After the war concluded and the nation stabilized, only the lineage of Lin Jinxing remained. Lin Jinxing, having spent his life in military service, had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest served in the military, the second engaged in politics, the third was a director in a state-owned enterprise, and the youngest became a university president. If one were to ask whom Lin Jinxing cherished most, it would undoubtedly be his youngest son. From a young age, he exhibited intelligence surpassing that of his siblings, ultimately becoming an academician of the engineering academy. However, Lin Jinxing could never have anticipated that 3 years prior. Due to a new military technology developed by his youngest son's team, he was kidnapped by spies to protect national secrets. His son chose to sacrifice himself for the country. He was honored, yet it pained him to lose a son to the grave. Not long after, his granddaughter was born. In the clever and adorable child, Lin Jinxing saw the reflection of his youngest son. He poured all his love for his son into his granddaughter. She was his precious darling, the light of his later years. Anyone who dared claim she had perished would face his wrath. Yishio scanned the little girl's body with his spiritual sense, discovering that the chocolate bean had been forced into her system by his vital energy. Her brain tissue was being repaired piece by piece, and, as he noted the timing was right, Yishio concluded the treatment. The little girl stirred awake, her bright eyes sparkling. With a round face adorned with shallow dimples, she appeared exceedingly adorable. She neither cried nor fussed, instead speaking in a slightly dazed yet sweet voice. "Big brother, are you a doctor?" Upon seeing such a well-behaved and charming child, Yishio felt his previously indifferent heart soften. "Indeed. How did you know?" The little girl squinted with a smile. "I woke up earlier, but I couldn't open my eyes. Your hand was warm and comforting as it touched my forehead. I knew." "Big brother, you were treating Tong Tong." Yishio replied with a gentle smile. "Tong Tong is truly clever. Now get up. Your grandfather is waiting outside." Lin Tong Tong obediently nodded and climbed out of bed. With arms outstretched, she exclaimed, "Big brother, I want a hug." Yishio broke into a sweat. In both of his lives, he had never hugged a child. Yishio patiently remarked, "Tong Tong has grown up. She must learn to walk on her own." However, to his surprise, Lin Tong Tong pouted and obstinately replied, "No, I want to be carried." With a sigh, Yishio awkwardly scooped her into his arms. Giggling with delight, Lin Tong Tong exhibited a triumphant expression, her innocent smile radiant. Chapter 24, Baibao Street. As the door to the intensive care unit swung open, it revealed a crowd gathered outside. In addition to the previous group of doctors, several leaders appeared to have joined. Yishio remained unfazed, as he did not recognize a single one of them. "Mom, Grandpa." Lin Tong Tong's exuberant call instantly filled the onlookers with shock and joy. Lin Jinxing's eyes brimmed with tears as he trembled. "Tong Tong, come here, let Grandpa hold you." Yet, Lin Tong Tong pouted again and said, "No. Grandpa's beard pokes my face. I want Big Brother to carry me." Lin Jinxing was taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. The doctors had claimed earlier that brain injuries were irreversible, suggesting that even if she survived, her mental faculties would be impaired. Although he had harbored a flicker of concern, it now seemed those doctors had been utterly mistaken. "Tong Tong, you scared your mother to death." A beautiful woman rushed forward, enveloping Lin Tong Tong in a tearful embrace. Yishio felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and promptly suggested, "Tong Tong, go let your mother hold you." The elegant woman, suddenly aware of her lack of composure, released Lin Tong Tong, a faint blush creeping onto her tear-streaked cheeks. "Mom, don't cry. Big Brother has cured Tong Tong's illness." "I'm all better now," Lin Tong Tong said sensibly, extending her chubby little hand to wipe away the tears from her mother's face. Witnessing the touching scene, a man clad in a formal jacket approached Lin Jinxing. "Old Chief, I told you that a blessed person will always have fortune on their side. Tong Tong's good fortune is remarkable. Her future is boundless." Lin Jinxing shot him an irritated glance. "You stop flattering. This time, you should thank this young miracle doctor. Otherwise." Song Gang chuckled awkwardly. Yes, I will certainly present a banner of gratitude to this young miracle doctor." In high spirits, Lin Jinxing waved dismissively. "You all go about your business. There's no need to linger here." Upon hearing this, Song Gang visibly relaxed, relieved that the situation had passed without incident. After exchanging pleasantries with the Lin family, he turned to Yishio. "What is the name of this young miracle doctor?" "Yishiyu, a commendable name for a young man. Keep up the good work." He patted Yishio on the shoulder, offering him an encouraging glance before departing with his entourage. Yishio was left speechless. Was that it? "Young miracle doctor, I truly thank you. If it weren't for you, my Tong Tong might." The beautiful woman's gaze was sincere and clear, yet her voice quivered with emotion. Once she composed herself, she retrieved a card from her bag. Such kindness deserves acknowledgement. This card contains. Yishio felt a surge of joy within. It seemed he ought to perform more good deeds in the future. Just as he was about to accept the card, a stern voice interrupted. Ruo Shui, what are you doing? Put that away. Shin Ruo Shui was momentarily taken aback. Dad, what's wrong? Lin Zhenxing admonished. What is the point of flaunting money? This young miracle doctor is not that kind of person. Before he could finish, Yishio swiftly accepted the card, leaving him momentarily speechless. With a slight smile, Yishio replied, Old sir, you are mistaken. I am indeed that kind of person. Oh, by the way, what is the password? Ignoring the astonished expressions around him, Yishio left after learning the bank card password. It was evident that the Lin family had an impressive background, but it had nothing to do with him. Upon exiting the hospital, he found an ATM and checked his balance, discovering only 50,000 yuan. Yishio felt somewhat disappointed. Why were wealthy individuals often so stingy? It seemed he would need to set clear prices next time. Otherwise, his genuine abilities would appear too cheap. It was already 10 p.m., and aside from a bit of dry food he had eaten during the day, Yishio had not dined. He found a street stall and ordered a serving of fried rice along with some skewers of grilled meat, indulging himself a little. Just as he was enjoying his meal, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him, Yishio? Huh? Yishio looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see a petite and adorable girl standing before him. Hee, it's really you. She beamed as she stood at his table, but when their eyes met, she shyly lowered her gaze. Tang Shua, what brings you here? Yishio had never expected to encounter an acquaintance in such a vast city as Yuncheng, right in front of Yun University. How about you? Are you here to see your girlfriend? Hee, no, I just came from a city hospital. The hospital? What happened? Nothing serious, just a minor issue. That's good. May I share your table? I'm almost done. If you don't mind, please sit down. Tang Shuer seemed to be more talkative and cheerful than last time. If Yishio weren't so focused on his cultivation, he might have welcomed the company of such a friend. All right, I'm finished. You take your time, bye. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Yishio stood up, pulled out his phone to settle the bill. Yixu. What is it? Can I add you on WeChat? Let us save that for next time. Oh, all right then. As Yishio turned to leave, he truly did not wish to see the girl's pitiful expression. Boss, how much do I owe? Young man, that girl has already paid for you. Suddenly turning back, he saw the wind tousle the girl's hair. She flashed a sweet smile at Yishio, waved goodbye, then shyly lowered her head again. The next morning, Yishio eagerly consulted his phone map to locate Baibao Street. Baibao Street is a uniquely vibrant thoroughfare in Yuncheng, brimming with antiques, calligraphy, jewelry, exotic flowers, and rare herbs. Everything one could desire. As Yishio strolled along the quaint street, it felt as though he had traversed time, returning to the Star Element continent. Perusing the myriad of items, he felt as if he had unlocked the door to a new world. Baibao Street resembled an inclusive bazaar, selling not only rare treasures, but also showcasing astonishing stalls offering cures for all ailments, guiding spirits, and exorcising evil, elixirs and magical herbs, along with talismans and magical artifacts, were abundant. He even spotted a few martial arts manuals and cultivation techniques. However, it was evident that these were all mere fakes. Trust in science, shun superstition. Safeguard your wallet, and beware of deception. The market enforcers blared through their loudspeakers, yet they did not approach to disperse the charlatans. The frauds, of course, were blissfully ignorant of the warnings. Now and then, curious onlookers would approach, some filled with hope, others with despair. Everything felt so natural, so harmonious. As an enforcer passed by, Yishio couldn't help but call out to him. Excuse me, do you not regulate those vendors? The enforcer turned back, looking at Yishio with surprise. Of course we do. Haven't you heard my announcements? But life is tough. We must allow them some means to make a living, right? Besides, who would believe such nonsense? You have to leave them with a glimmer of hope. Watching the enforcer walk away, Yishio suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, he could also set up a stall. Chapter 25, Dragon's Spittlegrass. Although Yishio was inspired to set up a stall in Baibao Street for profit, that was not his primary objective on this journey. He sought to test his luck and see if he could acquire some herbs for refining chi pills. While chi pills were not as extraordinary as Lingxin grass or Hishowu, they nonetheless offered some assistance in cultivation. The crucial point was that their preparation did not strictly require spiritual herbs. Aged wild herbs could serve as substitutes, yielding similar effects. Admittedly, the potency might be slightly diminished, but it was a compromise he was willing to accept. Unfortunately, after wandering around for the entire morning, he encountered numerous peculiar items, yet they were mostly low-quality goods. As he strolled along, he suddenly overheard a commotion emanating from a nearby shop. Instinctively looking up, he saw the ornate sign above the door emblazoned with the words Qianjin Tang. This was a grand traditional Chinese medicine shop that Yi Xiao had visited earlier. Inside, the shelves were stocked with a wide array of medicinal herbs, including several ingredients used for refining qi pills. However, most of these herbs were either artificially cultivated or lacked sufficient age, failing to meet Yi Xiao's requirements. At that moment, a shop assistant was forcefully ejecting a young boy from the premises. The boy, carrying a bamboo basket, appeared shabby and was visibly embarrassed. Yi Xiao cast a brief glance at the scene, but did not linger and continued on his way. Boss, just take a look. My grandfather says this is dragon spittlegrass, capable of bringing people back to life. Get lost. A little brat like you should learn something useful instead of spouting nonsense. My master has said that such a herb does not exist in this world. You, young brother, could you show me the dragon spittlegrass you mentioned? Upon hearing the name, Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He was too lazy to use his spiritual sense to investigate, and instead directly asked the boy to present the herb. If it truly was dragon's spittlegrass, he would purchase it immediately, as Qianjin Tang would not charge him. All right, wait a moment. The boy's face broke into an honest smile upon hearing Yi Xiao's words. He set down his bamboo basket and pulled out a plastic bag. After carefully unwrapping it, he revealed a plant roughly the size of a palm. Its leaves resemble cow tongues, and its spikes resemble dragon spittle. It truly was the dragon's spittle grass from the cultivation world. To his astonishment, it also existed on Earth. This herb was a prized ingredient for refining qi pills. Yi Xiao had come to Kapanshan precisely for this, and now he found it here. Young brother, how much do you want for this herb? I wish to buy it. Huh? You want to buy it? The boy looked incredulous. Having been chased away from over 10 pharmacies, all of which dismissed him as a fraud, he had lost all hope, only to find someone genuinely interested in his find. Just as the boy was momentarily stunned, an untimely voice interrupted. Young man, I have spent my entire life dealing in herbs and have never heard of anything called dragon spittlegrass. Don't let this country bumpkin deceive you. I'm not lying. My grandfather said this is indeed dragon's spittlegrass. The boy's face flushed with urgency as his voice trailed off. In truth, his grandfather was also uncertain, as dragon spittlegrass existed only in legends. Nevertheless, in his desperation to remedy his grandfather's illness, he could not afford to hesitate. See, you're feeling guilty, aren't you? Just look at your dirt-covered appearance. How could you have dragon spittlegrass? Ha! Yi Xiao frowned and replied, this shopkeeper. Whatever losses I may incur are my own concern. He is just a child. I hope you will show some decency in your words. After saying this, Yi Xiao turned to the boy and said, let us go find a quieter place to discuss this. The boy nodded, shouldering his bamboo basket and following in Yi Xiao's footsteps. Watching the two depart, the shopkeeper spat disdainfully. What a pair. I saw right through your little tricks. You think you could deceive me right under my nose? Not a chance. Hearing the boss's words, a young assistant immediately flattered, Master. Your keen eyes can discern not only herbs, but also the character of people. The boss laughed heartily, of course. Just look at how long Qianjin Tang has been in business. However, if we are speaking of recognizing herbs, my senior brother is even more skilled. I must tell him about today's events. As he spoke, the elder immediately took out his phone to call his senior brother. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and the boy were seated in a noodle shop, enjoying their meal. The boy's pockets were stuffed with 6,000 yuan. He initially asked for 5,000, but after some thought, Yi Xiao decided to give him an additional 1,000. There happened to be an ATM nearby, and Yi Xiao withdrew cash, all in crisp new bills, with one hand exchanging money and the other receiving the herb. The two happily completed their transaction. So, you've dropped out of school to take care of your grandfather? Yes, brother Yi. Yi Xiao gazed at the earnest boy who was focused on his noodles, feeling a pang of sympathy. The boy was named Zhang Shuisheng and lived in Zhangjia village on the outskirts of the city. His mother had passed away early, his father was missing after going mad. And a few years ago, his grandmother had also left him. Now, he and his grandfather were all that remained of their family. Shuisheng's grandfather was a somewhat renowned barefoot doctor in the area. Though life was tough, they managed to scrape by. However, a few months ago, the old man was reported for practicing medicine without a license. Facing a hefty fine of 10,000 yuan, he resolutely refused to pay. This angered the enforcement officers, who ended up beating him severely. Since then, the old man had fallen ill and had never recovered, leaving the matter unresolved. As a first-year high school student, Shuisheng had no choice but to drop out to care for his grandfather, often foraging for herbs in the mountains to exchange for some money. Just yesterday, while exploring a cliff, he stumbled upon a rare plant, and in his excitement, he accidentally slipped and nearly fell to his death. Thankfully, a ledge below broke his fall, or he would have been shattered to pieces. It was there that he discovered the unfamiliar plant. Upon bringing it home, his grandfather was elated, claiming it to be the legendary dragon's spittlegrass. After hearing Shuisheng's story, Yi Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for his predicament and grew curious about the old man. How could he, a barefoot doctor, know of a herb that even the owner of Qianjintang was unaware of? His identity must be more complex than mere appearances suggested. While he pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the noodle shop. Yishio looked up to see the owner of Qianjintang barging in with several people. As soon as he entered, the boss eagerly addressed Shueisheng. Young brother, where's that herb? I want to buy it. Shueisheng looked bewildered, and Yishio interjected without hesitation. I'm sorry, but that herb has already been purchased by me. Purchased by you? The boss was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Well, you certainly acted swiftly. How about this? Sell it to me, and I'll pay double the price. Yishio replied coldly, I will not sell it. The boss frowned. You're young, but have quite the appetite. Name your price. I will say this one last time. I will not sell it for any amount. The boss sneered. Do you know who runs Qianjintang? Get lost. The boss's expression darkened. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Yishio stood up, sneering. If not being arrogant isn't what defines youth, then what is? Chapter 26, Wu Yao Stone. Brother Yi, you are truly impressive. If only I had half your skill. I could protect my grandfather. On the bus back to Zhangjia village, Shueisheng spoke with admiration. Yishio smiled slightly. Remember, force is never the best solution to a problem. It should be the last resort. Shueisheng nodded earnestly, though he only partially grasped the meaning. Yishio gazed out at the increasingly desolate road, a mere few dozen miles that seemed to cleave the world into urban and rural realms. Here, everyone was ostensibly equal. Yet an invisible hierarchy divided people into ranks of varying status. There was no overt oppression, yet some individuals were burdened to the point of being unable to lift their heads. This place radiated light, yet it illuminated the human condition in all its starkness. At the entrance of Qianjintang, a sign proclaimed its mission of saving lives and practicing benevolence. However, behind the scenes, it engaged in coercive dealings and market monopolization. Had it not been for Yishio's timely arrival, Shueisheng might have failed to sell his medicine, or worse, sold it without receiving any payment, potentially leaving him with nothing. The formidable Dinghai group loomed behind Qianjintang, while Shueisheng had but a lonely, destitute elder to support him. The Dinghai group buzzed around Yishio like a persistent fly, and he longed to cultivate his powers swiftly to swat that fly and restore peace to the world. He decided to escort Shueisheng home, not only out of concern for the safety of his cash, but also to see the place where Shueisheng foraged for herbs, and to meet the elder, curious about the man who possessed knowledge of the rare dragon saliva in the realm of cultivation. Upon arriving at Shueisheng's home, Yishio was taken aback by the dilapidated condition of the dwelling. The elderly gentleman, upon hearing that the dragon saliva had fetched $6,000, expressed great satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity while Shueisheng was away brewing medicine, Yishio examined the elder's health. Young man, do not trouble yourself. I am well aware of my condition. The elderly man said, his face etched with deep creases that made him appear much older than his 60-plus years. Life had ravaged him, leaving him battered and bruised. 3 ribs were fractured, his body shrouded in malaise, and multiple organs exhibited varying degrees of failure. What sustained him through such torment? After forcibly mending the broken bones with his true energy, Yishio paused his efforts. Life and death are fated, rather than enduring this world's suffering. It may be better for you to find release. Elder, hold on for 3 more years. Shueisheng is still young and needs you. The old man was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yishio's intent. As he felt the changes in his body, he exclaimed that Yishio was a divine being. Bowing deeply in gratitude, there is no need for such reverence. Encountering Shueisheng is a blessing in itself. However, I am curious as to how you came to know about the dragon saliva. It was mentioned in a family heirloom herbal compendium, the elder replied, attempting to rise and retrieve a pitch-black book from a large hole in the wall. Yishio had never seen such a peculiar tome. It felt cold to the touch. Heavy, as if forged of neither iron nor stone. Inside were inscribed various herbal texts and symbols, which, upon closer inspection, revealed that it was indeed a book of medicine. As he studied it, Yishio was struck with astonishment, his hands trembling slightly. Obsidian ore. It is indeed obsidian ore. This mineral, a spiritual resource in the realm of cultivation, could be used to forge mid-grade magical artifacts. However, it was rare and difficult to store. It required a jade box for preservation, or else it would lose its spiritual essence over time. Moreover, it contained harmful substances that could inflict great damage upon ordinary people if handled directly. An ancestral obsidian, or who would be so reckless? This could spell doom for the Zhang family. Furthermore, such a large piece could yield some impressive magical tools. Who would be so absurd as to bind it within a book? What puzzled Yishio most was how it had ended up on Earth. Surely, it must have had a jade box. His casual remark left the elder wide-eyed with shock. Yes, there was indeed a jade box, but it was lost to my father during his opium addiction years ago. Yishio was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Is there no ancestral decree regarding this item?" The elder sighed after a moment's hesitation. "There is. No descendant of the Zhang family may examine this object." "Then why did you look?" "Life has become unbearable. I merely wish to glimpse this heirloom before I pass. And thus, I became a barefoot doctor?" Seeing the elder nod, Yishio sighed in resignation. The ways of fate are inexorable. All is predestined. The elder's expression tightened. "Are you implying that my health is related to this object?" "More or less. If you wish not to bring harm to Shui Sheng, it would be wise to dispose of this item. Keeping it will surely invite endless troubles." The elder collapsed onto the bed in despair, lamenting karma. "Indeed, I knew that defying the ancestral decree would result in retribution." Suddenly, he grasped Yishio's sleeve. "I recognize your extraordinary abilities. Please take this item away, and take Shui Sheng with you. He is innocent." Yishio shook his head. "I can take this item, but Shui Sheng must follow his own path." After a moment's thought, Yishio retrieved the card given to him by Shun Ruoxue. It should still contain over 40,000. Enough for Shui Sheng to complete his high school education. To alter Shui Sheng's fate and the Zhang family's destiny, education was paramount. Do not refuse. That dragon saliva is worth this price. With that, Yishio placed the card down, packed the Zhang family's ancestral tome into his bag, and exited the house. Finding the place where Shui Sheng foraged for herbs was not difficult. He followed the mountain path behind Zhang family village until he reached the highest peak. Following Shui Sheng's directions and walking for an hour, Yishio arrived at the edge of a cliff and spotted the earthly lotus that Shui Sheng had mentioned. The earthly lotus was not truly a medicinal herb. Most gathered it for use as a food source or animal fodder. Yishio approached the cliff's edge and peered down, but the bottom was shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring his view. Using his spiritual sense to probe, he discovered a protruding stone platform a few meters below. Looking further, he found several similar platforms, but could not uncover any valuable herbs. Beyond a certain distance, his spiritual sense could not reach. After lingering at the cliff's edge for a long while, he ultimately returned empty-handed as darkness fell. That night, he lay in bed pondering deeply, deciding to temporarily leave the school. He had found a main ingredient for the chi supplement pill, the dragon saliva, but still required several auxiliary herbs. He intended to explore the cliff's base, the concealed formation of Kapanshin. The Zhang family's ancestral tome, objects that should not exist in this world, had all appeared within a mere month of his arrival. Yishio felt an unsettling sense that this world was not the same as before. Everything seemed to be subtly shifting since his presence. Chapter 27. The Might of Heaven. 2 days later, Yishio appeared again at the cliff behind Zhang family village, carrying a large bag. Within it, aside from some water and provisions, were a thick stack of talismans and a heavy bag of steel balls. He also brought a small pot, a machete, and various miscellaneous supplies. The reason for such a hefty load was that Yishio planned to cultivate at the cliff base for a month, or perhaps even a year or more, contingent upon whether he found what he sought. According to Shui Sheng, this cliff was known among villagers as Ghostly Enchantment Cliff. For centuries, no living soul had ventured to the bottom. Others had attempted entry from different locations, but they invariably became lost, either wandering for days without escape or inadvertently arriving at other destinations. As for the deceased, there were likely many below. In the village, there were those of advanced age who no longer wished to live, individuals afflicted with terminal illnesses who had little time left, and others burdened by depression who saw no way out. They all leapt into the abyss. To outsiders, such occurrences might seem sinister, yet in Zhangjia village, this had become a commonplace reality, having persisted for centuries. Yishio leaned forward, picking up a stone to cast into the void below. Moments later, the stone vanished from sight, and despite waiting for an eternity, no sound echoed back. Yishio's expression grew grave. The depths of the chasm were unfathomable, and he could not ascertain the dangers that lurked within. After much contemplation, he resolved to descend. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, he thought. Besides, he was alone in this world. If death awaited him, then so be it. What was there to fear? With a determined leap, Yishio landed gracefully upon a stone platform where the water had cascaded down. The earth displaced from the crevices still bore a hint of freshness, yet alas, he found no trace of the coveted dragon's saliva grass. Extending his consciousness, he relied on various stones, vines, and tree roots to gradually lower himself. After descending 30 or 40 meters, he paused for a brief respite, regaining his strength while using his awareness to scan the stone walls for any signs of spiritual herbs. Regrettably, 2 hours slipped by without any success. The scorching sun had left his face raw, and the sweat trickling down stung painfully. The chasm remained an inscrutable abyss, and Yishio began to feel the strain of exhaustion. Noticing a prominent boulder protruding 50 meters below, he resolved to reach it for a bite to eat and replenish his energy. However, the height presented a challenge. Just then, he spotted a sturdy vine nearby, and with a glimmer of hope, he grasped it and aimed for the boulder. But unexpectedly, after descending just a few meters, a sharp sound erupted, and both he and the vine tumbled down together. Panic surged through him as he reached for the stone wall, but his fingers only grasped crumbling debris. The loose stones not only failed to stabilize him, but also inflicted a deep gash upon his hand. To make matters worse, the debris lodged itself in his eyes, rendering him momentarily blind. Without his consciousness to guide him, he might have met his end right then and there. As he continued to plummet, Yishio hastily retrieved a pre-prepared wind talisman. In the boundless heavens, I call upon the forces of nature, swift as the wind, arise, he uttered. No sooner had he spoken than the yellow paper crumbled at his fingertips, creating a ripple in the air. Instantly, he felt as light as a feather, gliding through the air until he landed securely upon the boulder. Gazing back at the tumbling stones and vines, a sense of dread washed over him. Fortunately, he had anticipated the need for the wind talisman. Otherwise, he might have perished at the bottom of the chasm. Alas, these were merely low-grade talismans. Had they been of a higher caliber, soaring 100 meters would have been effortless. Logically, given his current cultivation, he should not have found himself in such a predicament. However, the considerable weight he carried severely hindered his descent. He had contemplated tossing his pack down first, then descending to search at his leisure. Yet, the unknown perils at the chasm's bottom dissuaded him. After all, the dried dragon's saliva grass and that peculiar tone from Zhangjiao were still within. After a brief rest to tend to his wounds and consume a piece of bread, Yishio continued his gradual descent. As he descended further, he noted the diminishing number of objects to aid him. In certain areas, the stone faces were bare. There were no vines or trees, not even a single blade of grass. Consequently, he expended a significant amount of wind talismans. As he observed his dwindling supply, urgency surged within him. To conserve talismans, he deliberately let himself fall from greater heights before activating them. However, the low quality of the talismans nearly cost him his life, requiring multiple uses to ensure his safety, a case of losing more than he gained. Yishio became more cautious, opting for a gradual descent, using the wind talismans only when absolutely necessary. This choice notably reduced his speed. At some point, the sun's presence faded within the mountains, replaced by an unwelcome chill. As he noticed the mist beginning to rise, a sense of foreboding struck him. Rain was imminent. The weather changed with the fickleness of a woman's mood. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Yishio dared not linger, hastening his descent further. Half an hour passed, and the rain intensified, shrouding everything in thick fog. Though the wind talismans remained effective even when wet, he hesitated to continue downward, for the ground beneath him was obscured in a blanket of white. At that moment, he found himself precariously balanced upon a stone ridge, gripping a tree root that had inexplicably emerged. He felt as though he had melded with the cliff, remaining utterly still as the furious rain lashed against him. Suddenly, a rumble echoed. A thunderclap reverberated across the sky. Yeshi u shivarit, gnanjing upyarts. The fog churned like turbulent waves, and the torrential rain fell like knives. The atmosphere was laden with a deadly aura, as if it sought to claim his life. Surely not. I am but a lowly cultivator of the second layer. Please spare me. Yet, a disquieting intuition told him that the tempestuous winds and rains were aimed directly at him. Just as this thought crystallized, a deafening thunderclap erupted above. Boom! Boom! The sky crackled with electric fury, as if inciting the wrath of the heavens. A blinding beam of light descended, unstoppable in its descent. It struck with tremendous force, heading straight for Yishio. In an instant, his complexion turned pale. He realized he was about to be obliterated. In a moment of desperation, he loosened his grip and tilted his head back, allowing himself to tumble backward. With a thunderous crash, the beam struck the very spot where he had stood, creating a massive crater. In the boundless heavens, I call upon the forces of nature. Yishio hastily began to chant the incantation for another talisman, but before he could finish, a massive rock crashed into his chest. There was no time to cry out in pain. He plummeted like a struck bird, falling straight down. Everything seemed to be drawing to a close. Chapter 28, The Seven-Leaf Lotus. A dream, a long, winding dream. Yishio found himself in the star Origin continent, standing before his master, an elderly Taoist who had shown him great kindness. It was thanks to this master that he had embarked on the path of cultivation. After the old man's passing, he was left adrift, hiding from the world. He also dreamt of his parents back on Earth. Their love for him was boundless, and it was their affection that had allowed him to act recklessly and defiantly. His dreams oscillated between the heavens and the earth, filled with deities, ghosts, humans, and demons. Yishio awoke with a start, greeted by an expanse of darkness. Pain coursed through his body, and, as he attempted to rise, a sudden crack resounded beneath him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he fell again. He landed heavily on the ground, the searing pain jolting him fully awake. It turned out that during his fall, he had been ensconced by a massive vine, which had cushioned his descent and spared him from death. His earlier struggle to stand had led him to step into a tree hollow, causing him to tumble down once more. Fortunately, the distance to the ground was not great. Despite the harsh impact, he sustained no serious injuries. So, it appeared he had reached the bottom of the chasm. Had I known that this would be the outcome, I would have leapt directly down. It would have spared me the arduous struggle and the risk of being struck by lightning. However, as these thoughts coursed through his mind, Yishio shook his head. It was likely that he was already quite near the bottom of the cliff when he fell. Had he jumped directly, he might not have been so fortunate. As Yishio intended to survey his surroundings with his spiritual sense, a sudden wave of headache surged through him, accompanied by a faint sense of dizziness. It seemed he had sustained considerable injury earlier and needed to find a place to recuperate. Yishio struggled to rise, but his body felt as if it were in pieces, and he had no choice but to concede. He rummaged through his bag and checked his phone, discovering it was already 11 p.m., which explained the surrounding darkness. He retrieved talismans, his mountain-cutting knife, and a flashlight, placing them nearby, and slipped a handful of steel balls into his pocket. Only then did Yishio sit cross-legged, beginning to circulate his true energy to heal. In his mind, the reincarnation pearl emitted a soft green glow, slowly revolving. Yishio was overjoyed, realizing that the reincarnation pearl indeed possessed healing properties. Time passed, and suddenly, Yishio opened his eyes. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, seizing 3 steel balls and firing them into the darkness. A piercing scream echoed from the shadows. Yishio's taut nerves relaxed. Judging by the sound, it seemed to be some small creature. During the latter part of the night, Yishio's injuries finally began to mend. The night was eerily quiet, devoid of wind. Yishio furrowed his brow, feeling as though he were being watched. Yet, when he shone the flashlight around, that sensation mysteriously dissipated. However, when the flashlight was extinguished, the feeling returned. After several cycles of this unsettling experience, Yishio, unable to endure it any longer, decided to keep the flashlight on throughout the night. The following dawn, the base of the cliff was still somewhat hazy, but at last there was a hint of light. Yishio's injuries had healed significantly. Although his spiritual sense remained weak, he was no longer impeded in his movements. Grabbing his flashlight, he noted its brightness was still robust. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Military-grade flashlights outperformed those from convenience stores. Casting a glance around, he observed decaying branches and leaves scattered about, some having turned into thick muck. A few scattered bones lay strewn across the ground, their origins unknown, whether human or animal. Yishio felt no desire to linger any longer. He shouldered his bag, grasped his knife, and proceeded toward the light. After walking a few paces, he suddenly halted, as if struck by an epiphany. He turned toward a thicket and pushed aside the underbrush. There lay an animal, neither quite cat nor quite leopard, sprawled on the ground. This creature bore 3 gaping wounds, the result of being shot by Yishio with steel balls the previous night. It felt somewhat heavy, perhaps weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Yishio grinned. It seemed breakfast was secured. With wisps of smoke curling in the air, a delightful aroma of roasted meat enveloped him. He had stumbled upon a naturally formed cave, where the light was bright and the sunlight abundant. After rummaging through his bag, he joyfully unearthed a packet of salt. Holding the salt in hand, he evenly sprinkled it over the roasting meat. Watching droplets of oil cascade down from the golden brown meat made Yishio's mouth water. Once the meat had turned a perfect golden hue, he tore off a large thigh, disregarding the heat, and indulged in a hearty meal. The savory taste lingered on his lips, filling him with immense satisfaction. This was the most delectable thing he had consumed since arriving on Earth. After devouring 2 large thighs, Yishio let out a satisfied belch. Perhaps due to the tension of the previous night, he felt fatigued and, after yawning twice, succumbed to deep slumber. A gentle breeze flowed through the cave entrance, causing a few pieces of yellow paper to flutter. When Yishio awoke, it was already 2 p.m. The fire had completely extinguished, and he packed the leftover roasted meat into his bag. Once he had tidied up, Yishio ventured forth along the valley. He had traveled quite a distance from where he had fallen. A light mist lingered in the air, yet the illumination was significantly brighter than before. With a swift motion, he severed a small green snake in two. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no significant dangers, though he had come across numerous venomous snakes and insects. They lay in wait within the grass or among the rocks, springing forth unexpectedly to strike. However, they clearly underestimated Yi Xiu's prowess, as they met their end before they could even approach him. As he continued onward, a sudden joy illuminated his expression. Spotting a pale yellow herb, he exclaimed, "Seven-leaf lotus." Carefully, he uprooted the seven-leaf lotus from the earth, overwhelmed with delight. The seven-leaf lotus was one of the auxiliary herbs used to concoct qi-enhancing pills, and he was elated to have found it. With the herb safely stowed away, Yi Xiu pressed on, his heart brimming with joy. When darkness fell, Yi Xiu cut branches with his mountain-cutting knife and constructed a makeshift shelter. Outside, a bonfire crackled, while Yi Xiu sat nearby, savoring the remaining roasted meat. Although the flavor was not as exquisite as in the morning, the 3 spirit herbs in his bag filled him with contentment. In addition to the 7-leaf lotus, he had also discovered a wood hibiscus and a northern ginseng. Though neither the wood hibiscus nor the northern ginseng served as auxiliary herbs for the qi-enhancing pill, they were instrumental in concocting the foundation pill. The foundation pill was a genuine mid-grade spiritual medicine capable of elevating low-level practitioners in the qi refinement stage by an entire minor realm. Though the wood hibiscus and northern ginseng were only supplementary herbs for the foundation pill, Yi Xiu believed that one day he would gather the remaining spirit herbs necessary to craft it. After finishing the roasted meat, he arranged several talismans around his surroundings before retreating into the shelter to continue his healing. His spiritual sense had already recovered significantly. Even in the dark, he could have pressed on. However, considering the increased presence of venomous snakes and insects at night, coupled with the fear of missing anything in the pitch blackness, Yi Xiu resolved to wait until dawn before continuing his journey. Chapter 29. Qi Refinement Level 3. The next morning, Yi Xiu emerged from his shelter, stretching languidly. Although he had slept during the latter part of the night, his rest had not been entirely peaceful. Approaching the area where he had placed the talismans, he surveyed his surroundings and frowned slightly. For talismans, 2 of which were shattered. Just like the previous night, he felt the sensation of unseen eyes watching him. Yet, he paid it little mind, for after 2 nights of observation, he had noticed that those lurking in the shadows seemed to fear him, or perhaps the talismans. Regardless, Yi Xiu chose to ignore it, packing his belongings and continuing onward. It seemed the base of the cliff was endless. Yi Xiu had traversed for 7 days and nights and was still within its depths. While it struck him as peculiar, he remained unfazed, even hoping to journey further. In those brief 7 days, he had already collected 15 spirit herbs. Although these herbs were not particularly aged, roughly around 10 years, Yi Xiu felt quite content. It is worth noting that, even in the realm of cultivation, finding 15 spirit herbs in one location was nearly impossible. Moreover, given the vastness of this place, there might be even more treasures to discover. The only regret was that, as of today, he was still missing one auxiliary herb for the qi-enhancing pill. That herb was called water fairy grass, a creature of the shadows, shunning the light. Due to their remarkable resilience, these plants are not particularly precious. However, they serve as essential auxiliary herbs for the concoction of various elixirs. As dusk approached, heralding an impending rainfall, Yi Xiu resolved to seek refuge in a cave for the night, intending to resume his journey at dawn. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a remarkably concealed cave just before the rain intensified. Upon entering, Yi Xiu found himself momentarily stunned. This cave bore a striking resemblance to the one beneath Chessboard Mountain, furnished with stone beds and tables aplenty. The ground bore evident signs of habitation. Someone had lived here, yet, judging by the dust and cobwebs, it seemed quite some time had passed since anyone last visited. Yi Xiu cautiously surveyed his surroundings, hesitating to linger. After all, intruding upon another's domain so brazenly felt rather inappropriate. What was that? At the cave's innermost recess, rainwater seeped through the crevices, dripping rhythmically onto a few tufts of grass below. Yi Xiu could scarcely believe his senses. He hurried over to investigate with his own eyes. The tricolored leaves, white and green intertwined, confirmed his long-sought quest for the narcissus grass. What thrilled Yi Xiu even more was the fact that these plants had already passed their flowering phase, presenting the perfect opportunity to gather seeds. If he could harvest these seeds and sow them, he could cultivate an inexhaustible supply of narcissus grass in the future. His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled as he delicately uprooted a single narcissus plant. Oddly enough, he noted that these plants appear to be around 10 years old. Yi Xiu scrutinized the 5 specimens before him. They grew in perfect harmony, with uniform spacing. and even their heights were identical. In an instant, a thought struck him, and his expression fluctuated between elation and dread. Were these narcissus plants, along with all the spiritual herbs he had encountered recently, deliberately cultivated? Had he unwittingly wandered into a medicinal garden? Was the haunted cliff behind Zhangjia village a sanctuary for such a garden? Yishio struggled to reconcile this realization with his instincts, yet he reluctantly acknowledged its truth. Holding the narcissus grass, he found himself at a loss. If they were wild, he could simply take them without qualm. However, these plants were the fruit of someone's decade-long labor, and taking them felt rather ungracious. Furthermore, despite the limited variety of herbs, someone who could maintain such a vast garden surely held considerable power. Was it worth offending a sect for a single chi-replenishing pill? Just as Yishio wavered, that unsettling sensation of being watched returned. The world is boundless. The universe obeys the law. Exterminate evil. Sever. A talisman shot forth, exploding with a thunderous crack in the shadowy entrance of the cave. This time, using his spiritual sense, Yishio discerned the form lurking in the darkness. It was a faint shadow, dragging a long silhouette behind it. Neither human nor ghostly. Despite its frightful appearance, it exhibited no semblance of resistance. With a piercing shriek, it was obliterated by the talisman. Such ease? Yishio was oblivious to the nature of this specter. It bore a resemblance to the spirits of the cultivation realm, but was decidedly weaker. Its sole purpose seemed to be tracking or spying. Realizing this, Yishio trembled. He could no longer concern himself with morality. He hastily uprooted all the narcissus plants and stowed them in his pack. Then, he rushed out of the cave, retracing his steps through the rain-soaked night. Years of survival instincts within the cultivation realm warned him that someone had noticed his presence, and it was highly likely that traps lay ahead, awaiting his arrival. Thus, he sprinted desperately toward his original path, hoping to find an alternate route to escape. 2 days later, Yishio found himself in the very cave where he had first roasted meat. Unlike his previous mood, he now appeared utterly disheveled. Perhaps due to his accustomed diet of roasted meat, the bread he was now nibbling felt almost unpalatable. For 2 days, he had done nothing but run, not daring to close his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and his head felt as heavy as if encased in iron. Yishio recognized that if this continued, he would either be caught or collapse from sheer exhaustion. Noticing some dry branches left over from days passed within the cave, Yishio decided to start fire. He rummaged through his pack, retrieving a small pot, filling it with water, and placing it over the flames. One by one, he took out long-xian grass, 7-leaf lotus, tian nansheng, walingzi, and narcissus grass, preparing them before tossing them all into the pot. Watching his rudimentary cooking technique, Yishio winced. Superior elixirs were typically crafted within an alchemical furnace, while his haphazard approach would yield merely a chi-replenishing liquid. Though beneficial for cultivators at the chi-refining stage, it paled in comparison to a genuine chi-replenishing pill. Had the esteemed elders of the cultivation realm witnessed this, they might have struck him down for such a wasteful act. As time ticked by, enticing aromas began to waft from the pot. Yishio knew the brew was nearing completion, so he removed the pot, allowing it to cool before swallowing every last drop, residue, and all. Boom! The potent medicinal energy erupted within his dantian, compelling him to channel his true chi and break through to the third layer of chi refinement. Time lost all meaning, and when Yishio finally opened his eyes once more, the bloodshot veins had vanished, replaced by a subtle glimmer of vitality. His spiritual sense had expanded to 50 meters. Was this the third layer of chi refinement? A faint smile graced Yishio's lips. Though his potpourri of herbs was unsightly, it had proven effective. Chapter 30. Too much nonsense. After breaking through to the third layer of chi refinement, Yishio did not linger in the cave. Before long, he found himself back at the location where he had initially fallen. Upon entering this area, the light grew dim. Yishio looked up to see the stone walls on either side, still smooth as mirrors, offering no means of ascent. However, the mist here appeared thicker than elsewhere, making it difficult for his spiritual sense to discern the situation above. Yishio pressed on, and within half a day, he reached the end of the cliff's base. Although there was no path leading upward, the incline was much gentler. With a few leaps, he effortlessly ascended several dozen meters. While this brought him joy, he couldn't help but find it odd that he hadn't noticed this place from the cliff's summit. After an indeterminate period, Yishio sprang upward, landing steadily atop the cliff. Here, bizarre rock formations jutted out, with towering stone pillars surrounding him, while sheer cliffs loomed behind and on either side. A narrow, winding path led toward a lofty peak. Yishio furrowed his brow. This place seemed different from when he had come. Scanning his surroundings, he beheld a breathtaking vista of mountains and valleys, a sea of trees shrouded in mist, resembling a realm of immortals. This certainly did not resemble the cliff behind Zhangjia village. What was happening? Had he wandered into another location? Just as Yishio pondered this, he faintly heard voices nearby. He swiftly concealed himself behind a massive rock, extending his spiritual sense outward. On the narrow path, two peculiar young men approached, one following the other. They donned long robes and sported topknots, resembling characters from historical drama. Had it not been for the ancient martial aura emanating from them, Yishio would have believed he had returned to the realm of cultivation. Although he was uncertain of their cultivation levels, he sensed they were far superior to Mo Ruhai. In a one-on-one confrontation, Yishio felt he might have a chance of victory. However, should they both attack simultaneously, he harbored little confidence. He had no desire to engage with these two. He merely hoped their presence here was not related to him. Jiangping, do you think my father is being overly cautious? The back mountain is so steep. How could anyone possibly ascend it? Junior brother, since Master has instructed us to guard this place, he must have his reasons. I believe we should remain vigilant to avoid letting anyone slip by, lest we face punishment upon our return. The young man in front let out a cold snort. You certainly know how to speak. No wonder my father and junior sister both favor you. The man trailing behind him changed his expression and chuckled. That's not true, junior brother. Don't let your imagination run wild. Who doesn't know that Master dotes on you the most? Before Jiangping could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by the front man. Can you stop pretending? I despise your hypocritical facade. In a valley, it might be tolerable, but now it's just the two of us. Who are you trying to disgust? Jiangping's expression darkened. You, junior brother, please conduct yourself with decorum. I do not wish to damage the bond between us. Bonds? Ha ha, how laughable. What bond do we have? Is it merely the bond of sharing a woman? Ha ha ha. You, a murderous glint flickered in Jiangping's eyes. The man in front abruptly turned around, sneering. What? Do you want to fight me? Or perhaps you wish to kill me? They all say you deliberately let me win during our competition. I'm eager to see who is truly superior. Jiangping's face shifted between emotions before he finally forced out a strained smile. Junior brother, stop fooling around. We have serious matters to attend to. The front man mocked him with impunity. I knew you lacked the guts. I've slept with the junior sister you admire, and you didn't dare to say a word. The smile on Jiangping's face gradually faded, leaving him speechless. What? Is senior brother angry? Don't worry. I'm already tired of the junior sister. I'll return her in a few days. Before he could finish a sentence, Jiangping suddenly looked behind him in shock. Who was there? The man froze, instinctively glancing backward. Yishio, startled, quickly withdrew his consciousness. Could it be that Jiangping possessed such impressive cultivation that he had detected him? Just as he was in shock, a scream pierced the air. Oh, have you gone mad? Huh? What is happening? Yishio extended his consciousness and beheld the previously boisterous man, now lying in a pool of blood, while Jiangping stood over him, a bloody dagger still dripping in his hand. Indeed, I have gone mad. When the junior sister came to me in tears, I lost my sanity. He coldly regarded the man on the ground. Jiang Chao, you are Master S' only son, who in the valley doesn't pamper you. You had a bright future ahead, yet you squandered it. Senior brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Jiang Chao cried, clutching his bloody wound and inching backward. I truly made a mistake. Senior brother, do you remember when you took me to the back mountain to gather herbs and catch wild animals? Jiangping shouted in fury. Do not mention the past. You are unworthy. A pained expression crossed his face, and tears streamed down his contorted visage. I am an orphan taken in by Master, who named me Jiangping, for which I am eternally grateful. I am 4 years your senior. I played with you since childhood, watching you grow up. I poured my heart and soul into our bond, willingly becoming a slave to repay Master S' kindness. Yet you, just because you're Master S' son, you have always been treated preferentially. Food, competitions, everything. You received half of the techniques and pills, half of the rewards from the sect, and now, even the women, you insist on sharing. By what right? Tell me by what right? I am your senior brother. Seeing Jiangping descend into madness, Jiang Chao wept, unsure if it was from fear or guilt. Senior brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't kill me. It's too late. It's too late. Junior brother, do not blame your senior brother. My heart is heavy. With a single strike, Jiang Chao's skull shattered, his face unrecognizable. Before Jiang Chao could utter another sound, he was dead beyond revival. The horrific scene caused Yishio's heart to race. The aura of power exuded. Jiangping must possess a cultivation level above the Xian rank. After killing Jiang Chao, Jiangping did not exhibit excessive panic. He rifled through Jiang Chao's belongings and ultimately retrieved a small jade vial. Then, under Yishio's watchful consciousness, he discarded Jiang Chao's body over the cliff. This Jiangping was undoubtedly ruthless. Yi Xiao wished to remain uninvolved, hoping the man would depart swiftly. However, after completing his deeds, Jiang Ping dusted off his hands. A hint of amusement in his voice. Have you seen enough? Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had been discovered. Continuing to hide served no purpose. He stepped out from behind the rock. Although he had anticipated someone's presence, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Ping's face upon seeing him. Who are you? Yi Xiao awkwardly replied. What if I say I'm here for a vacation? Would you believe me? Jiang Ping smiled slightly. I believe you. But whether I believe you or not is irrelevant. You have seen things you shouldn't have, and thus you must die. As he spoke, Jiang Ping drew a sword from behind him. The blade gleamed like a cold star, casting a radiant glow that made Yi Xiao's mouth water. Yi Xiao smacked his lips. Must it come to a life-or-death struggle? If you let me go, I can pretend I saw nothing. Jiang Ping retorted coldly. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. Yi Xiu similet faintly. Are you so confident you can kill me? A mere late-stage Huang rank. Killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Yi Xiao was taken aback. How did you discern that I am late-stage Huang rank? Jiang Ping fumed. Fool. You talk too much. Prepare to face my blade. Chapter 31. The Dragon Valley. With a swift stroke, Jiang Ping swung his sword, summoning a gust of chilling wind. Yi Xiao refrained from raising his mountain-cutting blade in defense, for he knew that, in the presence of such a precious sword, his weapon was naught but scrap metal. Without a weapon, Yi Xiao yearned even more for the creation of his own flying sword. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was upon him. Yi Xiao channeled his true energy and struck with his fist. Jiang Ping could not have anticipated that this young man, akin to a reckless fool, would dare to meet his sword with a fist. A smirk curled on his lips, envisioning the fate of the other's severed hand. However, the next moment, before the sword could make contact with his fist, a resounding clash echoed. Instantly, it felt as though his sword had struck a 1,000-gene boulder. The blade recoiled, nearly slipping from his grip, and his entire arm was left numb and aching. Before he could regain his senses, Yi Xiao delivered a swift kick, forcing him to retreat several steps, barely avoiding the strike. You're not at the Huang rank. I underestimated you. Yi Xiao smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I have long warned you. You may not be able to kill me. Jiang Ping regarded the calm Yi Xiao, a trace of hesitation flickering across his face. I do not wish to engage with you. Just leave. What? Afraid after just one exchange? I can leave, but hand over the jade vial. Jiang Ping's expression turned cold. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Let me be frank. Master has set a trap in the valley, and if you do not leave now, you may never escape. Do you still have the audacity to mention your master? If he were to discover you killed his son, he would surely strike you down with a single blow. You. Very well, I shall give you the jade vial. And I hope you can keep my secret after you depart. Jiang Ping spoke with an air of extreme reluctance, his hand reaching into his sleeve. Suddenly, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, and a row of fine silver needles shot forth from his cuff. Jiang Ping longed to laugh uproariously. But before he could emit a sound, he beheld Yi Xiao, like a specter, instantaneously appearing beside him. Jiang Ping's smile froze upon his visage. Yi Xiao's techniques and agility had surpassed anything he could fathom regarding ancient martial arts. Before he could comprehend how Yi Xiao had accomplished this, a piercing sound cut through the air. Jiang Ping silently cursed his misfortune. He had just thought to evade when it was already too late. With a squelching sound, 3 steel balls pierced his wrist. Blood gushed forth, and his sword clattered to the ground. Jiang Ping clutched his wrist, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Yi Xiao advanced step by step, a cold smirk gracing his lips. You think you can play with hidden weapons? You are far from capable. Jiang Ping would never have imagined that there existed something known as divine consciousness. All his movements were laid bare beneath Yi Xiao's watchful gaze. The instant he launched his hidden weapon, Yi Xiao had already executed the shadow step to evade. Please don't kill me. The jade vial is yours. Jiang Ping trembled, his face devoid of color. If you wish to live, answer my questions honestly. Jiang Ping, writhing in pain, could scarcely speak, yet he fervently nodded. What sect are you from? How many members does your sect have? What are their levels of cultivation? Jiang Ping hesitated, then slowly began. It concerns my sect. I cannot. Yi Xiao's brow furrowed, and with a swift kick, he struck Jiang Ping's dantian fiercely. Jiang Ping flew 2 meters away, crashing heavily against a massive rock. He coughed up blood, curling up on the ground. Speak. Yi Xiao's voice thundered, causing Jiang Ping to tremble violently. I will tell you. We are from the Divine Dragon Valley, with over 300 members in total. The ordinary disciples possess yellow-level cultivation, numbering around 200. The elite disciples have Xin-level cultivation, roughly 50 to 60 in count. The remaining 10 consist of 9 elders and 1 vice valley master, all of whom are at Earth-level cultivation. As Jiangping recounted this, Yishio's heart gradually sank. Over 300 members was no small sect. Mo Rahai had mentioned that Earth-level experts were exceedingly rare, yet Divine Dragon Valley had 10. Although Yishio had never encountered an Earth-level expert, he surmised that they were beyond his current capabilities. He suddenly felt a sense of injustice. He had merely come to the back mountain of Zhangjia village to gather herbs. How had he unwittingly offended such an ancient martial sect? What about your Valley Master? What is his level of cultivation? The Valley Master? I don't know. Since I entered Divine Dragon Valley, I have never seen him. Yishio was taken aback. Could he be in seclusion? Surely not a congenital master? Yishio pondered for a moment before inquiring, how many sects like yours exist? And where are they located? Jiangping shook his head. I truly do not know. We seldom communicate with the outside world. Aside from disciples who go out for training, none of the Valley's disciples are allowed to leave. Yishio asked several more questions regarding ancient martial sects, but Jiangping could provide no answers. Seeing that he did not appear to be lying, Yishio grew weary of wasting time. As he bent down to retrieve the jade vial from Jiangping's sleeve, a dagger suddenly lunged up from beneath him. Yishio's eyes narrowed, and he struck down with a palm. With a crack, Jiangping's life was extinguished. His eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend why his two ambushes had been so easily detected by Yishio. Yishiu Sivchitvank, Pink Torogu. Ultimately finding only the aforementioned jade vial. Gazing at Jiangping's lifeless body, Yishio sighed, I had given you a chance. Yishio had not intended to kill him. If gathering herbs had merely been an inadvertent offense, then murder would have irrevocably antagonized Divine Dragon Valley. However, at this juncture, there was no turning back. The only path forward was to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength. Yishio stowed the jade vial in his bag and departed along the narrow path. The net of heaven and earth that Jiangping had spoken of was likely set at the cliff's base. As Yishio had managed to elude several Divine Dragon Valley disciples who appeared intermittently at the cliff summit, all thanks to his advantage of divine consciousness. Yet, Yishio found it peculiar that this cliff seemed endless. He had walked for quite some time, still traversing a narrow path along the precipice. He finally concluded that this was not the cliff at the back of Zhangjia village. As for where he had arrived, he was uncertain. He had initially intended to use his phone for navigation, only to discover that it had long since run out of battery and shut off. As evening fell, Yishio still found himself unable to exit the cliff, while the towering peak remained steadfastly in front of him. Truly, this was uncanny. Had he encountered a ghost wall? As his divine consciousness perceived an increasing number of individuals, there were several instances where, had Yishio not leapt from the cliff, clinging to the rock face, he would have been discovered. At this moment, Yishio was concealed behind a massive rock at the cliff's edge, having noticed a dozen figures converging in his direction. Each wielded long swords, their martial aura surpassing even that of Jiangping. Particularly, the lead figure, an elder in gray robes, emanated an aura of peril. Just as Yishio contemplated whether to evade their sharp gaze, the gray-robed elder seemed to sense something. He cast a glance towards Yishio's hiding spot and, in an instant, shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Yishio was startled and promptly leapt down the cliff. Like a bat, he pressed his body tightly against the rock face some 7 to 8 meters below. This gray-robed elder's power was indeed terrifying. Without divine consciousness, he could detect Yishio's hiding place. Yishio dared not employ divine consciousness again, and even his breathing involuntarily softened. Sounds of movement echoed from above. Surely the group had arrived at the location where Yishio had just concealed himself. Master, what is it? Strange, I distinctly felt someone here just now. Surely not. This area is so small, if someone were hiding here, they would have been found by now. Logically, yes, but I sense this person is rather peculiar. By the way, has Jiang Chao been found? Not yet, but the Vice Valley Master has already learned that the senior brother has been slain and is directing other elders to come. Good. Search even more meticulously. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we will unearth this person. Yes, Master. After a long while, as the commotion above diminished. Yeshiu kuiti diriftet downwards. Chapter 32, A Moment of Enlightenment. At a spot some 100 meters below the cliff, Yishio discovered a fissure forming a natural stone cave. The cave was small, barely accommodating one person. However, for Yishio at this moment, it was akin to a paradise. The gray-robed elder was indeed Jiangping's master, and also Jiang Chao's father. If he were to learn of his son's demise, one could only imagine how he would rage. Yishio decided to take refuge in the cave for a while. After all, he still had some provisions and water in his bag, which should suffice for 3 to 5 days. Extracting the jade vial obtained from Jiangping, Yishio poured out a pill. The pill was entirely reddish-brown, about the size of a thumb, emanating a faint fragrance. Yishio inspected the pill closely, bringing it to his nose to inhale its aroma. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and his face lit up with joy. This was, in fact, a body refinement pill. The body refinement pill possesses the miraculous ability to cleanse the tendons and bones, and to reshape the flesh for cultivators specializing in body refinement. In the realm of cultivation, the value of a body refinement pill far surpasses that of a chi recovery pill. Yishio was taken aback to discover that Shanlong Valley possessed such a miraculous elixir, and even more so that Jiang Chao would carry it with him at all times. It was no wonder that Jiang Ping had resorted to murder. Perhaps jealousy was merely a facade, while the true motive was to seize the precious medicine. Initially, Yishio felt some regret for offending Shanlong Valley, but in light of this revelation, it seemed worth it. If he could break through to the fourth layer of chi refinement using the body refining pill, he would enter the mid-stage of chi refinement. This advancement would undoubtedly provide him with a plethora of techniques. The range of his spiritual consciousness would double, and most importantly, he would be able to perform some rudimentary spells. For instance, there were movement spells such as wind control, earth escape, and invisibility. Additionally, there were offensive spells like ice blast, fire burst, and wind blade. There were also various minor spells, which, although considered trivial in the realm of cultivation, would still prove useful against ordinary ancient martial artists. Contemplating this, Yishio consumed the entire body refining pill, initiating the process of refining its effects. Though familiar with the body refining pill, Yishio had never actually ingested one. Previously, while on the Star Yuan continent, he had fortuitously come across 3, but ultimately chose to exchange them for spirit stones of the trading guild. On one hand, he was reluctant to consume them. On the other, the pill offered little benefit to chi refinement cultivators, rendering its use a waste. However, now that he was practicing the 6 paths of reincarnation technique, he need not worry about wastefulness. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, exuding a delightful fragrance, yet surprisingly bitter once tasted. Its effects were not as potent as the vitality elixir, warming him gently, reminiscent of a common herbal concoction. Yet as time flowed, Yishio began to experience an extraordinary sensation. Initially, it felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling within him, causing an unbearable itch. Gradually, these insects seemed to gnaw at his intestines, heart, brain, and marrow. Were it not for the fear of being discovered by Shanlong Valley's people, Yishio would have cried out in agony. The pain surpassed anything Yishio could have imagined, nearly causing him to faint multiple times. Fortunately, this torment did not last long, and soon he felt an intense heat, swelling, and a tingling sensation within. Yishio ehalit softly. Realizing that the body refining pill was aiding in refining his body, cleansing impurities from his meridians, he calmed his mind and concentrated fully on circulating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. The spiritual energy from the reincarnation pearl flowed incessantly into his body as Yishio guided the true chi throughout, attempting to break through to the 4th layer of chi refinement. The 4th layer was a critical juncture in the chi refinement stage, and achieving a breakthrough was exceedingly challenging. Even in the spirit-rich Star Yuan continent, Yishio had spent several years to reach this point. Thus, despite possessing the ancient treasure, the reincarnation pearl, alongside the unparalleled 6 paths of reincarnation technique, and having consumed a remarkably precious body refining pill, he still found himself unable to reach the 4th layer after a day and night of effort. Exhausted and panting, his stomach growled with hunger. Reluctantly, Yishio paused his cultivation, retrieving some provisions from his pack to quell his hunger. The 2nd and 3rd days passed with similar results. Fortunately, Yishio had prepared ample rations. Otherwise, he would have starved by now. On the 5th day, he still had not achieved a breakthrough, though he had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. On the 7th day, after consuming his last bag of compressed biscuits, Yishio furrowed his brow. A week had elapsed without a breakthrough. This far exceeded Yishio's expectations. Could it be that the body refining pill was only effective for body refinement cultivators? This thought crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by Yishio. He was acutely aware that his true chi was remarkably abundant within his dantian, in a state even better than when he broke through to the 5th layer on the Star Yuan continent. At the pinnacle of the 3rd layer, he felt as though he could break through at any moment, yet there seemed to be an elusive element missing. What could it be? Yishio closed his eyes. Meditating deeply, he thought of the Star Yuan continent, the capital city, Yin City, and Shenlong Valley. Time passed, and slowly Yishio opened his eyes. The moonlight poured in like water through the cave entrance. He gazed quietly at the valley under the night sky, absorbing the tranquility and serenity around him. In that moment, he seemed to grasp a profound insight. Cultivation was not merely about refining the body. It was equally about refining the heart. The heart embodies 72 forms, each capable of 72 transformations. While the physical body may perish, the heart can endure eternally. Just as in his case, though he had perished on the star Yuan continent, his heart had awakened anew on Earth. All along, he had questioned himself. Was he truly Yishio of the star Yuan continent or Yishio of Earth? Yet in this moment, clarity dawned upon him. He was both, or perhaps neither. He was simply himself, an independent self, a singular entity, free from desires and actions. He embraced the natural way. There was no need to delve into the past. Understanding the future sufficed. Like a meteor falling from the heavens, it remained itself, merely transitioning from one place to another. With newfound understanding, Yishio closed his eyes and gradually resumed circulating the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. As the sun rose in the east and set in the west, his true chi flowed through his body in endless cycles. Yishio seemed to lose track of time, forgetting hunger, forgetting everything. On yet another sunlit morning, he slowly opened his eyes. A rumble echoed from his stomach, announcing his hunger. Yishiu simidet faintly. Realizing it was time to ascend, if he delayed any longer, he would starve. As he stood up, he noticed a sticky sensation on his skin, accompanied by an unpleasant odor of sweat. Yishio frowned, gesturing with his fingers to cast a cleansing spell. Instantly, he felt as though he had been bathed in a gentle spring breeze, every inch of his body relaxing. The grime vanished as if by magic, and even the air seemed to carry a faint, refreshing fragrance. Yishio smiled knowingly. With this cleansing technique, bathing would become significantly easier in the future. Shouldering his pack, Yishio floated out of the cave. The 100-meter cliff posed no challenge for him. Using the wind control technique, he soared lightly as if gliding, effortlessly ascending several zhang in a single bound. After repeating this several times, Yishio gracefully reached the cliff's summit. What a thrill! It had been ages since he had felt such unbridled exhilaration. Yet, just as Yishio reveled in the joy of reaching the 4th layer of chi refinement, a shadowy figure emerged silently from behind a rock. Upon recognizing the individual, Yishio was momentarily taken aback. "You truly are persistent," he exclaimed. The figure let out a cold laugh. "I never anticipated you would be so tenacious." Yishio could hardly believe that after 7 days, the gray-robed elder had yet to depart. The elder's cold gaze bore down on him, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. From him, Yishio sensed not only a formidable martial presence, but an overwhelming fury. With a piercing cry, the elder slowly drew his long sword, its blade shimmering with a haunting green light. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Yishio's eyes. What a splendid sword! Just as the elder prepared to strike, Yishio hastily interjected, "I did not kill your son." The elder remained unmoved, shaking his sword, amplifying the azure glow. A murderous intent enveloped the air, casting a shadow over Yishio. "It's true. Your son was slain by Jiangping." Yishio's heart sank as he realized the elder's intent to kill was unmistakable. Despite having reached the 4th layer of chi refinement, facing such a formidable opponent left him with little hope of victory. "I know, but the moment you stepped into Shenlong Valley, you became a dead man." Yishio was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a declaration from the elder. "There is no room for negotiation. Surrender your martial arts, or perhaps I might leave you with a complete corpse." Yishio's expression shifted dramatically. He had no desire to engage in combat with this elder. Yet, it was evident that matters had escalated beyond reconciliation. Before him lay but 2 paths: to leap off the cliff and utilize the wind control technique to escape from the abyss below, or to launch a surprise attack, striking with deadly intent before his opponent could react. However, regardless of the path chosen, it was imperative that no other Earth-level masters appeared. Otherwise, he would still find himself on a road to ruin. "Have you decided how you wish to perish?" Observing the elder's cold, scornful gaze, Yishio chuckled. "You will never master my martial arts." Enraged, the elder retorted, "Then you shall meet your demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than a streak of azure sword light descended upon him. Yishio was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere martial artist could wield such formidable sword energy. He dared not confront it head-on and swiftly retreated. One hand formed seals while the other traced a circle in the air, conjuring a shimmering golden barrier around him. Any cultivator present would be astounded, for this was the authentic ancient defensive secret art, Vajra technique. In truth, Yishio had not previously mastered this defensive spell. It was a skill he had recently acquired from the Six Paths reincarnation technique. The sword energy struck with astonishing speed, crashing against the golden barrier with a thunderous roar. Dust and debris flew as the solid stone path was carved with a deep gash. Although the Vajra technique was an ancient defensive art, given Yi Xiu's cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement, merely managing to cast it was an achievement in itself, let alone achieving invulnerability. Thus, after a violent tremor, the golden barrier shattered. Yi Xiu was violently jolted, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. An Earth-level martial artist possessed terrifying prowess. Moreover, this was the outcome after the barrier had absorbed part of the impact, and Yi Xiu was a body-refining cultivator who had consumed a body-tempering elixir. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since been reduced to ashes beneath the sword. This blade made Yi Xiu acutely aware that mastering ancient martial arts to their zenith rendered one's power unfathomable. He could no longer afford to underestimate ancient martial arts, and he understood that today, aside from leaping off the cliff, he had no other escape. While Yi Xiu's heart brimmed with shock, the elder wore an expression of disbelief. This young man, possessing merely the initial stage of Xian-level cultivation, had managed to withstand his sword strike, though he was aware of Yi Xiu's remarkable agility. Witnessing it firsthand was still surprising. Most astonishing was the golden barrier that had seemingly materialized out of thin air. It appeared to be a defensive artifact. If he were to obtain both the martial arts and the artifact, would he not become invincible amongst his peers? With their thoughts lingering in silence, both men regarded one another, unspoken yet mutually understanding. Were it not for the crimson stain at the corner of Yi Xiu's mouth and the deep gash between them, one might have believed that nothing had transpired. Ultimately, the elder could no longer contain himself. He was the first to speak. Hand over your martial arts and artifact, and I may consider sparing your life. Artifact? Yi Xiu smirked. You truly think so? However, he did not elaborate. Instead, he replied coolly, I told you. You cannot learn it. Why do you not believe me? Yi Xiu spoke the truth, yet to the elder, his words dripped with scorn. Seeking death. The elder bellowed with rage, his sword singing as it shimmered with a cerulean light. A torrential downpour of sword energy surged toward Yi Xiu, instantly engulfing that solitary figure. Boom! Dust erupted, and debris flew. The ground was struck, creating a deep crater. The power of this sword was evidently greater than the last. As the dust settled, the elder stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched upon his face. Before him lay nothing but emptiness. Yi Xiu had mysteriously vanished. Was it possible he had been cleaved away? That seemed improbable. Or had the boy managed to escape? Indeed, given his peculiar agility, it was not the first time he had fled off a cliff. With this thought, the elder tightened his grip on the sword and cautiously approached the cliff's edge to survey. Yet, as he neared the precipice, he sensed something amiss. A faint fluctuation of internal energy wafted behind him. Though subtle, it was nevertheless perceptible. An invisibility artifact? What a treasure! I never anticipated this young man possessed so many valuable items. The elder had roughly pinpointed Yi Xiu's location, yet he chose not to reveal this knowledge. He was eager to see what other tricks Yi Xiu had up his sleeve, what other artifacts he possessed. In his mind, he was certain of his victory, convinced that no martial arts or artifacts would escape his grasp. He felt a twinge of anticipation, even allowing his disdain for Yi Xiu to wane slightly. Sure enough, the sound of rapid movement erupted from behind. The elder smiled slightly, dismissing the threat with a turn, knowing instinctively that it posed no danger. He tilted his body slightly, extending his hand casually to catch the impending assault. To his astonishment, he found Yi Xiu somewhat endearing. Slowly, he turned around, a smile gracing his lips, revealing 5 steel balls laid out in his palm. You intend to use these against me? An invisibility artifact on your person is quite amusing. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the elder's smile abruptly vanished. A chilling premonition surged through him as a cold wave approached from his right. Though invisible, he sensed it was some form of concealed projectile. A grave expression crossed the elder's face. For the first time, he regarded Yi Xiu with serious consideration. He dared not underestimate his opponent, swiftly shifting his body to the left. As the moment passed, the icy wave barely grazed him, leaving him unscathed but inflicting a faint pain in his arm. Seeking death, the elder was enraged. How could he not be furious after nearly losing his right hand to Yi Xiu? But before he could unleash his fury, an ominous sensation washed over him once more. The familiar chill approached with alarming speed. With a sound akin to slicing through vegetables, the elder's left hand was severed cleanly, severed by the invisible projectile. In that instant, he stood frozen, staring blankly at the severed arm that had fallen to the ground. It had never crossed his mind that this limb would one day abandon him. Only when blood gushed forth like a fountain and excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint did the elder hurriedly seal several acupoints to stem the flow. Chapter 34. The Trump Card. Although he regretted not striking a fatal blow, Yishio felt a flicker of excitement within. Initially, he harbored no hope for a surprise attack, considering the elder's overwhelming strength. Yet, having perceived the elder's momentary amusement, he recognized that the elder had relaxed his vigilance. With this in mind, he decided to take a chance on a sneak attack. The steel balls were merely a test of the elder's defenses. The first use of the wind blade technique was intended to confuse the elder. The second, however, was Yishio's true trump card. While he had not claimed the elder's life, severing an arm felt like a worthwhile achievement. Nonetheless, Yishio was acutely aware that despite the loss of an arm, the elder could still easily kill him. Moreover, even though he had evaded the attack using the invisibility technique, he had still sustained injuries from the nearby sword energy. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yishio unleashed 2 more wind blades before instantly darting to the cliff's edge, preparing to leap into the abyss. The elder was consumed with rage, having been inexplicably disarmed by an unknown young man. Now, seeing Yishio attempt to flee, he would not allow it, easily dodging the 2 wind blades. The elder let out a fierce howl, transforming into a blur as he lunged toward Yishio. The elder was swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. However, Yishio was a fraction swifter. By the time the elder lunged towards the precipice, Yishio had already plummeted over the edge. To his astonishment, the elder disregarded his own safety and leapt off the cliff as well. Yishio was momentarily taken aback. Had the old man gone mad? Or was he merely too fast to halt his momentum? It was known that no matter how adept one was in lightness skills, without the ability to manipulate the wind, a fall from such heights would be fatal. "You brat, come and pay with your life." As he descended, the elder swung his sword downwards, momentarily halting himself mid-air before lunging towards the cliff's edge. Yishio quickly discerned that the elder did not intend to leap from the cliff. Instead, he aimed to unleash a strike before using his lightness skills to return to safety. Yet, who would be so fortunate as to strike and then depart unscathed? On the cliff, Yishio was no match for the elder, but in this predicament the tables had turned. A cold smirk crept across Yishio's lips as he continued to fall, his hands weaving intricate seals. A faint golden light enveloped him, and numerous blades of wind shot forth. Perhaps it was due to the elder's mid-air attack or his injuries, but the force of this strike was considerably diminished, merely shattering Yishio's protective barrier without inflicting any harm upon him. Nevertheless, the powerful shockwave caused Yishio to descend even more rapidly. In contrast, the elder was far less fortunate. He was aware of Yishio's prowess and lightness skills, but he had never anticipated that Yishio could fly. He had assumed that in mid-air, Yishio would be unable to defend against a strike. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did Yishio block the attack, but he also emerged unscathed. At that moment, fear began to take root in the elder's heart, even prompting thoughts of retreat. However, just as he attempted to return to the cliff, a flurry of icy winds surged toward him. Aware of the dangers posed by such hidden weapons, he instinctively sidestepped. Yet, in doing so, he forgot that he was on the edge of a cliff. Straining to regain his footing had already been his utmost limit. Now, with the onslaught of concealed projectiles, he faltered, plummeting just like Yishio. The elder suddenly realized the peril he was in and hastily drove his sword into the rocky ledge, gripping the hilt to stabilize himself. He reasoned that once he regained some internal energy, he could leap back to safety. However, before he could catch his breath, a chill swept through the air, as if a harsh winter was approaching. He quickly glanced down, only to behold several massive blue orbs of ice rolling towards him, exuding a menacing cold. Following closely behind were fiery orbs ablaze with flames, racing towards him as well. Yishio had vanished from sight, but a booming laughter echoed from the cliff's base. Old man, savor the delightful experience of this ice and fire duality. The elder's heart was struck by a bolt of lightning. The martial world he had devoted his life to defending crumbled in an instant. He felt akin to a desiccated leaf, clinging precariously to a branch, on the verge of falling. You can wield magic. The ice ensnared him, merging him with his sword. The flames engulfed him, leaving nothing but the sword behind. Whether the elder lived or died was a mystery to Yishio. Logically, he should have relished such a spectacular display of ice and fire, but he found himself devoid of the desire, or even the life, to enjoy it. Wounded by the sword energy on the cliff, followed by a relentless series of spells: diamond technique, invisibility technique, wind blade technique, wind manipulation technique, ice technique, fireball technique. He cast spell after spell until the moment he began to plummet rapidly. At that instant, Yishio realized the dire situation. His internal energy had been completely depleted. Even the life-saving wind manipulation technique was beyond his reach now. It truly validated the saying, casting spells may bring momentary delight, but leads swiftly to the crematorium. Alas, my life is at an end. Fortunately, he still had a few wind talisman in his pocket, but that was merely a drop in the bucket, barely enough to sustain him for a brief moment. Utilizing the talismans, Yishio managed to slow his descent somewhat, maneuvering closer to the rocky wall, attempting to grasp anything he could. However, luck was not on his side this time. Those objects could not withstand his weight. Vines snapped, rocks crumbled, and while they only slowed his fall, they failed to halt it altogether. The miraculous artifacts, boulders, caves, and giant trees, were conspicuously absent. When the last wind talisman was exhausted, and Yishio was left battered and bruised, his hands bloodied from the rough surfaces, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming pain and fainted. When Yishio regained consciousness, he felt parched and his stomach ached with emptiness. The sharp scent of disinfectant assaulted his senses, triggering a wave of nausea. "Ah, brother, you've finally awakened." Upon hearing the voice, Yishio noticed another person in the corner. This individual appeared somewhat familiar, but in his current dazed state, he could not recall where they had met. "Water." Yishio rubbed his temples, only to find that his throat was raw, as if cut by a blade. The person extended a chubby hand, offering a bottle of mineral water. Yishio accepted it, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down eagerly. After draining the bottle, he felt significantly better, though hunger gnawed at him even more acutely. "Is there anything to eat?" "Well, I have a cup of instant noodles. Would you like some?" Upon hearing instant noodles, Yishio felt a wave of nausea, but he steeled himself and replied, "Sure, just don't include the seasoning packet." "Thanks. Hey, why are you being so polite? It's fate that has brought us together." Hearing this, Yishio scrutinized the individual more closely. He appeared to be a student, around 175 centimeters tall, slightly plump, with a round face that was perpetually adorned with a smile, exuding an air of endearing yet slightly lewd charm. As he continued to observe, Yishio suddenly froze and instinctively exclaimed, "Wang Hao? Oh, brother, I can't believe you still remember my name." Wang Hao beamed as he handed over the prepared noodles, then added, "It was no small feat to carry you back from the wilderness." "Wilderness? Indeed. If it weren't for me, you would have been devoured by wolves or tigers long ago." Chapter 35. A sense of familiarity on the train heading to Yun City. Yishio sat by the window, while Wang Hao occupied the seat beside him, his small eyes frequently wandering to admire passing beauties. This scene felt oddly familiar. The only difference was that their previous journey had begun in the capital, while this one commenced from Izhou. Izhou was over 1,500 kilometers away from Yun City, and Yishio could hardly fathom how he had inexplicably ended up in Izhou. According to Wang Hao, he had taken advantage of the National Day holiday to join a tour group. The final destination of this trip was the Shenanjia in Izhou. Initially, he had entered the scenic area with the group, but soon grew disenchanted with the limited attractions, as many places were off-limits. This disappointment led him to seek more adventurous experiences, as he had been drawn by the mysterious allure touted online. After much negotiation with the tour group, he decided to break away and explore independently. Following the adventurous routes suggested by online travelers, Wang Hao successfully ventured into a secluded valley, where he discovered the unconscious Yishio and brought him out to the hospital. Yishio, now holding his phone, scrolled through various videos about Shenanjia. As he gazed upon the familiar mountain ranges, he finally believed that he had truly entered Shenanjia. It was no wonder that the sect within was referred to as the Valley of the Divine Dragon. However, the Valley of the Divine Dragon was evidently a hidden sect, as there was no mention of it anywhere online. Despite its mystique, Yishio was reluctant to venture forth recklessly once more. At least until he reached the late stage of chi refinement, he was reluctant to reappear in the territory of Izhou, for the strength of the Divine Dragon Valley was formidable. After the battle atop the cliff, he had irrevocably severed ties with the Divine Dragon Valley, and he had no desire to court death. His current thoughts were consumed by the mysteries lurking behind the back mountains of Zhangjia village, which had drawn him from 1,000 miles away. Moreover, there was the valley mentioned by Wang Hao. Logically, the people from the Divine Dragon Valley would never allow ordinary individuals to enter freely. Furthermore, after the fierce confrontation with the gray-robed elder, there should have been individuals from the Divine Dragon Valley scouring the base of the cliff. Yet, how was it that Wang Hao could swagger about with someone on his back? It was incomprehensible, truly perplexing. Yishio looked quickly. "Isn't this the beauty from last time?" Wang Hao suddenly exclaimed, excitement evident as he held his phone aloft. Yishio glanced over and saw a video captured by a netizen from Cloud City. The footage showcased a stunning woman elegantly attending an event. She possessed remarkable beauty, a graceful figure, and an air of sophistication that was utterly captivating. Every smile and frown radiated an enchanting aura. Beside her stood Ding Xiaopeng, who had persistently sought to trouble Yishio. Wang Hao, wearing a foolish grin, exclaimed, "So her name is Xia Jingxiu, the heiress of the Midsummer Group, a true goddess." Yishio remained silent. He neither harbored disdain nor affection towards Xia Jingxiu. He had always intentionally maintained distance from others, not out of a misanthropic nature, but to avoid dragging anyone into his troubles. And he certainly did not wish for others to ensnare him. Wang Hao, with a lewd grin, inquired, "What do you think? Isn't she stunning?" Yishio clicked his tongue, responding, "She's all right, quite average." Wang Hao shot him a knowing glance, teasing, "What's this? Didn't get her WeChat last time? Now feeling a bit bitter?" Yishio offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to engage in the banter. Indeed, Xia Jingxiu was beautiful, regarded as one of the top beauties in Cloud City. However, when compared to those in the capital, she fell somewhat short. Yet Wang Hao seemed to take his words to heart, patting Yishio on the shoulder and offering consolation. "Don't be disheartened. The comment section says she's the campus belle of Cloud City University. Just admire her from afar, but don't take it to heart." Xia Jingxiu was the campus belle of Cloud City University? This was a revelation to Yishio. Nevertheless, it bore little significance to him. He was merely curious about how she had become entangled with Ding Xiaopeng again. Originally, he had received several missed calls from Xia Jingxiu, but now he saw no need to return them. Upon returning to Cloud City, after treating Wang Hao to a sumptuous meal, the two parted ways as they returned to their respective schools. Just as they reached the school entrance, they were intercepted by a man distributing flyers. "Excuse me, would you like to learn about swimming and fitness?" "Not needed," Yishio responded, attempting to sidestep the man, only for him to grasp his arm firmly. Yishio's expression darkened, ready to unleash his frustration, when he heard the man tentatively inquire, "Brother Yi?" Some words lingered on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, scrutinizing the individual before him. No matter how he looked, he had no recollection of this person. "Who are you?" Upon hearing Yishio speak, the man grew visibly excited. "My name is Zhang Chao, a subordinate of Tiger Oyang. Ye juice bro furuit, Oyang Tiger. Is there something you need?" Zhang Chao's eyes reddened. "Our territory was attacked, and Tiger was beaten." Yishio was taken aback. How could Oyang Tiger, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, be so easily overpowered? Noticing the confusion on Yishio's face, Zhang Chao continued, "A week ago, some troublemakers came to your classmate's shop, and Tiger went to teach them a lesson. Afterward, those troublemakers brought reinforcements and ended up beating him." Yishio's gaze turned icy. "And my classmate?" Zhang Chao suddenly felt an inexplicable chill, shuddering as he replied, "You should be fine. I heard the Xia family intervened to resolve it." Yishio felt a sense of relief wash over him and pondered, "You should head back. Tell Oyang Tiger to recuperate well. I will find time to visit him." Seeing Yishio about to leave, Zhang Chao hastily grabbed his arm, prompting Yishio's expression to darken further. "What? Am I not allowed to leave? Did Oyang Tiger send you to hold me accountable for this?" Although Yishio felt a twinge of guilt over Oyang Tiger being beaten, he had no intention of taking any action on his behalf. Even in dealing with Ding Xiaopeng, he would only do so in his own name, not under the pretext of avenging Oyang Tiger. Yishio was fully aware of Oyang Tiger's connections to the underworld. Getting involved would lead to a never-ending cycle of trouble. Once he helped reclaim territory and settled this score, what would happen next? There was a possibility that he might end up caught in the crossfire. Zhang Chao, witnessing the shift in Yishio's demeanor, quickly clarified, No. Brother Yi, you misunderstood. It's not Tiger who sent me. I came to find you on my own. To be frank, Tiger is not doing well. I've been waiting here for so many days, just hoping Brother Yi would see him one last time." Yishio was taken aback. "What? Not doing well? Isn't he a martial artist?" "I'm not too sure. I just heard Tiger mention something about a shattered dantian." Yishio's expression darkened. He understood all too well what a shattered dantian meant for a martial artist. A surge of fury coursed through him, as he couldn't believe that upon just returning to Cloud City, he was already itching to exact vengeance on someone. Chapter 36, Suburban Dwellings. In a dimly lit house in the suburbs, a musty odor permeated the air. Oyang Tiger lay on a wooden bed, forcing a smile. Beside him sat a woman, who appeared to possess some beauty. Watching the woman weep, Oyang Tiger wished to comfort her, but found his hand utterly incapable of lifting. "Enough crying. I'm not dead yet." Upon hearing his words, the woman sobbed even more sorrowfully. Oyang Tiger sighed, "Find a decent, honest man to marry. I can no longer provide you with a title in this lifetime." The woman ceased her tears, managing a bitter smile. "Marry? You say it so easily. What about our daughter?" Oyang Tiger's face stiffened. "Our daughter can just call someone else dad. After all, I never dared to acknowledge her." The woman's eyes reddened as she scolded. Ouyang Tiger, you bastard. Don't think you can just abandon us. Enduring the pain in his body, Ouyang Tiger chuckled softly. Enough, just go home. Don't come here anymore. Once the storm passes, I will come and find you. And if you leave, what will happen to you? Don't worry. There's still Xiao Chao and Wei Zi to take care of me. A bunch of kids will take care of you? Nonsense. The woman wiped her tears and hesitated for a moment. Tiger, why not just soften up a bit with that little brat? I want Ding Lao enough. Unless that kid kills me, I want to let this go. The woman stood up in anger. Is it worth it for someone unrelated? You're being righteous. Leaving me and our daughter in despair. Ouyang Tiger, you're truly something, truly a man. The woman stormed out, and Ouyang Tiger closed his eyes. Tears streaming down his face. How he wished to swallow his pride, but he knew all too well that crossing Yishio would lead to a dead end. Who are you? Let me go. With a loud bang, the woman who had just exited was pushed back inside. Following her were 4 burly men, blocking the entrance completely. The leading man mockingly said, Ouyang boss, your living arrangements are quite unique, though a bit hard to find. Ouyang who, filled with both shock and fury, paid no heed to the tears streaming down his face as he bellowed, Release her. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. It's all good, it's all good. The leading man replied, Our young master has decreed that as long as you deal with that lad, surnamed Yi, the 2 women will come to no harm. Before Ouyang who could respond, the woman, in a frenzy, lunged at the man and began to assault him. Bastards, what have you done to Nana? With a resounding slap, the woman was sent sprawling to the ground, unconscious. You scoundrels, I will kill you. Ouyang whose eyes blazed with rage as he attempted to rise from the bed. Yet his body felt as heavy as lead, utterly unresponsive. With a thud, he fell from the bed. His wound tore open, oozing blood as he crawled towards the woman like a worm. Suddenly, a foot came down hard upon his head, pinning him in place. Oh, look who can crawl. Ouyang, if you want, I can help you see something more exciting. Who knows, it might just inspire you to stand. The leader laughed lewdly, and the others, understanding his cue, seized the woman and shoved her against the wall. Beasts, you will meet a terrible end. Yishio will not spare you. Oh, I'm so scared. Where is he? Bring him out to kill me. The leader continued to laugh recklessly as he unbuckled his belt. Want to die? As you wish. A sudden voice pierced the air, and Yishio appeared in the room like a specter. You. With a sickening thud, a bloody head fell to the ground. The 2 men holding the woman had yet to react when their shoulders felt a chill, and their hands were severed in an instant. A ghost. The man near the door finally grasped the situation and screamed before bolting for the exit. Yishio raised his hand, and a blade of wind shot forth, cleaving the man in 2 just as he crossed the threshold. Most horrifyingly, the man did not immediately die. He dragged himself forward, half of his body trailing behind. Yay, Senior. Ouyang whose heart swelled with emotion as he heard Yishio's voice. Don't worry, I have returned. Everything will be all right. Those words brought tears to Ouyang whose eyes. The grievances of many days finally erupted at that moment. This iron-willed man, who had endured so much without uttering a sound, now wept like a child. As he cried, he felt a warm current coursing through him, alleviating some of his pain. He then noticed Yishio sitting on the ground, his palm pressed against Ouyang whose forehead, where a faint green light shimmered. Half an hour later, Yishio stood up. Your injuries have nearly healed. With some rest, you'll be fine. Ouyang who sensed that Yishio was healing him, but upon hearing his words, he found it hard to believe. Cautiously, he tried to extend his hand, lift his leg, and slowly sit up. Only when he was fully standing did he believe that all of this was real. Thank you, Senior. You saved my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Yishio shook his head. No need for thanks. Your current state is also my fault. However, regarding your dantian, if the dantian is shattered, it cannot be repaired. I understand. Ouyang who replied, Rest assured, I'm already grateful to have my life back. Yishio was taken aback. Who told you it cannot be repaired? Ouyang who was stunned. Can it be? Though it may be somewhat complicated, there are indeed ways. Trust me, this matter arose because of me, and I will find a solution. Hearing Yishio's words, Ouyang who was as joyful as a child. Thank you, Senior. All right. Stop calling me Senior. It sounds awkward. Just call me by my name. How about Yi, brother? That works. Yishio had actually arrived earlier, but chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he observed the situation within the room from a distance, using his spiritual sense. It was evident that although Ouyang, who was not a competent husband or father, he certainly was a commendable older brother or younger sibling. Despite some fear of Yishio, his willingness to endure such hardships for him made Yishio regard him with admiration. Initially, he had hesitated to help Ouyang, never anticipating that Ding Xiaopeng would be so deranged as to target his wife and child. He also never expected that, in the face of such inhumane torment, Ouyang who would still choose to trust him. since Ouyang who believed in him. How could he let him down? If Ding Xiaopeng wanted to play with fire, then he would gladly join the game. After all, the Ding family was rooted in the underworld. It was time for a black-on-black retaliation. Chapter 37. Ouyang Nana. Heaven on Earth was Ding Xiaopeng's stronghold, and the place where Ouyang whose daughter was being held. After learning of this location from the one-armed brute, Yishio unleashed several fireballs, incinerating the men to ashes. Watching them burn to nothingness, Ouyang who felt a surge of relief at his decision. Now, you go find a place without surveillance and wait for me, Yishio instructed. Yishio's powers were truly extraordinary after his treatment. Ouyang who was now able to move freely, even driving without any hindrance. You brother, let me accompany you, Ouyang who urged. No need, you would only expose our target. Yishiu replied. Noticing Ouyang who hesitating, he reassured him, don't worry, I will ensure your daughter returns safely. Ouyang who was deeply moved and nodded silently. As he turned onto another road, Yishio scanned the area with his spiritual sense, then activated his invisibility technique, slipping into heaven on earth. Since it was daytime, the establishment was closed, but the door was slightly ajar. Yishio pushed the door open and found a young doorman slumped over the front desk, fast asleep. Perhaps he was exhausted from working through the night, as he failed to notice the glass door opened by itself. The elevator required a key card, so Yishio had to take the fire escape to the top floor. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, Yishio used his spiritual sense to see two men outside the door, chatting while smoking. That student girl is quite a looker. Indeed, she clearly looks like a virgin. If it weren't for that stinky Taoist wanting to do something with her, I would have gone for her. Hey, isn't that Taoist out right now? How about we have a little fun? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What if the Taoist finds out? That wouldn't be a joke. Bah, look at him. He seems like a ghost. I doubt he's ever touched a woman. Even if we deflower that girl, he probably wouldn't notice. That may be true. Even I, a master of seduction, have misjudged before. But what if she tells someone? Are you stupid? Just drug her. Haha, good idea, but no buts. If you keep hesitating, that Taoist will be back. Can you really stand to see such a beautiful girl be ruined by him? Damn it. What are we afraid of? Let's go in together. Yishio frowned. These brutes were truly depraved, not even sparing a high school girl. He followed the two into a room and found a young girl bound to a chair. Upon seeing her face, Yishio understood why these men were so deranged. Her skin was as white as snow, her beauty enchanting, and her large, sparkling eyes held a blend of innocence and a hint of seduction. Her figure was graceful and enchanting, particularly her pair of beautiful legs that stirred the imagination. Clad in an ordinary school uniform, she did not merely conceal her beauty. Rather, it accentuated her charm even more. Yishio found himself taken aback. Were contemporary high school students developing at such an astonishing rate? He had not anticipated that Ouyang Nana would be so strikingly beautiful, and her allure seemed almost extraordinary. Suddenly, Yishio's expression shifted. Un naturalité séductive physique. Ouyang Nana was indeed endowed with an innate charm. In the Star Origin continent, there existed a sect known as the Pleasure Sect, renowned for its enchanting arts. Were Ouyang Nana to reside in the Star Origin continent, she would undoubtedly be the object of desire for the Pleasure Sect, and her cultivation would surely advance at an extraordinary pace. Alas, she lived on Earth, and could only become a captivating figure in the eyes of men. Little sister, you must be thirsty. Here, have a drink. A man insidiously offered her a beverage laced with drugs. Get away. Let me go or I will scream. Ouyang Nana shouted in desperation. Haha, scream away. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. As the man approached menacingly, Ouyang Nana, overwhelmed with fear, began to cry, her graceful form struggling against her restraints. Her heart was filled with rage and despair. She loathed all men. Men were heartless and lecherous, bringing only abandonment and pain to women. The thought of her pure body being sullied by the two repugnant men before her extinguished any remaining semblance of goodwill she had towards the world. Mother, I'm so sorry, she murmured, preparing to bite her tongue to end her life. Yet in this moment of life and death, a chilling voice rang out. Where's Ding Xiaopeng? The voice was so abrupt that everyone in the room was startled, including Ouyang Nana, who curiously turned towards the sound. A man had appeared in the room unbeknownst to them. With a stern countenance and clear eyes, this man seemed rather extraordinary. Kid, how did you get in here? Do you even know where this place is? The two men took a moment to react, menacingly surrounding Yishio. I'll ask again, where is Ding Xiaopeng? Seeking death. How dare you utter Ding Xiao's name? One of the men charged at him with a clenched fist, but Yishio did not even blink, casually delivering a kick. Bang! Before the fist could reach Yishio, the man was inexplicably sent flying, crashing to the ground and unable to rise. The remaining man was momentarily stunned. Just as he intended to attack, Yishio swiftly closed the distance and sent him flying with a single punch. Cough, cough. The man slammed against the wall, collapsing on the floor, coughing violently. Yishio approached step by step, coldly demanding, still not willing to speak. The man trembled as if he had seen a ghost, stammering. I don't know where Ding Xiao is right now, but he will definitely go to the Xiao family tonight. The Xiao family? What does he intend to do there? Tonight is Miss Xiao's birthday. Ding Xiao plans to propose to her. Propose? More likely to coerce her into marriage, Yishio replied with a knowing smile. Ouyang, who had informed him that were it not for Xia Jingqiu intervening, he and He Yunhui would have long since been killed. Although Yishio was unclear as to why Xia Jingqiu would help them, it was likely due to his own influence. Having learned of Ding Xiaoping's whereabouts, Yishio paid no further attention to the two men on the ground. As he approached, Ouyang Nana felt her heart tighten anew. Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Yishio offered a warm smile, his expression akin to a ray of light that illuminated her world and warmed her heart. Comforted, a wave of drowsiness overcame Ouyang Nana, and she unexpectedly fell asleep. Yishio smirked. While this hypnotic technique held little efficacy against cultivators, it worked wonders on ordinary individuals. Hey Taoist, there has been an incident. Come back quickly. A foolhardy individual dared to pull out his phone and quietly make a call. Yishio did not intervene, having learned from Ouyang that the one who had injured him was an elderly man resembling a Taoist. He had been wondering when he would see the man, and this now seemed to simplify matters. The man, having made his call with utmost secrecy, had yet to relish his triumph when his mouth dropped open in astonishment. A fireball hurtled towards him, and before he could utter a sound, he was consumed by the flames. His companion, still processing the situation, was met with another fireball that appeared out of nowhere. As he watched the two men reduced to ashes, Yishio nodded in satisfaction. This fire technique was simply perfect for obliterating evidence. Untying the ropes, he lifted Ouyang Nana into his arms and opened the window, leaping out with a single bound. Chapter 38. The Xianin sect. After handing Ouyang Nana to Ouyang, Yishio returned to the room, curious to uncover what dark sorcery the Taoist had practiced to resort to such insidious methods as absorbing yin to replenish yang. He had not waited long in the room when a frail, elderly Taoist hurried in. This old man emanated an aura of coldness, and his eyes bore a sinister crimson hue. Upon seeing him, Yishio immediately recalled the cursing techniques associated with Xiao Weigua. It was likely this man's doing. Upon entering the empty room, the old Taoist noticed only the scorched remnants of two figures and realized that the pure girl he had coveted had vanished without a trace. Enraged, his already red eyes became even more terrifyingly bloodshot. With a sweep of his talisman, a chair was shattered into splinters. Late-stage yellow grade? The ancient martial aura emanating from the old Taoist was stronger than Mo Rahai's, but weaker than Jiangping's. After venting his anger, the old Taoist turned to leave. However, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Taoist, please take care. A voice unexpectedly rang out, causing the old man to turn in shock. Staring at Yishio, who had appeared out of thin air, the old Taoist's face was filled with terror. You? Where did you come from? Yishio smiled slightly. You recognize me. It seems the Xia family is under your influence. The old Taoist glared at Yishio. So what if I do? I know you're powerful, but if you offend our Xianin sect, you're only courting death. It turned out that this old Taoist was Mo Rahai's senior, Han Yuanzi. Upon hearing Han Yuanzi mention the Xianin sect, Yishio paused, no longer in a rush to strike. Xianin sect? Do you know which sect I belong to? Han Yuanzi hesitated, instinctively replying, are you also from the hidden sect? Yishio remained unfazed. Indeed, I am from the Divine Dragon Valley. Han Yuanzi's expression froze, a hint of evident panic flashing in his eyes. Divine Dragon Valley. You actually are. As he spoke, Han Yuanzi suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I, a mere junior, failed to recognize the mountain of greatness and offended a senior from Divine Dragon Valley. I beseech your forgiveness. Observing Han Yuanzi's pitiful state, Yishio had not anticipated the name of Divine Dragon Valley to wield such power. Tell me, why has your Xianin sect chosen to oppose Divine Dragon Valley? A misunderstanding is entirely a misunderstanding. Had we known you were from Divine Dragon Valley, we wouldn't have dared to oppose you even if we had tenfold courage. I shall grant you one chance. Tell me where your Xianin sect is located and how many members it has. Senior that. Not willing to speak? Then do not blame me. As Yishio prepared to act, Han Yuanzi hastily exclaimed, I will tell you. Our Xianin sect is located at. Suddenly, Han Yuanzi erupted, unleashing a cloud of black mist from his talisman. Amidst the swirling black mist, a ghostly figure flickered, shrieking as it lunged towards Yishio. Observing that Yishio made no attempt to evade, Hun Yuanzi let out a derisive laugh. You almost deceived me, boy. It is not so simple for someone from the hidden gate to emerge. Furthermore, even if you hail from the Dragon Valley, what of it? Offending our Xianyin sect will lead to your demise regardless. Yi Xiu's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy as he raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind that cleaved through the black mist. With a crack, the ghostly figure was shattered into fragments. You dare to destroy my treasure. Boy, prepare to pay with your life. Hun Yuanzi seethed with rage, completely oblivious to the fact that he was no match for Yi Xiu. The flail, trailing remnants of its previous form, struck towards Yi Xiu, without even glancing, retaliated with a powerful punch. Hun Yuanzi's heart leaped with joy as he envisioned Yi Xiu's arm being crushed by his flail. Yet, to his astonishment, an immense force surged forth, shattering the flail and sending his body hurtling through the air. As he tumbled, Hun Yuanzi coughed up blood, his face a mask of horror. He was aware of Yi Xiu's strength, but never had he anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Just as he landed, Yi Xiu executed a teleportation, delivering a kick directly to his dantian. Hun Yuanzi found himself cornered, curled up and spewing blood incessantly. With his face drained of color, he trembled as he uttered, You dare to ruin my dantian. Yi Xiu responded with a cold laugh. Did you ever consider such a day might come when you shattered someone else's dantian? Hun Yuanzi shot him a venomous glare. The Xianyin sect will not let you off. Even in such a state, you still dare to threaten me? Speak of your accomplices and reveal the whereabouts of the Xianyin sect, and perhaps I shall spare your life. In your dreams, even as a ghost. I will not spare you. Then you shall meet your end. Yi Xiu dismissed any further conversation with Han Yuanzi, conjuring 2 fireballs that incinerated him completely. At the Xia family estate, a fierce argument erupted within a conference room. Xia Weigua sat sternly in the position of family head, watching as his 2 sons bickered incessantly. As Xia Mingji and Xia Mingyuan approached the brink of physical confrontation, Xia Weigua slammed his teacup down onto the table. Silence. Do you think I am dead? At the sight of their father's wrath, the 2 brothers ceased their quarrel. Xia Mingji shot a venomous glare at his opponent before resuming his seat, followed by Xia Mingyuan, whose expression was equally stormy. Xia Weigua furrowed his brow, momentarily speechless, as the atmosphere in the conference room turned icy. The Xia family had underestimated the strength of the Ding family, as well as Ding Xiaoping's determination to win Xia Jingxiu. Xia Weigua had previously held the naive belief that with a few more years of effort, they could match the Ding family standing, yet reality proved otherwise. He had overlooked a critical point. The Ding family was a local powerhouse in Yun City, entangled in a complex web of black and white relations. Moreover, the Ding family had recently allied with a prominent family from the capital, placing the Xia family in an even more precarious position. Xia Weigua had always assumed Ding Xiaoping's desire to marry Xia Jingxiu was merely idle talk, unaware that he was quite serious. Had this been a matter of the past, he would have readily agreed. However, Ding Xiaoping's recent antics, coupled with the investigative results, clearly indicated that he was a petty and vindictive individual, a debauched playboy unworthy of Xia Jingxiu. Forcing Xia Jingxiu into marriage with such a man was not only unacceptable to her, but also weighed heavily on Xia Weigua's conscience. What he had not anticipated was that the Ding family would exert pressure on the Xia family, causing various business dealings to suffer to varying degrees. Were it not for the familial ties, the Ding family would likely have resorted to outright coercion. In light of this predicament, the Xia family convened multiple family meetings, yet they all ended in discord. Xia Weigua discerned that, despite his position as the head of the family, factions had quietly formed, each rallying around one of his 2 sons. Observing the conflicting thoughts among his kin, Xia Weigua felt a sense of melancholy akin to a hero in decline. Perhaps, after this matter, it was time for him to step back. It was at this juncture that he realized, despite having reclaimed his life, his spirit was no longer as resolute as before. Contemplating these matters, he inexplicably recalled the young man who had saved him. Though he had heard rumors of the youth's disappearance, he felt a complex mix of emotions whenever he thought of him. Chapter 39, The Xia Family Meeting. Has that girl Jingxiu not yet reached a decision? After a prolonged silence, Xia Weigua sighed, finally breaking the stillness of the conference room. Father, she has no choice now. If we provoke the Ding family, the entire Xia family will be implicated, Xia Mingyuan retorted angrily. Xia Mingji, do you not find that statement shameful? Xia Mingyuan snapped back. Second brother, can you not be more rational? Marrying her off to Ding Xiaoping is not akin to sending her to her death. You speak lightly of it. Why don't you marry your own daughter to him? How would if she were interested? As the 2 prepared to argue once more, Xia Weigua felt a headache coming on. Enough, both of you. In truth, Xia Weigua had already made up his mind, though he did not wish to play the villain. Scanning the room, he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man seated at the end. Mingyu, what is your take on this matter? Xiao Mingyu, the eldest son of Xiao Weiguo's brother, was the most composed among the second generation of the Xiao family. At the sound of his name, Xiao Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated this hot potato being tossed into his lap. He understood his elder's intentions, yet he did not wish to shoulder this burden. Uncle, I believe the matter primarily depends on Jingqiu's own wishes. While an alliance with the Ding family might benefit the Xia family, Ding Xiaopeng. As he spoke, Xiao Mingyu lapsed into silence, as though meditating, leaving Xiao Weiguo momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Third brother, I believe you're only partially correct, interjected another man seated beside Xiao Mingyu, who was also Xiao Weiguo's nephew and known for his shrewdness. Xiao Weiguo raised an eyebrow. Ming Xian, do share your thoughts. Ding Xiaopeng may be a bit of a libertine, but he possesses certain capabilities. With the Ding family's backing, he is destined to become a significant figure in Yin City. Moreover, youth is often synonymous with folly. Who hasn't he been young once? Marrying Jingqiu to him would prove beneficial for both her and the Xia family. Before Xiao Weiguo could respond, Xiao Mingyuan interjected, Nonsense. This is nothing short of pushing my daughter into a fire pit. Xiao Mingxi frowned. Second brother, why are you so obstinate? The Ding family is substantial. If Jingqiu can marry into their family, it would be her fortune. Xiao Mingyuan scoffed. Fortune? A family alliance, a forced marriage. Is that what you call fortune? Second brother, do you harbor some grievances against sister-in-law? Upon hearing Xiao Mingyuan's silence, Xiao Mingxian smirked. Isn't your own union also a product of a family alliance? Yet, have you not found happiness? Besides, being born into a prominent family means relinquishing personal choice. This is a simple truth you should have recognized long ago. Furthermore, in times of national strife, each individual bears responsibility. The Xiao family is facing challenges, and every member has a duty to uphold their obligations. As long as one remains within this family, whether it be you, me, or even that girl Jingqiu, none can evade this responsibility. Xiao Weiguo smiled with satisfaction, applauding. Well said. A true sense of duty. Xiao Mingyuan's heart sank instantaneously, an undeniable sense of reluctance washing over him as he began. Father. However, his words were abruptly cut off by Xiao Weiguo's stern interruption. Do not utter another word. Xiao Weiguo surveyed the room before fixing his earnest gaze upon Xiao Mingyuan. Intoning gravely, you're not only Jingqiu's father, but also a scion of the Xiao family. It falls upon you to persuade that girl, regardless of the methods you employ. She must acquiesce before the evening's festivities commence. I shall not attend. If you wish to go, you must do so alone. How outrageous! Xiao Weiguo erupted, his face flushed with rage, akin to a bruised liver. He was taken aback that his usually obedient and filial son would defy him for Xia Jingqiu. The Xiao family does not harbor idlers. Should you refuse to go, then leave the Xia household. With that, Xiao Weiguo stormed out, leaving behind a weighty silence. Have you forgotten Yishio? Xiao Mingyuan's unexpected remark jolted Xiao Weiguo, who had just reached the door. That day, Yishio had shattered an ashtray with a single punch, declaring Xia Jingqiu to be his friend, insisting that he did not wish for the Xia family to dictate her life. Yishio had saved his life, and his terrifying prowess was not something he could easily dismiss. Yet, with the Ding family having allied themselves with prominent clans in the capital and rumored to have engaged a peerless expert, Xiao Weiguo found himself compelled to side with the Ding family. As for Yishio, he had already procured the invaluable Lingxin grass, and in Xiao Weiguo's mind, he felt that they were already even. With these thoughts, Xiao Weiguo exited the meeting room without a backward glance. Once the old man left, the atmosphere within the room shifted, buzzing with a mix of schadenfreude, detached observation, and a few who approached Xiao Mingyuan to offer solace. With merely 2 hours until the soiree commenced, Xia Jingqiu sat dazed before her vanity. Tonight marked her 22nd birthday, a moment that should have been joyous. Yet she found herself devoid of any happiness. To celebrate her birthday, the Xiao family had invited many esteemed guests, with numerous prominent figures from Yin City expected to attend. However, it was clear to all that the evening was less about celebrating Xia Jingqiu's birthday and more about Ding Xiaopeng's proposal. While they might disregard the Xia family's face, they could not afford to offend the Ding family, for in Yin City, the Ding family held the reins of power. Only when the door swung open did Xia Jingqiu snap back to reality, turning to see her mother, Jean Melian, enter with red-rimmed eyes, as if she had just wept. Mother, what troubles you? Jean Melian turned her face away, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, she had learned the outcome. Though she had anticipated this result, disappointment and sorrow still enveloped her. Upon witnessing her mother's distress, Xia Jingqiu instinctively grasped the situation. She moved to comfort Jean Melian, saying, Mother, it will be all right. I shall agree to him. At her words, Jean Melian swiftly shook her head. No, No, Jingxiu, you must not do that. You know well who Ding Xiaopeng is. If you acquiesce, it will truly be the end. Rest assured, you are my only daughter, no matter what. I will not allow you to leap into the abyss. Hearing her mother's words warmed Xia Jingxiu's heart, causing her nose to tingle as she flung herself into her mother's embrace. In truth, she had contemplated that if her family ultimately coerced her into marrying Ding Xiaopeng, she would resort to taking her own life. Yet, the more her mother cared for her, the less courage she found within herself. She did not wish to cause her mother pain. As she held her weeping daughter, Jean Malien's resolve solidified. She would rescue her daughter from the inferno. Jingxiu, listen to me. Happiness must be secured in your own hands. I shall never permit anyone to barter my daughter's happiness for the family's interests. You must not agree to him tonight. I will arrange for you to be sent abroad overnight. Xia Jingxiu gazed up at her mother, tears brimming in her eyes. Mother. Jean Malian mustered a faint smile. Do not worry. Should the sky fall, I will support you. She patted Xia Jingxiu's shoulder before exiting, determined to leverage her family's connections to help her daughter leave the country. Chapter 40. The Birthday Gala. After a transformation, Xia Jingxiu's beauty was further enhanced. Miss, the guests are nearly all here. The head of the family requests your presence downstairs. Understood. You may attend to your duties. Assessing the beauty before her reflection, Xia Jingxiu sighed, her mind already made up. She retrieved her phone, scrolling to the number she had dialed several times without success. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately set the phone down and gracefully descended the stairs, lifting her gown. Just as Xia Jingxiu reached the bottom of the stairs, her phone rang on the table. But alas, she was oblivious to it. On the other end, Yixiu furrowed his brow, having been stopped by the security personnel at the foot of the Xia villa. Kid, you might as well leave now. With us here, there's no chance of you slipping in. Seeing Yixiu clad in humble attire without an invitation, the security guards were convinced he was merely there to mooch off the festivities. Call Xiao Weigua. I am Yixiu. Scram. The head of the family is busy. There is no time to take our calls. The security guard's words caused the nearby taxi driver to grow uneasy. Young man, perhaps you should settle the fare. I still have passengers to pick up. Denied entry. The taxi could only stop at the foot of the mountain, and Yixiu reluctantly paid the fare. With a dead rat tucked in your waist, pretending to be a hunter. In all my time at the Xia family, this is the first time I've seen someone take a taxi up here. Just as Yixiu was about to teach the guard a lesson, an Audi A6 rolled up. Ah, Dr. Yi. The window slid down, revealing a familiar face. Yixiu paused. Director Liu? The security guard gasped. Ah, Director Liu, you know him? Liu Qingshan, recognizing the guard's expression, surmised that they had been obstructing Yixiu's entry. His face darkened as he declared, of course I know him. He saved your patriarch's life. The guards gasped, suddenly recalling that a month prior, it was indeed this young man who had revived Xiao Weigua. Liu Qingshan disregarded the guard and smiled broadly at Yixiu. Come on in. There is still a bit of distance to the summit. Yixiu accepted the invitation, sliding into the car. The guards, witnessing Yixiu enter Liu Qingshan's vehicle, hastily raised the barricade, their faces shifting between crimson and pale. The Audi A6, while not a luxury vehicle, still surprised Yixiu to see Liu Qingshan driving it. Not bad, Director Liu. This car is quite impressive. Liu Wingshan chocolate W. Doctoria. Don't misunderstand. This car belongs to my son. I merely borrowed it for tonight's occasion. Yixiu chuckled knowingly. I understand. No need for explanations. Please, just call me Xiao Yi. Dr. Yi sounds rather awkward. All right, but you needn't call me director either. Just call me Lao Lu. Seeing Yixiu nod, Liu Qingshan's spirits lifted, and he couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yi, where have you been lately? Just returned from a trip. I suspected as much. Many have been searching for you without success. Oh, who has been looking for me? Countless, the Xia family, the Lin family, and even old Zhao from the city hospital. I heard even the municipal officials sought you at the school. Is that so? Yixiu replied casually, lapsing into silence. At the Xia villa, resplendent with lights and shimmering like a dreamlike castle, the expressions of the Xia brothers greeting guests at the entrance varied upon spotting Yixiu. Xia Mingji's expression darkened instantly, while Xia Mingyuan approached with a face full of delight. Mr. Yi, I did not expect you to come, he exclaimed. Jingxiu is my friend, and of course, I will be here for her birthday. Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Yi, please come in. I will go inform the old master. No need to bother with me. You all carry on with your affairs. Despite Yixiu's words, Xiao Mingyuan hurriedly went to notify Xiao Weigua. The hall was resplendent, with everyone dressed in opulent attire. In stark contrast to Yixiu, who appeared rather shabby and out of place, Liu Qingshan had been drawn into conversation with several elderly gentlemen, leaving Yixiu feeling somewhat solitary. After surveying the hall, he made his way to the food area. He took some refreshments and settled into a corner, calmly eating. After all, he had yet to have dinner. Observing Yi Xiu's rustic demeanor, many cast disparaging glances in his direction. Although there was food prepared for the evening, the occasion was primarily about networking and collaboration. Only someone as unsophisticated as Yi Xiu would foolishly indulge in food so heartily. On the opposite side of the hall, Xia Jingxiu, donned in a white dress, radiated elegance and nobility. The floral embellishments on her gown added a touch of sweetness and ethereality. Surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting the moon, she was enveloped in well-wishing smiles and birthday gifts. Miss Xia, you are truly beautiful. Happy birthday. And you are? Xia Jingxiu's expression faltered as she looked at the short, stout man before her. Jingxiu, this is my friend Su Xiao from the capital. I brought him along for some fun tonight. You don't mind, do you? Before Xia Jingxiu could respond, Xiao Weiguo chuckled. Not at all. If he is Xiaoping's friend. He is a friend of the Xia family. Welcome, welcome. Su Xiao smiled brightly. I've heard that old Master Xia is warm and hospitable. Seeing it firsthand today, it certainly holds true. When I visit the capital, I must come by the Su residence. Xiao Weiguo's eyes narrowed into slits as he beamed. Absolutely, absolutely. Just as Ding Xiaoping was about to speak, Xia Mingyuan rushed in. Father, Mr. Yi has arrived. Upon hearing Xia Mingyuan's words, Xiao Weiguo's smile froze, and Ding Xiaoping's expression darkened. Yet, a glimmer of light flickered in Xia Jingxiu's eyes, and a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. She rose on her toes, searching eagerly until she finally spotted the figure she had longed for in that secluded corner. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around her, she lifted her skirt and dashed toward the corner. Senior, it really is you. Only when Xia Jingxiu appeared before him like a princess did Yi Xiu cease his actions and look up. After a long separation, beneath Xia Jingxiu's beautiful exterior, she seemed to carry a hint of weariness. Happy birthday. Thank you. I came in a hurry and didn't prepare a gift. I will make it up to you later. That's quite all right. Your presence is the greatest gift of all. Hee, please don't call me senior. We are friends now. Just call me Yi Xiu. Xia Jingxiu was taken aback, unable to believe her ears. Friends? Are we truly friends? Yi Xiu smiled gently, of course. Initially hesitant to grow too close to Xia Jingxiu for fear of burdening her, Yi Xiu had come to regard her as a genuine friend upon learning from Ouyang who that she had pleaded on their behalf. Hearing his words, Xia Jingxiu felt a mist of tears welling in her eyes. She was uncertain when her admiration and trust for Yi Xiu had surpassed that for anyone else. It was why she had been so desperate to find him after his disappearance, why she had pleaded so fervently when Ding Xiaoping sought revenge on his classmates and friends, and why she yearned for Yi Xiu's timely arrival when the Xia family pressured her to marry Ding Xiaoping. Even her innermost birthday wish was to see him, for she knew that perhaps only Yi Xiu could truly save her. At this moment, he stood before her, regarding her as a friend. Her heart felt sweeter than cake itself. Chapter 41, Conspiracy. Shortly after Xia Jingxiu arrived, Yi Xiu was invited by Xiao Weiguo to the upstairs tea room. Xiao Yi, it has been a long time. Xiao Weiguo was somewhat courteous towards Yi Xiu, although this form of address carried a different connotation. As Yi Xiu sipped his tea, he replied nonchalantly, I hope the old master won't hold it against me for dropping by uninvited. Not at all, of course not. I am delighted by your presence. That is reassuring. I have heard that Ding Xiaoping intends to propose to Miss Xia tonight. Is there any truth to this? Seeing Yi Xiu's straightforwardness, Xiao Weiguo's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated that Yi Xiu had come for this reason. Yes, that is indeed the case. Oh, is this Miss Xia's wish? Or is it your decision, old master? Yi Xiu's tone was casual, but it made Xiao Weiguo uneasy. He stammered, well, of course, it is their young people's decision. Is that so? Yet I can't help but feel that Miss Xia seems somewhat reluctant. Xiao Weiguo's expression shifted, uncertain whether to confront Yi Xiu. Just then, Mo Rahai entered the room. He glanced at Yi Xiu and then bowed. Old master, all the guests have arrived. They await your speech. Xiao Weiguo took a sip of tea and rose from his seat. Mo, butler, please take good care of Mr. Yi. With that, he left without a backward glance. Old master, do you intend to exclude me from the evening's festivities? Xiao Weiguo paused momentarily, not turning back as he replied, I apologize, but tonight's matters involve the affairs of the Ding and Xia families. Mr. Yi, perhaps it would be best for you to enjoy your tea upstairs. So, you are resolute in your desire for Miss Xia to marry Ding Xiaoping? Xiao Weiguo remained silent for a moment, as if having made a significant decision. He finally spoke. Indeed, I hope Mr. Yi will consider his position and refrain from meddling in this matter. Yi Xiu smiled playfully. And what if I insist on intervening? Xiao Weiguo turned. Visibly angered, Mr. Yi, I will always be grateful for saving my life. However, this matter is of great importance, and I hope you will not overstep. Moreover, you do not have feelings for that girl. Why create discord among everyone? Xiao Weigua vented his frustrations, clearly having chosen between Yi Xiu and the Ding family. Observing Xiao Weigua's stance, Yi Xiu felt no anger. He merely replied softly, "You are correct. I initially did not wish to interfere. Unfortunately, Ding Xiaopeng has offended me." Upon hearing Yi Xiu mention Ding Xiaopeng, Xiao Weigua's expression softened somewhat. He was well aware that Ding Xiaopeng was a scoundrel, but regrettably, the Ding family was not someone he could afford to offend. "Xiao Yi, be my advice. Do not involve yourself in this matter. The Ding family is not to be trifled with." How can one know without trying? Observing ye jus reclis de manor. Xiao Weigua sighed and signaled to Mo Rahai before striding out. Standing at the podium, Xiao Weigua surveyed the hall, filled with the elite of Yun City. It seemed that the Xiao family had not experienced such liveliness in ages. Even during his 70th birthday celebration, there had not been such a scene. He understood that all of this was due to the Ding family's influence, reinforcing his resolve to align with them. As for Yi Xiu, he believed he had done enough. If Yi Xiu sought self-destruction, he would not stand in his way. Mo Rahai had indeed informed him that his strength had ascended to a new level. Furthermore, the Ding family possessed two formidable experts whose capabilities were unfathomable. Late-stage Huang Grade, observing Mo Rahai stationed at the entrance, Yi Xiu spoke languidly. It was surprising to see Mo Rahai had made such a breakthrough after just a few days. Mo Rahai let out a cold chuckle. "Thanks to you, Ye Xiu Posit," then recalled the cave on Chessboard Mountain. "Did you consume the flesh of that beast? To you, it is merely a beast. To me, it is a treasure." Mo Rahai had already notified his senior brother and master, who were en route, feeling there was no longer a need for concealment. Yi Xiu furrowed his brow. The thought of that abominably stinking giant python made him slightly nauseous. "Step aside, you are no match for me." Yi Xiu felt that if he remained with Mo Rahai any longer, he might indeed be forced to purge his stomach. "I know, do as you wish." Montak Ruhai, without pressing Yi Xiu further, stepped aside, allowing him passage. To Mo Rahai, Yi Xiu was already a dead man. He saw no necessity to engage him in combat. As for the Xiao family, after tonight, it seemed they would soon change hands. Although Yi Xiu found Mo Rahai's demeanor odd, he had no intention of killing him at that moment. At least, he did not want to act against the Xiao family. However, as he brushed past Mo Rahai, he sensed a faintly familiar aura. Yi Xiu halted, his expression turning icy. "Are you from the Xianin sect?" Mo Rahai's countenance shifted, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Before he could respond, Yi Xiu seized his throat and forcefully hurled him back into the room. Mo Rahai was filled with dread, unable to comprehend how Yi Xiu had acted with such swiftness. He had presumed that with his current strength, even if he was not a match for Yi Xiu, he would not be as utterly helpless as before. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself entirely powerless before Yi Xiu. "What is your connection with that Taoist? What conspiracy do you harbor?" As Yi Xiu advanced, Mo Rahai's heart began to fill with trepidation. Hearing Yi Xiu mention his senior brother and the Xianin sect left him utterly astonished. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no acquaintance with any Taoist and have never heard of the Xianin sect." Yi Xiu sneered. "Your facade has already been pierced. Why pretend? The aura surrounding you is identical to that of the Taoist. You cannot possibly be unaware." Mo Rahai's heart trembled as he realized it was his own arrogance that had led him to neglect concealing his aura, thus revealing his identity to Yi Xiu. "Now that you are aware, you should understand that the Xianin sect is not something you can provoke. Stay out of our affairs." Mo Rahai was all too familiar with Yi Xiu's background. He did not believe Yi Xiu would dare to challenge the entire Xianin sect alone. "Threatening me? The members of your Xianin sect may be lacking in skill, but your arrogance is quite grand." The Taoist had similarly threatened him, yet he had ended up sending Mo Rahai to meet the King of Hell. Hearing Yi Xiu's words, Mo Rahai's face blanched. You dare to kill my senior brother. That Taoist is your senior brother? So, the traitor within the Xia family is you." Yi Xiu suddenly grasped the situation and pulled out his phone, activating the recording feature. "Confess willingly or face severe consequences. Speak, what conspiracy do you have?" Although Mo Rahai was seething with rage, he recognized that he was no match for Yi Xiu. He could only acquiesce, bide his time, and await the arrival of his master, the Qiseng Dharma King. He believed that once Qiseng arrived, Yi Xiu would surely perish, and the entire Xia family would fall into the hands of the Xianin sect. With this in mind, Mo Rahai divulged the Xianin sect scheme in its entirety. Chapter 42, A Melodramatic Love Triangle. It turned out that the Xianin sect had long coveted the Xia family as a plump target, intending to claim it for themselves. However, in this era of law, they could only have Mo Rahai infiltrate the Xia family, biding their time. After years of scheming, coupled with Xiao Weigua's critical illness, The Xian'in sect deemed the moment ripe for action. They had initially planned to eliminate Xia Weiguo, then install the puppet Xia Mingji as the new head of the family, before seamlessly taking control of the Xia family. However, Yishio's emergence disrupted the entire plan. Subsequently, Ding Xiaopeng had approached them, seeking collaboration. He would handle the suppression of the Xia family, while the Xian'in sect would deal with Yishio. Although Ding Xiaopeng's actions were somewhat peculiar, both parties shared a common goal, quickly reaching a consensus. Once tonight passed, Xia Jingxiu would rightfully become Ding Xiaopeng's fiancée, and the Xia family, under immense pressure, would surely make Xia Mingji the new head. At that point, everything would fall into place. After hearing Mo Ruhai's account, Yishio inhaled sharply. He had not anticipated that in a society governed by law, an insidious organization like the Xian'in sect still existed. Where is the Xian'in sect located? How many members do they have? I'm not certain. I am merely an outer disciple. All I know is that members of the Xian'in sect are scattered throughout the world. Scattered globally? ISNT, the Xian'in sect part of the hidden sect? Upon hearing the term hidden sect, Mo Ruhai was taken aback. He incredulously remarked, "You actually know of the hidden sect's existence?" However, after a moment of contemplation, he understood. Yishio must have learned of it from his senior brother, Hun Yuanzi. Mo Ruhai shook his head. The Xian'in sect does not belong to the hidden sect. It can only be considered a semi-hidden sect. Semi-hidden sect? Similar to the Xian'in sect, inner disciples rarely traverse the mundane world. Yet outer disciples mostly live among ordinary people, unable to achieve true seclusion. Are there many semi-hidden sects like yours? What are they called? I'm not quite sure. All I know is that most prominent families have semi-hidden sect members operating or supporting them behind the scenes. Mo Ruhai's words astonished Yishio. He had not realized that semi-hidden sect members had infiltrated society to such an extent. If Mo Ruhai's claims were true, did that imply that the four great families of the capital also had semi-hidden sect members? Contemplating this, Yishio could not help but inquire, what about the Ding family? Do they have semi-hidden sect members as well? I'm not certain, but it is likely. Otherwise, they would not have sought us out for cooperation. Ye Jews bro furovit. If the Ding family had semi-hidden sect members, why had they not acted directly? Just then, Mo Ruhai's phone rang. Under Yishio's watchful gaze, he feigned calmness while answering the call. After a brief exchange, Mo Ruhai ended the call. Noticing Yishio's scrutiny, he forced a chuckle and explained, the security at the foot of the mountain is rather strict. A friend of the master arrived late and was not allowed entry. Thank you, Steward Mo, for sharing this information. Suddenly hearing Yishio's gratitude, Mo Ruhai felt both flattered and secretly pleased. It's my duty, my duty. Yet before Mo Ruhai could revel in his moment of joy, Yishio's tone grew suddenly frigid. But you should never, under any circumstances, lie. Mo Ruhai's heart sank. Just as he was about to say something, a burst of flames surged toward him. Before he could even scream, he was engulfed by the flames. He died without ever understanding how Yishio had discerned his deceit. Even with the caller ID indicating Qisang, Yishio had not seen it. As Yishio leisurely descended the stairs, he stumbled upon an exhilarating moment. Accompanied by romantic melodies, Ding Xiaopeng emerged, holding a bouquet of flowers, making a grand entrance. One could not deny that Ding Xiaopeng looked quite dapper tonight, resembling a refined young gentleman. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time, towards the breathtakingly beautiful Xia Jingxiu. The scene was so enchanting it resembled a fairy tale, with a prince and princess at its heart. Envious glances were exchanged among the onlookers, and gradually, the hall fell into a hushed silence. Ding Xiaopeng exuded confidence, yet just as he was about to declare his feelings, Xia Jingxiu preempted him. Master Ding, you are indeed exceptional, but I do not harbor any affection for you. This farce must come to an end. Her words resonated with an undeniable clarity, akin to a thunderclap echoing through the hall. Xia Jingxiu had uttered these sentiments countless times before, even though she had made her stance abundantly clear prior to the gala, and despite the murmurs suggesting her disinterest in Ding Xiaopeng. Many believed she would shy away from outright rejection in front of such a large audience. After all, bringing shame to the Ding family would render the Xia family's future precarious. To everyone's astonishment, however, Xia Jingxiu not only refused him, but did so with remarkable fervor. Ding Xiaopeng, seemingly unfazed, smiled and asked, "Give me a reasonable explanation." Xia Jingxiu furrowed her brows, taken aback by his persistence in front of so many witnesses. Did I not make it clear that I do not like you? No. That is not a valid reason for your rejection. I can wait indefinitely until you come to like me. The hall erupted in applause, with some naive young women utterly charmed by Ding Xiaopeng's theatrics. Observing his ostentation, Xia Jingxiu bluntly stated, I have someone I adore. Oh, who might that be? Just speak his name, and I shall grant your wish. Ding Xiaoping's smile widened, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, though those familiar with him understood that the deeper his smile, the greater his underlying resentment. Xia Jingxiu was acutely aware of this. Being dishonest, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, she glanced towards the corner, only to meet Yi Xiu's gaze. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of calm whenever she looked at him. She nearly uttered his name, but, seeing the venomous smile on Ding Xiaoping's face, she tucked it back in her heart. He, what is wrong? Have you forgotten your beloved? Or are you merely lying? Ding Xiaoping pressed, his tone aggressive, causing Xia Jingxiu to lower her head in silence. She felt utterly helpless. Moments ago, Xia Weigua had warned her that offending the Ding family could lead to her family's expulsion from the Xia household. She did not wish to jeopardize her parents. Yet she was equally unwilling to marry the person she despised most. Internally, she was tormented by the struggle, feeling at that moment like the most pitiable and helpless person in the world. It's me. A sudden voice from the corner startled everyone. What was meant to be a romantic proposal had unexpectedly devolved into a melodramatic love triangle. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a young man standing in the corner. He was handsome, yet his attire exuded a sense of poverty. He was a rustic fellow. Disdain filled the eyes of the spectators, their faces adorned with mockery. In this society, mere good looks held little value. Wealth and power were the true currency. They regarded Yi Xiu as nothing more than a jester. Xia Jingxiu gazed at him, tears welling in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, she wished fervently that his declaration was genuine. Yet, deep down, she understood that he was merely attempting to extricate her from her predicament. Despite this, her heart swelled with a hint of sweetness, enveloped in warmth. Xia Weigua's complexion, already grim, had turned a deep shade of anger. If he had felt the slightest gratitude towards Yi Xiu previously, that sentiment had now morphed into a desire for retribution. As the evening's protagonist, Ding Xiaoping could no longer maintain his composure in front of such a large audience. You like him? Ding Xiaoping's voice dripped with fury, each word squeezed through clenched teeth. Xia Jingxiu instinctively stepped back, nodding, then shaking her head, while she felt touched by Yi Xiu's willingness to help. She did not wish to endanger him. Fine, fine, fine. Ding Xiaoping laughed with rage, his venomous gaze fixed on Yi Xiu like a cold serpent. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable, sending chills down the spines of those who witnessed it. The crowd fell silent, eagerly anticipating some confrontation, perhaps even a brawl. After all, they relished the spectacle of such a dog-eat-dog scenario. Just as everyone awaited the impending clash, a young man suddenly approached Yi Xiu. Upon closer inspection, though short and stout, his opulent attire lent him an air of distinction. Some in the crowd recognized him as young Master Su from the capital, and even Ding Xiaoping treated him with utmost respect. Su's sudden appearance left everyone perplexed, even Ding Xiaoping, who wore a look of confusion. What was he doing here? Was he perhaps coming to defend him? Surely, that must be the case, for he had heard that Su Xiangdong was infamous in the capital as a little tyrant. With this thought, Ding Xiaoping felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression brightening significantly. After all, Su Xiangdong was the scion of the Su family in the capital. Having him intervene meant that the Ding family and the Su family were aligned. A sly smile crept on a Ding Xiaoping's lips. With Su Xiangdong on his side, Yi Xiu was doomed. Noticing Ding Xiaoping's smirk, the crowd began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Yi Xiu. Offending Ding Xiaoping was already a perilous misstep, but now he would also incur the wrath of Su Xiangdong. He was in deep trouble. Nevertheless, sympathy aside, they were still eager to witness Yi Xiu receive a thorough thrashing. After all, who was he to overreach in a high society as a mere country bumpkin? The audience held their breath, eyes wide, afraid to miss Su's anticipated display. Su Xiangdong stood 2 meters in front of Yi Xiu, scrutinizing him from head to toe for an extended moment. Your Highness? Su Xiangdong inquired cautiously, dropping jaws all around. Your Highness? Who was he addressing? Yi Xiu glanced at the short, stout man before him, perplexed. Are you Wintermelon? Wintermelon. The words, though softly spoken, carried a sting, causing some to nearly topple over. Hearing Yi Xiu's address, Su Xiangdong stepped forward, eager to embrace him, but suddenly seemed to remember something, halting his movement and appearing somewhat flustered. Your Highness, I never expected to see you here. We thought you were dead. Ah, yes. The Yi family said you had passed away. Hee, they were correct. The former Yi Xiu is indeed gone. I am no longer a prince and have no ties to the Yi family. Yi Xiu spoke with an air of indifference, while Su Xiangdong's heart was embroiled in a whirlwind of emotions. Was this still the arrogant leader of the young master faction? In Ding Xiaopeng's eyes, Su Xiangdong was a prominent figure in the capital, yet Su understood that in the past, he would have felt dwarfed in Yixio's presence. If Su was a little tyrant, then Yixio was undoubtedly a veritable king of chaos. The two conversed intermittently, reminiscent of long-lost friends or perhaps of a seasoned elder conferring with his junior. The crowd momentarily felt a disorienting sensation, as if, in the presence of Su Xiao, Yixio's aura was even more commanding. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding Xiaoping's heart bled. The woman he cherished had turned her affections to another. And even his good friend seemed to have defected, engaging in amicable discourse with his rival. In that moment, he realized with a jolt that the true fool was he. His animosity towards Yixio surged exponentially. Are you truly not considering a return to the capital? The current royal faction is leaderless and fragmented. Everyone aspires to the throne, yet none yield to one another. Su Xiangdong spoke with fervor, his agitation palpable at the mere mention of the current state of the royal faction. Yixio offered a faint smile. What purpose would it serve to return? I have countless enemies. Going back would be tantamount to courting death. Su Xiangdong patted his chest, assuring, fear not. While I cannot speak for others, I, Su Xiangdong, will stand by you in your quest for the throne. Observing Su Xiangdong's earnest demeanor, Yixio could not help but smile slightly. Donghua, do not be naive. Without the support of our families, we are nothing. Though Su Xiangdong felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Yixio's words, he reluctantly acknowledged their truth. What can I do to assist you? The sincerity in Su Xiangdong's voice took Yixio aback. He had not anticipated that the esteemed young Master Yi would have such devoted admirers. He replied with a mild smile, no need, but I must caution you. I have some grievances with the Ding family, so it will be wise for you to steer clear. Su Xiangdong nodded, then whispered, should I inform my family? Yixio understood his intent, but firmly replied, no need. Very well, then do take care. The Ding family is not to be trifled with. Of course. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Yixio announced his departure, for he had perceived an unusual figure outside the villa, likely the Master Qi Sang, as noted in Mo Ruhai's phone. Before leaving, Yixio had Summer Weigua listen to Mo Ruhai's recording. Summer Weigua was a mix of shock and fury. By the time he finished the recording, he had slumped into his chair. Ding Xiaopeng and Su Xiangdong had departed unbeknownst to him, and after bidding farewell to Xia Jingxiu, Yixio exited the hall. The moment Yixio left, the entire hall erupted with chatter. That is Yixio, the eldest young master of the Yi family in the capital, the leader of the royal faction in Yanjing. He is notoriously arrogant, committing every conceivable misdeed. Intrigued by the conversation between Yixio and Su Xiangdong, some could no longer contain their curiosity and pulled out their phones to conduct a search. To their astonishment, despite many reports being taken down, a plethora of information regarding young Master Ye's illustrious yet notorious history remained online. One incident after another, each more shocking than the last, left them aghast. Suddenly, they perceived Ding Xiaopeng as a docile child in the presence of this chaotic figure, Yixio. Their gazes towards Xia Jingxiu shifted, becoming inexplicably peculiar. What sin had this girl committed? Had she not just escaped the den of wolves, only to stumble into the jaws of a tiger? Chapter 44. Be a human or ghost. As Yixio stepped outside the hall, he found himself under scrutiny. He feigned ignorance, making his way towards the back mountain of the villa. As expected, a peculiarly dressed man soon followed in his wake. This man was none other than Qi Sang, the master of Mo Ruhai and Hunyuanzi. Not long after entering the back mountain, Qi Sang furrowed his brow, a sense of wariness creeping in. The area was desolate and cloaked in darkness, an ideal locale for an ambush. Strangely, he had lost sight of Yixio. Had the young man noticed him? While Qi Sang cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a chill suddenly enveloped him. Instinctively, he leapt several steps back. Just as he regained his footing, another wave of cold air followed closely behind. A flicker of anger ignited within Qi Sang as he swiftly summoned his weapon for defense. Clang! The jarring sound of metal colliding echoed, forcing Qi Sang to retreat several steps before stabilizing himself. A voice emerged from the darkness, expressing surprise. Before a figure materialized like a specter, Qi Sang gazed at Yixio emerging from the shadows, astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man possessed such depth. As Qi Sang marveled, Yixio was equally taken aback. The man before him donned a red monk's robe, exposing his right arm, wielding a pair of metallic weapons resembling straw hats. Yixio's stealthy approach had failed to inflict any harm, showcasing an impressive level of skill. Are you a llama? Is that a flying chow you're wielding? The chow, originally a percussion instrument, had evolved into a ritualistic tool for monks and lamas. However, it was often employed as a weapon, capable of delivering lethal blows unseen. Yishio had not anticipated encountering such a weapon today. Chi-Sang did not respond to Yishio's inquiry, but coldly retorted, "What kind of hidden weapon did you just use?" Yishio smirked, "Curious, are we? Allow me to demonstrate once more." With that, he unleashed 2 wind blades, swiftly closing the distance. Chi-Sang, unwilling to underestimate the situation, deftly maneuvered and hastily released his flying chow. The chow whirled wildly, successfully blocking Yishio's assault. It must be said, Chi-Sang did possess some formidable skills. The pair of flying chow in his hands transformed fluidly, and a moment's carelessness could result in being grievously harmed. Unable to gain the upper hand in close combat, Yishio was left with no choice but to resort to long-range attacks with wind blades, which Chi-Sang deftly evaded. As the battle wore on, both men felt their hearts racing, particularly Chi-Sang, who, despite the prolonged engagement, still could not discern the nature of Yishio's hidden weapons. Had it not been for his keen instincts and extensive combat experience, he would have surely succumbed to those unseen strikes long ago. The flying chow spun rapidly, clanging once more to deflect an incoming attack. Suddenly, Yishio's figure vanished from sight. Chi-Sang was momentarily stunned. What kind of technique was this? The atmosphere around them fell silent, a gentle breeze stirring the inky darkness. "Beast, show yourself. What kind of coward hides in the shadows?" Chi-Sang's body tensed, his eyes wide with fury as he yelled. His voice resonated through the valley, startling a flock of birds. Yet, despite his vociferous calls, all that returned to him was the echo of his own voice, and the surroundings remained eerily quiet. It felt as though Yishio had evaporated into thin air. Chi-Sang's scalp prickled with unease. Perhaps overwhelmed by his mounting fear, Chi-Sang wildly brandished his flying chow at the empty air. Wherever the chow went, fierce winds surged, stirring up dust and stones. But no matter how he flailed, Yishio's presence eluded him. He even began to wonder if Yishio had slipped away long ago. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a familiar chill at his back, the invisible weapon reappearing. Startled, Chi-Sang darted sideways, just in time, narrowly avoiding a wind blade that grazed him, leaving a painful sting. So was the wind blade. At long last, Chi-Sang understood the nature of Yishio's hidden weapon, and he sensed Yishio's location. The flying chow, tethered by a chain, whistled as it hurtled towards Yishio. Indeed, Yishio emerged from the darkness, appearing as the flying chow hurtled toward him. Instead of dodging, Yishio's fingers danced in intricate motions, performing a peculiar gesture. Chi-Sang was taken aback. Was he forming a seal? He had seen seals before. Fortune tellers on the roadside often performed them, albeit they were merely tricks. He could hardly believe that this contraption could thwart his lethal strike. He even doubted whether Yishio had been so frightened that he had resorted to such childish antics. However, in the next instant, a chilling sense of foreboding enveloped him. A cerulean ice sphere materialized out of thin air, and before he could react, the flying saber had been transformed into an ice sculpture. Following the iron chain, the frigid aura rushed towards him in an instant. Chi-Sang felt as though he had seen a ghost. He attempted to shake off the iron chain, but it was too late. His hand had lost all sensation, firmly frozen to the chain. What was worse, the cold was rapidly spreading up his arm. If this continued, he would be frozen to death within 10 seconds. He wished to struggle, to resist, but his body had already succumbed to numbness. Just as despair began to engulf him, a crisp crack echoed through the air, and the icy grip ceased its advance. Thud! Staring at the ice fragments that had fallen to the ground, Chi-Sang stood in stunned silence. "You should be grateful to me. Had I not severed your hand in time, you would have become a popsicle by now." Yishio emerged from the shadows, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Chi-Sang's the wind blades, the invisibility, the spells, everything he had encountered that night had exceeded his understanding of this world. A demon? Yishio must be a demon. At that moment, he had no thoughts of confronting Yishio. All he wished was to flee as far as possible, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably, refusing to obey him. "Regardless of whether I am a man or a ghost, you only need to know that it is exceedingly simple for me to kill you. Now, speak of your Shinin sect and the hidden sect." He added, "Oh, and don't even think about escaping. I would rather not have to sever your legs as well." Upon hearing Yishio's words, Chi-Sang shuddered, all thoughts of fleeing vanishing into thin air. "I can tell you about the hidden sect, but I will not utter a word about the Shinin sect, not even if it costs me my life." "Heh, I didn't expect you to possess some backbone." "Very well. Then, speak of the hidden sect." Chapter 45, The Hidden Sect. Clearly, Chi-Sang possessed more knowledge about the hidden sect than Mo Rahai. According to Chi-Sang, there are 3 types of hidden sects: the semi-hidden sect, the outer hidden sect, and the inner hidden sect. The semi-hidden sect, like the Xianin sect, operates within the mundane world, with most having their own enterprises. They also provide certain specialized talents and assistance to the state in exchange for certain privileges and conveniences. Of course, this is predicated on the adherence of semi-hidden sect members to the law. Should they overstep their bounds, the state would not hesitate to dispatch military forces for eradication. The outer hidden sect, however, wields far greater power than the semi-hidden sect. Yet, they adhere to very strict tenets and rarely traverse the mundane realm, nor do they interfere in worldly matters. Likewise, they do not wish for mortals to disturb them. Should a mortal overstep, there will be no mercy. As for the inner hidden sect, that is the true hidden sect, but it exists only in legends. It is said that members of the inner hidden sect can soar through the skies and move mountains, far beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. At this point, Qi Sang's face was filled with yearning. It was evident that he harbored dreams of entering the inner hidden sect. So, the hidden sects are all concealed in remote mountains and desolate areas? Upon hearing Yishio's inquiry, Qi Sang snorted coldly, whether that is true or not. The outer hidden sect is indeed, as you say. However, no one knows where the inner hidden sect is located, as they possess their own miniature worlds. A miniature world? Yishio was taken aback, perhaps due to his status as a low-level rogue cultivator. Even in the Star Element continent, he had only heard whispers about it. A miniature world is a space separated from the mundane realm, essentially another world altogether. Noticing Yishio's confusion, Qi Sang elaborated, "Have you studied the Peach Blossom Spring? What it describes is precisely that a separate world, a miniature world. And how does one enter a miniature world?" Qi Sang shot Yishio a disdainful glance. Naive. Do you think a miniature world is easy to find? Not only you, but even I, or my master, have only heard of it in tales. Whether such miniature worlds even exist remains uncertain. Yishio pondered this. Indeed, if access to miniature worlds were so casual, chaos would ensue in the realm. What about the outer hidden sect? How does one enter it? I'm not sure. Members of the outer hidden sect rarely interact with the mundane world. However, I have heard my master mention that they likely possess an ancient formation that can conceal their sect in a specific location. Yishio could not help but exclaim, "A concealment formation?" Qi Sang glanced at him curiously. "You know of such formations?" "I've merely heard of them. I don't know much." "I figured as much, as these formations have long since fallen into obscurity, which is why the outer hidden sect seldom emerges." In truth, Yishio considered concealment formations to be rather rudimentary, merely a form of misdirection. So, even if the outer hidden sect is well concealed, there must still be instances of accidental entry. Qi Sang shook his head. It is not that simple. As you mentioned, they are primarily located in remote mountains and desolate regions. Moreover, many areas have been designated as forbidden zones by the state. It is not only difficult for outsiders to enter, but even for those within to exit. Upon hearing Forbidden Zone, Yishio immediately thought of the Divine Dragon Valley. He cautiously inquired, "Do you know of the Divine Dragon Valley? Does it belong to the outer hidden sect or the semi-hidden sect?" Qi Sang was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Yishio to know of the Divine Dragon Valley, but recalling Yishio's abilities, he was not overly astonished. "I don't know. It belongs to the outer hidden sect." "Is the Divine Dragon Valley situated within the Divine Dragon Ridge?" Qi Sang paused for a moment before replying, "By all accounts, it should be, but outsiders have not ventured inside, so it is unclear." From Qi Sang's words, Yishio had already confirmed his suspicions. Only this could explain why Wang Hao had saved him at the Divine Dragon Ridge. As for how he had inexplicably appeared there, he would need to find time to revisit Zhangjia village. After a considerable duration, Qi Sang's body had warmed considerably, yet the pain from his severed hand had intensified. Watching the two severed hands on the ground, hatred overcame fear, and he sought an opportunity to deliver a lethal blow to Yishio. But little did he know, Yishio's divine sense was as if he were endowed with extraordinary powers. Qi Sang's covert intentions could hardly escape Yishio's notice. "Fine ignorante, Yishiu Josuali Inguirit. Can you name a few hidden sect names you know?" Qi Sang's expression darkened, growing somewhat impatient. "Haven't I told you? Members of the hidden sect rarely traverse the mundane world, so my knowledge of them is rather limited." "Oh really? Then how do you know of the Divine Dragon Valley?" "The elixirs of the hidden sect predominantly originate from the Divine Dragon Valley. Many know of it, including you." Yishio smiled lightly. Qi Sang, facing imminent death, dared to retort, indicating he truly did not wish to live. Seeing Yishio smile, Qi Sang's heart tightened. He knew this was not the moment to provoke Yishio. Thinking quickly, he hastily replied, "As for the outer hidden sect, besides the Divine Dragon Valley, I also know of the 10,000 Poisons sect. The semi-hidden sect is a bit more extensive, including Lingyin Temple, Qingyun Temple, Jindao Sect, Bawa Palace, and so on. Oh, and there are also the 5 great hidden families of Huaxia. They too belong to the semi-hidden sect. Yishio was taken aback. Which 5 families? Ouyang, Shangwan, Nangong, Dongfang, and Sima. Yishio was only aware of the existence of the 4 prominent families in the capital, yet he was taken aback to learn of a 5th family, all bearing compound surnames. His mind immediately conjured the image of Ouyang, who also practiced ancient martial arts. Could he possibly be affiliated with this 5th family? Senior, this is all I know. If you seek further information, you may inquire with members of other sects at next month's auction. Auction? The hidden sect holds an annual auction, and this year's event is scheduled for the coming month. Since it is organized by the hidden sect, gaining entry might not be so straightforward, would it? Qisang suddenly exhibited an unexpected enthusiasm, for when events unfold abruptly, there lies a hidden agenda. When a person behaves unusually, there must be a blade concealed. Yishio harbored doubts about Qisang's newfound kindness, and thus maintained a cautious demeanor. You are correct, Senior. Only those in possession of an invitation can attend the auction. Such invitations are exceedingly rare. Each sect is allotted but one, and they may only bring one companion. Coincidentally, I possess one. If you were to release me, I would gladly present it to you, Qisang declared, a glimmer of hope illuminating his face. Yishio raised an eyebrow. I may consider releasing you. But how can I ascertain the truth of your claim? Qisang's expression brightened. The invitation is nestled within my bosom. If you doubt my word, simply take a look. Upon hearing this, Yishio extended his consciousness and, indeed, discovered a jade token within Qisang's inner pocket. It appeared Qisang was not deceiving him. This was indeed the auction invitation. However, the token was enveloped in a cerulean luminescence. Yishio chuckled inwardly, realizing that Qisang had merely been biding his time for this moment. Chapter 46, The Firefly. With Qisang's anticipation mounting, Yishio approached him. Very well. I shall graciously accept it. Qisang's eyes sparkled with delight, yet a flicker of malice danced beneath. The jade token was infused with firefly larvae that he had nurtured. Should Yishio reach for it, he would undoubtedly suffer its bite. These firefly larvae bore a resemblance to ordinary fireflies, but were significantly larger and far more ferocious. They were a meticulously cultivated weapon of the 10,000 Poisons sect, mutated from regular fireflies that feasted upon corpses. A single bite would incinerate the victim's body in searing flames until nothing remained but ash. Qisang had relied upon them to eliminate numerous foes, many of whom were even more formidable than he. Yishio was to be the next victim. The thought of Yishio being reduced to ashes filled Qisang with uncontainable excitement. Yet, to his astonishment, Yishio did not reach into his pocket. Instead, with a swift motion, the jade token flew directly from Qisang's grasp. Wait, you can manipulate objects from distance? Qisang's eyes widened in disbelief at Yishio's prowess. Before he could articulate a shock, Yishio unleashed a gust of energy, sending a blue figure hurtling towards him. Ah, no. Qisang emitted a piercing scream as a small blue insect, akin to a bullet, burrowed into his cheek. His cry abruptly ceased, and a flame of azure erupted upon his visage. One flame, then two. Soon, he was engulfed in a sea of blue fire. Such terror! This firefly larva is truly formidable. Yishio gasped, realizing that this creature was also known in the Star Element continent, though he had not anticipated encountering it here. Had he not been forewarned by his own awareness, he might have fallen victim to Qisang's treachery. As he watched Qisang reduced to nothingness, Yishio effortlessly summoned the firefly larva to hover in midair. The creature, resembling crystal in its transparency, glimmered with translucent wings, its semi-transparent insides ablaze with blue flames. Yishio understood that this blue flame was derived from the phosphorescence produced by the larva's consumption of corpses. The more it fed, the purer and more lethal its flames became. Such creatures were often associated with nefarious paths, and Qisang's demise at its hands could be deemed a fitting retribution. Yishio initially contemplated extinguishing the creature with a gust of wind, but reconsidered. Although not a spirit beast, it could become a loyal companion. It would be prudent to keep it. Perhaps it might save his life one day. With this thought, Yishio formed a hand seal and cast a spell to erase the firefly larva's memories. However, the creature appeared reluctant, flapping its delicate wings and emitting a series of buzzing protests. Oh, the little thing is quite tenacious. Yishio chuckled, then cast several more spells until the firefly larva gradually calmed. When the moment felt appropriate, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to shoot forth and land upon the larva. The droplet did not fall away, but was absorbed entirely by the firefly larva. With a sigh of relief, Yishio withdrew his hand, releasing his control over the creature. Rejuvenated, the firefly larva fluttered joyfully around Yishio, akin to a child in delight. Yishio smiled, acknowledging that, in a sense, this firefly larva was his first pet. Disregarding the exuberant creature, he turned his attention back to the jade token. It was palm-sized, smooth to the touch, and pristine as snow. A fine piece of jade indeed. This alone could fetch a considerable sum. The front bore the inscription invitation, while the reverse contained a line of small characters. November 11th, Mount Wulyon. Yeshiu Posit. November 11th? Does the hidden sect also observe this date? Mount Wulyon? Is this the venue for the auction? As he pondered, several beams of light illuminated the distance, likely drawn by Chi Sang's earlier outcry. With a gesture, the firefly larva obediently returned, resting upon the jade token as if it were asleep. Yishio smiled warmly and stowed the token in his pocket. He then conjured 2 fireballs aimed at the severed hand on the ground, before vanishing into the night. By the time the security personnel arrived, the flames had been extinguished, leaving behind only a pair of metallic objects that resembled copper, but were not. Apparently, the materials of the flying symbols were of exceptional quality, for even Yishio's fire spells had failed to incinerate them. As one security guard picked up a flying symbol, he yelped in pain as it burned him. After a thorough inspection yielded no clues, the guards returned to report their findings. At the Summer family villa, the guests had all departed. The atmosphere was now eerily quiet, tinged with a sense of foreboding. Security personnel stood guard both inside and outside, while a row of fully armed black-clad individuals loitered at the conference room entrance. Hubid Yuson, what more can you possibly say? Summer Weigwa roared at Summer Mingji, akin to a furious tiger. Summer Mingji, terrified, collapsed to his knees before Summer Weigwa, having never witnessed such fury from his father. Moreover, Summer Weigwa had taken serious measures, activating the family's security team, all armed with real firearms. Father, I am wronged. I had no knowledge of M.O. Rohai's conspiracy. Had I known, I would have informed you at once. Summer Mingji sobbed, his face a mask of anguish, resembling a child burdened with immense sorrow. Even in the face of death, you dare to be defiant? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to discipline you? Summer Weigwa fumed, his rage palpable, as he seized a handgun from the waist of one of the black-clad figures. With seamless precision, he chambered around and disengaged the safety, his movements betraying the expertise of a seasoned veteran rather than that of an elderly man. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, causing everyone to rise from their seats in alarm. Xia Mingyuan had initially reveled in the misfortune of others, but upon witnessing Xia Weigwa pressing a gun against Xia Mingji's head, he was overtaken by fear and hurried to persuade the old man. Father, please do not act rashly. Your health is paramount. We have listened to the recording, and although M.O. Rohai mentioned elder brother, that does not necessarily indicate that he has betrayed the Xia family. What if elder brother is truly wronged? What then? My suggestion is to investigate thoroughly. Once we ascertain the truth, we can then determine right from wrong. Upon hearing Xia Mingyuan's words, the others gathered around, fervently speaking in favor of Xia Mingji. Xia Weigwa glanced at his son, who sat weakly on the ground, sighed deeply, and retracted the gun, deactivating the safety. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. I wish to see just how many ingrates remain within the Xia family. Xia Weigwa's anger stemmed not from the threat against him, but from his inability to tolerate the prospect of his family colluding with outsiders against their own. Xia Mingyuan helped Xia Mingji to his feet, who cast him a complicated glance. At that moment, someone entered and whispered a few words to Xia Weigwa. The old man's expression, which had just begun to soften, instantly darkened again. Unable to contain himself, Xia Mingyuan asked, Father, what is it? His inquiry only served to incite Xia Weigwa's fury as he slammed the handgun onto the table with a resounding thud. What is it? Do you still have the audacity to ask? Your beloved wife has sent your cherished daughter abroad. Xia Mingyuan froze in shock. Huh? Jean Malian sent Xia Jingxiu out of the country? I had no idea. Chapter 47, Apology. Xia Jingxiu did not wish to leave, especially upon witnessing Yi Xiu stepping forward to his sister. She did not want to abandon him to bear the wrath of both the Ding and Xia families alone. Even though her mother had warned her that Yi Xiu was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a notorious scion of the capital, helping her only to toy with her, she remained steadfast in her belief that Yi Xiu was not that kind of person. However, she also understood that staying would serve little purpose. It would only complicate matters for her parents and entangle Yi Xiu further. Thus, she acquiesced to her mother's arrangements, silently vowing to herself to become stronger swiftly and return soon. It was not until the following day that Yi Xiu discovered Xia Jingxiu's departure. He harbored no particular thoughts about her leaving, only a sense of relief. Perhaps, by leaving Yin City, she could rediscover herself. Yi Xiao did not return to school. Instead, he enlisted Ouyang to find a place to live. He felt there was no need to return to school, and staying in the dormitory would only burden his friends. He even considered taking time to formally withdraw from the university, as it seemed unreasonable to continue attending classes sporadically. As for the numerous messages from his advisor, Li Qin, he chose to ignore them. Since learning about the existence of the hidden door, Yi Xiao had focused solely on one thing, cultivating his skills. Thus, for an extended period, he barely stepped outside. When tired, he would sleep. When hungry, he would order takeout. Amidst his training, he occasionally took out his phone to browse the internet. Though his days were monotonous, they felt fulfilling, and he gradually grew fond of this reclusive lifestyle. One evening, Ouyang called, inviting him to meet at Fengxiao Bar. He mentioned that someone from the Ding family wished to speak with him, and after some consideration, Yi Xiao agreed. After hanging up, he watered the potted plants on his balcony, preparing to head out. The pot contained some daffodil seeds he had brought back from Shenlong Valley, though they had yet to sprout, perhaps due to the soil quality. As he exited and waited for the elevator, Yi Xiao instinctively glanced across the hall. After all this time, he only knew that a woman resided opposite him. However, since he had stayed home every day, they had yet to meet. Yi Xiao was aware of her presence because, on several occasions, she returned late at night, causing a commotion in the hallway, which he had sensed with his spiritual awareness. The woman appeared to have an unusual job, with an erratic schedule. Sometimes she returned at dawn, and other times she arrived in the early morning. As for what she did, Yi Xiao was uninterested in investigating. As long as she did not disturb him, everything else was irrelevant. Walking through the community, the air was pleasant and tranquil. It was evident that Ouyang had put considerable effort into finding such a fine residence in the city. Perhaps Su Xiangdong had mentioned something to the Ding family, for after that night, they had not troubled Yi Xiao again. Ouyang, who naturally reclaimed some of his territories, including his main base, Fengxiao Bar. To celebrate its reopening, Fengxiao Bar organized a promotional event, and even before dark, many patrons had arrived. A lavish private room on the top floor was redecorated by Ouyang, designated as Yi Xiao's exclusive space. By the time Yi Xiao arrived, several individuals were already seated within, including Ding Xiaopeng. "Young Master Yi, you have arrived." Ouyang immediately rose to greet him. He had heard some things about Yi Xiao's status. Although Yi Xiao referred to him as a brother, he was careful not to presume too much. The others, seeing Ouyang's respect, also stood up, including the visibly displeased Ding Xiaopeng, who was pulled up by a middle-aged man beside him. "I didn't expect young Master Yi to be so young. Truly impressive." At the middle-aged man's compliment, Ouyang quickly explained to Yi Xiao, "Young Master Yi, this is Mr. Ding, the head of Ding Hai Group." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao understood that this was Ding Xiaopeng's father, Ding Junfeng, whom Ouyang had mentioned over the phone. Observing the affable Ding Junfeng, Yi Xiao found it hard to reconcile him with the second-in-command of Ding Hai Group. After all, Ding Junfeng was a significant figure involved with criminal organizations, and Yi Xiao had some grievances with the Ding family. Well then, let us sit down and discuss matters. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With Ding Junfeng being so courteous, Yi Xiao felt it inappropriate to refuse. "Young Master Yi, I have brought my son here to apologize on his behalf. You are magnanimous, and I hope you will not hold his foolishness against him." The more polite Ding Junfeng became, the more Yi Xiao sensed the complexity of the man. Noticing Yi Xiao's silence, Ding Junfeng hastily rose and handed him a card. "Young Master Yi, this card contains 1 million. A small token of my sincerity." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ding Junfeng's generosity, and he became increasingly cautious in his assessment of the man. "It is not the fierce wolf I fear, but the smiling tiger. Ding Junfeng is undoubtedly a formidable character." Yi Xiao accepted the card, weighing it in his hand. "Since Mr. Ding is so gracious, I shall accept this gift. However, as for the apology." Ding Junfeng immediately grasped Yi Xiao's meaning and shot a glare at Ding Xiaopeng. "Why aren't you apologizing to young Master Yi at once?" Ding Xiaopeng, reluctant and sulking, finally stood up, his face darkened, but unable to utter a word. "Observing Ding Xiaopeng's displeasure, Yi Xiao similet lightly." "Mr. Ding, it would be best not to force him. If you provoke young Master Ding, he might come seeking retribution from me. He wouldn't dare." Just as those words left his lips, Ding Junfeng delivered a sharp slap to Ding Xiaopeng's face. Everyone was taken aback. Even Ding Xiaopeng stared incredulously at his father, clutching his face. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Yi." With Ding Junfeng's anger evident, Ding Xiaopeng gritted his teeth and reluctantly muttered, "Yes, I apologize. Do not waste your breath on me. Direct your words to Brother Ouyang. If he forgives you, then this matter can be considered resolved." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Ding Xiaopeng's countenance shifted, his eyes brimming with resentment. Ouyang, feeling the tension, hastily intervened. Young Master Yi, I perceive Mr. Ding's sincerity. Let us consider this matter settled. Who, after all, is Ding Junfeng? He is the eldest son of Ding Hai, the future successor of the Ding Hai group, and the undisputed prince of the underworld in Yunqing. To offend him would yield no benefit, having only recently reconciled with his daughter. He is reluctant to provoke the Ding family to the brink of destruction. However, Yi Xiu paid Ouyang no heed should Ding Junfeng dare to unleash his wrath. He would not hesitate to extinguish him. Evidently, all present underestimated Ding Junfeng's capacity for restraint. Are you deaf? Did you not hear what young Master Yi said? Apologize to brother Ouyang at once. Ding Junfeng bellowed at Ding Xiaoping amidst the bewildered gazes of those around them. Ultimately, Ding Xiaoping bowed his head, murmuring, Brother Ouyang, I apologize. In no trouble at all. Ouyang, who replied, visibly shaken. He could scarcely have imagined receiving such an apology from the Ding family. Chapter 48, The Flying Tiger Gang. After Ouyang, who uttered those 2 words of reassurance, the matter seemed to reach a conclusion. Yi Xiu, however, would not be naive enough to believe that the Ding family sincerely sought reconciliation. Yet, as they did not intend to provoke him for the time being, he deemed it unnecessary to press the matter further. After all, this is a society governed by law. The disappearance of a few small-time thugs or unknown individuals might not draw undue attention from the police. However, if he were to eliminate a member of the Ding family, even with meticulous planning, it would likely invite significant trouble. Thus, after accepting 100,000 and Ding Xiaoping's apology, Yi Xiu chose to let the matter lie, a resolution that suited all parties involved. Upon exiting the bar, the Ding family members climbed into their luxury car. Ding Junfeng took the wheel, with only 2 others in the vehicle, clearly wishing to keep the ensuing conversation private. Mr. Chun, what is your perspective? Ding Junfeng inquired. Uncertain. It feels akin to the initial stage of the Xian level, yet it seems not quite so. Ding Xiaoping interjected with evident displeasure. So what is it then? Before we arrived, Ding Junfeng merely indicated that we were to make a show of things. Who would have thought that not only were we compelled to apologize, but I was also struck by Ding Junfeng? This frustration had no outlet, and now, for some reason, this Chun fellow had stepped in front of the barrel of the gun. Typically, this Chun was arrogant, squandering the Ding family's resources without contributing anything in return. Even more outrageous, he frequented Ding Xiaoping's nightclub, indulging lavishly without settling his debts. Ding Junfeng had been polite to him, yet Ding Xiaoping had tolerated enough of his insolence. Silence. This is not a place for you to speak. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Ding Junfeng could no longer contain his fury. Had he not been driving, he would have delivered a few more slaps to Ding Xiaoping. Though Chen Shi did nothing within the Ding family, he was a disciple of the Jin Dao sect, which was the Ding family's protector. The Ding family's power in Yunqing relied heavily on the Jin Dao sect. In ordinary circumstances, even Ding Hai treated Chen Shi with utmost respect. Who could have imagined that his own son would lack such discernment, daring to question him so brazenly? Ding Junfeng found himself genuinely doubting whether Ding Xiaoping was truly his biological child. For how could he be so inept? With a deep sigh, he addressed Chen Shi. Forgive my child's ignorance. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, Chen Shi replied coolly. But I believe it is time to enlighten young Master Ding about matters concerning the hidden sect. Ding Junfeng was taken aback. What do you mean, sir? This Yishio is no ordinary individual. While he may appear to possess only the initial stage of the Xian level, it seems the 3 from the Xianyin sect have likely fallen to him. Furthermore, according to the Xia family, he seems to possess the ability to incinerate corpses without a trace. Such a capability cannot be attributed to one merely in the initial stage of the Xian level. Clarifying matters for young Master Ding would ensure he understands the stakes involved to prevent. Chen Shi trailed off, leaving Ding Junfeng to grasp the implications. However, this matter would require a discussion with Ding Hai before any decisions were made, for the more one knows about the hidden sect, the greater the peril. In fact, within the entire Ding family, no more than 3 individuals are truly aware of the hidden sect's existence. In truth, Chen Shi had hinted enough. Any observant individual could infer something from it. Yet Ding Xiaoping appeared oblivious, firmly believing the Ding family to be invincible. Anyone they offended was doomed. Upon hearing Chen Shi's words, Ding Xiaoping exclaimed, Father, even if Yi Xiu is formidable, can he really catch bullets with his bare hands? In my opinion, we should simply hire an assassin. Silence. Ding Junfeng's face flushed with anger. Chen Shi, however, found amusement in the exchange. Young master, you are not mistaken. There are indeed some exceptional individuals who can catch bullets with their bare hands. Ding Xiaoping paused. Well, if that's the case, should we just let him act with impunity? Chen Shi narrowed his eyes. Let go. We may choose to let it go, But can a Shining sect? Can those in the capital? If he can catch bullets with his bare hands, then let the bullets fly once more. Upon hearing Chun Shi's words, Ding Junfeng felt a surge of exhilaration, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Ding family's treachery was beyond Yi Xiu's comprehension. At this moment, he was listening to Ouyang Hu's report on the recent activities of the gang. He had initially intended to remain uninvolved in gang affairs. But as he contemplated the need for funds at the upcoming auction, he found himself reluctantly drawn in. Moreover, Yi Xiu understood that with Ouyang Hu's Dantian crippled, if he did not support him from behind, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his position. The gang's name, the Flying Tiger Gang, was quite cliché, and its influence extended across the entirety of the West District. Despite the extensive territory, their operations were limited to a few bars and KTVs, engaging primarily in minor and laborious tasks. As for the truly lucrative ventures, they had long been monopolized by the Ding Hai Group. Though Yi Xiu lacked knowledge of economics and management, he recognized that the Flying Tiger Gang's current trajectory was unsustainable. They needed to undergo a transformation swiftly. Otherwise, they risked being labeled as a criminal organization and facing a crackdown. Ouyang Hu was well aware of this, yet the gang lacked any capable intellectuals. Thus, both Yi Xiu and Ouyang Hu concurred that the primary task ahead for the Flying Tiger Gang was to recruit a competent manager promptly. After discussing gang matters, Yi Xiu rose to take his leave. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly recalled what Qi Sang had said that evening. Brother Ouyang, are you familiar with the Hidden Sect? The Hidden Sect? Ouyang, who was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. Are you aware of the 5 prominent families of Huaxia? I believe I have heard my master mention them, though I cannot recall the details. And your master, what is his surname? John, why do you ask? Oh, it is merely that I heard someone mention that the Ouyang family is an elusive great family, and I assumed you might have emerged from such a lineage. Ha! How could that be? If that were the case, my ancestors for 3 generations would not have been mere farmers. Hearing Ouyang Hu's words, Yi Xiu realized his misunderstanding. After all, while the surname Ouyang is rare, it is not limited to just 1 or 2 families. As he exited the Fengxiao bar, the night had grown deep. Just as Yi Xiu prepared to hail a taxi home, he spotted a bald man stumbling out while supporting a woman. Such incidents are commonplace outside the bar, and Yi Xiu merely glanced before diverting his gaze. However, for a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of familiarity with the bald man, prompting him to cast a second look. After observing for a full 10 seconds, Yi Xiu finally recalled that this bald man was likely the dean of their academy, Yang Qingqiao, who had previously brought the police to their dormitory to apprehend him. Yang Qingqiao appeared to be at least in his 50s, yet he still seemed vigorous, indulging in such frivolities. Yi Xiu couldn't help but express his astonishment, but the very next moment, he was utterly shocked as he recognized the woman. She was their counselor, Li Qin. Under the neon lights, Li Qin's complexion was flushed, her consciousness clouded. As she witnessed Yang Qingqiao panting heavily, a man emerged hastily from a BMW. I thought you were dead. Hurry up and lend a hand. Despite being admonished, the man wore a smile. Yang, good, this girl's a catch. I'll make sure to capture her at her best. Yang Qingqiao's expression shifted in alarm as he nervously scanned the surroundings. Mind your language when speaking on the street. The man chuckled awkwardly, as if such matters were routine for him. Yi Xiu was bewildered as to why Li Qin was inebriated to such an extent. Yet he was acutely aware of what was about to unfold. Though Li Qin was their counselor, he had only encountered her once in the dormitory, and they were hardly acquainted. What would transpire tonight was of little concern to him. His focus lay on Yang Qingqiao. He remembered vividly how the man had previously created a ruckus with the police in the dormitory. For those who had wronged him, either they would not cross paths again, or if they did, he would ensure they learn a lesson. However, this was evidently not the optimal location for confrontation. Yi Xiu decided to follow discreetly and assess the situation. The 2 men forcibly shoved Li Qin into the car and sped away. With no taxis in sight and witnessing the taillights fading into the distance, Yi Xiu activated his shadow step and pursued them. Fortunately, the city was laden with traffic signals, and since Yi Xiu had attained the 4th level of Qi refinement, he managed to keep up without losing them. Half an hour later, the car entered a high-end residential complex, and with a deft use of invisibility, Yi Xiu slipped inside effortlessly. The vehicle halted in front of a tall building, and the 2 men supported Li Qin into the elevator. Upon reaching the 18th floor, one of the men retrieved a key and unlocked the door. The interior revealed a filthy photography studio cluttered with equipment, a large bed, and various adult items. They tossed Li Qin onto the bed, both exhausted. Yang Qingqiao wiped the sweat from his brow, unease creeping in. There shouldn't be any issues, right? I can't shake the feeling of being watched. The man, fiddling with the camera, nonchalantly replied, Relax, brother. You can trust me. I've tampered with the surveillance. No one will know. Besides, even if someone finds out, once we capture all her poses, I doubt she would dare to speak out. Noticing Yang Qingchao's lingering hesitation, the man grinned. If you're scared, I can take over. I've had my share of college girls, but a university teacher like this is a first. Get lost. Just focus on filming, especially the sounds and expressions. Capture everything perfectly. Yang Qingchao swallowed 3 pills and then announced, while the effects of the drugs haven't kicked in yet, I'll take a shower. I warn you, don't touch her until I'm back. If the footage satisfies me, I might let you have a turn. Upon hearing Yang Qingchao's words, the man eagerly agreed. However, just as Yang Qingchao left, he approached the bed. Gazing at the alluring figure, he couldn't resist reaching out towards her. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed. Startled, he swiftly withdrew his hand, turning toward the source of the sound. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to silence it. I hope I didn't disturb you. To his astonishment, a young man had appeared out of thin air, holding a phone and wearing an awkward expression. The man stood frozen for a moment before finally processing the situation. Who the hell are you? Yishio lowered his phone, his demeanor turning grave. You truly lack manners. Didn't your teachers teach you to greet others properly? Furious, the man scrambled beneath the bed and emerged wielding a watermelon knife, lunging at Yishio. His movements were practiced, suggesting he was no stranger to violence. Yet, before Yishio, he was akin to a child wielding a sword before a master. With a swift kick, Yishio sent the man flying, crashing into various equipment, creating a cacophony. Idiot, what are you doing? I told you not to touch her. Yang Qingchao, aware of the man's character, rushed out of the bathroom, towel draped around him. However, upon witnessing the chaos in the living room, he instantly sensed something was amiss. A young man stood in the room, while the photographer lay curled up on the floor. Panic surged within him, but he feigned calmness. I had a feeling I was being followed. So it was you? Friend, what brings you here? If it's money, I can provide. If it's pleasure, we can indulge together. Yishio's brow furrowed, his voice icy. How could you, as a dean, sink to such depths? You are less than a beast. Yang Qingchao froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. You know me? Indeed. Yang Dean, how could you forget? Just recently, you brought the police to the dormitory to apprehend me. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in my grasp? Yang Qingchao stared at Yishio for a long moment before finally recalling. You are Yishio from the Landscape Academy? Correct, but it's of little consequence. You must take responsibility for your actions. As Yishio prepared to take action, Yang Qingchao hastily interjected, Yishio, please remain calm. If you strike me, not only will you face expulsion from the school, but you will also be subjected to legal consequences. Yishio smirked. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly forgot. Believing Yishio was intimidated, Yang Qingchao continued, rest assured, I will honor my promise to your cousin. Cousin? Yishio was taken aback, questioning when he had acquired a cousin. Yes, teacher Lee mentioned you are a cousin. Your habitual absenteeism has severely breached school regulations, warranting expulsion. However, since your cousin interceded on your behalf, I will ensure the school handles it appropriately, guaranteeing your graduation. Yishio was bewildered, never anticipating that the events of the night would entangle him so deeply. Sensing Yishio's momentary confusion, Yang Qingchao felt a surge of satisfaction. You should take your cousin home. She has had a bit too much to drink, which is why I brought her here to rest. There were absolutely no ulterior motives. Although Yang Qingchao was uncertain how Yishio had entered, he recognized the significance of the man lying on the ground and understood that Yishio was not to be trifled with. He was astute enough to grasp the adage of not provoking a strong opponent unnecessarily. After all, he had countless methods to deal with Yishio and Liqin. No ulterior motives? Are you certain? Yang Qingchao shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. I assure you on my honor as the dean. Yishio couldn't help but sneer. With a scoundrel like you, where's your honor? If you wish for my belief, then both of you should strip and huddle in the corner for me to take a photo. After speaking, Yishio pointed at Yang Qingchao and the man on the ground. What? This Yang Qingchao's expression changed as he realized that Yishio was not easily intimidated, but had been pretending to be a fool all along. Chapter 50. The Effects of the Drug. 2 grown men, completely naked together. Especially with Yang Qingchao being a dean at Yunlin University, the consequences of such a photo surfacing online would be unimaginable. Both men understood this well, and thus could not possibly acquiesce to Yishio's unreasonable demand. However, after suffering a brutal beating from Yishio, they ultimately stripped and timidly embraced one another. All right, look at the camera and smile. Yishio held up his phone, capturing the disgraceful image of the two. Just by observing the indoor scenes, equipment, and props, Yishio could tell that these scoundrels had harmed many. Liqin was fortunate she had encountered him. Otherwise, everything that transpired next would have become her nightmare. What awaited her would either be death or being toyed with by the two men at will. Tonight, the two had turned into victims under the camera, a fitting retribution for their misdeeds. Kid, I warn you if you dare to spread those photos. I will make you pay. Faced with such humiliation, the man seemed to have made up his mind. Yishio's lips curled into a cold smile. Oh, at this point, you still dare to threaten me? The man, feigning bravado, declared, I know you're strong, but if you push me too far, I won't spare even your family, including your cousin. Slap. Before Yishio could get angry, Yang Qingshou had already slapped the man. He truly regretted having such a useless ally. Threatening Yishio at this moment was tantamount to courting death. Classmate Yi, don't listen to him. I know you wouldn't do that. And I assure you that tonight's events will be treated as if they never happened. Do you think I'm foolish enough to believe your lies? Yishio initially intended to give the two a good beating to vent his anger, but now it seemed more prudent to eliminate them entirely to prevent future troubles. As Yishio slowly approached, Yang Qingshou was drenched in cold sweat. Don't come any closer. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can take more photos as leverage. Even if you make us really fight, I won't hesitate. The man beside him, upon hearing Yang Qingshou's words, stiffened in shock, rendered speechless. Yusti, this is truly disgusting. Without further ado, Yishio raised his hand, preparing to unleash 2 fireballs to cleanse the filthy atmosphere. However, he reconsidered. Simply making them disappear might be too lenient. Thus, he clapped his hands down, sending 2 beams of white light into their heads, rendering their gazes vacant. The two had become fools, and Yishio rummaged through Yang Qingshou's phone. I report that someone is illegally filming lewd videos at the location of after completing this. He tidied up the traces and prepared to leave. As he turned, he glanced at Li Qin, who lay on the bed, hesitated for a moment, then carried her out of the room. After hopping over the community wall and walking 2 blocks, Yishio hailed a cab, heading straight to his residence. He initially intended to find a hotel for Li Qin to rest alone for the night. However, he did not anticipate that Li Qin seemed to have been given some sort of stimulant, and, at this moment, the effects were subtly manifesting. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly inflict severe harm on her body, potentially leading to her demise from exhaustion. Reluctantly, Yishio had no choice but to take her to his home, intending to help expel the drug from her system. More importantly, he wished to clarify the nature of his relationship with Li Qin. The streets were particularly desolate in the early morning hours, as cars sped by, casting fleeting shadows. The driver remained silent, seemingly exhausted after a long night of picking up passengers. A commotion from the back seat caught his attention, and he glanced at the rearview mirror before returning his gaze to the road. Such young individuals, he had seen many, and as long as they did not act out of line, he typically kept his silence. Yishio's cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He did not expect the effects of the drug to be so potent, had he not used the calming spell to suppress it. Who knew what outrageous actions Li Qin might have taken? Despite this, Li Qin clung tightly to him, her warm body continuously brushing against him, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Yishio had devoted himself to cultivation in the Star Origin continent and had never been with a woman. Now, with Li Qin behaving this way, how could he endure it? Thoughts of immediately exiting the vehicle and finding a hotel flitted through his mind. Yet, he quickly quashed the notion. Regardless of her being his teacher, he could not take advantage of her vulnerability. Otherwise, he would be no different from those 2 scoundrels. As the effects of the drug intensified, Li Qin could not help but let out a soft moan. This startled Yishio, and even the driver could not resist stealing glances at the rearview mirror. Yishio felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, seeing that they were nearing his residence. He instructed the driver to pull over. He dared not remain in the car, fearing that if Li Qin moaned again, he would be branded a pervert by the driver. As they walked away, the driver muttered a curse under his breath. Damn, the youth nowadays. A cold breeze blew, causing the woman in his arms to become a bit quieter, yet her arms remained wrapped around Yishio's body like an octopus. Fortunately, they did not encounter anyone until reaching the community entrance. However, as they passed by, 2 security guards cast puzzled glances their way. Upon arriving downstairs, Yishio pressed the elevator button, which unexpectedly opened from the basement level. The door slid open to reveal a tall and elegant woman inside. They exchanged glances, and Yishio felt a sense of familiarity with her. It was only after stepping inside the elevator and seeing the button for the 15th floor light up that he realized she was his neighbor from across the hall. What floor? Seeing that Yishio seemed unable to free his hands, the woman gently inquired, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. 15. Upon hearing Yishio's response, the woman visibly paused, a hint of wariness flickering in her eyes. Did you just move in? I haven't seen you before. About half a month ago. After Yishio said this, the woman displayed a polite smile. No wonder, I usually return late. If I disturbed you, I hope you'll forgive me. No, it's fine, Yishio intended to assure her that it was not a problem, but just as he uttered a word, Li Qin began to squirm restlessly in his arms, twisting her graceful figure and letting out soft moans. Yishio's face burned with embarrassment. He wished he could immediately slip through the elevator gap. The woman's expression shifted, her smile vanishing, replaced by a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Fortunately, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, and watching Yishio retrieve his keys to open the door, the woman exited the elevator. Is she all right? Her tone was cold, lacking the warmth of earlier. She is fine, just had a bit too much to drink. She needs to rest early. Yishio firmly shut the door behind him. For Li Qin had already begun to tear at her own garments. It appeared the effects of the drug were intensifying. He needed to act swiftly to expel the substance from her system. As he glanced at the hastily closed door, the woman lingered at the elevator for a long moment. It was not until her phone rang that she retrieved her keys, unlocked her door, and stepped inside. Hello, how is the progress over there? Sapte cinquantón, Li Qin. With a ripping sound, Li Qin tore a significant portion of her clothing from her chest. Yishio instinctively lowered his gaze, and was met with the sight of 2 alabaster mounds beneath her beige bra, which left him momentarily dizzy. His pulse quickened, and he hastily lifted her into the bedroom. As soon as he laid Li Qin on the bed, she lunged at him like a wildcat, inadvertently pinning him down. In that instant, Yishio finally comprehended why women were often likened to tigers. After considerable effort, he managed to flip her over, securing her beneath him. Feeling the warmth and softness beneath him, Yishio's thoughts began to wander. Fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast, and he quickly suppressed those chaotic notions. He dared not entertain further distractions. Closing his eyes, he struck the biwei acupoint atop Li Qin's head with his palm. As his vital energy circulated, wisps of white vapor emanated from her crown, gradually calming her frantic state. Half an hour passed, and Yishio, drenched in sweat, successfully expelled the drug's influence from Li Qin's body. Observing her serene expression as she slept soundly, he finally exhaled in relief. He tiptoed out of the bedroom, covering her with a blanket before closing the door behind him. A fire smoldered within him, rendering sleep elusive. It was only after a cold shower in the bathroom that he finally succumbed to a deep slumber in the other room. The following day, as Yishio awoke, he found Li Qin still deep in sleep. After a brief morning routine, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare millet porridge. The porridge was not specifically for Li Qin. Rather, it was a breakfast staple for him, cherished after too many takeout meals, as it was gentle on the stomach. The unexpected presence of a woman in his home left Yishio feeling somewhat uneasy. More importantly, he could not practice his cultivation, fearing that Li Qin's sudden awakening might startle her, or that he might become distracted and lose control. With nothing to occupy his time, Yishio resorted to household chores, sweeping, washing dishes, and wiping down surfaces. He even ventured outside to dispose of the garbage and took a leisurely stroll through the local market. The fresh morning air was invigorating, and he could even sense a hint of spiritual energy. It became clear that he could not remain cooped up at home indefinitely. He needed to venture out to absorb more of this vital essence. Upon returning downstairs, Yishio unexpectedly encountered the woman from across the hall. She seemed taken aback by the sight of his numerous grocery bags. Buying groceries this early? Don't you have work? She inquired. Yishio offered a sheepish grin. I'm currently unemployed. The woman responded with a soft "oh," before departing with an air of contemplation. What an odd woman. Her demeanor and gaze conveyed a subtle sense of disdain and scrutiny, reminiscent of a police officer sizing up a suspect, which irked Yishio. Back at home, he scanned the room with his spiritual awareness and discovered that Li Qin had yet to awaken. It was unclear whether she was still under the influence of alcohol or if Yishio's bed was simply too comfortable. He began to regret his decision. Had he known, he would have left her there and let the authorities handle it. But regret was futile. After finishing the porridge, Yishio set about preparing lunch. Meanwhile, Li Qin jolted awake from a nightmare, a wave of nausea crashing over her as she stumbled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. After retching for a while, her stomach convulsed, and it took her some time to regain her composure. The unfamiliar environment sent a chill down her spine, leaving her feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, sinking to the floor. Having grown up in the military compound of the capital, Li Qin's father had always hoped she would follow in his footsteps. But to his dismay, she had chosen to teach in the remote southwestern mountains immediately after graduation. Inciting his furious wrath, were it not for her mother's intervention, he might have broken her legs in his anger. Considering her parents' feelings, Li Qin later enrolled at Yunlin University as a counselor. Although her father ceased to involve himself in her affairs, this had created an invisible chasm between them. Just before the start of the semester, her father unexpectedly called, asking her to look after the son of a deceased comrade. Eager to mend their fractured relationship and prove her capabilities, she agreed without a second thought. Little did she know that what seemed like a simple task would soon become a burdensome weight upon her shoulders. Fighting, skipping classes, and going missing, the boy her father had asked her to help was evidently a troublemaker. The situation worsened when Dean Yang-Qing received word of her predicament and used it to blackmail her, promising to resolve everything if she accompanied him to a bar just once. Despite knowing Yang-Qing's intentions were far from noble, the thought of her father's stern visage made her hesitate before ultimately acquiescing. Prior to their outing, she meticulously reviewed numerous self-defense strategies and even prepared 2 bottles of pepper spray. Yet, despite her extensive precautions, she ultimately fell victim to the situation. And by the time she realized it, her consciousness had already begun to blur. What had transpired last night remained a blur. She vaguely recalled being led out of the bar and subsequently tossed onto a bed. There seemed to be a fleeting memory of walking on the street, feeling the cold wind, and being intimate with a man. Her mind was a chaotic jumble of thoughts, and she was reluctant to delve further into it. Cradling her head, she longed to weep, but found herself unable to shed a single tear. A pang of distress gripped her chest. She was uncertain whether to direct her anger at her father, Yang-Qing, that man, or even herself. Suddenly, through her tear-blurred vision, she noticed a peculiar detail. Despite her torn garments, her undergarment remained intact. She stifled her sobs, mustering the strength to rise and inspect herself from head to toe. To prevent Yang-Qing from harboring any inappropriate intentions, she had dressed conservatively, even fastening a belt around her waist. Upon completing her examination, she could scarcely believe her eyes. Aside from the damage to her chest, the rest of her clothing was perfectly intact, almost as if untouched. The sensations within her body, aside from slight fatigue, were unremarkable. Though she had never engaged in intimate relations, she possessed a basic understanding of such matters. All signs indicated that she had not been violated. A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes, and the heaviness in her chest lifted considerably, as if she had been revived. What was happening? Could it be that Yang-Qing was a paragon of virtue, and she had misjudged him? Furrowing her brows, Li Qin cautiously surveyed the room. It was immaculate and tidy, devoid of any extraneous furnishings save for the bed. Outside, she could hear the sounds of cooking. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage and tiptoed toward the door. The living room was bright, bathed in warm sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The aroma of millet porridge wafted through the air, and through the translucent kitchen door, she glimpsed a busy figure. The door to the outside world was right before her, and she was tempted to fling it open and escape. Yet, an unexpected thought surged into her mind. The porridge in the morning was far more delightful than the wine of the night. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she ventured into the kitchen, yearning to unravel the mysteries of the previous night. Chapter 52, Going Viral. As Li Qin approached the threshold of the kitchen, the door swung open with a sudden clatter. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped the space. "What are you doing here?" Li Qin exclaimed, taken aback to find Yishio, the troublesome student and the architect of her recent miseries, standing there. Yishio, eager to dispel any misconceptions, replied candidly, "This is my home. I saved you last night." "What? You saved me?" Li Qin stood frozen, her mind racing as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She had suspected that someone had come to her aid, for she could hardly believe that Yang-Qing Shou would possess such kindness to let her off so easily. She had even fantasized about a romantic narrative akin to those found in novels, where a hero rescues a damsel in distress and earns her eternal gratitude. Yet, upon hearing Yishio claim that he was that very savior, all her idyllic imaginings shattered in an instant. How could it be him? He was her student, the very person she despised most. Did this mean that the vague figure from her memories was also him? The thought filled her with a wave of humiliation. "Ye Shi-yung, I loathe you." Li Qin choked on her words, turning abruptly to fling the door open and flee. Yishio was left in a state of bewilderment. He had rescued her, yet instead of gratitude, she professed her hatred for him. Could it be that she had lost her mind from the effects of the drug? It seemed prudent to avoid entanglements with women in the future. After all, the ancients were not mistaken when they said that it is challenging to cater to the whims of women and petty men alike. As he moved to close the door, he noticed that Li Qin had already descended in the elevator, but he caught sight of a woman residing across the hall. Had they quarreled? Not all. Although Yishio found it peculiar that she was not at work, he was too disinterested to delve into the matter further and simply shut the door. By afternoon, a sensational news story exploded across the internet, propelling Yunlin University into the limelight for all the wrong reasons. The Yuncheng police dismantled a criminal operation involved in the production of obscene videos, apprehending 2 suspects, one of whom turned out to be the dean of the College of Landscape Architecture at Yunlin University. This revelation shattered the moral compass of netizens. The two perpetrators had used drugs to coerce multiple women into sexual acts, recording the encounters to blackmail them. Even more reprehensible, they had processed the videos and uploaded them to the dark web, amassing nearly 1 million in illicit profits. An anonymous user claimed that the two suspects had been beaten into submission, presumably by the whistleblower. Police uncovered numerous tools of the trade, along with a significant amount of cash and illicit substances in the residence. Additionally, they discovered multiple incriminating videos and transaction records on the computer. In an instant, this scandal thrust Yunlin University into a maelstrom of controversy. Many netizens expressed admiration and curiosity about the identity of the whistleblower, while a smaller faction criticized the methods employed, deeming them overly aggressive and criminal. However, these dissenting voices were soon drowned out by the overwhelming chorus of support. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiu felt reassured. Otherwise, he would not have hesitated to trace the online threads and engage those individuals in a discussion about the meaning of violence. Yet, he was astonished to learn that Yang Qin had been involved in the distribution of films and had profited so handsomely. Had he known, he would have extorted him first. Li Qin was roused from her slumber by a barrage of group messages, and upon opening her eyes, she realized that night had fallen. After returning from Yi Xiu's residence, she felt as though her spirit had been lost. Overwhelmed and disinterested in everything, she simply wished to bury herself in sleep. Consequently, she requested 3 days of sick leave from the university. Upon unlocking her phone, she found her work group inundated with messages, leaving her somewhat bewildered. After much scrolling, she finally reached the top and encountered a notification regarding public opinion management from the university. Before she could finish reading the notice, she received a push notification from Yinxing News. The strikingly sensitive headline compelled her to click on it involuntarily. As she read, tears streamed down her face, and her heart ached with pain. She could scarcely fathom what she would have endured had it not been for Yi Xiu. I'm so sorry, she whispered, though her apologies went unheard by Yi Xiu, who was indifferent to her sentiments. The following morning, Yi Xiu set out early, eager to absorb more spiritual energy. Julong Lake Park was the nearest park to his residence. Having observed many people exercising and running there via his phone, he was not surprised to find it bustling with activity upon his arrival. After completing a lap along the lakeshore, he distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy here was more potent than in other locations. Little divine doctor, wait for me. As he jogged, Yi Xiu heard someone calling out to him from behind. Turning in confusion, he saw an elderly man panting as he hurried to catch up. This man was none other than Lin Jinxing, the grandfather of the little girl he had saved at the city hospital. Audia, imagzosta. To avoid alarming others, Yi Xiu maintained a moderate pace, not too fast yet not too slow. Lin Jinxing, despite his breathlessness, was still sprightly enough to keep up, demonstrating his robust health. Are you Lin Lao? What brings you here? Lin Jinxing, flushed and perspiring, stood tall and resolute, his eyes gleaming with determination. Hearing Yi Xiu recognize him brought him a measure of joy. I can't believe you remember me. I've been searching for you for quite some time, and I didn't expect to run into you here today. Searching for me? Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Lin Tongtong's illness had not yet been resolved. Perhaps sensing Yi Xiu's confusion, Lin Jinxing quickly clarified, it's nothing serious, really. I merely wish to express my gratitude for saving Tongtong, and I'd like to invite you to a meal. Yi Xiu felt a sense of relief and smiled gently. There's no need for such formality. You thanked me last time. Lin Jinxing waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't mention it. At that time, I thought I had a fortune in my account, only to find out it was just 50,000. It felt like a joke. Whether the sum is large or small matters little. The health of the child is what truly counts, Yi Xiu replied, indifferent to the veracity of Lin Jinxing's claims. In a sense, he was disinterested in monetary gain, focusing instead on elixirs, artifacts, and resources. Little divine doctor, please don't be so modest. Just for that statement, I insist on treating you to a drink. Yi Xiu was perplexed by Lin Jinxing's insistence on this meal. He had his own training to attend to and lacked the time for leisurely dining. Just as he was about to decline, Lin Jinxing's fitness tracker beeped, revealing that the old man was quite trendy. Lin Jinxing answered the call, and a flurry of urgent voices filled the line. After a brief conversation, he hung up, and Yi Xiu seized the moment to say, Lin Lao, if you have pressing matters, please go ahead. We can arrange the meal for another time. Lin Jinxing, visibly anxious, protested. How can that be? It's not every day we meet. You think I'm just saying this casually? How about this? Since there is still time, why don't you accompany me to the antique market for a bit of fun? Yi Xiu's interest was piqued. The antique market? Ah, yes. Old Kai mentioned that a new shipment of genuine goods just arrived. Come with me to take a look. It might broaden your horizons. Lin Jinxing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the mere mention of antiques, revealing his passion for the subject. Though Yixiao did not possess a particular fondness for antiquities, he was nonetheless intrigued to explore whether this antique market harbored the treasures he sought. Chapter 53. The Antique Market. Accompanying Lin Jinxing to the antique market, Yixiao soon realized that this locale was merely a street apart from Baibao Street. The architectural style of both streets bore resemblance, emulating the designs of the Ming and Qing dynasties, evoking a sense of temporal dislocation, as if one were transported to ancient times. However, the antique market was markedly more subdued. Numerous shops were shuttered, and the vendors peddling their wares were few and far between. Why are there so few people here? The last time I visited Baibao Street, it was bustling with activity, Yixiao remarked. In response, Lin Jinxing chuckled, at this hour, most who venture here are connoisseurs. In the afternoon and evening, tourists and vendors proliferate, akin to a grand market day, albeit the majority of goods are mere fakes. As a novice in the realm of antiques, Yixiao was taken aback by the nuances of this world. In truth, he had arrived a tad late. If one truly wished to uncover hidden gems, visiting the ghost market before dawn will be the most exhilarating experience. Ghost market? Yixiao inquired, perplexed. Lin Jinxing clarified. It refers to what is commonly known as a night market, commencing in the late hours and concluding before dawn. Yixiao hesitated. At night? It's so dark. How can one discern the items? Lin Jinxing, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved, whispered with a grin, precisely because visibility is limited. Distinguishing between the genuine and the counterfeit becomes arduous, making it easier for transactions to occur. Noticing Yixiao's continued confusion, he elaborated. The items sold at night are often significantly cheaper than those during the day. Some fall victim to deception and purchase fakes, while others, through sheer luck, stumble upon true treasures. Lin Jinxing then spoke mysteriously. The items available at night are often bizarre and varied, with many having obscure origins, including genuine artifacts excavated from tombs. Intrigued by Lin Jinxing's narrative, Yixiao found himself contemplating a nocturnal visit to test his luck, hoping to procure a few treasures to bolster his preparations for next month's auction. Lin Jinxing led Yixiao into an antique shop where a small group of individuals was gathered. Upon their entrance, an elderly man approached them, exclaiming, Old Lin, why have you arrived so late? Come, help me assess these items. Lin Jinxing waved him off, saying, No, I merely came to broaden my horizons. The rest is up to your discretion. I shan't interfere. A shopkeeper chuckled, Oh Lin, no worries, we are all acquaintances here. Yixiao surveyed the antique shop, noting the shelves adorned with various ceramics and bronze wares. The walls were embellished with artworks by renowned artists, while the counter displayed jade pieces, ancient coins, the four treasures of the study, and an array of unidentifiable relics. While he was uncertain about the other items, Yixiao shook his head in dismay upon observing several jade pieces in the counter. Although their quality appeared exceptional, they lacked any trace of spiritual energy. Such jade was indistinguishable from ordinary stones. With a mere glimpse, Yixiao swiftly lost interest in this antique shop. Old Lin, I shall step outside for a bit and return shortly, he declared. All right, but don't wander too far, Lin Jinxing replied. As Yixiao exited the shop, the shopkeeper called out, Young man, be wary. There are many swindlers outside. Yixiao chuckled inwardly, thinking, You're likely the biggest swindler here. Strolling leisurely through the antique market, Yixiao scanned the various stalls with his spiritual sense. However, disappointment soon set in as he discovered that the items were largely similar to those in the first shop, predominantly fakes, rendering the prospect of finding any treasures bleak. With no other options, he shifted his focus to the few small stalls lining the roadside. The wares displayed at these stalls elicited a mixture of amusement and disbelief from Yixiao. They offered everything found in the shops, and even items absent from the shops. Regardless of authenticity, the designs and styles appeared to insult his intelligence. An ancient night pot attributed to Li Shimin, a Tang Sankai figurine of Doryman, and a mobile phone unearthed from the Song dynasty. As Yixiao pondered the absurdity of it all, the conversation between two vendors caught his attention, particularly when one item on display piqued his interest. Let's go, it's time to head home. The city management will come and shoo us away soon. You go ahead, this business is tough, I'll stay a bit longer. What captivated Yixiao was a palm-sized cauldron, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. He picked up an item from the stall and began to examine it. Ah, young brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a Ming Changhua Do-Tsai chicken cup, the imperial drinking vessel of Emperor Changhua, the stall owner boasted, his eyes gleaming as he regarded Yixiao with the enthusiasm of a predator spotting its prey. Taking advantage of the stall owner's rambling, Yixiao discreetly scrutinized the cauldron. It featured dragon heads on either side, 3 beastly patterns on the feet, mysterious inscriptions on the surface, and a perfectly intact Chilean lid. After the stall owner finished a sales pitch, Yishio lifted another item and continued to inspect the cauldron. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "What you have now is extraordinary. It's called a Qianlong turning heart bottle." Yishio couldn't help but admire the stall owner's eloquence. One truly needed considerable skill to thrive in this trade. Once the stall owner finished his exuberant monologue, Yishio grasped the cauldron and examined it closely. It felt cool to the touch, and there were traces of alchemical elixirs within, despite its rough craftsmanship and unappealing appearance. It was undeniably a genuine alchemical furnace. Yishio felt a surge of excitement. He was in need of a furnace, and to stumble upon one at this small stall was an unexpected stroke of fortune. This discovery was far more exhilarating than unearthing an Apple phone from a trash bin. The stall owner, realizing that Yishio was a novice, thought to himself that this young man was not here to buy antiques, but rather to scavenge. Hey, just look at it, don't touch it too much. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it, he cautioned. Rather than becoming angry at the stall owner's words, Yishio directly inquired, "How much for this item?" The stall owner was taken aback, not anticipating that Yishio would inquire about the price. However, he quickly deduced that the young man was merely trying to save face. He had encountered many like him before. Without lifting his gaze, he casually declared, 10,000. In truth, while the incense burner appeared somewhat credible, it was poorly made and lacked collectible value. He had acquired it for a mere 100 from a scrapyard, let alone 10,000. He struggled to sell it for 500 on a regular day. His exorbitant price was merely a ploy to hasten Yishio's departure and prevent further handling of the item. What the stall owner did not expect, however, was Yishio's prompt acceptance. "All right, I'll take it. You want it?" The stall owner exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he raised his head, his goat-like beard trembling with confusion. Had he misjudged? He lamented internally that he should have quoted a higher price, fearing the stall owner might retract his offer. Yishio quickly assured him, "Yes, I want it. I'll pay you right now." Wait. As Yishio prepared to retrieve his phone, he suddenly recalled that he had left it behind in his haste to go jogging that morning, and he had no cash on him. What? The stall owner, who had just lifted the payment code, felt a jolt of concern at Yishio's words. Embarrassed, Yishio stammered, "I forgot my phone, but my friend is nearby. Perhaps you could accompany me to retrieve it?" The stall owner, with a resigned expression, set down the payment code and retorted, "You can go get it yourself." Yishio hesitated. The alchemical furnace was crucial for him, and he feared that leaving would result in some unforeseen mishap. Sensing Yishio's apprehension, the stall owner, growing impatient, assured him, "Rest assured, I will hold the item for you. But you need to be quick. I can only wait for you for 5 minutes." Yishio cast a glance around, noting the street was nearly deserted. He believed that with a swift errand, he would encounter no issues. Turning to the vendor, he declared, "Very well, I shall return shortly, but do ensure that the item is reserved for me. Off you go. Off you go." The vendor waved his hand dismissively, reclining on his lounge chair with a lackluster demeanor. Uncertain whether the youth's words held any truth, the vendor, drawing from years of experience, suspected this deal might fall through. Chapter 54. The alchemy furnace. Yishio trotted to the entrance of the antique shop, where he spotted Lin Jinxing and Old Kai emerging with cheerful expressions. "A little Yi, have you finished your browsing? We were just about to look for you," Lin remarked. "Old Lin, did you bring any money? I found something over there, but I realized I forgot my phone when I was about to pay." "How much?" "I can make an offline payment with this wristband, but there's a limit." 10,000. 10,000? What on earth are you buying that costs so much?" While 10,000 wasn't an exorbitant sum, Lin Jinxing worried for Yishio's well-being, concerned he might be swindled. Yishio, eager about the alchemy furnace, replied anxiously, "This item is of utmost importance to me. Just tell me if it's available, and I'll repay you later." Recognizing Yishio's urgency, Lin Jinxing refrained from further questioning. He turned to Old Kai, saying, "This is the little doctor I mentioned to you. You must still have some funds in your account, right? Help little Yi settle the payment, and I'll reimburse you later." Old Kai patted his chest confidently, assuring, "No problem. It's a trivial matter." Hearing Old Kai's words, Yishio felt a surge of relief. "Thank you, Old Kai. Rest assured, I will repay you." Old Kai chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Old Lin has mentioned you to me on numerous occasions. This small sum is insignificant. Consider it a token of greeting from me to the little doctor." Yishio was taken aback by Old Kai's generosity. "But that's not right. I should—" Lin Jinxing interrupted with a smile. "Little Yi, don't try to save him money. Old Kai is a hidden tycoon. Usually he's as stingy as they come, but today he's feeling generous, huh?" Yishio was momentarily stunned. He perceived Old Kai's wealth, but now was not the time to ponder that. Let us move swiftly, old Lin, old Kai. We must hurry before that vendor changes his mind. Lin Jinxing nodded, while old Kai raised an eyebrow, declaring he wouldn't dare, unless he wishes to cease operating in this area. As the three conversed while walking, Yishio began to understand that the entire antique market belonged to old Kai, which explained his lavish spending. Lin Jinxing also informed him of the market's rules. Once an agreement was reached, there could be no backing out. Reassured by their words, Yishio felt a weight lift off his mind. However, to his dismay, he soon discovered that the little stall had vanished from sight. Oh no! Yishio exclaimed, dashing to where the stall had been. Believing he had misremembered the location, he extended his consciousness to scan the area, yet found no trace of the vendor. Spotting another stall nearby, Yishio hurried over. Excuse me, where did the vendor who was just here go? The stall owner glanced at Yishio with a dismissive eye and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. Yishio's expression hardened as he seized the vendor by the collar, demanding, if you value your life, speak the truth. Startled, the vendor quickly regained his composure. Kid, you dare to lay hands on me? You must be tired of living. Yishio, frantic and impatient, disregarded any rational thought and tightened his grip, ready to teach the man a lesson. Help! Someone is attacking me. Come and see. The vendor's shout drew the attention of nearby stall owners, including Lin Jinxing and old Kai, who rushed over. Little Yi, what is happening? Let go and we can discuss this. Lin Jinxing's voice calmed Yishio, who then noticed the crowd gathering around him. Clearly, resorting to violence was no longer an option. He released his grip, glaring fiercely at the vendor. The item I wanted to purchase was right here, but now that stall has disappeared. Old Kai, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. What nonsense! Which fool has decided to abandon their stall? His reputation in the area garnered immediate recognition, and many greeted him warmly. The vendor, now realizing Yishio was associated with old Kai, lost all bravado, appearing utterly deflated. Yet, he chose to remain silent. Offending a fellow vendor was not in his interest. Little Yi, can you recall the vendor's appearance? Lin Jinxing inquired. Yishio pondered for a moment, then replied, he had a thin face, was tall, and sported a goatee. A knowing smile broke on old Kai's face. Ah, with that goatee, I know exactly who it is. Li Tizui. His tone brooked no doubt, suggesting familiarity with the vendor. Does anyone have Li Tizui's number? Tell him to return immediately. This is unacceptable. He has broken the rules of the antique market. At old Kai's words, the surrounding vendors exchanged glances, but none dared to speak up. Oh, quite the loyal bunch. Old Kai remarked sarcastically. It seems it's time to raise the stall fees. The vendors' faces fell at the implication. Please, Uncle Kai, don't. Business has been tough for everyone lately. Indeed, Uncle Kai, they echoed. We have Li Tizui's number, but we can't violate the unwritten rules among vendors. Old Kai glared. What are you afraid of? I'm asking him to return to sell goods, not to take his life. The vendors finally relaxed, and one of them dialed Li Tizui. 15 minutes later, Li Tizui returned, looking rather sheepish. Upon seeing him, Yishio rushed forward. Where's my item? Li Tizui stammered. I sold it. Sold it? The crowd gasped, bewildered by the news. Yishio's expression turned icy. In a matter of minutes, the item had been sold. Old Kai, incensed, shouted, you must be out of your mind. Do you wish to cease your operations here? You violated the rules of the antique market and dared to toy with my friend? Old Kai's fury was palpable, his demeanor darkening as he exuded an intimidating aura. Li Tizui trembled, tearfully pleading, Ninth Master, please spare me. I didn't know he was your friend. Had I known, I wouldn't have sold it for anything, even if it meant giving it away for free. At this point, Yishio realized that even violence would not rectify the situation. How much did you sell it for? If you retrieve the item, I'll pay you double. Li Tizui quaked as he replied, 100,000, but I overheard that the buyer had an accent from out of town, so I'm afraid. 100,000? The crowd gasped again, astonished. It seemed Li Tizui had stumbled upon a lucrative deal, explaining his hasty departure earlier. You truly are blinded by greed. Henceforth, don't even think about returning to the antique market. Old Kai's incredulity was palpable. Please, Uncle Kai, my family relies on this stall. I don't want a single cent of that 100,000. I beg you to show mercy. While 100,000 was indeed a substantial amount, with a stroke of good fortune, he could easily recoup that by swindling a few tourists. However, if he offended Old Kai, he would find it impossible to survive in the antique scene of Yin City. Old Kai let out a sigh, for he never anticipated that the matter he had guaranteed would go awry. His assistance to Yishio was not solely out of respect for Lin Jinxing, but rather because he had a vested interest in the outcome. If this issue were to falter, he would find himself at a loss for words. Little Yi, I must ask you this. Is this item truly indispensable to you? Though uncertain as to why Old Kai posed such a question, Yishio resolutely replied, yes. It is absolutely essential. Very well, please wait a moment. Kai has a way to find someone in Yinqing. Upon hearing old Kai's words, Lin Jinxing furrowed his brow. That's enough. Don't escalate the situation. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. A few minutes later, Yi Xiao realized that old Kai was indeed quite formidable, as both the underworld and the law seemed to hold him in high regard. After monitoring the surveillance and checking license plates, he successfully identified the individual who had purchased the alchemical furnace. Chapter 55. Do not covet that which belongs to others. In front of the Lijing Hotel, Yi Xiao disembarked from a Hummer. Brother Yi, do you really not need me to accompany you upstairs? Wang Xuabin, old Kai's driver, inquired. For the person who had acquired the alchemical furnace was indeed the one he had tracked down. No need, just wait here, Yi Xiao replied, turning to make his way into the hotel. As Wang Xuabin watched Yi Xiao's retreating figure, he could not fathom why his boss would treat him with such deference, compelling him, despite being in his 30s, to begrudgingly address him as brother. He lit a cigarette, and when he looked up again, he discovered Yi Xiao had vanished from sight. In broad daylight, it was utterly bewildering. Wang Xuabin shivered involuntarily, taking several deep puffs on a cigarette to calm his nerves. Yi Xiao stealthily entered the hotel, proceeding directly to room 304. Few were privy to the existence of an alchemical furnace, and he was initially puzzled as to how it had been sold for a high price. However, after reviewing the surveillance footage, he realized he had been followed. As soon as he departed, the individual had swiftly gone to procure the furnace. If this were merely a coincidence, the choice of the Lijing Hotel as lodging was rather intriguing, as it stood directly across from the complex where Yi Xiao resided. Clearly, the person tracking him possessed some skill, otherwise, he would have noticed their presence. At this moment, within room 304 of the Lijing Hotel, two men busied themselves with their tasks while engaged in conversation. Ahua, you've been fiddling with that broken furnace for ages. Have you discerned anything of note? One of the men, manipulating a telescope, reproached the man called Ahua. Ahua chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his demeanor, and replied, Daozi, I cannot claim to have recognized its significance, but I have a strong feeling this is the alchemical furnace mentioned by our master. An alchemical furnace? Surely you jest. Having read too many fantasy novels? Why you doubt me? Our master previously informed me that there exists an alchemical furnace in Shenlong Valley, capable of producing pills worth millions each. Why has our master never mentioned this to me? I suspect you've simply grown careless and forgotten your assigned tasks. The man named Ahua frowned. Daozi, why are you so obstinate? No wonder our master withheld information about the alchemical furnace from you. Daozi's expression darkened, and it appeared a confrontation was imminent. Ahua quickly interjected. Our master tasked us with monitoring that fellow for a reason, to ascertain his background and ultimately eliminate him. Consider the implications. If this truly is an alchemical furnace and he manages to produce a plethora of pills, we stand no chance. Upon hearing Ahua's rationale, Daozi's demeanor softened somewhat. But you cannot act recklessly. If we expose our intentions, we risk alerting him. Worry not, my actions are flawless. That fellow is likely still at the antique market, lamenting his losses. Daozi sighed helplessly. Let us be more cautious in the future. That individual's strength is unfathomable. It is said that even Master Qiseng perished at his hands. The mention of Chisong's demise cast a shadow over Ahua's face, and he muttered indignantly. I believe our sect is too indecisive in this matter. Dispatch a few elders, and this issue would be resolved. Silence. Matters of the sect are not for outer disciples like us to discuss, Daozi admonished sternly, glancing instinctively at the door. If you wish to live longer, refrain from speaking such words. Besides, do you think inner disciples can be so easily summoned? What purpose would we serve then? Realizing his misstep, Ahua promptly fell silent, redirecting his focus to the furnace before him. Daozi too ceased speaking, adjusting the telescope to scrutinize the situation across the street. A moment of silence enveloped the room, prompting Yi Xiao to knock on the door. Upon hearing the knock, both men grew wary and suspicious. Who is it? Police routine inspection. The mention of police sent both men into a frenzy, hastily concealing their surveillance equipment. The Lijing Hotel, conveniently located for monitoring, was outdated, lacking even a peephole on its door. Though puzzled by the nature of the inspection at such an hour, they complied and opened the door. To their dismay, they were met with the sight of the very person they wished to avoid. As Ahua attempted to shut the door, Yi Xiao forcefully kicked him inside. Daozi, seeing this, retrieved a knife from under his pillow and lunged at Yi Xiao with lethal intent. Yi Xiao raised his hand, unleashing a blade of wind. Before Daozi could close the distance, he felt a sudden chill at his feet, and the ground beneath him gave way. Before he could comprehend the situation, he collapsed, bleeding profusely his lower half rendered lifeless, and he succumbed to darkness. The gruesome scene left Hua feeling queasy, and a pool of yellow liquid began to form beneath him. Closing the door, Yi Xiao maintained a stern demeanor, his nose wrinkling in disdain as contempt was plainly evident in his eyes. He approached the bedside table, opened the drawer, and there lay the alchemical furnace, unmistakably hidden within. After a thorough inspection confirming its pristine condition, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What? After stalking me for so long, you failed to recognize me upon sight? You could have simply followed me. Why resort to chaos? And now look, you've ended up causing his demise. Regardless of Yi Xiao's remarks, Hua remained silent, which struck Yi Xiao as somewhat absurd. Tell me, are the people from the Xianin sect merely idle? If you seek revenge, be swift and decisive. Why complicate matters? Do you know what this is called? It's akin to the tale of the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather, one by one. The man still did not respond, leaving Yi Xiao feeling as though he were conversing with the air. I shall ask you but once, where is the Xianin sect located? With a grim smile, the man retorted, if you wish to kill me, do so. Having offended the Xianin sect, you shall meet your end sooner or later. Ye jus gazehardenit. In your next life, remember this. Do not casually take what belongs to others. No sooner had he spoken than a fireball ignited, instantaneously engulfing the wide-eyed man in flames. Having dealt with the two, Yi Xiao slipped out of the room, and before departing, he made sure to pocket the rather sophisticated-looking telescope. Inside the driver's seat, Wang Xuebin was on edge, as Yi Xiao had been upstairs for over 20 minutes without any sign of movement. He began to doubt whether Yi Xiao had been assaulted or if he simply lacked the courage to reclaim the item. After all, he had been vigilantly watching the entrance of the hotel and had seen neither Yi Xiao enter nor exit. He was eager to ascertain the situation inside. Yet Yi Xiao repeatedly emphasized that he should not interfere with the matter. Wang Xuebin, feeling somewhat anxious, took out his phone to report to his boss. However, he feared a scolding, as his employer had explicitly instructed him to ensure Yi Xiao's safety. Just as he hesitated on whether to make the call, the door to the passenger seat was suddenly yanked open. Startled, Wang Xuebin focused his gaze and realized the newcomer was Yi Xiao, who entered holding a furnace in one hand and a telescope in the other, appearing quite in good spirits. Brother Wang, let us go. Why are you dawdling? Have you finished everything? Done. Let us head to the neighborhood across the street first. I need to grab my phone. All right. Wang Xuebin's mind was filled with questions. But as the driver, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Brother Wang, do you think this thing is valuable? Yi Xiao sudendi interjected, prompting Wang Xuebin to look at the telescope he had handed over, leaving him utterly baffled. I want to sell it. Could you help me determine its worth? I'm not quite sure about that, but I can ask my friends. Great, I'll just toss it in your car. If it turns out to be worthless, consider it a gift. Chapter 56, Blood Jade. The retrieval of the alchemy furnace lifted Yi Xiao's spirits considerably. He readily accepted Lin Jinxing's invitation to lunch at his home. However, following this incident, he hesitated to leave valuable items at home, opting instead to carry a bag with him. He realized that lacking a storage ring was quite inconvenient. He wondered if such a thing existed in this world. If so, he would certainly need to acquire one. Qingshui Bun, while not particularly luxurious in Yin City, bore a significant reputation. It was home to municipal officials, their families, and some retired leaders. The Lin family resided in a standalone villa, suggesting that they were well treated by the state. Brother Yi Hug. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Lin Tongtong rushed toward him. Looking at the innocent little girl, Yi Xiao couldn't help but fondly embrace her. Tongtong, how many times has your mother told you to call him Uncle Yi? Shun Ruoxue emerged from the kitchen with a smile, untying her apron as she spoke. True to her name, her skin was as fair as snow, evoking in Yi Xiao an involuntary recollection of Li Qin's ethereal whiteness. Dr. Yi, Wei finally invited you over. You have no idea. Ever since you left the hospital, Tongtong has been clamoring to play with you. Oh, really? Hearing Shun Ruoxue's words, Yi Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment, uncertain whether being liked by a child was a blessing or a curse. Haha, finally I could deliver on my promise. This little ancestor has nearly worn my ears out. Lin Jinxing approached with Lao Kai, and Yi Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude to Lao Kai. At the dining table, Yi Xiao was introduced to Lin Jinxing's spouse and daughter, while the others were away for work or study. The Lin family was warm and affable, making Yi Xiao, an outsider, feel an undeniable sense of familial warmth. Eldest niece, aren't you the principal at Jiangdong University? What brings you back to Yin City? After a few rounds of drinks, Lao Kai casually inquired about Lin Jinyi's position. Lin Jinyi, the third child in the Lin family, was Lin Jinxing's only daughter. Yi Xiao was taken aback upon hearing Lao Kai's words. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly youthful Lin Jianyi was a university principal, a remarkable achievement indeed. Lin Jianyi did not directly answer Lao Kai, but instead smiled and asked, "Oh, is a principal not permitted to visit her parents?" Lin Jinxing, slightly displeased, interjected, "Hey, you young lady, that's rather disrespectful. Just say it plainly. You came back because, Dad, just drink your wine." Lin Jianyi shot a glance at Lin Jinxing, clearly unwilling for him to divulge the details. "What are you afraid of? Uncle Kai and Lil Yi are not outsiders. Besides, your return to serve as principal is hardly scandal." With a sigh, Lin Jianyi ceased her conversation with Lin Jinxing and turned her attention to Yishio. "I've heard you're a student at Yunlin University?" Yishio hesitated. "Yes. That is correct. Why do you ask?" Perhaps it was the pressure of lineage. Upon learning that Lin Jianyi was a university principal, Yishio felt inexplicably tense. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just curious about your school." Actually, I'm not very familiar with Yunlin, and I'm about to drop out." Lin Jianyi furrowed her brow. "Drop out? Why? Isn't it obvious? With little Ye's exceptional medical skills, does he still need to study?" "Haha, right?" Lin Jinxing, perhaps slightly inebriated, spoke with a slurred tongue. His wife shot him a few reproachful glances. "You old fool. The kids are discussing serious matters. Why are you being so disruptive?" Lao Kai seemed to realize he had overstepped, his face flushing with embarrassment as he buried his head in his drink. "Little Yi, I'll tell you. If you encounter any issues at school, feel free to seek her help. She asked back to be your principal." The others facepalmed, and Yishio recognized that while Lin Jinxing had many admirable qualities, his drinking capacity was lacking, and he tended to get loquacious when intoxicated. However, the revelation that Lin Jianyi would soon be the new principal of Yunlin University was something Yishio had not foreseen. It seemed today was not a weekend. He should have been in class, leaving him feeling rather restless. After dinner, Lao Kai and Yishio hurriedly departed, worried that if they lingered any longer, Lin Jinxing might utter more drunken nonsense. "Little Yi, how about a cup of tea at my place?" Just as Yishio was about to leave, Lao Kai promptly called out to him. Yishio had already discerned that Lao Kai had a request of him. However, since he did not voice it, Yishio felt no inclination to ask. "Old Kai, if there is something you need, just speak plainly. I'll do my best to help." Upon hearing Yishio's words, Lao Kai ceased to be circumspect. With a sigh, he said, "Actually, I was hoping you could take a look at my son's health." "Your son? What seems to be the issue?" "Alas, it's a long story. Let us discuss in the car." Wang Shuabin drove ahead, while Yishio sat in the back with Lao Kai, who began to narrate his son's situation, allowing Yishio to gain some preliminary insight. Over 20 years ago, Lao Kai's eldest son, Kai Zifeng, was a top student at Yanjing University. After graduation, he was supposed to return home to inherit a vast fortune, but insisted on traveling to Chuan to find his university sweetheart. This journey led to a 3-year disappearance. Just when the Kai family feared the worst, he mysteriously reappeared at their doorstep. The family rejoiced, but their happiness was short-lived as they soon discovered that Kai Zifeng had become mentally impaired. In their quest for a cure, the Kai family traversed the country and even ventured abroad. They consulted numerous esteemed doctors, folk healers, and eccentric individuals, yet all their efforts proved futile. Some claimed that Kai Zifeng had angered a mountain spirit, resulting in his soul being taken. Others suggested he had offended a deity and was suffering retribution, while some even speculated he had been abducted by aliens for experimentation. In any case, the range of theories was vast, and even the hospital's diagnosis was ambiguous. This morning, Lao Kai had gone to the antique market specifically in search of a cure for Kai Zifeng. He had heard that blood jade could ward off evil spirits. So he sought information from various sources, finally receiving a lead earlier that morning. As he spoke, he proudly produced the blood jade he had purchased that morning, insisting that Yishio take a look. Yishio, initially disinterested in this trinket, glanced at it out of courtesy. Just one look was enough for him to discern the truth. The jade was genuine, but the blood was a mere fabrication. Blood jade also existed in the star origin continent, formed over millennia by the nourishment of corpses' blood. Authentic blood jade could be classified as a mid-grade defensive artifact, possessing the power to repel evil and avert misfortune. However, the piece in old Kai's hands was evidently artificially dyed, having been soaked in the entrails of animals. Such a jade could hardly repel evil. It was more likely to attract the resentment of the creatures involved. Old Kai, if you truly wish for your son's well-being, it would be wise to discard that piece of jade as far away as possible. Startled, old Kai's expression darkened. Xiao Yi, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting this blood jade is fake? I cannot ascertain its authenticity. I merely offer a word of caution. The price of that blood jade was evidently not insignificant, and Yishio had no desire to offend anyone. He had already provided a thoughtful warning. Whether old Kai heeded it was entirely up to him. Chapter 9 Kai Zifeng. Old Kai's son was in his 40s, yet his demeanor and actions resembled those of a mere 4-year-old child. He perpetually wore a foolish grin, his health seemingly intact. Were it not for the burden this placed on his family, Yishio might have considered his state rather enviable. Provided with food, drink, and care, and living without a worry, he was indeed happier than most. Xiaoyi, here are the past medical reports from the hospital. Take a look. Old Kai brought out a large box of documents. Just by examining these records, one could imagine the immense effort the Kai family had expended in seeking treatment for Kai Zifeng. Yishio replied coolly, "No need. Please step outside. I prefer to treat patients without interruption." Old Kai was taken aback. "Is it starting already? Aren't you going to prepare any instruments or such? Do you doubt my capabilities?" Old Kai, "No, not at all. I'll wait outside. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Although Old Kai was somewhat perplexed, Yishio was the doctor, and he could only acquiesce for the moment. Over the past 2 decades, he had encountered many peculiar doctors, and he held little hope anyway. He decided to let Yishio proceed as he wished. Once Old Kai closed the door, Yishio unleashed a gust of wind and severed the power line of the surveillance camera. This camera had likely been installed to monitor Kai Zifeng for any unexpected incidents. However, Yishio did not wish for anyone to witness his treatment methods, as he had already surmised the cause of Kai Zifeng's condition. His current behavior was akin to that of Yang Qingshou after being struck. It was a form of induced idiocy. As expected, upon examination, Yishio discovered an energy within Kai Zifeng's mind. Unlike Yang Qingshou, who harbored true energy, Kai Zifeng was afflicted by internal energy. Remarkably, someone had managed to force internal energy into his mind without causing death. It seemed the perpetrator was no ordinary individual, at least above the gray-robed elder encountered in the Dragon Valley. This person neither wished for Kai Zifeng to perish nor for him to regain his memories. Evidently, Kai Zifeng harbored some secrets. Despite knowing that saving Kai Zifeng might lead to complications, Yishio resolved to intervene. After all, with Old Kai's considerable wealth, a successful treatment would likely yield generous compensation. Yishio, uninterested in feigning modesty with silver needles, directly channeled his energy to expel the internal force. As his true energy circulated, the damaged neural pathways in Kai Zifeng's brain began to mend, causing the latter to sweat profusely, akin to being in a steam room. Yet gradually, a spark returned to his eyes. After some time, Yishio withdrew his true energy and exhaled deeply. "Who are you?" The moment Yishio retracted his hand, Kai Zifeng regained consciousness, entirely shedding the foolish demeanor he had exhibited moments before. Yishio replied coolly, "The one who saved you. You have been in this state for 20 years. Kai Zifeng furrowed his brow deeply. 20 years? Where am I? Yin City, your home. Yin City? I'm out? Who brought me out? Kai Zifeng's face was a tableau of shock. Disbelief etched across his features. Suddenly, he tensed, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You must be lying to me, and my home isn't like this. Observing Kai Zifeng's reaction, Yishio couldn't help but recall his own bewilderment upon his rebirth. 2 decades had altered the world beyond recognition. Take your time to ponder, and when you truly awaken, we can converse further. However, I must caution you. The one who harmed you is formidable. It would be wise not to disclose your recovery to outsiders. After delivering his warning, Yishio walked out of the room. Upon seeing Yishio emerge, Old Kai rushed forward. "Xiaoyi, who are you speaking with? Could it be?" Yishio nodded. "Go in and check on your son, but be gentle. He has just regained consciousness." "Ah, re-recovered? You mean he's better?" Old Kai stammered in astonishment. Yishio smiled faintly. "You'll know once you enter. But I must inform you, I do require payment for my services. Once he is fully recovered, please remember to transfer the funds." Yes, absolutely." Before he could finish, Old Kai hurried into the room to see Kai Zifeng. Moments later, the sound of Old Kai's heartfelt sobs echoed from within. Yishio smiled softly, surprised to witness such a vulnerable side of the man. In the days that followed, Yishio remained at home, dedicating his time to studying the alchemical furnace, save for his morning runs. Although he was aware that his residence might have been compromised, after witnessing Wang Shuabin's speed in tracking down individuals, he abandoned any thoughts of relocating. In this age of advanced technology, finding someone was exceedingly simple unless one could entirely conceal themselves or retreat to the depths of wilderness. Though the alchemical furnace resembled those from the realm of cultivation, it exhibited certain differences. Eventually, he discovered ancient characters etched into the furnace's walls. Divine Dragon. Yishio immediately recognized that this furnace likely originated from the Dragon Valley, though he could not fathom how it had come to be in Yin City. While it was not a product of the cultivation world, Yishio sensed that this furnace was extraordinary. The mysterious runes seemed to form a formation. and the materials used were difficult for even him to identify. To validate his suspicions, Yi Xiu ventured to the traditional medicine shop, purchasing an array of herbs to concoct some fortifying elixirs. After 2 full days of labor, having utilized a variety of haphazard ingredients, Yi Xiu finally succeeded in producing a potion using the alchemical furnace. He then retrieved the dry spiritual herbs he had brought back from the Dragon Valley, arranging them meticulously on the table. During his previous attempt to brew the chi-boosting spirit liquid, he had used 5 different herbs, leaving him with 12 remaining. Yi Xiu selected 3 from the lot: Miafarong, Beisha Shun, and Donyang grass. These 3 herbs held the most promise for concocting the foundational elixir. As for the others, while they possessed utility, gathering the remaining auxiliary herbs would prove challenging. Even for the most promising foundational elixir, he still lacked 1 auxiliary herb and 1 primary herb. After careful consideration, Yi Xiu resolved to take the risk of revisiting the back mountain of Zhangjia village. He rummaged through his belongings, placing the valuable items into his bag, while he opted to leave less significant items at home. However, upon spotting the ominous tome titled Zhangjia Qishu, he hesitated. Yi Xiu vaguely sensed that this book held some value, yet its precise purpose remained unclear to him at present. Ultimately, he concealed it within the ceiling of the bathroom. After all, it had already become a burden during his last venture. At this very moment, Yi Xiu's desire for a storage ring grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 58, The Assassin. This time, Yi Xiu traveled light, not even carrying a single bottle of water. Before heading to Zhangjia village, he made a brief visit to Baibao Street. Yet he encountered no unexpected treasures. "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" As he passed by Shui Sheng's home, Yi Xiu decided to step in and see him. It had been some time since their last meeting, and Shui Sheng seemed to have grown taller. Upon seeing Yi Xiu, he appeared exceedingly delighted. "I was passing by and thought I'd check in on you. By the way, Shui Sheng, haven't you returned to school yet?" "Brother Yi, rest assured, I have resumed my classes, but today is merely the weekend." Yi Xiu smiled with relief, and then casually inquired, "Where's your grandfather? Is he not at home?" "Oh, the child from the neighbor's family has a fever, so grandfather went to take a look." Yi Xiu expressed confusion. "Is he still treating patients?" Shui Sheng replied helplessly, "There's no choice. They're all our neighbors. We can't just stand by and watch someone in distress. However, grandfather doesn't charge anymore." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiu understood that living in the village inevitably involved interacting with others. While it is indeed commendable for the old man to offer free medical care, he lacked a medical license. Should someone report him, it could lead to dire consequences. It appeared he would need to consult Lu Qingshan upon returning to see if any solutions could be devised. After bidding farewell to Shui Sheng, Yi Xiu made his way directly to the cliffside he had visited last time. Just as he was preparing to descend, he suddenly felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. Yi Xiu's heart tightened, yet he maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. However, upon extending his perception, he found no anomalies. Just as he pondered this, an overwhelming sense of impending death washed over him. With a sudden, faint sound, Yi Xiu collapsed, plummeting straight off the cliff. Moments later, a man clad in camouflage appeared where Yi Xiu had just stood. Tall and imposing, with a cold gaze, he carried a long box on his back, a dagger at his waist, and a sniper rifle in hand. He lingered at the cliff's edge, peering intently downwards. "Are you searching for me?" a disembodied voice echoed, startling the man to the brink of losing his balance and tumbling over the edge. He whirled around, raising his weapon, only to discover that his intended target had somehow reappeared. Yi Xiu spoke languidly, "Do not move. At this distance, the bullet cannot outpace me." With years of assassination experience, the man was naturally skeptical of Yi Xiu's claim. Had Yi Xiu been armed, or if he had not yet drawn his weapon, he might have considered the possibility. Yet, Yi Xiu stood empty-handed while the man had him in his sights. A mere squeeze of the trigger would seal Yi Xiu's fate. His reluctance to act stemmed not from fear, but from his curiosity about how Yi Xiu had eluded his gaze. "You weren't hit, yet you just fell. How did you manage that?" The man spoke in halting Mandarin, and Yi Xiu realized he must be a foreigner. "It's quite simple. Answer a few questions, and I shall divulge my secret." "Go ahead," the man replied casually, believing Yi Xiu's demise was inevitable. "Why do you wish to kill me? Who sent you? Are there others behind you?" Yi Xiu posed a series of questions, and had he not been intent on uncovering the motives behind the assassination, he would have already dispatched the man. "My friend, you ask too many questions. This is unfair to me. I can only answer the first. Taking money to eliminate foes. You cross someone, and I was hired to finish you." Yi Xiu's eyes turned icy. "So, you truly are an assassin." The man maintained an impassive demeanor. "Indeed. Now it is your turn to answer." Yi Xiu replied with a faint smile, Because I can fly. When I fall, I simply soar back up. The man blinked in astonishment. Fly? A cruel smirk crossed his face. You dare toy with me? D. He pulled the trigger, yet his target vanished in an instant. The next moment, Yishio reappeared beside him. With a resounding thud, the man was sent sprawling, his face grotesquely deformed. Why do you not believe my words? See, I warned you to remain still. As Yishio approached like a demon, the man instinctively raised his sniper rifle and squeezed the trigger once more. Still at it? How tiresome. Yishio furrowed his brow, showing no intention of evading. Having gauged the rifle's power from the previous shots, he knew it could not harm him in a prepared state. Channeling his inner energy, he struck swiftly, capturing the incoming bullet in his grasp. Opening his palm, a golden bullet lay quietly in his hand. The man was utterly astounded. He had never witnessed anyone catch a bullet with their bare hands. Such feats were reserved for the silver screen. One last time, if you dare touch that pathetic gun of yours, I will reduce you to ash. Though the man did not comprehend the full implications of Yishio's threat, he could not suppress a shiver of fear. Yishio's terror exceeded anything the employer had briefed him about. He suddenly recalled a saying circulating within assassin circles. In Huaxia, assassins tread lightly. Had it not been for the lucrative payment from his employer and the need to support several women, he would not have risked venturing into Huaxia for a private job. Yishio's voice turned cold. Speak, who sent you? The man cowered, and no, I don't know. In our line of work, we rely on intermediaries. We have no knowledge of the employer's identity. And who is your intermediary? The man glanced at Yishio, resigned. I don't know his real name. Everyone simply calls him San. He usually resides around the Luo River area. What is the name of your organization? The man hesitated, then solemnly replied, telling you will do no good. It is a power far beyond your reach. Moreover, revealing it would seal my fate. Is that so? You refuse to speak even unto death? No sooner had Yishio uttered these words than he flicked his wrist, conjuring a fireball that struck the man's calf directly. The man howled in agony, on the verge of losing consciousness, as Yishio cast a calming spell. Writhing on the ground, the man cried out, his foot rapidly becoming charred. Will you not speak now? Yishio's tone bore no trace of compassion. He harbored no sympathy for those who sought his life. Whether from pain or fear, the man gritted his teeth and spat, Demon. You are a demon. Just kill me. Wanting to die? It's not that simple. Yishio raised his hand, preparing to let him experience the duality of ice and fire once more. But unexpectedly, the man collapsed, motionless. Did the calming spell wear off? Has he fainted? As Yishio pondered this, the man's mouth leaked a trickle of black blood. Yishio rushed forward to inspect, only to find the man had ceased breathing, his face taking on a glossy black hue. He had poisoned himself? Yishio had never encountered such a potent poison. In the blink of an eye, the man was gone, without a chance for survival. Moreover, he vaguely sensed he had inadvertently entangled himself with a formidable assassin organization. Chapter 59, The Conversation. As the flames rose, the ashes dispersed. A month later, standing once more in this place, Yishio felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. He gazed into the abyss, uncertain if this descent would bring forth peril once more. He carefully stowed his sniper rifle into its case and slung it over his shoulder before leaping into the chasm. In Yun City, at the Ding family ancestral hall, tendrils of incense wafted delicately through the air, and the flickering candlelight danced playfully. An elderly man, his countenance benevolent, was rhythmically striking a wooden fish, murmuring incantations under his breath. Ding Junfeng stood respectfully outside the door, refraining from making a sound. As the incense burned down, the hall gradually fell into a tranquil silence. Come in, came a voice tinged with a hint of raspiness. Ding Junfeng exhaled deeply, massaged his somewhat numb legs, adjusted his wrinkled attire, and then entered the ancestral hall with composure. Father, let us first offer incense to our ancestors and bow in reverence. Who would have imagined that this kindly old man was, in fact, the formidable underworld patriarch of Yun City, Ding Hai? For nearly a decade, Ding Hai had withdrawn from worldly affairs, dedicating himself solely to vegetarianism and Buddhist practices. His aim was to cultivate his spirit, eliminate karmic burdens, and accumulate blessings for the descendants of the Ding family. However, his detachment from worldly matters did not equate to ignorance. Recently, he had caught wind of certain developments, prompting him to summon his eldest son, Ding Junfeng. I have heard that a young man from the capital has recently emerged in Yun City, and that the Ding family has incurred his ire. Ding Junfeng felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated that his father had summoned him for this matter. There are indeed some past grievances, but he is merely a discarded scion of a family, and I have already handled it appropriately. Ding Hai, eyes closed, turned his prayer beads, and spoke languidly. Is that so? Yet I have heard whispers that you have been engaging in some underhanded dealings behind the scenes. Ding Juanfeng's expression shifted, and he hurriedly began to explain. Father, please listen to me. The prayer beads halted their rotation as Ding Hai opened his eyes, abruptly interrupting Ding Junfeng. There is no need for further words. You must remember, the world of martial arts is not merely about conflict. It is about human relationships and social intricacies. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be uprooted by the winds. How many are watching, eagerly anticipating the downfall of the Ding family? The Ding family now stood at a pivotal juncture. A step forward led to safety, while a step back plunged them into chaos. So, curb your ambitions and focus on managing the company properly. If you cannot handle it, then let your younger brother take the reins. Coughing violently, perhaps having spoken too much, Ding Hai's frail body swayed. Ding Junfeng rushed forward to support him, concern etched on his face. Father, please do not be angry. Your health is paramount. After a moment of respite, Ding Hai sighed deeply. If you truly care for me, heed my advice. Engage in good deeds and refrain from unsavory actions. Ding Junfeng's heart was a tumult of emotions. He longed to ask his father, were you all those years? As a legitimate heir of the underworld, his father urged him to perform virtuous acts rather than indulge in wrongdoing, leaving him at a loss for words. I understand your thoughts, yet I must convey this. Every generation faces its own fate. In the past, I had no choice. But now, you have the opportunity. Listening to Ding Hai's teachings, Ding Junfeng felt a mix of resentment but dared not express it. Father, I am aware of what you say. However, if we allow an unknown individual to run rampant in Yun City, what becomes of the Ding family's dignity? Ever since your retirement, various unsavory characters have emerged, some even audacious enough to presume. As he spoke, Ding Junfeng realized he had overstepped and promptly closed his mouth. Presume what? Presume that I am dead? Ding Hai chuckled. Well, if that were the case, wouldn't it be rather convenient? Remember, it is not the forgetful thief we should fear, but the one who keeps us in their thoughts. What is the value of face when life is at stake? The state is tightening its grip. As for face, let those who desire it take it. Ding Hai paused and turned to Ding Junfeng. Moreover, this Yishio hardly qualifies as an unknown. Not only has he effortlessly eliminated 3 members of the Xianin sect. Oh, it should be 5, but his identity as the young master of the Yi family makes him a formidable opponent for the Ding family. Do not underestimate him simply because he is a discarded scion. Remember, even when striking a dog, one must consider its master. Ding Hai's gaze was piercing, filled with cunning wisdom, causing Ding Junfeng to break into a cold sweat, his scalp prickling. Yishio has eliminated 2 more members of the Xianin sect? The elder's clarity about matters he was unaware of left Ding Junfeng astounded. Ding Hai's final words struck a chord within him. Just as Ding Xiaopeng, though lacking merit, could be chastised by him, others must never be disrespected. Noticing Ding Junfeng's dawning comprehension, a hint of satisfaction graced Ding Hai's face. He maintains close ties with Lin Jinxing and occasionally associates with that old Kai. Such individuals are better suited as allies than foes. Seek an opportunity to arrange a meeting. It has been years since I encountered such an intriguing young man. Ding Junfeng was taken aback. Father, you wish to meet him? Ding Hai nodded, then suddenly recalled something. Be sure to invite old Xia as well. Remember, our families have long-standing ties. As long as they do not overstep their bounds, we must extend our courtesies. A storm of emotions surged within Ding Junfeng. He had not anticipated that his every move was under his father's watchful eye, all too apparent. In stark contrast to Ding Junfeng's sentiments, Ding Xiaopeng was reveling in delight. His father indeed possessed some cunning, without the Ding family lifting a finger. Merely relaying news of Yishio to the capital and the Xianin sect had drawn numerous individuals seeking retribution, according to reliable intelligence from his subordinates. A certain young master from the capital had already invested a significant sum to hire assassins. The mere thought of Yishio being ambushed and left to rot in the wilderness filled him with uncontainable glee. So much so that he resumed his training in broad daylight before his subordinates. In the capital, at a heavily fortified base shrouded in mystery, Wei Lao announced, "We have confirmed that members of the 7 Kills Hall have entered Yun City." Understood. Proceed with haste. Wei Zhongshuan waved his hand, only to notice the individual did not intend to depart. What is it? Do you have further business? Old Wei, I meant to suggest that I take a few men to apprehend that foreign assassin. Wei Zhongshuan set aside his work, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he scrutinized the speaker. Captain Li, have you forgotten where you are? Have you forgotten your identity? The man felt uncomfortable under the elder's penetrating gaze, instinctively lowering his head, swallowing the words that had almost escaped his lips. I know you share a deep bond with Yi and Tian, but he is one person, and his son is another. He holds no privileges, and we do not permit personal sentiments to interfere here. Perhaps the elder's words had struck a nerve, for the man abruptly raised his head, defiantly asserting, "But he is also a citizen of Huaxia. Does he not deserve the basic right to protection?" A flicker of concern crossed Wei Zhongshuan's heart, yet his expression remained stern. "This is not your concern. Recently, the three-armed factions in Hua Bei have been clashing, affecting our personnel. I anticipate that orders from the higher-ups will soon be issued. You must be well prepared. That is your priority." Gazing at the sword of the nation he had nurtured, Wei Zhongshuan sighed. "This matter is not as simple as you think. As for what you've mentioned, I will consider it. And regarding Yin Tian's death, I assure you, I feel no less anguish than you." Chapter 60, The Secret Chamber. As for the world outside, Yi Xiu remained oblivious. He had reached the bottom of the cliff, his rifle slung across his back as he advanced with caution. While the sniper rifle might be ineffective in close combat, it should prove useful for engaging ancient martial artists from a distance. The deeper Yi Xiu traversed, the more bewildered he became. This place bore no resemblance to his previous visit. Firstly, the distance from the cliff's peak to its base had evidently diminished considerably compared to the last time, allowing Yi Xiu to reach the bottom with remarkable ease. Secondly, the environment at the cliff's base was littered with refuse, and a miasma hung thick in the air, occasionally revealing a skeletal remnant or two. This place was distinctly different from the cliff's base he had visited previously, yet aligned perfectly with Yi Xiu's primordial impression of the ghostly enchantment cliff of Zhangjia village. After walking for a while, Yi Xiu began to sense that this was the true, ghostly enchantment cliff. The location he had previously ventured to was already 1,000 miles away in the Divine Dragon Valley. Spatial teleportation? This thought sprang to mind, as only through a teleportation array could everything be rationally explained. However, if a teleportation array truly existed, why had he not been transported there this time? While pondering this, Yi Xiu felt a subtle sensation and glanced down to see a glimmer of blue light emerging from his pocket. It was a firefly. It had been resting on the jade tablet, as if in a state of hibernation, but unexpectedly, it had awakened today. It seemed something was compelling it strongly, as it fluttered its delicate wings and flew forward. A flicker of confusion arose in Yi Xiu's heart, and he quickly followed suit. Before long, the firefly alighted on a stone wall, scuttling about restlessly as if searching for sustenance. Yi Xiu furrowed his brow, noting the firefly's unusual behavior today. He also sensed a chilling aura enveloping the area, lending it an eerie quality. After a prolonged search, the firefly indeed discovered a narrow crevice in the stone, promptly wriggling its way inside. In the blink of an eye, the firefly had vanished from sight. The stone wall was overgrown with moss, and as Yi Xiu approached to scrutinize it, he discerned a perfectly aligned fissure running vertically from top to bottom. It dawned on him that this was a stone door. With a powerful punch, he struck the door, yet it remained steadfast. Peering inside with his spiritual sense, he was instantly astounded. Within lay several vast stone chambers, littered with bones, reminiscent of an ancient battlefield. At the farthest chamber, rows of wooden racks displayed an assortment of jars and vials, filled with celestial herbs and elixirs. Recognizable and unrecognizable, there were no less than 40 or 50 varieties. Among them, the primary herb for refining the essence, the Pei Yuan grass, and the auxiliary herb, the 8-leaf maple flower, were conspicuously present. What a fortuitous discovery! Yi Xiu was overwhelmed with excitement, unleashing a flurry of strikes against the stone door. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, echoing throughout the valley. After a vigorous display of force, Yi Xiu paused to assess the situation. Although the door was riddled with cracks, it showed no sign of yielding. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he soon realized the door's thickness far exceeded his expectations. Given his current cultivation level, forcibly opening it would prove exceedingly challenging. Yi Xiu found himself in a quandary, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Earth escape technique? No, the area was riddled with stone. Wind blade technique? No, the door was too thick. Sniper rifle? Absolutely not. That was ludicrous. The mention of a sniper rifle led Yi Xiu to wish for explosives. As the adage goes, great strength yields miraculous results. But where could he procure explosives in such a short time? Suddenly, a memory surfaced from a book he had perused at the Yunlin Library. The text described how ancient people would burn stone, then douse it with cold water to create fractures. Inspired, Yi Xiu unleashed several spells, subjecting the stone door to the extremes of heat and cold. Crack! The book had indeed not misled him, as the door began to emit cracking sounds. Judging the burning to be sufficient, Yi Xiu summoned all his inner energy and struck with a powerful palm. Boom! The door collapsed, a wave of putrid air surging forth. Yi Xiu's heart leapt with joy as he swiftly slipped into the cave, making a beeline for the innermost chamber. Although he had already gleaned much with his spiritual sense, the sight of rows upon rows of celestial herbs and elixirs before his very eyes left him profoundly shaken. What a grand sect must have been behind such a vast collection. Although these spiritual herbs had withered, they should still be usable for medicinal purposes. However, why was there an absence of spiritual energy, replaced instead with a foul stench? Before Yishio could ponder further, a gust of wind swept through the chamber. Rustle. The rows of wooden racks began to decay at an alarming rate, crumbling into dust. The jars and vials, along with the celestial herbs and elixirs, were instantaneously reduced to ashes. Yishio found himself momentarily stunned, his heart bleeding. He had believed he had stumbled upon a treasure trove of elixirs, only to find himself empty-handed in the end. This feeling was akin to winning 50 grand prizes, only to discover they had expired when he eagerly arrived to claim them. Yishio pounded his fists against the stone wall, venting his frustration and rage. A moment later, he noticed inscriptions on the wall. Traitor Zhang Henian, despicable and shameless. After considerable effort, he managed to decipher these characters. The short phrase, consisting of merely 9 characters, was inscribed all over the walls. His emotions gradually settled. Yet a flicker of curiosity arose within him. Who was Zhang Henian? Casting a sweeping glance around, he found no valuable items left in the chamber. With a sigh, Yishio dejectedly exited the stone chamber. The vast cave had been hewn into a 3-room layout, and he wondered who possessed such remarkable skill to craft it with such artistry. Arriving at the stone hall, the most spacious area, he found it also to be the place with the highest concentration of bones. Just like in the chamber, the once seemingly intact remains had now transformed into heaps of white ash. Among the ashes, some sword-like objects emerged, rusted and worn. Presumably the weapons once wielded by these individuals. Suddenly, the ashes began to shift, startling Yishio into retreating a few steps. Just as he was about to unleash a wind blade, a small blue figure emerged from the ashes. It was the firefly, like a mischievous child. It frolicked and leaped atop the ashes, reveling in its playful antics. The flame within it glowed, an even deeper shade of eerie blue. Yishio smiled faintly, realizing that it had been the pile of bones that had attracted the firefly, leading it here. Paying no further heed to the firefly, Yishio began to scrutinize his surroundings earnestly. To his front, amidst the ashes, lay a long sword. This sword was intact, without a trace of rust, indicating it was far from ordinary. Yishio picked up the sword, brushed off the dust, and effortlessly executed a flourish. The azure light rippled, resonating like a dragon's roar. What a fine sword. A smile crept onto Yishio's lips. His journey had not been in vain. This sword was crafted from a particularly unique material, one that Yishio could not immediately identify. Yet, it was undoubtedly forged from rare materials, for how else could it remain unblemished? After examining it for some time, he discovered a small inscription on the hilt, Divine Dragon Valley, Mu Qing Feng. Chapter 61. The Yellow Sparrow Lurks Behind. Aside from a sword, there was nothing else of value in the stone chamber. Time to leave, little spirit. With a flick of his hand, the firefly reluctantly departed from the ashes, returning to his pocket. Exiting the stone chamber, Yishio proceeded forward, his mind racing with thoughts of the connection between the ghostly enchantment cliff and the Divine Dragon Valley. After much contemplation, a possibility emerged in his mind. Zhang Henian must also be associated with the Divine Dragon Valley. However, for reasons unknown, he had betrayed them. He had pilfered a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and elixirs from the Divine Dragon Valley, and, utilizing arrays, had hidden himself here. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qing Feng and his companions had arrived, leading to a fierce battle. At the brink of life and death, Zhang Henian activated the mechanism within the stone chamber, narrowly escaping its confines. The heavy stone door was impervious even to Yishio, let alone these ancient martial artists. Thus, those trapped within met their fates, either perishing in battle or succumbing to entrapment, none surviving. In their final moments, filled with resentment, they inscribed upon the walls, Traitor Zhang Henian, despicable and shameless. As for why the stone chamber remained unopened and the spiritual herbs and elixirs untouched, it is likely that some unforeseen circumstance befell Zhang Henian. Or perhaps the mechanism was designed for a single activation only. Yet, pondering over the matter, Yishio found the entire situation rather perplexing. The true nature of events could only be known by Zhang Henian himself, judging by the decay of the items. It seemed that this incident transpired no less than 2 or 3 centuries ago. Even if Zhang Henian had lived long, he must have turned to ash by now. The question remains whether he left any descendants behind. Descendants? An ancestral legend? The Zhang family? A notion vaguely flickered in Yishio's mind. It appears that upon returning, a visit to the old Master Zhang is in order. As he contemplated this, Yishio caught sight of figures ahead. He hastily concealed himself behind a massive boulder, straining to confirm what he saw. However, the distance was too great, far beyond the reach of his spiritual sense. With the naked eye, he could only discern two small black dots moving. Yishio retrieved a sniper rifle from the box on his back, and, through the scope, he indeed confirmed that there were two individuals. They appear to be seasoned mountaineers, fully equipped, slowly descending along two ropes. How they procured such long ropes, and what their purpose was here remained a mystery. Seizing the opportunity before they reached the cliff's base, Yishio stowed his weapon and swiftly advanced along the stone wall. After covering a distance of over 100 meters, Yishio found a suitable hiding spot. Moments later, the two men reached the base of the cliff. Despite descending from such a height, they maintained steady breaths, clearly indicating their prowess. Could they be members of the hidden sect? After a brief rest, they produced a map and began to gesture towards their surroundings. Ultimately, they chose to proceed along the base of the cliff, walking while scanning their environment. What were they searching for? Spiritual herbs? With this thought in mind, Yishio decided to follow them. After about 10 minutes, the man in front suddenly halted, scanning the area behind him before glancing up at the surrounding cliffs. Brother, what's wrong? I feel as though someone is following us. Junior brother, do you have that feeling too? Not at all. Brother, are you overthinking it? In this desolate place, aside from the wine Taoist, it's just the two of us. It must be my imagination, but let us hasten to retrieve the items and leave. If the foul Taoist informs others, it could spell trouble. Agreed. However, I feel that since the wine Taoist has taken our Dawangdan, he won T act against us. After all, we are from the prominent Xintian sect. Hearing his junior brother's words, the senior brother nodded, his brow relaxing, a proud expression adorning his face. After exchanging a few more words, the two continued onward, now with noticeably quicker steps. Yishio did not pursue too closely. The pair's strength appeared to be at the mid-level of the Xian rank, and should they join forces, he would stand no chance. After approximately another hour of travel, the path at the cliff's base was abruptly obstructed. Below, 20 or 30 meters down, lay a dry riverbed, which once must have been a waterfall. Brother, look, that must be the Baixiang Jinju the wine Taoist mentioned. The younger man exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a fruit tree about 70 or 80 meters away. The senior brother squinted towards the direction indicated by his junior, and there, a solitary fruit tree stood at the edge of the dry riverbed, faintly revealing a few golden yellow fruits. It must be correct. Let's go down. The two, unable to contain their excitement, rushed towards the legendary Baixiang Jinju. For bringing it back to their sect would surely earn them substantial rewards. The descent was not difficult. With a few leaps and climbs, they landed safely on the ground. As soon as they touched down, the younger man dashed towards the fruit tree. Junior brother, slow down. No one is competing with us. Those fruits are ours. The senior brother chided, though his own pace quickened, clearly as exhilarated as his junior. Though Yishio was unaware of the specific benefits of the Baixiang Jinju, even from a distance, he could detect a fragrant aroma wafting through the air, suggesting its extraordinary nature. However, observing the two in their jubilant antics, Yishio opted to remain above and not follow, for he had sensed someone hiding behind the massive boulders with his spiritual awareness. A mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The two quickly reached the base of the fruit tree, just about to tiptoe and pluck the fruits. Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed, and the sky darkened, a tempest raging in the valley. Yishio was taken aback, looking up to see a massive yellow bird soaring downwards. Its wings spanned several feet, diving straight towards the two, seemingly intent on tearing them to shreds. Yishio was stunned. What madness was this world engulfed in? It was even more chaotic than the star element continent. Gazing upon the colossal yellow bird, he recalled the giant python beneath the chessboard mountain, wondering which of the two would prevail in a confrontation. The younger disciple appeared frozen in fear, rooted to the spot, until his senior brother yanked him back. Just as they dodged, the enormous bird's talons crashed down, sending stones and dust flying in a thunderous roar. The yellow bird towered over them, its sharp beak glinting ominously, eyes flashing with malice. Standing before the fruit tree, it flapped its massive wings, as if declaring its dominion. All treasures of heaven and earth are sure to be guarded by ferocious beasts. It seemed that the Baixiang Jinju was indeed protected by this yellow bird. The individual concealed behind the boulder showed no sign of surprise. Rather, he appeared eager, seemingly poised to spring into action at any moment. Yishio swiftly grasped the man's intent. He must have suffered at the claws of the yellow bird before, thus choosing to use the two as pawns. As expected, A fierce battle erupted. The two men and the bird engaged in a tumultuous clash, while the hidden figure stealthily approached from the side. On tiptoe, he reached out, and with a snap, he successfully plucked the lowest fruit. The yellow bird seemed to sense something amiss, its massive head swiveling towards the intruder. It paused momentarily, then its eyes turned blood red, screeching as it lunged at the man. The two disciples, noticing the commotion, exclaimed in unison, "Wine Taoist." Chapter 62, The Rejuvenation Fruit. It turned out that the figure hidden behind the boulder was indeed the Wine Taoist. He had clearly miscalculated, not anticipating the yellow bird's acute sensory abilities. His original plan was to have the two draw the creature's attention, allowing him to stealthily abscond with the Baishan Jinju. However, it seemed he had not only failed but had provoked the yellow bird's wrath. This yellow bird, whether due to consuming some spiritual fruit or not, was not only formidable but also as resilient as rock. Utilizing its advantage in flight, it maneuvered up and down, left and right, relentlessly driving the Wine Taoist into a corner, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Have you two had enough of the spectacle? If you don't act soon, none of us will have a good outcome. The Wine Taoist shouted amidst the fray, evidently taken aback by the beast's might. Bah, foul Taoist, we nearly fell into your trap. Junior brother, stop wasting your breath. Let us swiftly gather the fruits and leave. Observing that the yellow bird was momentarily distracted, the two decided to turn the tables on the Wine Taoist. On the tree hung a mere 6 fruits, and the wine master clearly did not wish to allow the two to succeed. He fought while retreating towards them, since they were unwilling to join forces. They would have to rely on their own skills to see who could reap the rewards. Although the yellow bird possessed considerable brute strength, its intelligence was evidently lacking. It attacked anyone who approached the fruit tree without any strategy for taking them down one by one. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with the wine master suffering the most. Not only did he have to fend off the yellow bird's assaults, but he also had to stay alert for potential sneak attacks from the two young disciples of the Shintian sect. Taking advantage of a moment when the yellow bird was preoccupied with attacking the other two, the wine master gasped for breath. Hey, the Shinin sect and the Shintian sect are branches of the same tree. By lineage, you two should refer to me as Shirshu. He exclaimed. If this continues, we'll surely perish at the claws of this beast. Bah, you Shinin sect are nothing but scoundrels. How dare you compare yourselves to the Shintian sect? One of the disciples retorted. You tricked us out of 2 great yellow pills and expect us to call you Shirshu? The wine master, exasperated, replied. You youngsters should not engage in verbal sparring. If we join forces to eliminate this beast, I will certainly return the great yellow pills to you. Furthermore, after we succeed, each of you shall receive 2 fruits. His words instilled a moment of hesitation in the 2 disciples. Just as the wine master had said, the yellow bird was too powerful. If they did not collaborate in their attack, they might not only fail to obtain the fragrant golden oranges, but might also struggle to leave unscathed. Very well, we are willing to ally with you, but we hope you will not go back on your word after we succeed. That is only natural. Although I may indulge in some tricks from time to time, who would joke about their own life at a moment of life and death. With their combined strength, the situation shifted dramatically. Faced with attacks from 3 directions, the yellow bird found itself at a disadvantage, struggling to defend itself against the onslaught. The wine master delivered a sweeping strike with his whisk, landing a blow on the bird's abdomen. The yellow bird let out a pained cry, losing several feathers in the process. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, the wine master grinned. Let us put in some effort. This beast is nearing its end. Encouraged by the sight of the yellow bird's injury, the 2 disciples shook off their previous frustrations and unleashed their most potent techniques upon the creature. The battle between the 3 and the bird raged on, a cacophony of chaos that even caused the fruit tree to sway, with the fruits disappearing one by one, unnoticed by any of them. Suddenly, the yellow bird seemed to sense something. It ceased to regard their attacks and soared into the sky, spiraling above, reluctant to depart. Its cries echoed with fury and a sense of unwillingness. Hey, beast, if you dare, come down and face me for 300 more rounds. The wine master cursed, lamenting that had it not been for this creature, he would have already obtained the fragrant golden oranges. The fragrant golden oranges were a discovery he had made by chance upon entering this valley, only to find it guarded by the yellow bird. Soon after, he encountered these 2 inexperienced disciples fresh from their training, and with a few words, he had deceived them out of 2 great yellow pills, even manipulating them into becoming his cannon fodder. Although there had been some missteps along the way, those details mattered little. What was paramount was that what belonged to him would ultimately remain his. While the wine master plotted when to strike, he suddenly heard the young man exclaim, "Where are the fragrant golden oranges?" The wine master's heart skipped a beat as he quickly glanced at the fruit tree. The fragrant golden oranges had indeed vanished. His expression darkened. Kid, are you toying with me? Hand over the fruits immediately. The expressions of the two Xiantian sect disciples were similarly grim, and they unconsciously stood together, glaring at the wine master. Is what you're saying amusing? We agreed to share the spoils, and now you wish to hoard them all? The wine master was momentarily infuriated yet amused. From your words, are you implying that I am the one who took the items? Who else could it be? There are only the three of us present. It's not you, so could it be the yellow bird that took them? Or perhaps a ghost stole them? Fine, fine. You wish to play games, do you? Then let us indulge in this play, shall we? A glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in the wine master's eyes as a chilling aura emanated from him. Initially, he had considered sparing the two out of respect for their shared lineage, but now it seemed he had been too lenient. The wine master's aura surged, an invisible pressure bearing down upon them. Why have you broken through? You've been concealing your strength? The senior disciple exclaimed in shock, realizing that the wine master had reached the pinnacle of the Xian level in just a day. Ha ha ha! I must thank you both. Without the great yellow pills, I would not have achieved this breakthrough. Despicable. You've been deceiving us from the very beginning. The wine master grinned maliciously. You have learned too late. Soon, I shall use you to brew wine. Evil scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Unable to tolerate the wine master's arrogance any longer, the young Xiantian disciple lunged forward with his sword. The senior disciple hesitated, but upon seeing his junior charge ahead, he quickly joined the attack against the wine master. Yishio observed the fierce battle among the three and glanced at the 5 golden fruits in his possession, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Earlier, amidst the chaos, he had stealthily snatched all the fruits from the tree. Initially, he was bewildered by their constant mention of fragrant golden oranges, but as he drew closer, he realized they were not oranges at all, but rather the invaluable beauty fruits of the Xingyuan continent. The effects of the beauty fruit were extraordinary, incomparable to ordinary spiritual herbs. Even Lingxin grass and Longyan grass paled in comparison. Although the beauty fruit did not enhance one as cultivation, it could preserve one's youthful appearance indefinitely. Regardless of gender, anyone who consumed a beauty pill made from the fruit would retain their looks at their most appealing age. Because of this extraordinary effect, Yishio found himself in a quandary. Logically, he should have taken advantage of the situation and slipped away. But the wine master still possessed a beauty fruit. If he left now, wouldn't that be a boon for that detestable old man? Moreover, he was a member of the Xianin sect. Yishio had come to realize that those from the Xianin sect were increasingly treacherous, one more sinister than the last. If this man was not dealt with, he could become a future threat. However, the two Xiantian sect disciples did not seem capable of holding out much longer. How much confidence could he have against the wine master? Lost in thought, Yishio turned his gaze to the sniper rifle beside him. Chapter 63. Every shot is a life. Shirshu, please hear me out. Realizing they could not match the wine master in strength, the senior disciple dodged an attack and quickly sought to negotiate. The wine master scoffed. Now you know to call me Shirshu? Or was this respect before? The young man furrowed his brow. Senior brother, do not call him Shirshu. Such a person does not deserve it. Be quiet. The senior disciple shot a fierce glare at the young man before turning back to the wine master with a forced smile. Shirshu, we no longer want the treasures. The great yellow pills and fragrant golden oranges are yours. We merely ask that you do not hold our earlier grievances against us, considering the Xiantian sect's reputation. Hearing the Xiantian disciple repeatedly refer to him as Shirshu filled the wine master with a sense of vanity. Haha, well said. As long as you hand over the fragrant golden oranges, I shall let you go. The senior disciple felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the fragrant golden oranges were not taken by the wine master after all? Shirshu, we truly did not take the fragrant golden oranges. If you don't believe us, search us. The wine master's expression shifted instantly. Nonsense. If it wasn't you, then do they sprout wings and fly away? Senior brother, don't waste your breath on him. This foul Taoist has no good intentions. The young man had yet to complete his words before he lunged forward with his sword once more. Seeking death, the wine Taoist seethed with rage, a murderous intent brewing within him. The senior brother's expression shifted, revealing his inner turmoil. Junior brother, I shall assist you, he bellowed, prompting a cold smirk to grace the wine Taoist's lips as he unleashed his full strength, sending a sweeping motion of his feathered duster hurtling forth. A wretched scream erupted as the senior brother was sent flying backward. Senior brother, the young man called out in alarm, his grip tightening around his sword, which glinted with renewed ferocity. Though it was a full-force strike, it shouldn't have been so effortless to injure him, the wine Taoist pondered, just as he observed the man land at a distance before swiftly turning and fleeing. The wine Taoist was taken aback. a cold smile creeping across his face. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Yishio couldn't help but sigh. Had the two joined forces, there might have been a glimmer of hope for survival. However, with the senior brother's departure, the outcome had already been sealed. The young disciple seemed taken aback by his senior brother's abandonment. In that fleeting moment of confusion, his sword was ensnared by the wine Taoist's feather duster. As he attempted to retract his sword, a gust of force rushed toward him. A palm struck squarely at his forehead, and blood gushed from his 7 orifices as he fell straight down. His eyes widened, and he murmured, "Senior brother, I." The wine Taoist cast a cold glance, delivering a swift kick that sent the sword on the ground hurtling away. The senior brother fled alone, panic gripping his heart as he hastily pressed onward, oblivious to the threat trailing behind him. By the time he heard the sound of something slicing through the air behind him, it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the long sword pierced through his body. He stared down in a daze, recognizing it as the sword of a disciple from the Shintian sect. A bitter smile flickered across his lips as realization dawned upon him, and he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. The wine Taoist gazed at the 2 corpses sprawled on the ground and spat disdainfully. Fools unaware of their fate. The Shintian sect is nothing but a gathering of worthless beings. With that, he squatted down to plunder his spoils. Through the scope, the wine Taoist's facial expressions were laid bare. He appeared somewhat astonished. 3, 2, 1. Yishio silently counted in his mind before pulling the trigger. It was his first time firing a gun. He was oblivious to the nuances of wind direction, speed, temperature, or humidity. However, having witnessed the assassin fire his weapon, he did not expect a single shot to be fatal. He merely desired to inflict injury upon the wine Taoist, confident in his ability to eliminate him thereafter. The silencer worked remarkably well, producing almost no sound. The wine Taoist was solely focused on locating the fragrant golden kumquat, utterly unaware of the lurking threat. By the time he sensed something amiss, he had already been struck by a bullet in his shoulder. Hit! Yishiu Rijrijit. Astonished that his first shot had found its mark. Though it hadn't struck a vital area, he deemed it a commendable success. Unable to contain his excitement, Yishio fired another shot. The wine Taoist realized he had been ambushed and, without a second thought, attempted to flee the scene. Yet, as soon as he stood up, a bullet struck his leg. Hiss! The wine Taoist inhaled sharply, the pain seeping deep. Each shot might not have been fatal, but cumulatively, they were lethal. Convinced that the wine Taoist could no longer pose a threat, Yishio discarded the gun and seized the sword, leaping down from above. The grace of Yishio's movement astonished the wine Taoist. He had never witnessed such exceptional lightness of step. The thought of escape evaporated instantly. Even without his injuries, he doubted he could outrun this individual. As Yishio approached, the wine Taoist was taken aback. "It's you? You recognize me?" Yishiu Fronit. Sensing an unsettling familiarity among the members of the Xianin sect, the wine Taoist forced a smile. "How could I not? You have slain so many of us. The news has spread far and wide." News? Yishio was momentarily stunned, surprised at the Xianin sect's modernity. "Was it you who fired those 2 shots?" The wine Taoist, after a long pause, finally posed a question, his tone laced with incredulity. "It was indeed I. What of it?" The wine Taoist's expression darkened, anger bubbling within him. "You, an ancient martial artist, resorting to gunfire?" Yishio's gaze turned icy. "Why? Is it permissible for you to wield high-tech weaponry while I am barred from using a gun? Moreover, it's not as if I prevented you from using one. The fact remains that you chose not to." The wine Taoist hesitated. "Well, let us not waste time. If you know what's good for you, surrender all your valuables, including your bank cards. Additionally, enlighten me about the Xianin sect and the hidden gates." The wine Taoist was taken aback. "All my treasures? Why don't you just rob me outright?" Yishio flashed a wicked smile. "What else do you think I am doing?" The wine Taoist felt dejected. He was accustomed to being the one to ensnare, confront, and threaten others. Yet today he found himself ensnared by Yishio, resigned to his fate. He acknowledged that with so many from the Xianin sect falling at Yishio's hands, he would not be the first nor the last to do so. Thus, when Yishio inquired, he divulged everything. The Xianin sect originated from the Shintian sect, but eventually branched off to create its own sect due to various reasons. Without the backing of the Shintian sect, the Xianin sect had to employ cunning methods to acquire resources and connections. They accepted disciples indiscriminately, regardless of their martial prowess or character, as long as they were willing to pay. Naturally, most of these were outer disciples who could work, live, marry, and have children in the mundane world. Due to the Xianin sect's reckless behavior, they garnered disdain from the hidden gates, with many sects refusing to acknowledge the Xianin sect as a semi-hidden sect. However, the Xianin sect was not entirely without merit. They occasionally aided the state in resolving issues and would send herbs and elixirs to various sects annually. As long as the Xianin sect did not make a significant stir, it remained largely undisturbed. As for the current wealth and strength of the Xianin sect, no one could ascertain. However, the Wine Taoist revealed a secret to Yi Xiao. The Xianin sect's foundation did not lie in Huaxia, but rather on Xinjia Island. Chapter 64. Youth-Preserving Pill. The revelation that the Xianin sect was based on Xinjia Island caught Yi Xiao off guard. Their reach was indeed extensive. Regarding the hidden gates, the Wine Taoist only mentioned the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect could be considered the foremost among the outer hidden sects, purportedly due to its inheritance from the inner hidden sect. Thus, it could be said that the leader of the Xiantian sect was the foremost among the outer hidden sects. Yi Xiao was eager to learn how formidable these ancient martial practitioners truly were. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's inquiry, the Wine Taoist shook his head. There resides one in the temple. That individual is the true first, with unfathomable strength. Temple? What sect is that? Yi Xiao grew increasingly perplexed. He had initially believed there were only a couple of hidden sects, but it seemed there were far more. The temple transcends all outer hidden sects and semi-hidden sects, aimed at maintaining stability and peace among the various factions of the hidden gates, overseeing and restraining its members. No wonder the Xianin sect was so quick to offer up heads. It appeared they had their reservations. Where is this temple located? Unclear. No one knows the precise location of the temple, only that there are two enforcers of justice within, dispensing rewards for good deeds and punishments for wrongdoing. Oh, by the way, the annual auction of the hidden gates is presided over by the temple. Yi Xiao's interest piqued, and he immediately inquired, where will this year's auction be held? He had conducted an online search regarding Wuliang Mountain, which is not particularly distant from Cloud City, as both are situated within the same province. However, the vast expanse of Wuliang Mountain stretches endlessly over several thousand miles. Should he find himself with the jade token, yet unable to locate the place, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. The Wine Taoist cast a rather complex glance at Yi Xiao and replied nonchalantly, Wuliang Mountain, Tongtian Peak, Yixianshan. The Wine Taoist's forthrightness took Yi Xiao by surprise. Were it not for the significant implications of the rejuvenation fruit, he would not have minded sparing the Taoist. Alas, Yi Xiao was inherently a cautious individual, unwilling to leave any potential threats unaddressed. Moreover, he surreptitiously sensed that the Wine Taoist's candidness might be indicative of some ulterior motive. In any case, the Wine Taoist could not be left alive. Given your uncharacteristic openness, I shall pose a question to you. Answer correctly, and I shall allow you to depart. The Wine Taoist was taken aback. What will you ask? Yi Xiao smiled lightly. Simply tell me about my cultivation level. The Wine Taoist, though puzzled, furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. Xian level mid-stage? Yi Xiao shook his head. Late stage? Again, Yi Xiao shook his head. The Wine Taoist appeared astonished. Could it be that you have already attained the earth level? Yi Xiao continued to smile and shake his head. Initially, Mo Ruhuai had claimed him to be at the Xian level, and later Jiang Ping asserted he was at the late stage of the Huang level. He had once been keen to discern their methods of judgment, but he eventually realized an essential truth. Regardless of what these individuals categorized him as, they were mistaken. For ancient martial arts and cultivation were entirely disparate systems. It was akin to determining an ancient martial artist as strength solely by their aura. While it might seem plausible, it was fundamentally flawed. Observing Yi Xiao as persistent head shaking, the Wine Taoist seemed to be on the verge of losing his composure, even as a small blue insect approached without him noticing. What is your actual cultivation level? Yi Xiao smiled faintly. All right, since you're so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. In the Wine Taoist's keen gaze, Yi Xiao slowly articulated, refining qi, fourth layer. The Wine Taoist's pupils widened. Refining qi? What on earth are you? A blue insect landed on his face, and before he could finish his sentence, a flame erupted from his visage. Yi Xiao waved his hand, and a yellow fruit along with a small white vial soared into his grasp. Telekinesis? The Wine Taoist displayed an expression of disbelief, and soon after, he was engulfed by blue flames. As he beheld the ground devoid of any trace, Yi Xiao summoned the firefly insect back into his hand. Due to their blood pact, the firefly would not inflict any harm upon him. Observing this azure sprite, though its form remained unchanged, the purity of its flame had evidently intensified. It seemed prudent to allow it more opportunities for training in the future. It would save time and effort while enhancing its prowess. Subsequently, Yi Xiao turned his attention to the white vial. Pouring out a pill, he recognized it as the Great Yellow Pill. Although of little use to him, the Great Yellow Pill was invaluable to ancient martial cultivators, particularly for its ability to mend damaged meridians. He wondered if combining this great yellow pill with his true energy could mend Ouyang, who est Dantian. To avert complications, Yi Xiao tidied the scene, including the 2 disciples of the Xiantian sect. Regrettably, he found no valuables on them. The yellow bird had flown away unbeknownst to him, having avoided trouble with Yi Xiao. After organizing everything, Yi Xiao continued along the base of the cliff. Before long, upon exiting the valley, he was astonished to find himself back on National Route 320. How miraculous! After meandering in circles, he had returned to this very spot. The memories of his previous visit with Xia Jingxiu flooded back, and in just over a month, an uncanny sense of dislocation enveloped him. Upon returning to Cloud City, Yi Xiao's first task was to seclude himself in his room to concoct the rejuvenation pills. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, Yi Xiao successfully refined all the fragrant golden kumquats into 10 rejuvenation pills. The 6 paths reincarnation technique truly defied the heavens. Had he relied on his previous alchemical methods, he might have produced only 3 or 4 at most. This directly attested to the quality of the alchemical furnace from the Shenlong Valley, rivaling even those in the cultivation realm. After producing the rejuvenation pills, Yi Xiao immediately sampled one. Delightful. The flavor is exquisite and remarkably enduring. Although aware that the rejuvenation pills bore limited benefits for him, Yi Xiao had no desire to hoard good fortune like the wine Taoist, ultimately allowing others to benefit. As for the remaining 9, he carefully stored them in an elegant box. He had been concerned about lacking funds for the upcoming auction. However, with the rejuvenation pills in hand, he now felt completely at ease. Once he sold even one, it would undoubtedly fetch a fortune, perhaps even several million. The thought of his recent gains filled him with joy. His only regret was the absence of the urn needed to craft a storage ring, leaving him burdened to carry a pack wherever he went. Furthermore, he decided against bringing the sniper rifle and sword. One was impractical, and the other was an invitation to trouble. After concealing the sniper rifle, Yi Xiao recalled the assassin and resolved to visit Le to seek out the individual known as a San. With the thief constantly on his mind, he felt a lingering unease. Chapter 65, Robbery. Recently, Li Qin had been somewhat unsettled, as the police had ultimately approached her. Having traced a call log with Yang Qingshou's phone, in the face of the officer's inquiries, Li Qin maintained her composure, firmly denying any interactions with Yang Qingshou beyond professional matters. The visiting officers appeared somewhat exasperated. The surveillance equipment near the crime scene had malfunctioned, and a single phone call seemed insufficient to substantiate any claims. Yet under pressure from the city and the bureau, the officers from Xiqing precinct persistently sought out Li Qin multiple times. She understood their motives. They were merely attempting to identify the individual who had rendered Yang Qingshou incapacitated. While she had her suspicions, she was not naive. She recognized the complexities involved. On the surface, such actions could be viewed as acts of valor or justifiable self-defense. However, upon closer examination, it was likely to be categorized as excessive defense or even intentional injury. She feared neither imprisonment nor held any grudge against Yi Xiao for his actions. Rather, she worried that the police might turn their attention towards him. She longed to seek out Yi Xiao, both to apologize and to express gratitude, as well as to warn him. Yet, she hesitated, acutely aware that the police had already set their sights on her. Approaching Yi Xiao now would only serve to endanger him. Another individual equally troubled by thoughts of Yi Xiao was his beautiful neighbor, Ling Feifei. As a patrol officer at the Xiqing precinct, the crime scene fell within her jurisdiction. At the time of the incident, she had been transitioning shifts, and initially, the case seemed unrelated to her. However, the incident had been magnified online, casting a significant shadow over Cloud City. Since the Xiqing precinct had initially responded to the situation, the entire precinct had become a focal point of critique from both the bureau and the city. Relevant authorities had issued explicit directives, emphasizing the severe repercussions of the incident, compelling the Xiqing precinct to swiftly apprehend the perpetrator. From a woman's perspective, Ling Feifei found herself in disagreement with her superior's mandates. During a recent investigation, she inadvertently uncovered a potential key figure in the case, the inebriated girl from the elevator that night. This left her heart in a state of turmoil, for her sense of duty urged her to report immediately. Yet, inexplicably, she chose to conceal the matter for the time being. She was no longer the naive newcomer she once was. Many situations, though seemingly straightforward, were, in truth, intricate. She decided to observe further before contemplating whether to report the incident. Thus, with a heart full of trepidation, Ling Feifei commenced her patrol duties during the day shift. Naturally, Yi Xiao was oblivious to the inner thoughts of the two women, as his mind was solely occupied with cultivation, leaving no room for thoughts of romance. In the morning, Wang Shuabin approached him and handed him a card. Inside was a total of 12 million, of which 5 million was a token of gratitude from the Kai family. Yi Xiao found no excessive merit in this sum. After all, he was likely the only one capable of completely curing Kai Zifeng's affliction. The remaining 100,000, however, was ill-gotten gains from Li Tizui's sale of alchemical furnaces. Yi Xiao had no intention of accepting this money, as he had incurred no losses. Yet, Wang Shuabin insisted that if Yi Xiao refused the money, Li Tizui would no longer be able to set up shop in the antique market. Reluctantly, Yi Xiao accepted the funds, reasoning that he would simply have to look after Li Tizui's business as a form of compensation. What surprised Yi Xiao most was the last 20,000, which Wang Shuabin had procured for him by selling a telescope. Had Wang Shuabin not mentioned it, Yi Xiao would have nearly forgotten about it. While 20,000 was of little consequence to Yi Xiao at this juncture, Wang Shuabin's diligent attitude left a lasting impression on him. In the afternoon, Yi Xiao visited the bank to apply for his own card, intending to consolidate all his funds. This was not only to prepare for the upcoming auction, but also to provide himself with a sense of security. The process of obtaining the card was swift. Within 2 minutes, Yi Xiao possessed his own bank card. However, for such a substantial transfer, the staff informed him that they needed to verify the transaction, asking him to wait momentarily in a VIP room. Unfortunately, this wait would lead to unforeseen chaos. With several gunshots echoing, the bank erupted into pandemonium. "This is a robbery. If you don't want to die, don't move," shouted the assailants. "You, hand over all the money in the bank, or I will shoot you." The lobby manager, held at gunpoint by masked robbers, trembled in fear as he glanced at the 2 security guards lying in pools of blood. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. It was the 21st century, and yet there were still foolish criminals attempting to rob a bank. In an age where even those from the hidden realms use smartphones, how much cash could a bank possibly hold? Moreover, with cameras lining the streets, unless one possessed the ability to become invisible like Yi Xiao, one would be risking their life for a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, the robbers clearly had not considered these factors, as their initial intimidation tactics had succeeded after they executed the 2 security guards. All individuals present were herded into a corner, including Yi Xiao. He wished to advise the robbers to disable the cameras first, as their actions appeared quite unprofessional. However, the robbers seemed unfazed by such counsel, even provoking the cameras with taunts. Yi Xiao found himself at a loss for words, wondering if these men were intoxicated, mentally deficient, or genuinely possessed the means to carry out their threats. Regardless, he had no intention of intervening, for his methods were rather extraordinary. The police and armed forces arrived promptly, establishing a perimeter and deploying snipers to secure the bank. A police officer wielding a megaphone outside demanded that the robbers release the hostages and surrender. This announcement, rather than calming the situation, incited the robbers further. They fired 2 shots into the thigh of the lobby manager, while one of the robbers, in a display of arrogance, stripped off his outer jacket to reveal it laden with explosives. "I don't care if I die, if you dare shoot. We have planted many bombs in the shopping mall as well. Should anything happen here, it will trigger an explosion there, taking many lives with it. What a splendid bargain." The threat silenced the megaphone immediately. Regardless of the veracity of the robbers' claims, no one dared provoke them further. The potential repercussions of a mall explosion were too grave to contemplate, and the subsequent liabilities were burdens no one wished to bear. Soon enough, the robber responsible for collecting cash dragged a half-full bag over. "Damn it, why is there so little?" The robber holding the lobby manager hostage, evidently the leader of the group, glanced at the bag and began to curse. "Boss, the people coming to the bank now are mostly elderly. There isn't much left." The lobby manager, weakened and pale from blood loss, offered a feeble explanation. "Boss, that guy has money. I heard him say he was transferring over 5 million. One of the robbers pointed at Yi Xiao, revealing that he had scouted the place. The robber leader scrutinized Yi Xiao, realizing he was a handsome young man, and nodded approvingly, clearly seeing him as an easy target. "We'll take him with us. Third brother, you need to go outside and tell the police to bring a car." Upon hearing their plan to take him away, Yi Xiao felt little concern. His gaze instinctively drifted toward the bag. Chapter 66. Stirring up a hornet's nest. To pacify the robbers, the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zhou Ruilong, dispatched teams to various shopping malls to search for bombs, while simultaneously coordinating the retrieval of a vehicle. "Damn it, why is it taking so long to find a car? What are you trying to pull?" He demanded a driver to be found swiftly, threatening, "If you dawdle, I'll have him killed." The robber leader's curses echoed, and the lobby manager was struck violently, blood pouring from his head. Zhou Ruilong felt his heart race. He suspected the robbers might indeed have sinister intentions regarding the vehicle. But witnessing their brutality compelled him to secure a better car and enlist a capable armed officer as the driver. Damn, too ugly. Give me a young, beautiful girl. The robber leader remained unsatisfied, blatantly disregarding the police outside, his audacity inciting Zhou Ruilong's ire. Don't push your luck. The car and driver are ready. If you know what is good for you, leave now or else. Bang! Before Zhou Ruilong could finish his warning, the lobby manager's skull was shattered, sending the hostages into a frenzy of panic. The robber leader discarded the corpse and seized Yi Xiu, pressing the gun against his temple. Yi Xiu's expression hardened, just as Zhou Ruilong, alarmed and furious, shouted, "Stay calm. I'll find you what you want." He had never encountered such brazen robbers in all his years as a police officer. No need for all that. The girl beside you will do just fine, the robber leader declared, his grip tightening on Yi Xiu's head. Zhou Ruilong was taken aback. The very girl standing next to him was Ling Feifei. While others may have been unaware of her background, he was acutely aware of it. He had hoped to keep her close for safety. But circumstances had inadvertently placed her in danger. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Ruilong refused, knowing that if anything happened to Ling Feifei, his career as a bureau chief would be over. Damn it, are you forcing my hand? The robber leader's resolve hardened, increasing the pressure on Yi Xiu's head. As it seemed he was about to pull the trigger. Wait, I'll agree to your demands. A striking female officer stepped forward from the police ranks. It was Ling Feifei. Yi Xiu's eyes lit up. Was this not his beautiful neighbor? Dressed in her police uniform, she exuded an intriguing charm, which likely explained why the robber insisted she take the wheel. Feifei, Zhou Ruilong exclaimed in desperation, earning him several bewildered glances from the officers nearby. Director, rest assured, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. Ling Feifei was acutely aware of the perilous nature of her actions. Yet her father had always taught her that opportunity coexists with challenge, and adversity is accompanied by hope. Her decision to serve as a junior patrol officer in Yun City was primarily to amass grassroots experience in preparation for her future work back in her home province. In layman's terms, she was merely in Yun City to gain some credentials. However, this endeavor had been orchestrated by her father. Deep down, she wished to earn her achievements through her own efforts. She believed this situation presented a significant opportunity. She harbored no illusions that the robbers could successfully escape. Once they exited the bank and distanced themselves from the hostages, capturing them would become significantly easier. Yet, to her astonishment, as they boarded the vehicle, the robbers had brought along a hostage, one she recognized. It was the man who lived across from her, and he was indeed a person of interest in her suspicions. Yi Xiu was ushered into the car, but fortunately, it was a 7-seater, so they didn't feel overly cramped. Zhou Ruilong reluctantly stepped aside as the vehicle sped away, swiftly leaving the city and merging onto the highway. Hey, little girl, follow the GPS directions. If you dare to pull any tricks, my buddies and I will make you regret it. Ling Feifei was both humiliated and furious, yet utterly helpless, having already entered the highway. There were no checkpoints to intercept them. She was uncertain what had gone awry with the police, but she understood that if they did not act soon, the robbers might indeed succeed in their flight. The GPS destination was set for Luohe Port, the most convenient passage to Southeast Asia and a crucial gateway to Wan North. Once they reached Luohe and entered Wan North, apprehending them would be as formidable as climbing a mountain. Upon hearing the robbers' intention to head for Luohe, Yi Xiu lost interest in taking action. He had planned to seek out clues about the assassin in Luohe anyway, and now he had a complimentary ride, saving him the fare. The leader of the robbers, seated in the passenger seat, removed his mask to reveal a scarred visage. One hand gripped a gun while the other held a cigarette. He turned to Yi Xiu, who remained calm and collected, as if unfazed by the situation. Kid, I didn't expect you to have such guts. But don't worry, since you're being so cooperative, we'll let you go once we reach Luohe. Yi Xiu similait faintly. I appreciate it, brothers. I must say, you're not as bad as I thought. The robbers erupted in laughter, realizing that the young man might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Ling Feifei furrowed her brow with growing disdain, her last remnants of hope shattered. She had initially believed Yi Xiu was playing a clever game by deliberately getting into the robber's vehicle, but now she recognized her own naivety. As she drove, she deliberately slowed down, contemplating how to alert the police. Meanwhile, at the Yun City Police Department, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The command center's large screen displayed the robber's vehicle racing down the highway, with no intercepting forces in sight. We can't afford to wait any longer. If we do, they'll all be out of Yun City. Zhou Ruilong crushed his cigarette, but, seemingly making a final decision. The man beside him rose quickly, urging him earnestly, Old Zhou, you must remain calm. In just an hour, we discovered bombs at People S Square and Happiness Mall. This indicates that the robbers are not merely making threats. They're serious. If we provoke them and they detonate the bombs elsewhere, who will bear that responsibility? Moreover, Ling Fei is in that vehicle. You must think this through. He continued, and don't you find it odd? Just as this incident occurred, Yang Qingshou, who was out on medical parole, went missing. Zhou Ruilong glanced at Zhang Chongping, the deputy director and his trusted aide. Are you suggesting the robbery is a ruse, but the kidnapping is genuine? Zhang Chongping nodded. It's a possibility. I've heard that Yang Qingshou has a brother living abroad. Zhou Ruilong furrowed his brow deeply. He felt as though he had stirred a hornet's nest, and the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Have directives come down from above? Yes, they have. What do they say? At all costs, ensure the safety of the public. Zhou Ruilong understood the gravity of the situation. He was being thrust into a perilous predicament, with no way to extricate himself. Unless there was no explosion, unless the robbers could be captured, unless Ling Fei could return safely. At that moment, Ling Fei's heart grew heavy with worry. If all went awry, she would be abandoned. Although she did not understand the police's reasoning, she recognized that her survival now depended solely on her own wits. Navigating several turns and cliffs, she considered recklessly driving off the road. Yet, thoughts of her parents and her bright future restrained her. Moreover, there was an innocent man in the vehicle. Despite her aversion to him, she had no right to take his life. Get off the highway at the next exit, the robber leader suddenly commanded, jolting Yishio from his drowsiness. The other robbers were snoring beside him, clearly confident in their escape and at ease with Yishio's presence. Get off the highway. The GPS hasn't indicated anything. Ling Fei glanced at the GPS, growing anxious. Exiting the highway meant fewer cameras, making it more difficult for the police to track them. Damn it, just get off. Stop with the nonsense. The robber leader snapped, waving his gun erratically at her. Ling Fei reluctantly complied, steering the car off the highway. Upon reaching the toll booth, he warned, behave yourself. If you try anything funny, I'll blow up the toll booth. His words sent a chill through Ling Fei, extinguishing any hope of calling for help. After passing through the toll booth and driving a short distance, they turned onto a rural road. Soon after, the vehicle halted briefly in a small town. When they resumed, the license plate had been switched. As they traversed the village and entered the mountains, the rough, winding road made the passengers question their life choices. Damn it, every time I come here it nearly shakes my guts out, the robber leader grumbled, guiding the vehicle confidently, as if he had traversed this route many times before. Boss, if we cross this mountain, there's a large grassy area. How about we take a break there? Right? I've been cooped up all this time. I'm about to burst. Several robbers chimed in, their lewd remarks directed at Ling Fei, their eyes leering. Yishio narrowed his eyes. These men had some audacity. Even while on the run, they were still preoccupied with their base desires. Upon cresting the hill, they were greeted by a vast expanse of grassland. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the mountaintop, with delicate pink flowers blanketing the ground. A gentle breeze stirred, dancing among the blossoming flora. One couldn't help but admire the robber's taste in scenery. Stop the car. The robber leader barked. I said stop the car. Ling Fei, not a fool, understood that once the car stopped, she would be in grave danger. Damn it. The notorious leader of the robbers bellowed a curse, seizing the steering wheel with a fierce grip. Bang! The vehicle collided with an earthen embankment by the roadside. Although the speed on the mountain road was not swift, the impact left the occupants in a disoriented state. Damn it, you vile wench, just wait and see how I will deal with you. The robber leader forcefully kicked open the car door and yanked Ling Fei from the driver's seat. The other robbers, still dazed, hurriedly jumped out to assist. Have you never seen a woman before? You third, stay in the car and keep an eye on this brat. Hearing the leader's command, the explosives-laden thug hesitated, but a fierce glare from the boss left him with no choice but to comply. Let me go, you scoundrels. Ling Fei's forehead had been bloodied by the steering wheel, and she struggled with all her might, but she was no match for the gang of robbers. Ha ha! You wretched girl. Soon you shall experience the might of a villain. Ha ha ha! The robbers cackled wickedly as they dragged Ling Fei toward the grass. Are you even a man? Individuals like you bring shame to the male gender. Pathetic. Ling Fei glared at the vehicle with desperation, her voice filled with unending hatred. She loathed these robbers even more for their cruelty, and she despised Yishio, her neighbor, for being so heartless. Had he merely intervened, her despair wouldn't have been so profound, nor would she harbor such animosity toward the world. Humanity, oh humanity, truly a laughable thing. Suddenly, she laughed, a laugh steeped in despair and desolation. A single tear cascaded down her cheek. She ceased her struggles, becoming as pliable as a marionette, allowing the robbers to drag her forward. What are you staring at, you coward? The robbers in the car looked at Yishio with disdain. Having never encountered such a spineless man, Yishio glanced at the robbers and remarked coolly, "Isn't that sandbag of yours getting heavy? Aren't you hot?" The robber was taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. "What the hell are you saying? Do you want me to smash you with one punch?" "Oh, is that so?" Before the robber could react, a fist the size of a sandbag crashed into his face. The robber let out no sound as he fell unconscious. Opening the sack, Yishio frowned. New ones? Instantly, he lost interest in the sack. There were consecutive numbers, a surefire way to land oneself in trouble. He searched the driver's seat but found no keys, likely taken by the robber leader. Yishio watched the retreating figures with a sigh. Why must it come to this? Boss, how about here? The scenery is quite nice. It would be worth it to perish here. Damn it, look at you, so pathetic. You'll eventually die because of a woman. Haha, didn't the ancients say that dying beneath the peony is still a romantic end? Enough of this. Do you want to take the entrance exam or something? Hurry up and hold her down. I'll go first. You two line up. The robbers leered with lustful eyes, their mouths spewing lewd remarks, drool nearly pooling at their feet. There was no helping it. Ling Fei was simply too beautiful, especially in her uniform. It stoked their primal desires. Ling Fei numbly closed her eyes, filled with disdain for this society. She never imagined that her fervent spirit would ultimately amount to nothing but a cruel joke. This world is too filthy. If there is a next life, she wishes not to return. Hey, gentlemen, have you ever heard that a knife is always poised above the character for lust? A sudden voice pierced the air. The robber leader, who was adjusting his belt, nearly froze in fright. Turning to see who it was, his eyes widened in disbelief. You? His embarrassment quickly morphed into rage. Damn it, who allowed you to come here? Where's the third? Yishio calmly replied, Stop shouting. He is asleep. The robber leader's eyes turned icy. Did you kill him? And if I did, you should have driven off properly. You made me quite displeased. Damn it, I'll crush you. Just as the robber leader reached for his gun, he felt a rush of wind as Yishio appeared before him. Bang! His body was propelled backward, crashing onto the ground in a parabola, unconscious and possibly lifeless. Boss, you little... The remaining two robbers attempted to utter something but were swiftly kicked away by Yishio. If you're going to fight, just do it. Stop with the needless chatter. As he observed the three incapacitated on the ground, Yishio clapped his hands, disdain evident in his gaze. The world fell silent. The mountain breeze gently rustled, carrying the scent of blossoms. Ling Fei stared blankly at the man, the evening glow illuminating him in a radiant light. In that moment, her heart reignited with hope, and she suddenly recalled the line, My beloved is a great hero. One day, he will come riding on a rainbow to marry me. Chapter 68, The Unlicensed Driver. Ling Fei alerted the police, and soon 2 police cars arrived. Watching as the 4 robbers were handcuffed and loaded into the police vehicle, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Approaching Yishio, Ling Fei softly inquired, Are you sure you want to come back with us? Yishio replied coolly, Yes, I have a few matters to attend to, but I'll need to borrow this car for a while. Borrowing the car posed no issue, but given the desolate wilderness, she felt a tinge of concern. Officer Ling, rest assured, you saw that I handled myself quite well earlier. Seeing Yishio's resolute demeanor, Ling Fei refrained from pressing further. Please wait a moment. She turned and dashed away. Moments later, she returned, handing him a note. This is my number. You can call me if you need anything. Perhaps I can be of assistance. All right. Yishio accepted it without a glance, pocketing it immediately. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Okay. A wave of disappointment washed over Ling Fei, but she had no grounds to force Yishio to stay. Yishio started the car. Fortunately, it only had a dented bumper with no other issues. After activating the navigation, he waved and pressed the accelerator, vanishing down the winding mountain road. Goodbye. Ling Fei stood in place, staring at the receding taillights. It wasn't until the police car started that she came back to her senses. By then, the sun had set, flowers had retired, and the mountains were enveloped in a misty haze. A gust of wind swept by, stirring a profound sadness within her. At 10 o'clock at night, Yishio finally entered the territory of Loha, according to the navigation. However, to his surprise, there was a checkpoint where all vehicles had to stop for inspection. Observing the armed police, Yishio wished to avoid trouble. He parked the car by the roadside, then pulled out the note from his pocket and called Ling Fei. After informing her of the vehicle's location and asking her to send someone to handle it, Yishio stealthily exited the car. Although he was hidden, the close proximity to the heavily armed police left him in awe. No wonder the people from the hidden gate were cautious against such formidable firepower. Even the most skilled martial artist would be rendered powerless. This also underscored the significance of Loha town. After passing through the checkpoint, the navigation indicated that the town was still about 10 kilometers away. Spotting a taxi parked by the roadside, Yishio swiftly opened the door and got in. The driver, seemingly taken aback by Yishio's sudden appearance, cheerfully asked, "Where to, boss?" "To the town." Yishio replied curtly and fell silent, contemplating where to inquire about Asan's whereabouts. The road to the town was wide and sparsely populated, and it wasn't long before they arrived. "The boss has arrived. 500, thank you." "How much?" Yishio thought he had misheard. The driver, with a grin that did not reach his eyes, replied, 500, of course. "If the boss wishes to stay at a hotel or indulge in a massage, I can take you there and even offer a discount." Observing the tattoo on the driver's chest, Yishio realized he had encountered a rogue taxi driver, just as he was about to take action against him. He hesitated and cautiously inquired, "Do you know someone named Asan?" The driver paused. "Asan? Yes, I know him. He is a pimp." Yishio was taken aback that the driver indeed recognized him, though this Asan seemed quite different from the one mentioned by the assassin. Nevertheless, nothing is absolute, and Yishio decided to meet this Asan first. "In that case, take me to him, and if I find him, I will give you an additional 500. "All right, boss, you are generous. Rest assured, in Loha, there is no one I, Black Snake, cannot locate." Black Snake was quite talkative, albeit with a somewhat unscrupulous heart. However, considering the hardships of making a living in such a border town, Yishio chose not to hold it against him. Loha was not large. It was bustling with activity. Black Snake escorted Yishio to a casino, then to a bar, and finally to a foot massage parlor. Sadly, no news of San was uncovered. It was evident that Black Snake was keen to earn that 500. After exiting a KTV, he made several phone calls. Persistence paid off. Eventually, he did manage to gather some information. "Boss, Asan is no longer in Loa. He has gone to Xiamengxiang." "Xiamengxiang?" Yishio furrowed his brow. He had never heard of such a place. Black Snake gestured in a direction. "Just over there, cross the big bridge, and after the customs, you'll reach it." Yishio inquired, "What kind of place is that?" Black Snake chuckled. "A paradise for men, the homeland of criminals." Upon hearing Black Snake's words, Yishio began to grasp the implications. Beyond customs meant leaving the country, a place no longer governed by Huaxia. Pondering this, Yishio thought that if Black Snake's description was accurate, that location might suit him well, as he would not have to worry about breaking the law. Perhaps sensing Yishio's inclination to venture to Xiamengxiang, Black Snake earnestly cautioned, "Boss, I advise you against going there. It's chaotic, wars, drugs, scams, and even organ trafficking. Even someone like me, who knows the ins and outs, would return with a few scars, let alone you outsiders." Yishiu similet faintly, surprised to find a hint of kindness in Black Snake. "Here, take this code, I'll scan it." Although he failed to find Asan, Yishio generously handed Black Snake 1,000. Black Snake's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing the money arrive. He thought of the milk powder for his child that would finally be secured. "This is my number. If you need anything, remember to call me. I'll be at your service." Yishio accepted the business card from Black Snake, chuckling to himself. A road taxi driver had a business card. Didn't he fear being reported? After bidding farewell to Black Snake, Yishio intended to grab a bite before exploring the area near customs. Upon finding a noodle shop, he was about to enter when he noticed two young men with yellow hair sneaking into a parked car. "Damn it, what are you looking at? Hurry up and scram." Upon hearing the curse, Yishio's expression turned cold, and only then did he spot a long-haired man squatting on the steps, smoking. Realizing the group was stealing and the man was on lookout, he initially intended to ignore them, but was irked by the man's foul mouth. With a swift movement, he charged forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps. "Clean up your mouth. If you curse again, I'll knock you out." The long-haired man, dazed from blows, took a moment to register. "You son of a." He rose, brandishing a dagger, and lunged at Yishio. With a chilling gaze, Yishio kicked him away. Bang! The trash can on the roadside toppled over, producing a loud crash. The commotion drew several onlookers from the shop. The young men in the car also noticed and immediately jumped out to confront Yishio. "Hey, what are you doing? Stealing my car. I'm calling the police." A middle-aged man who had emerged from the shop, presumably the car's owner, shouted as he reached for his phone to report the theft. "Damn it. Are you looking for death? If you call the police, I'll smash your car, break your legs, and feed you to the dogs." The middle-aged man was momentarily paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to respond. Previously, he would not have been intimidated by such petty thugs, perhaps even ready to teach them a lesson. However, after recent events, he felt apprehensive and cowardly. As the middle-aged man struggled, he saw the 2 young men rushing towards the young man. Fearing for the latter's safety, he watched in astonishment as the young man executed a spinning kick, sending both young men screaming and flying. Even more astonishingly, the 2 young men crashed directly into the long-haired man, who was attempting to get up. "You son of a." The long-haired man cursed as he was knocked down, and the three of them became entangled in a heap by the trash can, groaning in pain, unable to rise for quite some time. Trash! Yishio scoffed disdainfully, leaving them behind. He had no desire to linger with such ruffians and opted for a more tranquil place to eat. The onlookers dispersed after Yishio departed. Though they admired his actions, they preferred not to provoke the local thugs. However, the middle-aged man was different. Having witnessed Yishio's prowess, his eyes lit up. As he saw Yishio walking away, he hurriedly drove after him, momentarily forgetting to check if anything had been stolen from his car. As Yishio continued on his way, he suddenly heard the sound of a horn. He frowned, wondering which ill-mannered individual was at it again. Turning around, he saw the middle-aged man from outside the noodle shop. "Young man, thank you for earlier." The middle-aged man rolled down his window to greet Yishio. "You don't need to thank me. I didn't help you out of goodwill," Yishio replied coolly, continuing on his path. The man quickly parked his car and rushed out. "Wait, I need to talk to you." "Not interested." Yishio did not look back, dismissing the man. The middle-aged man, realizing he was being ignored, grew anxious and grabbed Yishio's arm. Yishio halted, his expression turning icy. "Remove your hand." The middle-aged man, recognizing his overstep, quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, young man. I was just desperate to save my daughter." Upon hearing the mention of saving someone, Yishio's demeanor softened slightly. "My name is Hui Jinhua. My daughter has been deceived and taken to Xiamengxiang. I noticed your skills, and if you can help me rescue her, I am willing to pay any amount." Xiamengxiang? Yishio had intended to go there. If the matter was not too complicated, he would not mind lending a hand. Observing Hui Jinhua's luxury vehicle, he surmised that the reward for rescuing his daughter would undoubtedly be substantial. Although he had over 5 million in his account, he understood that items at the hidden door auction starred in the millions. Having more funds would allow him to acquire better treasures. As he contemplated this, Yishio remarked, "All right then, but we must first find a place to dine. I haven't eaten all day." Upon hearing Yishio's words, Hui Jinhua's face lit up with delight. "Excellent." 5 minutes later, the two men settled into a quaint, secluded beef hot pot restaurant. As they savored their meal, Yishio gradually unraveled the intricacies of the situation. Hui Jinhua, a native of Hong Kong, owned a company. With both parents alive, a virtuous wife, and children to cherish, his life was filled with joy and contentment. However, 2 weeks prior, his daughter, who was studying at university in Beijing, suddenly went missing. After extensive investigations, the police confirmed that his daughter, Huisini, had been deceived and taken to Wan North. Unfortunately, the complex situation in Wan North meant that procedural delays hindered any substantial progress from law enforcement. Just as the Hui family found themselves in despair, they received a video depicting Huisini being held captive. In a desperate bid to ensure her safety, the Hui family transferred nearly 10 million in ransom on 3 separate occasions. To their dismay, the kidnappers, insatiable in their greed, repeatedly reneged, ultimately demanding an exorbitant sum of 100 million. In a fit of frustration, Hui Jinhua resolved to take matters into his own hands and fund the rescue himself. He contacted the renowned private security consultant, Lu, in Hong Kong, who promptly assembled a rescue team upon learning of the situation. The rescue team ventured into Wan North, and after spending nearly 10 million on bribes, they finally managed to establish contact with the local warlords. Soon, they located Huisini, who was being held at Building 205, District 11 of the Little Dream Telecom Park. However, shortly after relaying this crucial information, the entire team, including the consultant Lu, inexplicably vanished. As Hui Jinhua awaited news in Lua, his anxiety led him to a noodle shop, where in his distraction, he forgot to secure his vehicle, resulting in a scene where a petty thief stole his car. After listening to Hui Jinhua's account, Yishio regarded him with a peculiar expression. 200 million had simply evaporated. It was hard to determine whether to commend him for his audacity or to deem him foolish. Had he entrusted that sum to himself, he would have gladly ventured into the underworld to retrieve someone. However, the rescue team's connection to the warlords and subsequent disappearance surprised Yishio. It seemed this trafficking den was no ordinary affair, likely intertwined with warlord influences, making the rescue a daunting challenge. Yishio refrained from immediate commitment, wishing to gauge Hui Jinhua's sincerity before deciding whether to assist. "Mr. Hui, as a businessman, I will be direct. How much are you willing to pay if I successfully rescue your daughter?" Hui Jinhua pondered for a moment, clearly struggling to answer this question. "Mr. Yi, I will adhere to a lease fee structure. Initially, 1 million, 2 million upon locating her, followed by 5 million for her safe return, and another 5 million once she crosses the border." Hui Jinhua methodically outlined this plan, hastily adding, "Of course, all expenses and costs will be borne by me." Yishio raised an eyebrow. "So, if I bring her back, You will pay me 10 million? Hua Jinhua nodded, perhaps fearing Yi Xiao would find it insufficient, adding, if Mr. Yi is dissatisfied, we can negotiate further. Yi Xiao waved his hand. Given Hua Jinhua's earnestness, there was no need for him to exploit the situation. 1 million to save a life seemed remarkably easy to earn. Seeing Yi Xiao's agreement, Hua Jinhua was overwhelmed with joy. Mr. Yi, what is your account number? I will have a deposit transferred to you. There's no rush for the money. We will settle that once the rescue is accomplished. Yi Xiao replied after observing Hua Jinhua's demeanor, recognizing that he was not a deceitful individual, which further encouraged Yi Xiao to offer his assistance. Hua Jinhua, sensing Yi Xiao's willingness, felt a weight lift from his heart. I appreciate your help, Mr. Yi. Here is a photo of my daughter. Please take a look. Yi Xiao accepted the photographs from Hua Jinhua's hand, noting how they depicted two starkly contrasting lives. The first image featured a sweet-faced girl, exuding an innate aura of healing, while the second revealed a harrowing sight of a girl covered in whip marks, a gruesome testament to her suffering. Upon seeing his daughter's image, tears welled in Hua Jinhua's eyes as he fought to contain his emotions, his body trembling slightly. If my daughter has met with misfortune, I implore you, Mr. Yi, to bring her back. I cannot bear to witness her torment. Observing Hua Jinhua's anguish, Yi Xiao's expression turned grave. The scoundrels responsible would undoubtedly face a reckoning more excruciating than death itself. Chapter 70, Little Dream. That night, Yi Xiao infiltrated Little Dream. The early hours in Little Dream resembled a city that never sleeps. Scantily clad women were ubiquitous, their alluring figures incessantly tantalizing the male psyche. Hotels, casinos, and nightclubs gleamed with opulence, thronged with people, saturating the air with the scent of wealth and indulgence. Unsavory advertisements that typically plague the internet adorned the streets and alleys. People conversed in Chinese, using Chinese currency, and even mobile payments mirrored those back home. Were it not for the occasional garbled Mandarin, Yi Xiao would have thought he was in the wrong place. Boss, care to indulge? It's quite affordable. Boss, interested in some fun? It's as pure as can be. Boss, fancy a trip to the hills? We have free rides to fortune. The streets echoed with these enticing and nefarious offers, sold like cabbages at a market. Hey there, looking for a job? All meals and lodging included, with a monthly income of 100,000. A shifty-eyed man obstructed Yi Xiao's path. He had been sizing up Yi Xiao for a while, recognizing him as an outsider. Just as Yi Xiao contemplated finding a guide, the man approached him. Really? You can earn 100,000 a month? The man felt a surge of excitement, realizing how easily he could deceive this newcomer, destined to become a mere pawn. Why would I lie? See that Rolls Royce? It's mine. In this place, if you dared to dream and act, earning 10 million in a year was entirely feasible. To prove his honesty, he even pulled out his keys and pressed them against the car, causing the lights to flash, confirming its ownership. Well, do you believe me now? Yi Xiao nodded, but inwardly scoffed. I believe you, sure. You old trickster. Had he not researched Little Dream prior to his arrival, he might have been hoodwinked. Little Dream was known for a saying, heroes do not inquire about origins, and luxury cars do not question their provenance. It was rife with shadowy vehicles, where one could procure a decent ride for just a few thousand, while a coveted luxury car could be acquired for 300,000 to 400,000. Notijin ye ju silenge. The man assumed he was taken aback, and quickly flashed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hey, no need to envy. You can achieve this too. How about this? Our company is hiring. Why don't you come with me to check it out? Yi Xiao feigned hesitation. It's rather late, isn't it? Besides, I came here to seek my cousin. He works at the telecom park and earns quite a bit. Over 100,000 a month. The man was taken aback. Your cousin? Where is he? Yi Xiao wore a sorrowful expression. I don't know. I can't reach him. He only told me to find him at the telecom park. A glimmer of cunning flashed across the man's face. Ah, why didn't you mention it earlier? Our company is located right in the telecommunications park. Come. I'll take you there right away. Half-heartedly acquiescing, Yi Xiao was pulled into the car, the man offering him a few comforting words. Don't worry, little brother. I'm quite familiar with the telecommunications park. I will certainly help you find your cousin. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Then I must trouble you, big brother. I hadn't expected you to be so kind. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, the man's heart swelled with delight, considering him the most naive piglet he had ever sold. The thought of effortlessly earning 100,000 made him feel quite elated. He took out his phone and informed the other party that he was bringing a friend to the company, promptly hanging up before starting the car. As the vehicle departed from the bustling streets and traversed a dense forest, it eventually entered a narrow dirt path. This path was riddled with potholes and mud, with a guardhouse every 20 to 30 meters. Enormous searchlights swept back and forth, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Before long, the car ascended onto a broad concrete road, revealing a sprawling industrial park before Yishio's keen perception. Tall walls, thickly draped in barbed wire, surrounded the compound. Inside, orderly rows of buildings were visible, and one could faintly discern shops, restaurants, hospitals, KTVs, and swimming pools. Were it not for the armed guards stationed every few steps, Yishio might have mistaken it for a large corporate industrial park. Boom! Crack! Fireworks erupted against the starry sky, resembling a celebration, yet intertwined with screams of despair. Little brother, did you see that? Someone in the company has landed a big deal. The man's eyes glistened with nostalgia and fervor. Once upon a time, he too had been deceived into this place. Unlike others, he had closed many deals, set off numerous fireworks, and ultimately emerged alive. Bang! The man's head slammed against the steering wheel, his face illuminated by the fireworks as he departed this world in an extraordinarily tranquil manner. The car gradually came to a halt outside the gates, blinding headlights making it difficult for 4 guards to keep their eyes open. Noticing something amiss, 2 guards approached with AK-47s raised. Just as they reached the front of the vehicle, before they could ascertain the situation inside, 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 skulls tumbled to the ground. The car door swung open, yet no one emerged, causing the guards at the entrance to panic. Just as one was about to sound the alarm, a gust of wind swept past, and a figure appeared before them. Before they could raise their weapons, a blade of wind dispatched one of them to the afterlife. Whereas Building 11, Area 3. The last guard, likely paralyzed by fear, struggled desperately as Yishio grasped his throat. In the middle of the park beside the crocodile pond, with a swift crack, Yishio severed his neck. For these scoundrels, only ruthlessness could quench the fury simmering within him. Invisibility cloaked him as he infiltrated the park, erasing all surveillance cameras and guard posts along the way. Upon reaching the center of the park, Yishio beheld the crocodile pond, the very swimming pool he had initially perceived with his senses. To his astonishment, crocodiles were indeed present, tearing into a corpse. Beasts! Yishio's rage ignited, his murderous intent surging forth. This was the most fervent desire for vengeance he had felt since his rebirth. At that moment, a woman's scream echoed from within a building, quickly followed by a man's reprimands. Yishio extended his senses and discerned that it was room 205 in Building 11, where the assaulted woman was none other than Hui Jinhua's daughter, Huasini. Without a moment to ponder, he leaped to the 2nd floor. Wretched girl, if your father doesn't send money before dawn, you'll experience the taste of being violated. You tricked me into this. My father has already given you 10 million. What more do you want? What do I want? Of course, to drain your finances, ruin your body, and ultimately feed you to the crocodiles. You scoundrel. My father will never let you go. Your father? Those useless fools he hired? I'm trembling in fear. The man pounded his chest, exuding a repulsive bravado. I heard he's in law. Tomorrow I'll send someone to fetch him, and it will be a delight to toy with his daughter in front of him. Won't it? Huasini wept bitterly, her heart filled with hatred. She loathed the vile man who had deceived her into this predicament, but even more, she despised herself for being so naive, swayed by sweet words. At that moment, all she wished for was an end to her suffering, believing that death would preserve her purity. Since you have such a fondness for crocodiles, I shall indulge you. Yishio materialized silently in the room, startling the man, while Huasini looked up in shock. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? The man, with skin as fair as porcelain and a visage more delicate than a woman's, was no wonder Huasini had fallen for him. Yishio, disinterested in conversation, circulated his energy, drawing the man closer. Seizing his throat, he casually tossed him aside like a sack of refuse, hitting the crocodile pond with deadly accuracy. Help! Help me! The man's screams reverberated throughout the park, sending shivers through those confined in the small dark room. The guards on duty cast a glance in that direction, their faces betraying no change. A death here was as ordinary as a chicken's demise. Meanwhile, in the villa area, executives were indulging in champagne and dancing, oblivious to the plight of the piglets outside. Miss Hua, come with me. It was Mr. Hua who sent me to rescue you. Though Huasini appeared pitiful, Yishio felt little sympathy. Those who are unfortunate often have their own faults, instead of living a pampered life. She had allowed herself to be deceived by a pretty boy. To phrase it nicely, one might call it being love-struck. To put it bluntly, it was self-inflicted misery. Sheer foolishness. Were it not for the 10 million, Yishio would have been disinclined to engage with her. Huasini, upon hearing his words, shed 2 streams of warm tears from her vacant eyes. Dad! She sobbed uncontrollably, then shook her head in a daze. Please kill me. I can't face anyone like this anymore. Yishio frowned. Mr. Hua is still waiting outside for you. If you don't leave now, it will be troublesome when others arrive. Just go. I no longer wish to live. Tell my father that his daughter is unfilial. I will repay his kindness in the next life. Yishio was tempted to give her a couple of slaps. Television dramas indeed portrayed the wealthy heiresses as utterly foolish. Miss Hua, it is better to endure life than to seek a quick death. As long as you are alive, there's hope. Your survival is the greatest gratitude you can offer to your parents. No, my existence is a burden to my parents. My brother is their pride. Just go. I don't want to live anymore. Finally, Yishio understood why this woman had fallen victim. Beyond her naivete, she was obstinate, seemingly with a distorted psyche. Seeing that kind words had no effect, Yishio coldly remarked, "Do you think that dying will prove your innocence? Do you understand the notion of desecrating a corpse? It's not as simple as you think to escape your fate." Huasini trembled all over, her vacant eyes beginning to sparkle with a different light. "I don't wish to die here either, but escaping from this place is exceedingly difficult. If I am caught again, I will be thrown into a water dungeon filled with rats, cockroaches, flies, and frogs." As she spoke, Huasini could not help but shudder. Observing her state, Yishio let out a sigh. "Miss Hua, do you believe in the light?" Huasini looked up in astonishment, unable to comprehend Yishio's words. "As long as you trust me, I will surely lead you out." For a fleeting moment, a glimmer of hope flickered in Huasini's eyes, only to be extinguished soon after. "It's impossible to escape. They have broken my leg. If you carry me, it will only bring you trouble." At that moment, a sudden realization dawned on her, panic flashing across her face. "Thank you for coming to save me. You must leave quickly." They checked the rooms every 15 minutes. Hearing Huasini's gratitude, Yishio felt a slight relief in his heart. It seemed this woman was not beyond redemption. "Trust me, I can get you out." Without further ado, Yishio untied the ropes binding Huasini. The marks left on her skin were harrowing, and her legs showed signs of distortion. Yishio's expression turned icy as he hoisted Huasini onto his back, shedding his outer jacket to secure her firmly. The fluidity of his actions left Huasini disoriented, realizing she could no longer move once she was on his back. You must put me down, I am dirty." A faint blush crept across Huasini's pale face, her thoughts betraying her modesty. "Miss Hua, your life is paramount. No matter what you see, do not be afraid. Hold on tight. We are leaving now. MHM." Huasini's voice was barely a whisper, as the man before her was, apart from her father, the only one who had ever carried her. Feeling the strength of his broad shoulders, she was momentarily transported back to her childhood, recalling her father's embrace. With Huasini on his back, the invisibility technique was no longer an option. As they reached the stairway, they encountered patrolling guards, fully armed, wearing helmets and wielding AKs, resembling local militia rather than mere security personnel. "What are you doing here?" Several guns were raised, and panic surged in Huasini's eyes, fearing the worst. However, to her astonishment, Yishio casually flicked his wrist, sending a fireball hurtling forth. Before the guards could even react, they were engulfed in flames. The screams of the burning men filled the air, and one panicked soul leapt into the crocodile pool, creating a violent splash as the crocodiles roared. The scent of blood wafting towards Huasini, provoking a wave of nausea. "I have trained in martial arts since childhood, Miss Hua. If you are frightened, just close your eyes and sleep." Hearing his gentle voice eased her stomach somewhat. Watching the menacing figures disintegrate into ashes brought her an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Yishio, carrying Huasini, strode confidently through the grounds. A small blue insect fluttered lazily towards the sentries. The commotion from the crocodile pool finally alerted the surveillance room. Alarms blared as guards armed with AKs rushed in from all corners. From several dozen meters away, upon their first encounter, Yishio wasted no time, launching another fireball. The sentry on high, noticing the situation, lifted his sniper rifle, only to see the blue insect settle on his scope, just as he attempted to shoo it away. A mass of blue flames erupted, consuming everything in its path, guns, men, and the sentry alike. A bullet whizzed from the shadows. Yishio dodged, teleporting to deliver a powerful punch to the assailant's face. The cacophony of gunfire, alarms, shouts of rage, cries of anguish, flames, corpses, and blood transformed the area into a scene of chaos, akin to a hell on earth. Inside the staff dormitory, the timid trembled in fear, while the bolder ones smashed windows and doors, fleeing in all directions. Some recklessly armed themselves with AKs, charging towards the villa area, firing wildly. This outcome was unforeseen by Yishio, yet he paid it no heed. His mission was to escort Huasini to safety. Anyone who stood in his way would perish. As for the others, their fates were sealed by destiny, and whether they could escape depended on their own fortune. Yishio advanced like a reaper, slicing through foes with ease. By the end, the guards, bodyguards, and thugs quaked in fear at the mere sight of him. Not only did they hesitate to fire, but some even felt as if their legs were no longer their own. From initial trepidation to sheer astonishment, and finally to unabashed admiration, Huasini watched as one villain after another fell at Yi Xiu's feet. Her youthful spirit ignited with fervor. In an instant, she comprehended the essence of Yi Xiu's earlier statement. Indeed, there was light in this world. Chapter 72, The Glorious Casino. The uprising in the compound reverberated across the internet, capturing the attention of local warlords and the higher echelons of the Chinese government. By the time a large contingent of armed personnel arrived, the management of the compound had suffered significant casualties, and a majority of the pigs had fled. Clusters of them appeared on the streets, rushing towards the borders. Under pressure from the Chinese government, the local warlords had no choice but to cease hostilities and cooperate with the military to repatriate these individuals. Meanwhile, Yi Xiu was comfortably resting in a hotel in Luoha. Viewing the blurred images on his phone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankful he had taken precautions to concentrate his energy on his face. Otherwise, the entire internet might have known he was behind the incident. Ding! A message notification indicated a transfer of 10 million. Staring at the lengthy string of numbers, Yi Xiu felt a sense of disbelief. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Hua Jianhua. Upon answering, he was met with Hua Jianhua's excited voice. Mr. Yi, thank you. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough this time. The money has been transferred. Please check your account. Hua Jianhua had not anticipated that Yi Xiu could rescue his daughter, although his heart ached upon seeing her battered state. As long as she was alive, that was the most important thing. I have received the funds. No need for thanks. It is only right to help those in need. However, Mr. Hua and Ms. Hua must honor their promise and keep tonight's events confidential. Hua Jianhua assured him fervently, absolutely, without a doubt. Mr. Yi, my daughter needs medical attention. I must take my leave. When you have time to visit Xiangjiang, do come my home. Very well. Yi Xiu hung up, glancing once more at the money in his account before drifting into a pleasant slumber. The next day, at a military base in the capital, Wei Zhongxuan emerged from an all-night meeting, fatigue etched across his features. Videos from the Xiamexiang fraud compound detonated like underwater explosives, captivating the entire internet. Netizens clamored for the crackdown on fraud and the rescue of their compatriots. The pressure was suddenly thrust onto the Chinese military. The fraud in Wan North had always been a persistent headache, but the current situation was exceptionally sensitive and acute. While the Chinese government was not indifferent, the complex landscape of Wan North was fraught with over 30 armed groups, both large and small. These fraud compounds were widespread and numerous, ostensibly controlled by the four major families of Wan North. Yet in reality, they were backed by warlords. How simple would it be to conduct a cross-border crackdown? Moreover, a ceasefire agreement had just been reached with the assistance of the Chinese government. Would reigniting conflict at this juncture not jeopardize the lives of those along the border once again? Just as Wei Zhongxuan grappled with the mounting pressure, his secure line rang. Hello, Captain Li. Wei Lao. We have a situation. We engaged in a firefight with the Min family. A firefight? Did you not withdraw from Wan North? We did withdraw. But reporter Han returned, claiming he needed to gather first-hand information on the fraud in Wan North. That's absurd. Did you disclose your identities? The atmosphere grew tense as the adversary opened fire without hesitation, seemingly provoked by the recent murder of a member of the Min family in the Xiamexiang cyber fraud park. What is the current situation, and where are you located? We have fled to the rear mountains and are currently hiding in a forest. Good. Remain concealed. We will dispatch someone to negotiate with the Wan North government. Remember, ensure the safety of reporter Han. Understood. We will accomplish the task. Wei Zhongxuan hung up the phone, his brow furrowed even deeper. If anything were to befall the Han girl in Wan North, the recently extinguished flames of war would likely reignite. In such a scenario, it wouldn't just be Wan North that suffers. Even the domestic front would probably feel the repercussions. Had he foreseen such an event, he would have vehemently opposed the Han girl accompanying the negotiation team into Wan North. However, it was too late for regrets. He immediately dialed the direct line to his superior. Yi Xiu slept soundly until noon, oblivious to the fact that his recent violent outburst had escalated tensions between the two nations. Even if he were aware, it is likely he would remain indifferent, as these matters held little relevance to him. He sought out Black Snake and handed him 20,000 yuan, requesting assistance in locating Asan. With money wielding its persuasive power, Yi Xiu learned that Asan had recently been frequenting the glorious casino in Xiamexiang. Upon discovering Asan's whereabouts, Yi Xiu stealthily re-entered Xiamexiang. The atmosphere today was palpably heavy, with armed local militia occasionally passing by. The streets were sparsely populated, many shops shuttered, a stark contrast to the previous night's revelry. Wishing to avoid trouble, Yishio flagged down a passing car. Boss, where to? To Glorious, Yishio replied nonchalantly. Lapsing into silence, the vehicle headed west, flanked by various advertisements for establishments. Upon arrival, Yishio was awestruck by the grandeur before him. Rows of towering, opulent buildings resembled palaces, their splendor undiminished even in daylight, illuminated by dazzling lights. A vast plaza was filled with an array of luxury cars, bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Entering the Glorious casino, Yishio was surprised by the absence of the anticipated cacophony. The soothing music almost led him to believe he had entered the wrong place. Welcome. How may I assist you? A strikingly attractive attendant approached, her smile evoking a sense of warmth and hospitality. Oh, I'm just browsing for now. Very well. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me. Complimentary drinks, fruits, and snacks are available over there, and a lounge is situated on the third floor. After the attendant departed, Yishio wandered through the hall, occasionally observing a few rounds at the gambling tables. Not spotting Ah-san, he ascended to the second floor, where most of the rooms were private, and the chips on the tables were noticeably larger than those below. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a private room, yawning as he made his way to the restroom. Yishio took out the photograph provided by Black Snake, and upon comparison, recognized the individual as Ah-san. Stowing the photo away, Yishio followed him. Inside the restroom, Ah-san was alone. Yishio kicked the cleaning sign to the door and strode in. Ah-san, who are you? Ah-san, just zipping up, regarded the intruding young man with confusion. Yishio replied with a smile that was neither here nor there. Have you already forgotten me? Yeshi-yu. Does that ring a bell? Yeshi-yu. You. At the mention of the name, Ah-san felt a jolt of panic. His grogginess dissipated instantly. Unable to contact the assassin, he feared that this job had gone awry. Terrified that the other party might come looking for him, he had fled to Xiamengsiyang. Yet he never imagined Yishio would actually track him down. What do you want? Although taken aback, Ah-san showed no fear. This was the Glorious casino. No one dared to cause trouble here unless they were willing to forfeit their life in Xiamengsiyang. I do not wish for anything. I simply require you to divulge the identity of those who wish to kill me, and I shall let you go. Never. Every family has its own rules, and every trade its own code. I will not tell you. Before he could finish, Yishio moved, and Ah-san's body was propelled violently against the ceiling. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, two bloodied teeth flying from his mouth. The acrid scent of blood filled his nostrils as he struggled to rise, only to find a foot pressing down on his head. Will you speak, or will you not? Chapter 73. Stop after earning 5 million. Ah-san had not anticipated Yishio's ferocity. He was left half dead after a single strike. I will speak. I will speak. In truth, I do not know who wants to kill you. All I know is that the individual is from the capital. Yishio's brow furrowed. Is that all you know? Then you may as well perish. With that, Yishio exerted pressure with his foot. He would show no mercy to those who sought his life. Big brother, wait. I remember the license plate of that person's car. Ah-san was genuinely frightened, sensing that Yishio would indeed kill him. He divulged everything he knew, including the license plate number. However, Yishio remained unsatisfied, as he still lacked the answer he sought. In your next life, live honestly. Do not engage in such treacherous schemes. With a final exertion of pressure, Ah-san's life extinguished. A fireball erupted, incinerating the body until nothing remained. Though this method was excessively cruel, Yishio understood that had he not been a cultivator, he would have long since met his demise. Exiting the restroom, Yishio felt a sudden disinterest wash over him. He had not anticipated that after expending such effort, he would still fail to uncover useful leads. Though he now possessed the license plate number, who could say if it was legitimate? The thought of spending over 20,000 for such an uncertain lead made him wince. It felt like a significant loss. Feeling a pang of frustration, Yishio left the hall and was about to exit the casino when a gentle voice called out to him. Boss, are you leaving already? Today seems to be a lucky day for the house. Would you like to play a couple of rounds? Yishio glanced up to see the attractive attendant from earlier. Just as he was about to decline, he paused and asked languidly, which game here is the simplest? The attendant appeared momentarily taken aback. This young man clearly did not resemble a gambler, and his question seemed more a matter of courtesy than genuine interest. Nevertheless, since he inquired, she smiled and replied, if we're talking about the simplest, it would undoubtedly be the dice game of high or low. Yishio raised an eyebrow. Do you roll first or place bets first? Well, both options exist. The odds simply differ. Oh, I see. Then I'll buy 100,000 in chips and play a couple of rounds. Can I pay via mobile? The attendant inwardly sighed, but maintained her smile. Chip exchanges require cash. However, we can facilitate cashing out with a service fee of 5%. 5%, equating to 5,000 yuan, though it felt a bit steep. Yishio could begrudgingly accept it. Under the attendant's guidance, Yishio quickly exchanged for the chips and was led to the dice area. Best of luck, boss. If you need anything, you can find me over there. Yishio nodded, thinking to himself that he would quit after winning $1 million. He opted for the roll first. Bet later style of play. Although the odds were slightly lower, his awareness ensured that winning $1 million was merely a matter of time. He acknowledged that this approach might seem somewhat unscrupulous, but he felt justified, considering the $2,000 he had spent felt a bit excessive. Fearing the attention of the casino, Yishio initially played a few hands casually. His fortune seemed to be favorable, as he had amassed an additional 20,000 chips on the table within half an hour, without relying on his divine consciousness. Despite his winnings, Yishio felt no thrill. The experience was dreadfully dull. In a moment of boldness, he decided to push all the chips forward and go all in. Regardless of the outcome, he resolved not to play again, confident that with his divine consciousness, victory was assured, and the 20,000 along with his travel expenses would suffice. However, when the dice were cast, Yishio was left dumbfounded. The numbers on the dice had inexplicably altered, causing his 100,000 chips and the 20,000 he had won to vanish in an instant. Yishio's expression hardened as he extended his divine consciousness, quickly uncovering the deceit. The dealer had a remote control hidden in his pocket, and the dice contained chips. High-tech trickery? With such methods, who could possibly win? Even a gambling god would surely be stripped of his last pair of shorts. The dealer smiled slightly and inquired, "Sir, would you like to continue playing? I have a 20,000 chip exchange voucher I can offer you." Yishio furrowed his brows, pondering the unexpected generosity. Sensing Yishio's hesitation, the dealer explained, "If you purchase another 100,000 in chips, you can exchange this voucher for chips." Purchase another 100,000? Was this not a convoluted way of ensuring his ruin? Very well, if that is how it is, he thought, then let me show my hand. With a cold smile, Yishio replied, "The 20,000 exchange voucher is rather meager. Do you have something of greater value? I'd like to purchase $1 million to play." The dealer's eyes brightened at this. "Certainly, sir. I'll provide you with a voucher worth 200,000. Taking the voucher, Yishio approached a nearby attendant to buy chips. The attendant paused upon seeing the voucher, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Instead of immediately leading Yishio to exchange the chips, she handed him a complimentary meal voucher. "Sir, we offer a sumptuous dining experience. If you're feeling peckish, you might enjoy a visit to the 4th floor." Yishio was taken aback. Under normal circumstances, the attendant should have been happy to assist him in purchasing chips. Realizing her intention was to prevent him from further gambling, he understood her concern. She must have sensed his limited funds and wished to spare him from financial ruin. Comprehending her goodwill, he smiled gently. "Thank you. I'm not hungry. Please take me to exchange the chips. The dealer is waiting." The attendant, startled, glanced over at the dealer rolling the dice, who was indeed watching them closely. "All right, I'll take you now. However, given your substantial purchase, you might consider a different game. We have many players in Baccarat." Yishio discerned her implied warning. The dice game was prone to manipulation, while Baccarat, with its larger player base, made it harder for the banker to cheat. Surprised to encounter such a kind-hearted person in this place, he chuckled. "No worries. I prefer betting on high or low, simple and straightforward, without excessive thought." The attendant regarded him with a look of conflicted emotion, sighing but saying nothing. Observing her expression, Yishio found her somewhat endearing. "Rest assured, I'll stop once I made 5 million. I want to lose everything." "Ah, another hopeless gambler," she sighed, quickening her pace. Upon exchanging the chips, Yishio noted her apparent irritation, as she didn't even offer the customary well wishes for good luck. "Don't look so glum. Just wait. When I strike it rich, you'll benefit too." He laughed heartily, feeling uplifted by his encounter with such a delightful young woman. Watching Yishio swagger away, the attendant muttered under her breath, "May you lose it all." A nearby friend, noticing her reaction, teased, "What is the matter? Have you taken a liking to this handsome fellow? Afraid he'll squander his fortune?" The attendant blushed, retorting, "Of course not." Chapter 74, The Casino Myth. All in. When the dealer heard Yishio's intent to go all in again, his eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, while I admire your boldness, throwing caution to the wind may not be wise. Although the casino's goal is profit, an excessively brazen approach can alienate patrons." Yishio's eagerness to go all in left the dealer struggling to manipulate the game. "I'm in a hurry. What is the issue? I have no objections. But there are limits in the house rules, so I must consult with the manager." Yishio nodded, deciding there was no need for subterfuge. He was certain of his victory with 5 million on the line. Shortly, the dealer returned with a smile. "Our manager has granted an exception for you, sir. Since it's your first visit." Yishio smiled nonchalantly. "Your manager seems quite accommodating." The dealer's smile faltered, thinking he had never encountered someone so naive. He was already caught in a scam, yet still praised the butcher. Had it not been for the manager's instruction to let him lose everything, the dealer might have hesitated to proceed. As expected, after Yi Xiu placed his wager, the numbers on the dice altered once again. Yi Xiu similkit, seemingly unfazit. He placed his hand lightly on the table, releasing a wave of imperceptible energy. The dice silently flipped, reverting to their original numbers, but the dealer, despite his remote control, lacked the ability to see through the ruse. Observing Yi Xiu's feigned nonchalance, the dealer advised earnestly, "Young man, a small gamble can be enjoyable, but a large one can be detrimental. It would be wise to seek stable employment in the future." Yi Xiu shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Let us proceed." The dealer shook his head, sighing. He had seen many youths like Yi Xiu, all dreaming of overnight wealth, only to end up destitute and broken. However, when he lifted the dice cup to reveal the numbers, he was taken aback. "How is this possible?" I pressed the remote. "Huh, I win, thank you." Yi Xiu gathered all the chips on the table, turning 120,000 into 240,000. "Ah, splendid. This is the way to play." "Wait, this hand doesn't count," the dealer panicked. If Yi Xiu walked away with the winnings, it would be he who would be seeking stable employment. "Doesn't count? Why not?" Yi Xiu's gaze hardened. If the dealer dared to claim the dice were faulty, he would expose their tricks to everyone. Because. The dealer was frantic, unable to articulate a reason, unaware he had committed a grave error in the casino. Yi Xiu's 1 million all-in had already drawn considerable attention. And now his dispute with the dealer attracted a crowd. Among them was the captivating attendant, who, despite her initial surprise at Yi Xiu's success, felt a sense of unease. She knew that winning a few tens of thousands was inconsequential, but surpassing 1 million would make it difficult to leave. As the onlookers debated, a group of 4 or 5 individuals approached, led by the casino manager. The manager glared at the dealer. "The first rule of the illustrious casino is to honor your bets. Have you forgotten this?" He waved the dealer away, who cast a conflicted glance at Yi Xiu before departing. Turning to Yi Xiu with a smile, the manager said, "Sir, I am the manager here. I apologize for the misunderstanding. The staff simply lacked awareness of the rules. To make amends, would you like to play a few rounds with me? A martial artist?" The breath was faint, reminiscent of the earlier Yang Hu. Yi Xiu smiled gently. "Very well, but if I win, it won't be disregarded like before, right?" The manager chuckled. "Rest assured, boss, a mere few million is well within the means of the illustrious casino. In that case, I'll go all in as before," Yi Xiu declared, pushing all 240,000 chips forward. Boom! The crowd around him gasped in astonishment at Yi Xiu's audacity. The manager's heart raced. "Boss, if you lose, you'll be wiped out. Are you certain you want to proceed this way?" Yi Xiu replied nonchalantly, "No worries, I thrive on the thrill." "Good, that's the spirit," the manager said, shaking the dice cup. Yi Xiu used his mental perception to scan the manager, finding no remote controller. It appeared the man intended to manipulate the dice through his inner strength. 1 point, Yi Xiu wagered on small. Sure enough, with a slight motion of the manager's hand, the dice showed 6. Interesting. A smile crept onto Yi Xiu's lips as he employed the same technique, reverting the dice back to its original 1 point. A flicker of surprise crossed the manager's eyes. Though he could not see, he heard the dice change. He gazed deeply at Yi Xiu, then discreetly placed his hand on the table. Yet, no matter how he strained, the dice remained immobile. Only when sweat dripped from his brow did Yi Xiu casually remark, "Aren't you going to open it?" The manager remained silent, channeling all his inner strength, determined not to be outmatched by this young man. Yi Xiu, losing interest in the game, added a touch of true energy, causing the dice cup to emit a muffled thud, sending the manager stumbling back several steps. The bewildered onlookers exchanged glances, sensing an uncanny resemblance to a gambling movie. The manager's blood surged, his mind reeling in shock. He anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man was a master, far beyond his own capabilities. "Are you going to open it or not? Everyone is waiting." A visibly impatient onlooker was about to unveil the dice cup when the manager rushed forward to stop him. "No need to open it. This boss has won." With a wry smile, the manager pressed down firmly on the dice cup, aware that the dice were rigged. If he revealed the cup in front of everyone and exposed the chip, it would be tantamount to admitting the casino's deception. Yi Xiu smirked, appreciating the manager's cleverness. Had he pressed the issue, Yi Xiu would not have hesitated to take action. After all, he had already demolished an electric gambling den, and eliminating another illicit casino was of little concern, especially in this den of iniquity. Yi Xiu, unabashed, pointed to the chips on the table. "Thank you, manager. Please have someone assist me in cashing these chips." Although he was still 20,000 short of his 5 million goal, Yi Xiu understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. The manager sighed in relief upon hearing Yi Xiu's words. He recognized that Yi Xiao was indeed a formidable figure. And in the presence of such talent, the casino had no choice but to concede. All right, Wei Wei, why are you still standing there? Hurry and accompany the boss to cash in the chips. He urged the waitress, knowing that allowing Yi Xiao to continue playing would lead to far more than just a few million. After Yi Xiao was escorted away, the manager finally exhaled in relief. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Yi Xiao's departing figure, he swiftly retrieved the chip from the dice cup. At that moment, the manager's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from the casino owner. After a brief conversation, he hurried upstairs. Once the manager left, the remaining onlookers grew curious about the dice cup. Encouraged by the crowd, the impatient onlooker finally lifted the cup. Ah, it's shattered. Shattered to pieces? Not at all. Not a single point. ISNT that 0. And 0 is small. The crowd erupted in chatter, and this gambling episode soon transformed into a legendary tale within the casino. Chapter 75, The Space Stone. So your name is Wei Wei. Here is 50,000 in chips for you. Suddenly enriched, Yi Xiao felt like a nouveau riche. I don't want it. Kai Wei shot him a glare, thinking he was trying to swindle her. Take it. As promised, when I strike it rich, you'll be well rewarded. Yi Xiao pressed 5 chips into Kai Wei's hand. She rolled her eyes at him, retorting, if you truly want to give, why not offer half to the manager? Yi Xiao frowned. Why should I give him anything? These are all earned through my true abilities. Kai Wei was about to explain the rules of the place when she noticed the manager approaching with several others. Panic crossed her face, thinking this was the end. Yi Xiao also saw the manager coming, but remained unfazed. A mere yellow-level martial artist was nothing to him. To their surprise, the manager displayed an unexpected courtesy. Sir, our boss has invited you upstairs for a chat. Might you grant us the honor? This unexpected gesture caught Yi Xiao off guard. What is the matter? I'm pressed for time. Rest assured, it won't take long. Just a few words, the manager assured him. Considering he needed to exchange chips and transfer cash into his card, and knowing it would take time anyway, Yi Xiao consented. Following the manager to the 6th floor, they entered a room. Had it not been for the sign reading office at the door, Yi Xiao would have thought he had entered the wrong place. Inside, incense wafted through the air and smoke curled around. A middle-aged man stood with hands clasped, thumbs crossed, eyes closed in prayer before a Buddha statue, deeply bowing. Yi Xiao couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This man must have blood on his hands, and praying before the Buddha was nothing but self-deception. The man turned around, of short stature, with a buzz cut, resembling a Han Chinese more than a Hua ethnic person. Please, have a seat, and try our local tea, he said, exuding a genteel demeanor, entirely unreflective of a black casino owner. Yi Xiao did not sit, but rather addressed him directly. You are the owner here, right? Speak if you have business. If not, I shall take my leave. This place is suffocating. The man showed no signs of anger. Instead, he chuckled. Since you are so forthright, I will be direct. I see you possess some skills. Would you be interested in joining us? Yi Xiao scoffed. Join you? To aid in your deceitful gambling or your electric fraud. The man seemed undeterred, his demeanor unyielding. Gambling is fraught with deception. It's all about skill. If you lose, it's simply a matter of being outmatched, not a fault of others. As for electric fraud, I believe you are mistaken. A Huaxiao person does not deceive another Huaxiao person. Even if I were to starve, I would never stoop to that vile practice. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. You are Huaxia? The man nodded and then shook his head, originally from Tianfu, but due to certain circumstances, I can no longer claim that. Then there's nothing more to discuss. I cherish my freedom and have no desire to live under someone else's roof. Farewell. Yi Xiao turned to leave. He was not a virtuous man, but he would never engage in heinous acts. Sir, wait. Just as he reached the door, the man called out to him. What is it now? The culture of Huaxia is vast and profound, with a rich history. I possess an item that I would like you to take a look at. Oh, what item? Show me. Upon hearing of a precious treasure, Yi Xiao was instantly intrigued. Sir, please wait. With that, Su Run turned towards the platform, rotating the Buddha statue to reveal a hidden compartment beneath. He gently lifted a wooden box with both hands, and the moment it was extracted, Yi Xiao sensed an unusual aura emanating from it. Suspecting a trick, he immediately released his spiritual awareness. To his astonishment, just a single glance caused him to shudder, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Sir, this is the item. I beg of you. Before Su Run could finish his sentence, Yi Xiao gestured, and the wooden box soared from his grasp. By the time he comprehended what had transpired, the box had already landed in Yi Xiao's hands. Su Devun et Galim. His mouth agape in shock. The manager had informed him that Yi Xiao was highly skilled, but he never anticipated such prowess. From a distance of 5 to 6 meters, with merely a flick of his hand, the object had flown to him. What kind of martial arts is this? Or perhaps a spell? or even a supernatural ability. Su Derun was not the only one astounded. The manager stood speechless, equally taken aback by the display. Paying no heed to the astonished expressions of the two, Yishio opened the wooden box to reveal a silver stone, approximately the size of a fist. Grasping the stone in his hand and closing his eyes, he immediately felt an overwhelming sense of boundlessness and vastness. A space stone. Indeed, it is a space stone, the primary material for crafting space rings or storage rings. As the saying goes, the hardest to find is often right under one's nose. Yishio had been yearning for a storage ring, and now he had fortuitously stumbled upon its main ingredient. Such a substantial piece of space stone, even in the realm of cultivation, would be considered a rare treasure, let alone in this place. I've struck gold, truly struck gold. Observing Yishio's infatuation with the stone, Su Derun could no longer contain himself and cautiously remarked, "Sir, this item." Hearing Su Derun's words, Yishio snapped back to reality. Though the space stone was now in his possession, it was not yet truly his. However, he had resolved that regardless of the cost, he would acquire this stone. To ordinary individuals, this object resembled a mere meteorite, but for me, noticing Su Derun and the manager gazing intently at him, Yishio paused before saying, "I assume you have surmised that I practice ancient martial arts. Hence this item holds some significance for me." He then turned to Su Derun and asked, "Boss Su, would you be willing to sell me this stone? Name your price." Su Derun seemed taken aback by Yishio's request, hesitating for a moment before responding. "Logically speaking, since you had taken a liking to it, you may simply take it." However, Yishio furrowed his brow. "Boss Su, if you have something to say, please feel free." Su Derun glanced at Yishio and replied, "Although this stone holds little monetary value, I have always regarded it as a treasure. Should you wish to take it, I have one condition." Yishio raised his brow in curiosity. "Oh, what is it?" "In the event that the Su family encounters misfortune in the future, I kindly ask that you ensure the safety of my children." Yishio, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Boss Su, your family is quite prominent. Who would dare lay hands on you?" Su Derun sighed. "It is a long story. The four great families of Wabiai once regarded my Su family as their loyal hounds. However, they later betrayed my father, leading to his untimely demise, and now my Su family is forced to hide in this minuscule place. As you may know, the recent surge in telecom fraud is orchestrated by those four families. While I possess some influence in Xiamengxiang, I am ultimately outnumbered and will eventually be devoured by these treacherous wolves. I have committed certain wrongdoings to survive, which is of little consequence to me. However, my children are innocent, and I beseech you to spare their lives." Yishio contemplated the matter. Saving 2 lives posed no significant challenge for him. Moreover, the likelihood of the Su family encountering peril remained uncertain. Thus, after some consideration, he agreed to Su Derun's request. Upon hearing Yishio's affirmation, Su Derun nearly wept with joy. He was well aware of the methods employed by the 4 great families, which were nothing short of beastly. Now, with his children entrusted to Yishio, he felt a sense of relief. "Boss Su, where did you acquire this item?" Yishio inquired. Crafting storage rings is an arduous task, and a single misstep could ruin the materials, so he wished to seek out more space stones. Upon hearing Yishio's question, Su Derun's expression turned somewhat awkward. "From the back mountain. I stumbled upon it a few years ago. Finding the stone peculiar, I brought it back as a treasure." "The back mountain?" Yishio was taken aback. He never anticipated that this stone had been picked up by Su Derun. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of being deceived.